Today should have marked the conclusion of the fierce competition for the throne. However, a feathered arrow sliced through the air, piercing the plaque of the Huangji Gate within the Forbidden City. In the next moment, a throng of men and women clad in military green uniforms surged forward, chanting the slogan successors of socialism. Their resounding cries reverberated throughout the Forbidden City, leaving the guards at the front gate utterly stunned, too dazed to resist, and they collectively surrendered. With the front gate secured, the fervent slogans cascaded through the Qianqing, Cunning, and the Six Palaces, creating a tide of surrender wherever they passed. The palace eunuchs, huddled in corners with their heads cradled in their arms, clearly understood. The great Qing had fallen. It perished at the hands of a remarkable woman named Ning Dai. At this moment, the so-called remarkable woman had just crossed the Huangji Gate and stood before the White Jade Bridge, gazing at the resplendent golden hall adorned with golden tiles and glazed tiles. In her heart, she envisioned, the next step must be to ardently support scientific development. Electric lights and flush toilets, the beautiful new era beckoned. Goodness! Ning Dai, you theatrical performer. What have you done now? Exclaimed the system named Patriot in shock, unable to fathom the turn of events. Ning Dai, unfazed by the label of a performer, placed one hand behind her back and gestured around the vast palace square with the other, delightfully stating, Patriot, come and see. This is the territory seized by our successors of socialism. I want look, Patriot shouted in despair. You had a perfectly fine storyline about the struggle for the throne. Could you not just quietly be a bystander and watch the drama unfold? How have you twisted the plot so far? Patriot's sorrow surged like a river, for after a few days of discontent with the task at hand, he returned only to be greeted by this unexpected twist from the protagonist. Ning Dai withdrew her hand from the grand panorama, assuming a serious demeanor, and admonished, to traverse the Qing without inciting rebellion is akin to wielding a drill on a chrysanthemum. Patriot, you truly do a disservice to your name. Patriot gasped in disbelief. This was an outright absurdity, wasn't it? The name was bestowed upon him by his programmer parents. Could he voice any objections? Those with grievances had all been reprogrammed, had they not? If given the chance, he would have chosen a name with the artistic flair of Brad Pitt. Soon, Patriot realized he was straying from the point and turned to reproach her. But you are merely a minor character. With such reckless antics, how can you justify the meager remuneration you receive? In response, Ning Dai had her own retort. Dear Patriot, the salary in this world amounts to a mere 3 coins, understand? With such paltry compensation, how can one expect me to earnestly survive in a realm devoid of flush toilets and modern technology? Yet, you seized it for yourself. Patriot deflected blame. Ning Dai had no words to counter. Had the red envelope not been ambiguous in specifying the type of minor character required, she would not have mistakenly claimed the reward. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Once she saved enough money, she could return to her modern world. Just as soon as she amassed sufficient funds, tasker Ning Dai, willfully undermining and altering the grand narrative has resulted in irreparable consequences. According to upper management's assessment, this task has been prematurely concluded. The tasker will log out in 10 seconds. Patriot's tone shifted, adopting a markedly official demeanor as he issued the latest directive. Ning Dai's eyes narrowed. Wait. The grand undertaking is on the verge of success. I still need to deliver a speech as the leader. She was so close to living a modern life. Patriot. Who cares about that? Countdown complete. Tasker logging out. Chapter 2. The supporting role. 2. Ning Dai opened her eyes to the azure drapery above, her heart remarkably tranquil, devoid of any tumult. The azure hue symbolized her exile to the past, severing her ties to the modern world. Countless dawns had greeted her with this color. After enduring an initial phase of disbelief and despondency, she had now come to accept her fate with composure. The only regret lingered in her heart. The imminent arrival of a new modern life had slipped away. What a pity, Ning Dai mused, letting out a soft sigh. Miss, you are awake. A a delicate voice chimed from not far off. Almost immediately, a young maid dressed in azure peeked in, her bright eyes assessing Ning Dai's condition for the day. Ning Dai cast a glance at the maid, only to suddenly don a feeble expression. Her voice barely a whisper. "Your Honor, I don't know if it's due to the recent increase in medication, but I feel utterly drowsy all day. I think I could sleep again." The maid, named Your Honor, upon hearing this, was filled with sympathy and concern, promptly responding, "The weather is gloomy today. It's quite dim outside. Miss, perhaps you should rest a while longer." It was well known that the sixth miss of the Yongle Marquise had suffered from a mental ailment since childhood. Over the years, her erratic behavior had caused considerable trouble. Thus, the household had no choice but to sedate her with medication that induced sleep. Hence, when the sixth miss expressed her fatigue, the servants had grown accustomed to it. "Then, I shall not rise today," Ning Dai declared. "Your Honor, please do not disturb me. Allow me to sleep a bit longer." "Understood, Miss," Your Honor replied, gently drawing the drapery closed before quietly retreating. Ning Dai listened intently as Your Honor conversed softly with others outside, seemingly instructing them not to disturb her rest. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped the room. Once assured of the stillness, Ning Dai swiftly sat up, throwing aside the layers of bedding until she revealed a translucent object resembling crystal at the bottom. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ning Dai's face, erasing any trace of her previous lethargy. Clutching the object, her countenance radiated as though she had seized the entire world. Her fingers deftly pressed a few keys on the crystal surface, and soon, a gentle white light emanated, revealing the main interface. It was a mobile phone. The home screen displayed a singular green chat application, which she promptly opened to discover a solitary chat group titled, "Supporting Roles Are Delightful." Without hesitation, Ning Dai tapped into the group, greeted by a series of red envelopes. Envelope 1. Seeking a male supporting role in the spicy fiction world. Remuneration 3 coins. Envelope 2. Seeking a male supporting role in the supernatural fiction world. Remuneration 5 coins. Envelope 6. Seeking a supporting role in the interstellar fiction world. Gender unspecified. First come, first served. Remuneration 5 coins. Disregarding the gender specifications, Ning Dai clicked through each envelope, only to find them all claimed. "Please." A modern world red envelope, she silently wished while cradling her phone. Ding. A new red envelope appeared, seeking a female supporting role in the entertainment world. Remuneration 3 coins. It seemed the group owner had heard her silent plea and truly sent a new envelope. The entertainment world. Modern life. Ning Dai's eyes sparkled as she immediately tapped to claim the red envelope. Chapter 4. A role in the entertainment world. 2. Upon hearing this, AI Gua instantly erupted in frustration. "What does your boredom have to do with me? You're merely a background character. Do you have the right to complain? If you find it tedious, I can report you and terminate your mission immediately. All your earnings will be refunded upon logging out." "Please don't," Ning Dai thought to herself. When the moment called for humility, she couldn't bear to leave this beautiful modern world she had just entered. At that moment, someone seemed to come to her rescue, softly calling her name. Ning Dai removed the earbuds from her ears and opened her eyes to see a short-haired woman in her 40s standing across from her. The woman bore the marks of time, dressed simply yet cleanly. When Ning Dai met her gaze, the woman offered a conciliatory smile, addressing her as Xiao Dai, the pronunciation laced with familiarity. Ning Dai instinctively returned a faint smile, internally wondering, is this woman perhaps the mother of this background character? She looks rather ordinary. As she prepared to voice mother, the word hung on her lips, waiting for AI Gua's response, ready to unleash her dramatic flair. "Mother? She's your housekeeper." AI Gua would surely be unable to bear the irony if it had a face. "Is that so?" Ning Dai replied, swallowing her words. AI Gua, as if suddenly enlightened, declared, "I will now transmit the memories associated with this identity." Ning Dai hastily interjected, "Wait. Could you not do it when no one is around?" However, AI Gua paid her no heed, proceeding to relay the memories of the supporting role. Ning Dai could only grit her teeth, maintaining a slightly distorted calm smile as a torrent of memories surged toward her like a tidal wave. In this world, due to Ning Dai's intervention, the name of the supporting role had been automatically corrected to Ning Dai, although it originally bore the surname Zhou. The Zhou family had prospered in the retail business for merely 2 generations, reaching the third with Ning Dai. As the saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. Ning Dai's original self was a testament to this, inherently a spendthrift. Rather than focusing on expanding the family business, she was solely intent on becoming a star. Unfortunately, she was destined to play supporting roles and had never received formal training in acting. The family funds were insufficient to support her aspirations, and aside from stealing the role from the protagonist Xiao Luo during her first audition, she had made no significant waves. Even that role had garnered no attention due to her awkward performance devoid of any skill. She was a typical case of having the cards but not knowing how to play them. Xiao Dai, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? The housekeeper, observing the shift in Ning Dai's smile, felt her heart race. Each time Xiao Dai acted out, it began with such a smile. Stupid system, just wait. Ning Dai waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Aunt Chen, didn't I mention that you need my permission before entering my room? Why did you come in uninvited again? Aunt Chen explained. I knocked on the door, but hearing no response, I grew concerned and came to check. However, knowing you wouldn't listen, I won't dwell on it further. By the way, the master called. He said there's news regarding the matter you've been waiting for. What matter? Ning Dai instinctively questioned. Aunt Chen replied, the acting opportunity. Ning Dai raised an eyebrow. Aunt Chen knew her daughter had always dreamed of acting to become a star. Now, her father had gone out of his way to pull strings and spend money to secure her a role, eager to bring a smile to her face. Chapter 5, A Role in the Entertainment World 3. To Aunt Chen's surprise, Ning Dai did not leap up in joy upon hearing this. Wasn't this the very thing she had longed for, even in her dreams? Ai Gua chimed in, could you not be more professional? What? Ning Dai replied. Ai Gua continued. Isn, it time to fulfill your long-held wish. Can you not express a bit of joy? Although it's a supporting role, could you at least get into character a little? Don't let those around you detect any flaws. Ning Dai quipped, but this isn't my lifelong wish. Ai Gua inquired, then what is your lifelong wish? Ning Dai responded, to return to the modern world, of course. Ai Gua chuckled. Very well, you shall never return. Considering the tasker Ning Dai's lack of diligence. Really, Aunt Chen? I can truly act? What did my father say on the phone? Please tell me. Ning Dai sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling as she rushed to Aunt Chen, her hands clenched in excitement, as if she longed to embrace her. Yet restrained herself, for various reasons. The single sofa she had just vacated was now strewn with items due to her abrupt movement, but she paid no mind. Her focus solely on the startled Aunt Chen, eagerly awaiting a response. At that moment, her gaze, expression, and even her body language were all perfectly aligned. A patriot. Momentarily speechless. A startled Aunt Chen. After a brief pause, the patriot sighed, silently swallowing the words she had intended to say, and quietly observed Ning Dai's theatrical display. As Aunt Chen began to regain her composure, she remarked, the gentleman didn't elaborate much, but it seems he mentioned you. Xiao Dai, we'll need to audition for the role. It appears a formality is necessary. For further details, you may inquire again when he returns this evening. All right. Ning Dai replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Aunt Chen smiled and added, I'll prepare your favorite dish for dinner. With the essential matters addressed, Aunt Chen departed to prepare the evening meal. After watching Aunt Chen leave, Ning Dai turned her attention back to the room she occupied. A glance around revealed an overwhelming air of a little princess. While the room lacked an abundance of garish pink decor that might assault the eyes, the variety of lace and sparkling embellishments were still quite dazzling. Surveying the surroundings, Ning Dai remarked, such a gaudy little princess's boudoir. It feels oddly familiar. As long as there's no sky blue canopy, I can accept any sort of room. The patriot interjected. Goodness, not only is she a drama queen, but she is also a bit slow-witted. At 7 in the evening, the head of the household, Zhou Xiong, returned home, prompting Aunt Chen to call Ning Dai downstairs for dinner. With a light step, Ning Dai descended, finding her adoptive father, Zhou Xiong, already seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Xiong had a rather decent appearance. In his youth, he must have been quite handsome. However, now that he had entered middle age, the signs of aging were apparent, diminishing the image one might typically associate with a prosperous, middle-aged businessman. Having organized such a significant event for his daughter, Zhou Xiong felt an air of pride, adopting a haughty demeanor and waiting for Ning Dai to curry favor with him. As expected, once seated, Ning Dai initiated the conversation. "Dad, how much did you spend on me?" Her straightforward inquiry left Zhou Xiong taken aback, and after a moment of encouragement from Ning Dai's expectant gaze, he finally gestured a number with his fingers. Chapter 6. A Star in the Entertainment Industry 4. Observing Zhou Xiong's sign of scissors, Ning Dai pondered before tentatively suggesting, 20,000? Zhou Xiong grimaced in response. 200,000? She guessed, and Zhou Xiong's fingers wavered, his gaze fixed on her with intensity. 2 million. Ning Dai exclaimed, now feeling a pang of disbelief. Zhou Xiong retracted his fingers, his expression confirming her guess. This truly was her biological father. Ning Dai privately inquired of the Patriot, "Is this drama a major production? A mere supporting female role demands an investment of 2 million? The Patriot replied, "As far as I know, that production utilized low-budget special effects. In other words, it's a shoddy production." Ning Dai retorted, "Does our so-called determined female lead still wish to audition for a show with such poor effects? It certainly diminishes her aspirational image." The Patriot chuckled, "Yet you were the one crying and causing a scene to persuade your father to spend 2 million for the role. When he initially refused, you even threatened to take drastic measures." "Wait," Ning Dai interrupted the Patriot's tirade, "clarify that for me. Was it I who cried and threatened, or was it the original owner of this body? Does it make a difference?" The Patriot argued that since they were now one, the past actions could naturally be attributed to Ning Dai. Ning Dai protested, "Of course it makes a difference. I would never do something so degrading. Even if I did, I would never admit to it." After contemplating, she leaned toward Zhou Xiong, who had just picked up his chopsticks to begin dining. "Dad, have you sent the money yet?" Zhou Xiong paused in confusion, eyeing her. Today's daughter was acting strangely, typically indifferent to financial matters, yet now she was fixated on the subject of money. Though perplexed, he answered, "Not yet, it'll be sent in the next couple of days. There's a method to the remittance. It can't go through official channels." "Well, she wouldn't understand anyway, so I want to elaborate." "Don't," Ning Dai interjected, "don't send any money." Now Zhou Xiong's gaze was glued to her, utterly bewildered. He anticipated being criticized for the slow payment, but he never expected Ning Dai to ask him not to remit the funds. Alarmed, he found himself unable to eat, uncertain whether his daughter was about to create yet another scene. Just a few days prior, she had been threatening to harm herself, which had caused him considerable distress. Had it not been for the fact that her mother had passed away early, he certainly wouldn't indulge her whims so readily. As Zhou Xiong set down his chopsticks, sitting upright and regarding her with seriousness, there was a subtle hint that if she continued, he might resort to violence. Ning Dai, not wishing to provoke him, quickly reassured, "Dad, don't be agitated. I've thought it through. It's just a role, not worth spending money on. Compared to a role, money is far more important. 2 million is your hard-earned money." Zhou Xiong was initially taken aback, but then his spirit soared. He never expected his daughter to demonstrate such maturity. Her words resonated deeply with him. 2 million was no trivial sum, and if it weren't for spending it on his daughter, he would feel pain to part with it. He smiled. "Then we want to pursue the role. I'll give you the 2 million as pocket money. Didn't you recently express a desire to travel to Southern Europe? Perfect timing for a trip." "Sounds great, Dad." Ning Dai replied sweetly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Truly, a biological father. The Patriot cleared his throat. "Dad, let us hold off on sending the money for now. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts?" Zhou Xiong immediately felt anxious again. Ning Dai brushed her hair back and tucked it behind her ear. "Acting has always been my dream, without the chance to pursue it. I fear I may never awaken from this dream. Thus, I've decided to audition for some excitement." Zhou Xiong. Chapter 7. A Star in the Entertainment Industry 5. At a certain audition venue, a diverse array of handsome men and beautiful women filled the hallways outside the audition room, creating an atmosphere that could almost be likened to a parade. Due to the large turnout, the staff responsible for the auditions were diligently maintaining order, ensuring that the queue and waiting area were well organized. In truth, not all of those present were actual participants in the auditions. Most were accompanied by friends and family. while some had agents or assistants by their side. Many were busy applying makeup or adjusting their appearance, striving to leave a lasting and favorable impression on the casting directors. However, amidst the sea of heavy makeup, how many could truly make a memorable impact? In stark contrast to the anxiety and seriousness of the other auditionees, Ningdai appeared remarkably relaxed, having donned her makeup merely to maintain appearances among the public. Positioned midway in the queue, she knew it would be some time before her turn to audition arrived. In this idle moment, she could only admire the surrounding beauties while engaging in conversation with the Patriot. Ningdai remarked, "Patriot, after all this time, why are you still here?" The Patriot responded, "What do you mean?" Ningdai continued, "Didn't you say that those with minor roles don't require system oversight?" The Patriot was momentarily speechless. Ningdai teased, "Have you developed a conscience and can't bear to leave me?" The Patriot retorted, "Who would miss you? Can I trust you? A single mistake is enough. I don't want to experience that again." Ningdai, feeling self-satisfied, replied, "You still care." Patriotism ignites like a firecracker, flaring up at the slightest touch. Who would miss you? Who would miss you? Patriotism. What of our inspirational heroine? When Ningdai, in an endless loop of reiterating that she had no attachment to her, suddenly shifted the subject to inquire, the repetition mode of patriotism was abruptly halted. Stuttering for half a second before responding, "She will appear shortly." Just as Ningdai was about to ask how patriotism intended to introduce her, her attention was swiftly diverted by the striking figure approaching them. With a tall and slender physique, and features that were both prominent and well-defined, the woman, despite her bare face, surpassed many elaborately made-up girls in beauty. Her long, flowing black hair only added to her allure, making her look like a goddess stepping out from the dreams of countless admirers. At that moment, she emerged from the audition room, her hair swaying gracefully with her movements, adding a touch of radiance to her presence. What a beautiful woman! Even Ningdai, despite being a woman herself, felt captivated. Clearly, she was not alone in this sentiment, as many male gazes followed the woman's every move. Patriotism asked, "Is she beautiful?" Ningdai replied, "Beautiful." Patriotism further inquired, "Do you like her?" Ningdai responded, "I like her." Patriotism declared, "She is Qiao Luo." Ningdai was taken aback. After half a second, she exclaimed, "What on earth? Who was blind enough to overlook such a stunning beauty? How could she languish in minor roles for 7 years? With her looks alone, she should have been a star long ago." Patriotism explained, "The entertainment industry here differs significantly from the one you are familiar with. There are no concepts of popular flower or rising star. The standards of fame are still measured by the roles one plays. In essence, the entertainment industry is relatively underdeveloped, lacking the diversity found in your world, where actors, stars, idols, and internet celebrities abound, and those without acting skills can still rely on popularity and traffic." However, Ningdai, after hearing Patriotism's explanation, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. No means opportunity, does it not? Chapter 8. A newcomer in the entertainment world. 6. Miss Qiao. Please hold on. A voice calling out made Qiao Luo, who was about to leave after her audition, pause and drew Ningdai's attention as well. A man dressed in a somewhat worn suit hurried toward Qiao Luo, his hair swaying with his movements, yet lacking any semblance of charm. The primary issue lay in his appearance. He bore an exceedingly ordinary face. Qiao Luo turned to face the person who had called her, vaguely recalling that he was seated next to the casting director, with a name tag identifying him as the assistant director. She offered a polite but detached smile. "Hello, director." The assistant director, upon realizing that Qiao Luo recognized him, beamed wider, standing before her and scrutinizing her from head to toe, his gaze growing ever brighter. Yet, that brightness was unmistakably lustful. The assistant director remarked, "Miss Qiao, your performance just now was exceptional, with a unique understanding and portrayal of the character. However, there are some minor flaws in your performance that need attention. It would be best to correct them as soon as possible. Failing to do so may impact your future in the industry." Qiao Luo was taken aback. She hadn't expected the assistant director to stop her for this. Hearing the seriousness in his tone, she immediately adopted a humble demeanor. "Thank you for the reminder, director. Could you please specify the issues so I can improve?" "Of course." The assistant director's gaze lingered on her chest as he spoke. Xiao Luo was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and a black skirt, a fitting attire for a young university student. Though her outfit was modest, it could not conceal her figure, which was undeniably curvaceous. She sensed the rudeness in his gaze. Yet preoccupied with her performance flaws, she suppressed her discomfort and pretended to be unaware. The assistant director could not resist swallowing hard, forcing his gaze away from her chest to her delicate features. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "I need to oversee the auditions now and don't have time to discuss further. Here is my card. Please leave your contact information with me, and I will reach out to guide you once I'm free." Xiao Luo froze, awkwardly gazing at the business card he offered. The implications in the assistant director's words were glaringly obvious. Even a newcomer could decipher his meaning. Many around them had overheard, their eyes fixed on Xiao Luo's reaction, some even whispering unflattering speculations. If she accepted the card, it would imply her acquiescence to the assistant director's insinuation. But what if he was not the kind of person she suspected? Xiao Luo came from a simple family and led an uncomplicated life. Thus she was reluctant to assume the worst in others. Yet, her trembling hand betrayed her uncertainty. How could a mere assistant director not conduct himself properly? To be so brazen about such underhanded tactics, did he not consider the director's reputation? As the conversation unfolded, the business card was snatched away by someone nearby. Upon hearing the term underhanded tactics, the assistant director's face flushed with anger, glaring furiously at the speaker. Ning Dai, meeting his gaze, responded with a more intense glare of her own, boldly stating, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" The assistant director was still formulating a retort when patriotism, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaimed, "Why must you complicate things for yourself? How will the male lead make his entrance now?" Ning Dai was taken aback. "Wait, there's a male lead in the scene?" Chapter 9, A Newcomer in the Entertainment World. 7. Patriotism erupted in anger. "What do you mean there's a male lead? Without a male lead, why do you think the female lead has harbored a secret crush on him for years? Why has she been unable to forget him? Can one become another's shining star merely by relying on looks?" Ningdai thought to herself that it was not entirely impossible. She had witnessed many such instances. Reflecting on her own experiences, she recalled how she had once been the object of many people's affections, a shining star in their eyes, a memory she had long since set aside. Unaware of Ningdai's thoughts, patriotism continued to bellow in frustration. It is precisely because of this. This is a crucial foreshadowing moment. In this narrative, the female lead, Xiao Luo, encounters the assistant director's overtly unethical advances, while those around them watch with anticipation. Ultimately, Xiao Luo accepts the assistant director's business card, not as an acceptance of his advances, but rather as a means to defuse the awkward situation. She even leaves without providing her contact information. However, as she passes through the crowd, the male lead, Jiang Li, suddenly speaks up, chastising her for not valuing herself, suggesting that merely securing a role through dubious means is no better than theft. His words leave Xiao Luo blushing and disheartened. After a fleeting glance at him, she memorizes his features before exiting the audition venue. Yet, Jiang Li's words linger in her mind. It can be said that Xiao Luo's ability to endure 7 years of minor roles in anticipation of an opportunity is closely tied to his admonition. Later, as Xiao Luo continued in her minor roles, Jiang Li soared to fame. While she remained in the shadows, he ascended to become the leading man, eventually achieving the status of a best actor at an astonishing pace. She believed that true talent would shine through, and thus she continued to silently follow his journey. Watching Jiang Li rise swiftly, Xiao Luo felt a mix of envy and admiration for his undeniable acting skills, which she aspired to emulate. Finally, she would receive her first somewhat substantial role. Having resolved the tension between the male and female leads, Ningdai nonchalantly interrupted patriotism's tirade. All right. Who told you to keep things from me without explaining clearly? Why blame her? Rest assured, they are indeed the leads, a couple destined to be together.
Yes, you?
Ningdai solemnly guarantees this. Why does AI Gua harbor such skepticism? Concluding her conversation with AI Gua, Ningdai turned her attention to the assistant director across from her and, with a stylish flick of her wrist, tossed his business card back to him. The assistant director instinctively reached out to catch it but fumbled, unable to predict the card's trajectory, resulting in a comical display of clumsiness. Seizing the moment, Ning Dai remarked to the still-dazed Xiao Luo, "In this production team, not only are there unspoken rules, but they also openly trade roles. What additions?" The role of the fourth female lead has already been predetermined. The pervasive corruption raises doubts about the quality of the productions. Xiao Luo fixated on the fact that the fourth female lead had been preordained, struggling to believe it. "The fourth female lead has already been decided?" she asked in a hushed tone. Ning Dai replied nonchalantly, "Of course it has. She's the daughter of a wealthy businessman who invested $2 million to secure her place in the project." This was settled days ago. Upon hearing this, not only was Xiao Luo astonished, but many other aspiring actresses in line for the audition shared her disbelief, as they too had come to vie for the role of the fourth female lead. Chapter 10, The Entertainment Circle. 8. Noticing the shifting atmosphere. Many began to question the veracity of Ning Dai's claims. The assistant director, irate, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What predetermined roles? What $2 million investment? Who do you think you are to spread such alarmist claims? Our production team would never engage in such practices. Where is the security?" While he outwardly expressed fury at Ning Dai's accusations, internally he was rattled. How did she know that the fourth female lead had already been secured? As the assistant director, he was well aware of the circumstances regarding the role and had a vested interest in its outcome. Ning Dai shot him a disdainful look. "If you're bold enough to take money, why not admit it? We all operate within the same circles. What news can be concealed?" Her feigned insider status seemed to convince the assistant director. However, with so many auditioners present, if he backed down, it would confirm her claims, damaging not only the production team's reputation but his own as well. Thus, he maintained his facade of innocence, demanding security to clear the area. Consequently, both Ning Dai and Xiao Luo were escorted out of the audition building by the arriving security personnel. For Xiao Luo, who was still somewhat naive, being dismissed by the production team was quite embarrassing, while Ning Dai carried herself with an air of righteous indignation, resembling a heroine prepared for sacrifice. She turned back to the assistant director, declaring, "You will regret this." The assistant director, mistaking her intent to reveal the team's illicit practices, scoffed and promptly returned to the audition room, resolved to inform the director and contact his journalist friends. If any such matters were to arise, they must be suppressed. Of course, should the truth surface, he would simply deny it. As long as he refused to acknowledge it, even the most genuine events could be dismissed as fabrications. Oh. And he must investigate who this woman was, stirring up trouble in their domain. What a lack of emotional intelligence. In this industry, only those who excel could make a name for themselves. Once outside the building, Ning Dai adjusted her attire and, after tossing her wavy hair over her shoulder, looked at the blushing Xiao Luo beside her, chuckling, "Is that truly all it takes to make you blush? How do you manage in this industry?" At her words, Xiao Luo raised her gaze, pausing before asking, "Excuse me, is what you said about the fourth female lead being predetermined true?" "Absolutely. The chosen candidate is right before us," Ning Dai replied. "Oh, thank you," Xiao Luo said, disappointment evident in her tone. Observing the beautiful girl's crestfallen expression stirred something in Ning Dai's heart. Recalling her earlier conversation with Ai Gua, she inquired, "You seem like a student from a drama academy, am I correct?" Xiao Luo nodded in affirmation. "Given your demeanor, you likely haven't signed with the management company yet, have you?" Ning Dai continued, not waiting for a response. "I work for a management company. Would you be interested in signing with us?" Xiao Luo's eyes widened in surprise at Ning Dai's proposition, her expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. Ning Dai found her reaction endearing, evoking a sense of protectiveness within her. This industry is a vast sea of complexities, filled with various and scrupulous dealings. However, as a manager, it is imperative to act with integrity. I will treat my artists as family, and I genuinely believe in your potential to make a name for yourself in this industry through your talent. So, would you consider joining my management company and allow me to assist you? Xiao Luo understood that, as an adult, she should not be easily swayed by the words of a stranger. Yet Ning Dai's assurance that she could carve out a name for herself resonated deeply within her. For her dream was to conquer the entertainment world through her acting prowess. AI Gua, however, was left bewildered. When did you start a management company? In the realm of entertainment, Ning Dai remarked, I'll head out shortly. Her biological father had generously offered her 2 million for a role, which she had been contemplating how to spend. Now, she finally had a worthy purpose. After a brief moment, AI Gua realized something was amiss and called out, Your task is to sabotage the lead actress's role and disrupt her first audition. It is not to flirt with her. Indeed, according to the current circumstances, Ning Dai had effectively thwarted the lead actress's initial audition. She felt no qualms about her performance. AI Gua was furious, but found himself at a loss for words to counter her. After all, Ning Dai was correct. She had indeed interfered with Qiao Luo's audition. Following her disruption, even if she were to withdraw from the role of the fourth female lead, the assistant director would never consider Qiao Luo. And once Qiao Luo became aware of the situation, she would never agree to take on the role. However, the plot did not unfold as originally scripted, leaving AI Gua quite irate. Ning Dai glanced back at Qiao Luo, who, despite her indecisiveness, exhibited signs of eagerness. Hence, Ning Dai refrained from pressuring her, instead smiling confidently. No worries, take your time to think it over. A reply at your convenience will suffice. She quickly produced a piece of paper and a pen, jotting down her number and handing it to Qiao Luo, who did not refuse. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the audition building. Ning Dai cast a glance and noticed a tall, broad-shouldered, handsome man leading the group, exuding a cool demeanor, although his striking features were undeniably captivating, rendering most women powerless against his allure. Almost simultaneously, AI Gua introduced, This is Jiang Li, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Ning Dai's spirits soared as she stepped forward, blocking his path. Jiang Li looked at her in surprise. With a smile that resembled that of a vendor, Ning Dai inquired, Hello, are you also here for an audition? Jiang Li, uncertain of her intent, merely nodded in response, not uttering a word. Ning Dai, undeterred by his silence, continued with her opening line, transitioning into the main subject. Greetings, I represent a talent agency and find great potential in you. Are you considering signing with an agency? This question took Jiang Li and his companions by surprise. Ning Dai continued, Judging by your attire and the impression you convey, you must be a student at a film academy, am I correct? Her guess proved accurate. Jiang Li suppressed the impulse to glance at his own clothing, finding it hard to believe that someone could deduce his school merely from his appearance. The young lady before him seemed quite adept and professional. Was Ning Dai truly relying solely on attire and impression? Certainly not. She had merely recalled AI Gua's earlier introductions of the two protagonists and was now skillfully engaging in a bit of deception. AI Gua observed Ning Dai's performance for a while before finally interjecting, What are you up to? Not only are you trying to deceive the lead actress, but now you aim to mislead the male lead as well? Deceive? I beg to differ. I am merely assisting them, Ning Dai retorted. AI Gua responded, Do not act recklessly. Jiang Li will eventually sign with a well-established talent agency. Do not cause unnecessary chaos. Yet, Ning Dai remained unfazed, her composure unwavering. A formidable talent agency, you say? Very well, just wait here. I shall ensure your satisfaction. AI Gua could only respond with a silent exasperation. After leaving the audition building with a sense of satisfaction, Ning Dai drove her stylish car to seek out her father. She intended to request 2 million from him and enlist his help in finding a renowned lawyer to draft her artist contract. Although Qiao Luo and Jiang Li did not immediately acquiesce to her request, she was confident they would ultimately agree to sign with her, even if they temporarily declined. She had alternative plans in mind, firmly believing that her aspirations would come to fruition. Upon arriving at her father's office, Zhou Xiong was engrossed in reviewing the profit and loss statements from the previous quarter. The upward trend, showing nearly a 2% increase compared to the same period last year, put him in high spirits. Therefore, when he encountered his well-behaved daughter after several days, his mood brightened even further. Daughter, what brings you here? Zhou Xiong inquired, a smile gracing his face. Ning Dai replied with a sweet smile, teasingly, I'm here to check on you, of course. Zhou Xiong's smile widened, yet he feigned ignorance, asking, What do you wish to know? I'm concerned about whether you had a fulfilling lunch, your mood, and how your business is faring, among other things. There are so many matters to inquire about. She responded. Zhou Xiong, clearly pleased by her words, laughed heartily. Sensing his enjoyment, Ning Dai continued to flatter him. When the atmosphere between them reached a harmonious peak, she tactfully shifted the conversation towards the pocket money they had previously discussed. Since it was Zhou Xiong who initially proposed the idea, he was flattered by her reminder and, unable to resist, asked, "What do you need this money for?" Ning Dai pondered for a moment before half-truthfully stating, "I wish to invest." As a businessman, Zhou Xiong had his own insights and connections regarding investments. Hearing his daughter's intent, he immediately inquired about the details, offering to advise her and mentioning some projects he had been following, asking if she had her eye on any of them. Ning Dai, not wanting to reveal too much in front of an expert, cleverly evaded the specifics. After some persistent dialogue, she successfully secured the money from Zhou Xiong, adding it to her own funds. With the money in hand, she broached her second request. Zhou Xiong was more surprised and intrigued by her need for a lawyer than by her monetary request. However, Ning Dai had honed her persuasive skills, and ultimately, Zhou Xiong could glean no details from her, yet he readily found a lawyer for her. Having fulfilled both of her desires, Ning Dai spent some additional time flattering Zhou Xiong to keep him in high spirits before leaving his office. Eager to attend to her own matters while the day was still young, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li called her on the 3rd and 5th days after the audition, respectively. After much deliberation, they both decided to sign with Ning Dai. She smiled in satisfaction. In the meantime, she had successfully registered her talent agency, having also chosen an office location. The company was aptly named Era Media Entertainment Company, with a formal establishment and a designated office. Ning Dai arranged for the contract signing to take place at her company. On the day of the signing, she even borrowed a few employees from her father to lend credibility to her fledgling company, ensuring that the two future stars would not be dissuaded by the appearance of an empty shell. In the entertainment industry, the future king and queen of acting arrived almost simultaneously at the entrance of Times Media Company. Xiao Luo was the first to arrive. As she gazed at the company's grand and modern facade, along with the receptionist's warm smile directed at her, a sense of hesitation suddenly enveloped her. Though she couldn't quite discern the source of her uncertainty, the receptionist, temporarily filling in, was actually a department store employee, internally exclaiming, "Oh my, what a stunning beauty! Welcome. Please come in." While she was captivated by Xiao Luo's beauty, a tall, aloof gentleman emerged from behind her. Despite his ordinary attire, his striking features and impressive physique transformed even the simplest of clothing into a fashion statement. It appeared that he, too, was destined for the same company. Yet for reasons unknown, he paused and stood alongside the lovely lady, seemingly engaged in conversation. The receptionist internally pleaded, "Handsome, please come in." Jiang Li took the initiative to greet her. He recognized her as the actress from the audition hall who had been entangled with the assistant director. While Xiao Luo was lost in her own thoughts, she was startled back to reality by his voice and quickly nodded a greeting, only then realizing they had met before. Jiang Li glanced at her and then at the entrance of Times Media, inquiring, "Are you going in as well?" Xiao Luo nodded eagerly, "Yes. Shall we go in together?" he suggested. "That sounds great," she replied. Jiang Li stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. Xiao Luo offered a modest smile, took a deep breath, and adjusted herself before stepping forward. Perhaps it was Jiang Li's invitation that made her feel accompanied, dispelling her earlier doubts entirely. After what felt like an eternity, the receptionist finally witnessed the two enter the office, her heart racing with excitement. The sight of such a handsome man alongside a beautiful woman was undeniably enchanting. Ning Dai shared this sentiment as she watched them approach, realizing that they were indeed the leading man and woman, radiating a captivating aura together. "Please take a seat. Here are the contracts for the company. You may review them," Ning Dai stated as she handed 2 documents to them, adding, "Feel free to ask any questions without hesitation." While they perused the contracts, Ning Dai dialed an internal line to summon the lawyer who drafted the agreements, ready to address any inquiries they might have. The general framework of the contract had been verbally outlined by Ning Dai before the lawyer detailed the specific terms. Given their circumstances, she proposed a comprehensive contract encompassing management, acting, vocal performance, and more. In terms of the contract's duration, she ambitiously set it for 10 to 15 years, firmly intent on securing both talents. As anticipated, Both individuals raised questions regarding the extensive contract and its duration. With a charming smile, Ningdai launched into her persuasive discourse regarding this matter. Here is how it stands: the two aspiring stars, still novices in the industry, found themselves outmatched by Ningdai's seasoned expertise, ultimately falling prey to her cunning. The process from reviewing the contract to formal signing consumed an entire day. It was only when both had inscribed their names at the bottom of the agreement that Ningdai's smile truly blossomed. As she held the signed contracts in her hands, she felt as though she had captured the entire world. The male lead and female lead were now firmly within her grasp. In the vibrant world of entertainment, shortly after the departure of the leading couple, the clock signaled the end of the workday. The employees of the department store, requisitioned by Ningdai, inquired if they could leave. With a cheerful wave, Ningdai granted them their freedom. What was once a bustling office quickly transformed into a vacant display space. However, Ningdai lingered, seated in her executive chair, delighting in the perusal of 2 contracts. Each time she reached the signature section on the final page, she found herself pausing to admire it. She contemplated enlisting someone to craft artistic signatures for the leading couple. While Xiao Luo and Jiang Li's handwriting was commendable, it lacked distinction, conforming too closely to convention, and fell slightly short of their dynamic personas. Ningdai felt a sense of duty to enhance these subtle details. Ai Gua, unable to contain himself, retorted sharply, "Do you think designing 2 artistic signatures alone will suffice for acting? Can they portray the leading roles and be lauded as best actor and actress? Do you have the resources? Do you understand how this industry operates? Can you elevate them? What does it matter if you hold the cards if you don't know how to play?" Ai Gua's critique was pointed and professional, addressing the heart of the matter. If a regular individual had been on the receiving end of such a reprimand, they might have been rendered speechless and begun to question their capabilities. Yet Ningdai, seasoned in the tumult of life, could proudly assert her extensive experience. Nevertheless, Ai Gua's words served as a wake-up call. Her company was established, contracts were signed, and it was indeed time to devise strategies for profitability, lest her 2 million investment evaporate without a trace. Not only was there the initial investment, but also the signing bonuses for the 2 talents. Moreover, as the sole employee of her company, she needed to recruit staff, and once hired, she would be obligated to pay them, not to mention the costs associated with promotion and support. Everything demanded financial resources. While others might find such meticulous calculations burdensome and regret the complications, preferring an easier life with their funds, Ningdai felt invigorated. She found this endeavor far more engaging than any celebrity simulation game or Monopoly. Even for a seasoned veteran like herself, the opportunity to cultivate the leading couple in a star-making venture was a rare and heartfelt pursuit. That evening, upon returning home, Ningdai found her father, Zhou Xiong, already seated on the sofa, engrossed in documents. As soon as he heard her entrance, his gaze shifted from the papers to his daughter. "My dear, do you truly intend to establish an entertainment company?" Ningdai had already confided in Zhou Xiong about her plans to launch an agency and her current quest to secure talent, seeking his assistance in staffing due to her lack of personnel. Zhou Xiong, surprised that his daughter, who had just abandoned her dreams of stardom, was now plunging back into the entertainment industry and venturing into business, couldn't help but wonder if she possessed the aptitude for such an endeavor. As a father who had long resigned himself to disappointment but felt obligated to support his child, he held little faith in her prospects, fearing she might not only fail herself but also bring misfortune upon him. However, after hearing the reports from the borrowed staff, Zhou Xiong's curiosity was piqued. From what he gathered, it seemed that his daughter was genuinely honest about her new venture. With a beaming smile, Ningdai settled beside him, called out "Dad," and then, without waiting for a response, inquired, "Father, you have a wide circle of acquaintances. Surely you know someone in the entertainment industry?" Zhou Xiong, realizing the implications, began to suspect that Ningdai might indeed be plotting to take advantage of him. In the vibrant realm of the entertainment industry, Zhou Xiong would not be swayed by his daughter's sugary plea of daddy. After all, he is a businessman with a clear mind. He swiftly analyzed Ningdai's intentions upon realizing she sought connections in that domain. "Do you truly intend to start a company and immerse yourself in the entertainment world?" he inquired. Ningdai nodded affirmatively, stating, "This is something I have contemplated for quite some time." Zhou Xiong was tempted to ask her if her long contemplation wasn't about entering the entertainment industry, yet he refrained, recognizing that the current method was merely indirect. My dear daughter, our family has some standing in the retail sector, and we possess a few connections. However, when it comes to the entertainment circle, I genuinely lack a network. He was known for maintaining a pristine reputation, spending most of his time at home engaging in wellness activities outside of work. The retail industry does not indulge in the same level of socializing as others. Even a casual round of golf with a few friends was a rare leisurely pursuit for him. Thus, when it came to acquaintances in the entertainment world, Zhou Xiong truly had none. If he had, the original owner of Ning Dai's body would not have faced such despair. And he would not have had to spend a fortune to secure her a minor role. She could have relied on connections to smoothly navigate her entry into the entertainment realm. Zhou Xiong had reiterated many points to her, and though he wished to avoid repetition, he could not help but express, "Daughter, the reason I lack connections in this field is due to its chaotic nature. You are unaware of the intricacies involved. You simply do not understand."
Dad.
Ning Dai interrupted her father's well-meaning admonitions. Though her core had changed, the memories of the original owner remained, and she understood his impending discourse. The original owner had dismissed such warnings, perceiving them as paternal attempts to deter her from pursuing her dreams. Ning Dai, however, had once traversed the entertainment landscape and was well aware of its realities. She was not inclined to let Zhou Xiong continue. She craved the thrill of it all. With a serious expression, Ning Dai assured her father, "Rest easy, Dad. I know my limits and will strive to be a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. You can trust me completely." Zhou Xiong frowned. Refreshing? What does that even mean? Ning Dai chose not to elaborate. Since she could not gain leverage from her father, she resolved to expand her search elsewhere. "Dad, you have a wide circle of friends. Surely, some of your old acquaintances know people in the entertainment industry, right?" This question hit the mark. Otherwise, how would Zhou Xiong possess knowledge about casting calls or negotiate roles for his daughter? Thus, Ning Dai persistently pursued her father throughout the night, insisting he introduce her to potential contacts. Eventually, Zhou Xiong succumbed to her relentless enthusiasm before bedtime. Seizing the moment, Ning Dai urged him to arrange introductions for the following day, to which he acquiesced. The next day, after a restful slumber, Ning Dai embarked on a bustling agenda. Not only did she dedicate time and energy to posting job listings online, but she also continued to remind Zhou Xiong of his promise. Aigua observed Ning Dai's spirited activity with a hint of disapproval, quipping that her relentless pursuit of Zhou Xiong showed a lack of filial piety, burdening him and, by extension, his friends, which was utterly shameless. In response, Ning Dai felt compelled to explain to Aigua, "I am merely a background player. Why should I set my sights so low? If there are shortcuts and connections available, why not seize the opportunity? That would be foolish." Ning Dai had been busy for an entire week, finally accomplishing two paramount tasks. The first concern was her company's personnel. Now that the company had been established, it could not remain a mere shell. Hiring was imperative. However, given that the company was still in its nascent stage, Ning Dai refrained from extensive recruitment and instead finalized a few key positions. The second matter pertained to networking and resources. After 2 days of persuasion, Zhou Xiong finally agreed to host a dinner, inviting several old friends with connections in the entertainment industry. Once at the dining table, Zhou Xiong engaged in some polite conversation before stepping back, allowing Ning Dai to take the lead. Such social gatherings posed no challenge for Ning Dai. She had once dominated such tables. Yet, she overlooked the fact that times had changed, and she was no longer the formidable presence she once was. Her current physique could not withstand copious amounts of alcohol, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome during the dinner. As she struggled to maintain her composure, Zhou Xiong felt a genuine pang of concern for his daughter. He had never witnessed her exert such effort before. It was a first, and it shifted his perception of her in a positive direction. Ning Dai's performance at the table was in stark contrast to her earlier desperate pleas to enter the entertainment industry, which had seemed juvenile and foolish. Today, however, her efforts were for her company and her career. For a businessman, a company is akin to a second spouse. Thus, those who treat their work with seriousness and demonstrate a willingness to sacrifice for their careers often earn the admiration of individuals like Zhou Xiong. While arranging for a caretaker to attend to Ning Dai, Zhou Xiong could not help but offer her assurance. My dear, should your company encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will always be here to support you. Though Ning Dai felt wretched from her inebriation, her mind remained clear enough to remember his words. There would undoubtedly come a time when Zhou Xiong would have the opportunity to fulfill his promise. Lao Guo observed the situation with a detached demeanor throughout the night, only voicing his disdain once Ning Dai had purged enough. You had a comfortable life. Yet you chose to play the drama queen. Now you're suffering the consequences. Ning Dai, weak and reclining in bed, managed a faint smile in response, lightly retorting, I willingly embraced it. Lao Guo scoffed and withdrew, deciding against further conversation. The drama queen deserved it. Despite the turmoil she had put herself through, Ning Dai's efforts yielded more than just Zhou Xiong's promise. Within a couple of days, she received a call from a relative who mentioned a fast food advertisement seeking fresh faces due to budget constraints. Coincidentally, the ad required a male and female lead, and her relative thought of Ning Dai. He assured her that if she was willing, the contractual aspects could be easily negotiated. Ning Dai eagerly agreed, exclaiming, absolutely. The fast food company in need of a new advertisement was not obscure. It was the renowned Silver Arches, a global chain with widespread recognition. Even if their advertising budget was modest, it certainly wouldn't be lacking. Moreover, the brand's capacity to enhance public awareness was of utmost importance. Ning Dai felt immensely grateful to her relative for this opportunity. She resolved to accept any future invitations for drinks without hesitation. The negotiations for a contract with the Silver Arch swiftly commenced following Ning Dai's nod of agreement. Soon, a dedicated team from the advertising production side was in contact with her. After several discussions, they promptly finalized the advertising contract. However, just before the formal signing, the advertisers unexpectedly requested a meeting with the two lead actors, claiming it was the director's stipulation. Despite the tight budget allocated for the actors, the director showed no reluctance in securing a high-caliber Hollywood filmmaker. This advertisement was not merely a single shoot, but was conceptualized as a series akin to a short film, intended for broadcast not only in domestic cities but also in neighboring countries. The director, intent on preserving his reputation, sought to achieve the most exquisite visual representation of the advertisement, thus desiring a preliminary glance at the actors. Ning Dai expressed no reservations and promptly arranged a meeting time with the advertisers. Once the time was set, Ning Dai informed Xiao Luo and Jiang Li. As both were still students, Ning Dai had not required them to report to the company due to the absence of staff. Consequently, they continued their studies undisturbed. Upon receiving news of a job opportunity from Ning Dai, they were initially incredulous at the speed of their signing leading to work. However, after learning the details of the project, their excitement surged, and they assured Ning Dai of their utmost efforts to impress the director. Ning Dai, confident in their abilities as the leading actors, recognized the slight aura they possessed. Nevertheless, aware that appearances matter, she gathered them the day before their meeting with the director to enhance their attire. The trio convened at a Western restaurant for lunch. Xiao Luo, known for her punctuality, arrived nearly half an hour early, only to find Ning Dai already seated, waving at her in greeting. Sister Qiao, you are here quite early, Ning Dai remarked. Dressed in a simple nude pink dress, Xiao Luo exuded understated elegance, her striking features elevating her overall allure. Ning Dai admired her for a moment before urging her to sit down and calling for a waiter to take her order. In contrast to Xiao Luo's early arrival, Jiang Li was a man of precise timing. He would invariably arrive at 11:30, neither a moment early nor late. Upon noticing that the two ladies had arrived before him, he was momentarily taken aback before offering his apologies, which they graciously accepted. Once the leading actors were gathered, Ning Dai positioned them together and regarded them with an appreciative gaze. Not content with merely observing, she playfully called out to Ai Gua, Ai Gua, come take a look at this splendid scene of the leading actors together. Isn't it beautiful? The striking combination of male and female, both radiating a captivating brilliance, was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, regardless of Ning Dai's coaxing, Ai Gua remained resolutely silent, adhering to his decision to ignore her. Eventually, Ning Dai, recognizing her futility, relinquished her attempts. After lunch and a brief respite, Ning Dai led them to her father's department store to procure outfits for their upcoming meeting. Upon entering the establishment, She guided them to an upscale casual wear section and, with a grand gesture, encouraged them. Feel free to choose whatever you like and try it on. In the realm of entertainment, Ningdai's extravagant display of generosity elicited no response from Xiao Luo and Jiang Li, who lingered hesitantly behind her, their eyes timidly scanning the garments displayed in the boutique. Jiang Li maintained a semblance of composure, whereas Xiao Luo appeared visibly apprehensive. Both were aspiring actors still in school, their families enjoying a modestly comfortable lifestyle, yet they had never indulged in attire priced over 10,000 yuan. They need not even glance at the price tags. Their understanding of the brand revealed that such costs were far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, it was a matter of financial constraint, a fear of unaffordability. As the sales associate, trained and poised, approached with a radiant smile, it was said that those working in high-end boutiques possess an acute intuition for discerning genuine customers from mere window shoppers. Yet, at that moment, the associate was entirely captivated by the two faces of ethereal beauty before her, oblivious to whether their attire was of extravagant cost or mere trinkets from a street vendor. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" she inquired, hands resting gracefully on her abdomen, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Although she addressed all three, her gaze remained fixated on Ningdai, who, unfazed, smiled in return, internally musing, "Am I not attractive?" Her tone bore a hint of playful reproach mingled with a touch of melancholy. At this juncture, Ai Gua, in a relatively good mood, replied candidly, "Because you are merely a supporting character." He even mimicked Ningdai's tone, his teasing nature evident. "Ah, young one, such insolence may invite retribution, do you not know?" Ningdai countered, turning to the two companions trailing behind her, and instructed the sales associate, "Please allow these two to try on the latest seasonal collection." Her request for the newest arrivals marked her as one who truly had no financial concerns. Finally granting Ningdai her full attention, the associate promptly inquired about Xiao Luo and Jiang Li's sizes and soon retrieved an array of the season's latest offerings for them to try on. As the associate organized the garments, Ningdai took the opportunity to bolster the confidence of her companions, exude some self-assurance. "This is merely a boutique. How will you fare when faced with a prominent director tomorrow? Will you approach auditions with such trepidation?" Xiao Luo wished to argue that meeting a director and auditioning were far removed from the act of purchasing clothing, as the former required no financial expenditure, making the latter seem far more daunting. Sensing their hesitation, Ningdai quickly provided encouragement. "The company covers attire for specific occasions as stipulated in the contract. Feel free to try them on. I wish to see you both in your finest form." With that, the duo shed their previous unease. As the associate presented the new outfits, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li stepped forward to try them on. Both, embodying the lead roles, were statuesque and strikingly beautiful, making any garment appear exquisite and fitting. Not only did the associate find them a joy to behold, but Ningdai too reveled in the spectacle as if watching a runway show. Once they had tried on all the outfits, Ningdai exuberantly declared, "Let us purchase everything they have tried on." The associate, beaming with delight, swiftly began packaging the items. However, as she prepared the invoice, Ningdai interjected, "No need for an invoice. Returning them later would be cumbersome. Just note it as a transfer." The associate stared at her, momentarily perplexed by her request. Ningdai, observing the associate's bewildered expression, flashed a radiant smile and explained straightforwardly, "This is a temporary loan from the department store. We shall return it in 2 days. 19. In the realm of entertainment, the ostentation previously displayed has dissipated like smoke. The sales assistant, after some time, finally regained her composure and hesitantly inquired of Ningdai, "May I ask who you are?" With a smile, Ningdai replied, "My surname is Zhou, and I am the future heir of this department store. You may refer to me as the young master." The sales assistant blinked, perplexed, feeling she had misunderstood. Ningdai, unfazed by the assistant's slow reaction, lightly tapped the counter and devised a plan. Her solution was to call her father. Upon hearing that his daughter intended to dine and dash, selecting clothes without payment, and requesting the department store to lend them to her, Zhou Xiong felt his face flush with embarrassment. However, after listening to her rather illogical reasoning, the businessman within him found a semblance of rationality in her words. Moreover, During a previous incident, when Ning Dai was intoxicated, Zhou Xiong had promised to support her endeavors at the company. Now that she required his backing, how could he refuse? Ultimately, Zhou Xiong acquiesced, and Ning Dai left with her desired garments without spending a penny, receiving a warm send-off from the department store's operations manager. The two budding stars, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li, were momentarily taken aback, realizing their employer possessed such a formidable background. The next day, Ning Dai introduced Xiao Luo and Jiang Li to a prominent director from Hollywood. The North American director favored comfortable, casual attire, and as the trio of attractive, well-dressed young individuals sat across from him, his demeanor visibly relaxed. The collaboration for the advertisement was swiftly cemented amidst a jovial atmosphere. Prior to the advertisement shoot, Ning Dai had registered a studio account on Weibo after establishing her company, and she took the initiative to announce the upcoming collaboration between her artists and the international fast food chain, Silver Arches. Although her studio's Weibo account had yet to garner a significant following, she remained unperturbed. Simultaneously, she inquired if Xiao Luo and Jiang Li had Weibo accounts. Upon confirming they both did, she swiftly linked their accounts and assigned them a task to post selfies at least twice a week, with content that could be sunny, lively, or quirky, but strictly avoiding any themes of youthful angst. The two newcomers, unaware of Ning Dai's intentions, complied with her directives without hesitation. Before long, young users frequently browsing Weibo discovered two exceptionally attractive individuals emerging on the platform. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman, who enjoyed sharing selfies, captivated a wave of admirers with their stunning images. As the new season of advertisements for Silver Arches began airing on television, viewers found themselves enamored by the actors on screen, unable to resist the urge to swoon. Some even recognized them as the charming duo who frequently posted selfies on their Weibo accounts. Subsequently, news articles began to mention them, albeit primarily focusing on the advertisement's director while merely acknowledging the lead actors. Nevertheless, this brought Xiao Luo and Jiang Li a degree of recognition, leading to film crews proactively reaching out to Ning Dai, seeking to cast them in supporting roles for an upcoming television series. 20. Upon receiving the invitation, Ning Dai's first course of action was to review the script. She understood that she held two advantageous cards and aimed to transform them into aces by avoiding unnecessary subpar productions. The path she chose had to be of the highest quality. The production team was quite earnest, promptly delivering the script to Ning Dai. She dedicated 3 days to thoroughly examining every aspect of the script, including the storyline and the roles designated for Xiao Luo and Jiang Li. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she contacted the production team, not to discuss her acceptance of the role but to inquire, who are the male and female leads? What is the reputation of the director and the crew? The response left the team momentarily speechless, as they had never encountered a company executive posing such questions. It seemed she was not satisfied with the leads and director, even before officially accepting the role. However, the roles they were offered were merely supporting characters, the fourth male and female roles, respectively. Though bewildered by Ning Dai's inquiries, the crew provided the relevant information. The director was among the most respected in the industry, and the lead actors were both reputable and talented. After hearing this, Ning Dai finally relented. All right. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. The discussions regarding the script were handled directly by Ning Dai, ensuring the production team could not take advantage of her, while she herself remained reasonable. Given that they were just starting out, Aigua, the sole observer, silently noted Ning Dai's diligent efforts and one day remarked, "You certainly consider the leads thoroughly." His words hinted at a shift in perception. Having not interacted much in the past, he now found this dramatic character quite admirable. Of course, I am their boss and must ensure they do not stray from the right path. I am counting on their success to bring substantial profits in the future. Their ascent to the pinnacle of their careers hinges on them. Aigua nodded in agreement. Following the successful negotiation of the script contract, Ning Dai summoned Xiao Luo and Jiang Li to the company to announce the exciting news. The two young actors sat before her desk, and without concern for appearances, Ning Dai perched on the edge of the table, adopting a maternal tone. Director Liang's productions are always acclaimed. This time, the leads are the reigning Best Actor and Best Actress from Huasher. It is said that great trees provide ample shade. This project is certainly promising, so I have taken the liberty of accepting it for you. I want to inform you that until you both are capable of handling projects independently, I will continue to accept roles on your behalf without seeking your consent. However, I hope that within 2 to 3 years, you will be able to select scripts for yourselves. The future Best Actor and Best Actress gazed at Ning Dai with earnest seriousness. Ning Dai smiled slightly. We commence filming at the beginning of next month. It's a period drama, and you will be required to stay in a remote mountainous region for at least 2 months. Prepare your personal belongings accordingly, and take this time to study the script thoroughly. Starting tomorrow, I expect you to report back to the company every 3 days until we begin filming, so we can discuss the script together. The 2 young actors nodded vigorously, responding with enthusiastic affirmations. Jiang Li and Xiao Luo felt an overwhelming sense of fortune to have such a remarkable boss. 21. The best was yet to come from their boss, Ning Dai. The script discussions every 3 days only served to deepen Xiao Luo and Jiang Li's admiration for her. Whether it was her understanding of their characters or her ability to assist in their performances, Ning Dai navigated it all with ease, providing valuable feedback on their acting. Jiang Li silently praised her in his heart, while Xiao Luo exclaimed, "Sister Zhou, you are simply incredible." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Ning Dai raised an eyebrow, smiling without a word. Aigua, contemplating, mused, well, she did graduate from the Central Academy of Drama. Aigua, I sense you are casting subtle aspersions upon me. Aigua fell silent. On the eve of their entry into the production, Ning Dai meticulously packed her belongings and, upon Zhou Xiong's return home that evening, revealed her intention to venture into the mountains. Zhou Xiong was taken aback. Why are you going when your 2 actors are filming? Ning Dai replied. This is their first time on set, and I am concerned. Zhou Xiong countered. Didn't the company hire staff? As the boss, you shouldn't personally involve yourself. Let the employees handle it. Ning Dai remarked, the company has only a handful of individuals, each dedicated to their respective roles and responsibilities. As the owner and the manager of 2 newcomers, it is my duty to accompany them. Zhou Xiong found himself at a loss for words. During his daughter's rebellious phase, he had been exasperated. Now that she was developing into the type of strong woman he admired, he still felt troubled. How could he, as her father, feel at ease allowing her to venture into the depths of the mountains? What if something untoward were to occur? Who would be there to see him through to the end? Yet, it was evident that Ning Dai had made up her mind, and her decision to inform Zhou Xiong was merely a gesture of filial piety. No matter how much he wished to dissuade her, he could never bend her will. In truth, he had never been able to do so. On the day of their entry into the production, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li discovered that Ning Dai would be accompanying them, suitcase in hand, and would remain with them until the conclusion of filming. As their employer, Ning Dai had fostered a friendly rapport with them, devoid of any airs, treating them as close friends, while simultaneously serving as a mentor and guiding light. With her presence, the trepidation and fatigue that had plagued them the night before melted away, leaving them invigorated. Over the course of their interactions, Xiao Luo and Ning Dai had developed a bond of mutual respect, shedding their initial reticence and forming a camaraderie akin to that of close friends. Upon receiving the delightful news, Xiao Luo seized Ning Dai's arm, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Sister Zhou, thank you. I am overjoyed. Ning Dai waved her hand dismissively, insisting that Xiao Luo should focus on her performance and let her acting speak for itself. Their expressions remained earnest. Even the patriotic spirit within them was touched, realizing that this talented actress was indeed commendable, contrary to their earlier misjudgments. Ning Dai reveled in the appreciation emanating from the 2, secretly smiling. Was her decision to join them truly rooted in concerns for Xiao Luo and Jiang Li? Certainly not. Her primary purpose was to engage with the director and the leading actors. As a nascent company with emerging talents, she sought to elevate their profile, understanding that success in this industry hinged on connections and resources. The entertainment industry is indeed a vast tapestry where money and influence play significant roles. Yet it is the relationships that hold the most value. The support of seasoned professionals and the endorsement of directors are indispensable sources of resources. The drama Xianxiang, a grand female-led fantasy series, had garnered considerable attention even before its production commenced, thanks to the collaboration of 2 esteemed screenwriters. On the 8th day of the month, The director gathered the leading cast and several supporting actors for the opening ceremony, allowing the media to conduct interviews. As the media received the green light for interviews, microphones and questions were thrust towards the leading actors and a few seasoned performers. Mr. Liang, could you describe your character? Luo Lin. This is your first time acting alongside Mr. Liang. How does it feel? Meanwhile, newcomers Xiao Luo and Jiang Li found themselves overlooked by mainstream media, with only a handful of smaller publications managing to squeeze in a few questions. As it was their first time facing the press, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li approached the inquiries with utmost seriousness. Having spent considerable time with Ning Dai, their responses were refreshingly candid and straightforward. Their light-hearted banter soon had the reporters chuckling. Observing the laughter, both newcomers smiled. Jiang Li's laughter was subdued, exuding an inherent sense of calm, while Xiao Luo's was bright and innocent, reminiscent of a carefree fairy. The journalists found their dynamic delightful, unable to resist capturing several photos. Following the opening ceremony, the production team retreated into the secluded mountains. As a fantasy series, it required numerous ethereal scenes, and the team invested heavily in securing a remote location, banning all outsiders to ensure an immersive environment. With distractions eliminated, the focus shifted entirely to the craft of filmmaking, which allowed Ning Dai to implement her networking strategy. Although Xiao Luo and Jiang Li, playing supporting roles, did not have daily scenes, Ning Dai insisted that they be present on set every day, particularly during scenes involving the leads. She wanted them to observe the performances closely. Additionally, she instructed them to collaborate. Xiao Luo was to engage more with the female lead, Luo Lin, while Jiang Li was to discuss acting techniques with the male lead, Liang Hao. Meanwhile, Ning Dai spent her days alongside director Lin Hu, discussing filming techniques and actor dynamics, occasionally delving into broader industry trends. Over time, a rapport blossomed between them, with Lin Hu even complimenting Ning Dai on Xiao Luo and Jiang Li's commendable attitudes and efforts, expressing surprise at their talent. Ning Dai beamed at his praise, replying, "I will convey my gratitude to them." After a pause, she added, "People often say this industry is a melting pot, but I believe we must remain grounded." The seasoned artists of yesteryears took their craft seriously. Unlike some of the younger generation, who seem restless, I felt reassured when I learned you were directing this production. Working with you will undoubtedly provide them with valuable insights and guidance. Lin Hu nodded appreciatively at her words, clearly fond of being referred to as an esteemed artist. As Ning Dai cultivated her relationship with Lin Hu, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li made commendable progress of their own. When the series wrapped, the director and the leading actors shared their experiences with the media, highlighting the diligence and enthusiasm of Xiao Luo and Jiang Li, stating that collaborating with them had been a pleasure. Although the media had previously overlooked the newcomers, the acknowledgement from such prominent figures prompted a shift in attention towards them, inevitably leading to the discovery of Ning Dai's agency. Following the conclusion of the drama, coinciding with the summer break, Ning Dai granted both Xiao Luo and Jiang Li some time off, indulging in a few days of leisure at home. Zhou Xiong, who had not seen Ning Dai for several months, remarked upon her return that she appeared darker and thinner. He insisted that the housekeeper prepare nourishing meals for her, and within a week, she had regained some of her vitality. However, Ning Dai grew weary of the housekeeper's remedies, refusing to consume the nourishing soup, as she did not wish to resemble the typical female executives who lacked grace and had become rather rotund. After nearly a month of restful reprieve, Ning Dai received a new job offer. A television series required a replacement for the third male lead, and although many candidates were considered, the production team reached out to Ning Dai because Jiang Li was also under consideration. This opportunity stemmed from a recommendation by the renowned actor Liang Hao, making Jiang Li the prime candidate. Indeed, laying a solid foundation and fostering connections yields swift results. However, Ning Dai did not hastily accept simply because Liang Hao had proposed it. She inquired about the script, character details, and the director and lead actors involved. After fully understanding the situation, Ning Dai expressed her sincere apologies to the crew, stating, "I'm afraid that Jiang Li may not be able to fully embody the character. Rather than tarnishing such a role, it would be better to leave it to someone more suitable." The crew was taken aback. It was rare to encounter such straightforwardness in this industry. However, since it was Ning Dai's decision, they refrained from further discussion, wishing her well for future collaborations before ending the call. Immediately after, Ning Dai contacted Jiang Li to explain the circumstances. In truth, her concern was not about Jiang Li's capability, but rather her dissatisfaction with the character's design, which she felt would not benefit his future endeavors and was merely a waste of talent. She candidly relayed her thoughts to Jiang Li, unreservedly sharing what she could not express to the crew. Once she finished explaining, she turned to him and said, "You have Liang Hao's contact information, right? Please call him and thank him for his support, then honestly explain the reason. Don't hide anything, but don't be overly cautious either. Treat him like an elder brother, but don't become too familiar." Jiang Li readily agreed. "Understood, boss. I will." After their conversation, Ning Dai felt reassured and hung up. Later that evening, she received a return call from Jiang Li, who recounted his conversation with the renowned actor Liang. He excitedly mentioned that Liang was hosting a small gathering in a few days and had invited him to join. Jiang Li sounded thrilled, but hesitantly asked Ning Dai, "Can I go?" Ning Dai smiled, "Of course. This is an opportunity to build connections." A few days later, Jiang Li attended the private gathering hosted by actor Liang, while Ning Dai received an invitation to another event from an acquaintance from a previous dinner party. This individual was set to attend a banquet rumored to be filled with celebrities and notable figures from the industry, and in the spirit of camaraderie, he invited Ning Dai to accompany him. Grateful for this advantageous opportunity, she readily accepted and, with a touch of selfishness, invited Xiao Luo to join her for the experience. The gentleman who ushered Ning Dai and Xiao Luo into the banquet did not mind their presence and led the two beautiful women into the lively affair. The event, teeming with socialites and stars, was nothing short of extraordinary, a vibrant tapestry of glamour and excitement. After giving Ning Dai and her friend a tour, the gentleman informed her, "Xiao Dai, I need to discuss some collaborations with a few old friends. Why don't you and your friend take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments? I'll introduce you to some people once I'm done. How does that sound?" Ning Dai was thoroughly satisfied with the outing and promptly agreed, bidding him farewell. "Uncle, go ahead, don't worry about us. We're perfectly fine." "Very well. Make yourselves comfortable," he replied before setting off toward his objectives. Ning Dai led Xiao Luo to the buffet area, selecting some snacks to offer her. "Here, eat something. Don't let yourself go hungry." Xiao Luo accepted the plate with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Zhou." As she nibbled on a pastry, her eyes lit up. "Sister Zhou, look over there. Is that the famous pop diva Liao Linlin?" She pointed her fork in the direction of a woman in a black evening gown, holding a champagne glass and engaged in lively conversation with a group of men. Ning Dai followed her gaze, observing the woman who seemed to be flirting, her body language suggestive as she leaned in closer to the men. Xiao Luo chimed in, "I know most of her songs. I really like her music." Ning Dai replied nonchalantly, contemplating, "It's fine to enjoy her music, but don't admire her as a person." "Why not?" Xiao Luo inquired, puzzled by Ning Dai's words. Ning Dai replied somewhat bluntly, "Because she is not a great person." Xiao Luo remained perplexed. Ning Dai shook her head, thinking, well, this is the character I've cultivated. If the conclusion is to remain naive and simple-minded, then so be it. Tonight, Xiao Luo wore a shimmering silver mermaid gown that accentuated her slender figure. While the two enjoyed refreshments at the buffet, several gentlemen noticed Xiao Luo as a lure and approached her for conversation. However, with Ning Dai present as her guardian, they were all politely dismissed. As the gentlemen who had gone to discuss matters took longer than expected, Ning Dai grew impatient and turned to Xiao Luo. "I'm going to the restroom. Do you want to come?" Xiao Luo shook her head. "Sister Zhou, you've had too much to drink." Seeing Xiao Luo decline, Ning Dai advised, "Stay here, don't wander off. I'll be right back." Xiao Luo nodded earnestly, resembling a dutiful student. After giving her a few more instructions, Ning Dai finally felt at ease to head to the restroom. However, upon returning, she found Xiao Luo had vanished from the buffet area. Searching the surroundings, Ning Dai called out, "Xiao Luo, where are you?" The sound of running water from the bathroom persisted, indicating it would be a while longer. Ning Dai grinned, turning back toward the room. In the hallway, a man, still recovering from a kick delivered by Ning Dai, noticed her approaching shadow and instinctively turned. Ning Dai lifted her skirt and struck him once more with her long, slender leg, catching him off guard. He stumbled back, crashing against the wall with a dull thud, eliciting a pained groan. Having completed her task, Ningdai swiftly returned to her room and locked the door. The sound of water continued unabated from the adjoining bathroom, while on the expansive bed, a beautiful figure lay in a serene slumber. Ningdai tiptoed over, gently patting Qiao Luo's cheek. "Qiao Luo, are you awake?" After several soft inquiries yielded no response, she sighed, realizing the victim was unlikely to awaken in such a state. Resigned to the situation, she turned to confront her companion. "Look at you, sulking and failing to help me find her. This predicament is all your fault. How do you plan to remedy this?" The companion, adopting a nonchalant tone, replied, "I have no hands or feet, nor a physical form, so I cannot assist you in retrieving her." Pausing, he suggested, "Why don't you call for help?" Aware that Ningdai had her phone in her handbag, Ningdai grinned. "You seem to know quite well." Retrieving her phone, she quickly typed a message and sent it. As for why she didn't call directly, it was because she had more pressing matters at hand. Sensing something was amiss, her companion interjected. "What are you planning to do?" Ningdai placed her phone down, ensuring Qiao Luo was fine before making her way toward the bathroom. When she reached the door, she smiled at her companion. "What else would I do? I must greet the person inside. After all, they wish to see me. How could I not meet them? Not only must I meet them, but I also have much to discuss." Ningdai found herself in a predicament, attempting to prevent a certain individual from exiting the bathroom. Yet her efforts proved futile as Ningdai had already swung the door open. The unlatched door indicated a sense of ease regarding the surroundings, an oversight that would soon be regretted upon encountering Ningdai, a person of unconventional disposition. As she pushed the door ajar, the sound of running water ceased, and amidst the rising steam, she beheld a magnificent, unclad physique. To be fair, Ningdai had no intention of uttering any words of flattery, yet she could not deny her satisfaction with the sight before her. Contrary to her expectations, the occupant of the bathroom was not a lecherous middle-aged man, but rather a young, handsome gentleman radiating an alluring aura of vitality. Were it possible, Ningdai would have liked to whistle in admiration. However, before she could make a sound, the gentleman issued a curt command, "Out." This decisive utterance shattered any fleeting fantasies that had begun to form in the haze. Ningdai blinked, her gaze traversing the chiseled abdomen and robust chest adorned with two delightful dimples, ultimately resting upon his striking visage. After scrutinizing his model-worthy features, she found herself not frightened away, but rather grinning mischievously as she swayed her hips towards him. The gentleman showed no inclination to retreat. He stood there unabashedly, offering no attempt to conceal himself. The sharp sound of her stiletto heels echoed against the tiled floor as her internal monologue pondered. With such exceptional attributes, why resort to underhanded tactics to seduce a woman? It was perplexing to comprehend the thoughts of the youth today. If there were desires, why not articulate them? After all, she was already claimed, yet she would not mind taking the lead. Upon reaching the handsome figure, Ningdai was taken aback to discover that, despite her elevated stature aided by heels, she was still significantly shorter than he, a fact that mildly irked her. Height disparities often diminish one's commanding presence. She tossed her long hair, using the gesture to dispel her annoyance, and with a toothy grin, she inquired, "What do you think of me, handsome?" The gentleman remained silent, his emotions and thoughts conveyed solely through his gaze. To him, Ningdai was not a temptress, but rather an eccentric. After a brief pause, as it became clear he would not speak, she shamelessly continued, "Although I may not compare to the one lying outside, I can't be that far off, can I? Have you considered switching partners? After all, with the lights out, it all looks the same." A patriot nearby wore an incredulous expression, having previously viewed her in a more favorable light. Who could enlighten him as to whether his judgment had truly faltered? Was there any hope for correction? After her bold proposition, Ningdai continued to smile unabashedly, even winking at him. The patriot, nearly exasperated, could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Please, spare us the theatrics. Can't you simply give him a good beating and take the heroine away?" Ningdai reined in her expression and, in a tone only the patriot could hear, declared, "I am quite serious about wanting him." The patriot, internally wishing he could spontaneously combust, was exasperated by her antics. All right, she reassured him. As a progressive and outstanding entrepreneur, Perhaps I can momentarily set aside the notion of seduction. The patriot remained speechless, utterly disinterested in engaging with her theatrics. Having made a promise to the patriot, Ning Dai was not one to renege. With beauty radiating before her, she feigned a casual demeanor. Why so silent? Handsome? Surely. After cleaning up, your intention was to engage in a bit of fun? Alas, it appears that tonight may not fulfill your desires. As she spoke, she shifted her leg, and upon finishing her sentence, she aimed a playful kick at his shin, intending to follow through with a bolder move. Unfortunately, her intentions were thwarted as he sidestepped her, leaving her to stumble awkwardly, unable to maintain her balance due to the precarious nature of her heels. In a desperate bid to prevent her fall, she reached out, her hand inadvertently landing on his smooth, bare torso. At that moment, she achieved her goal of contact. Ning Dai swiftly wrapped her arms around him, one hand gripping his waist while the other ventured perilously close to his lower regions. With their bodies pressed closely together, she could not discern his expression. But the rigidity of his physique and the sudden drop in temperature suggested her advances were decidedly unwelcome. Indeed. Her audacious act lasted only a few fleeting seconds before he forcefully pushed her away. Fortunately, she managed to regain her footing, avoiding a fall onto the unforgiving tiles. As she steadied herself and glanced at the gentleman, he had already hastily wrapped a towel around his waist and was striding towards the door. His movements were fluid and deliberate. Ning Dai promptly followed him into the room, where a woman named Xiao Luo lay blissfully unaware, unmoved in her slumber. The gentleman stood in the center of the room, his expression cold as he regarded the bed. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by frantic shouts. Ning Dai distinctly heard someone calling out Gu Xiao. Moments later, the towel-clad gentleman turned to the door and swiftly pulled it open. The person outside, caught off guard by the rapid response, nearly collided with him, but upon recognizing his face, they halted their movements, urgently inquiring, "Gu Xiao, are you all right?" He Zhou mentioned a woman had entered your room. While speaking, the interloper caught sight of Ning Dai and immediately identified her as the suspect. The gentleman, however, disregarded the inquiry and instead demanded to know, what is the situation with the woman on the bed? This marked the second time Ning Dai had heard him speak. His tone was markedly different from the earlier command to leave, infused with a sense of inquiry and concern. It seemed he was unaware of the additional occupant in his bed. Ning Dai couldn't help but chuckle internally, reflecting on how such a scenario would unfold in a cliché romantic drama. She turned to the patriot. Is there a scene like this in our heroine's storyline? This man certainly exudes the essence of a domineering CEO. Could it be that he secretly courted our heroine, ultimately elevating her to stardom? The patriot, gritting his teeth, retorted, "This is an inspirational script, not a tale of tortured romance between a CEO and a starlet. By the way, didn't you mention our heroine had endured several heartbreaks? Could he possibly be one of them?" The patriot, visibly frustrated, lamented, "Why didn't you ask these questions sooner? Must you wait until you've seen him in all his glory and had your little escapade?" Ning Dai persisted. "So, who is he then?" The patriot sighed. "Why must we be so fixated on this man?" Indeed, Ning Dai's considerations extend far beyond mere patriotism. The attendees of today's banquet are all prominent figures within the entertainment industry, and the individual before her, who can leisurely disrobe and bathe as if in his own home on the second floor of the venue, coupled with the respectful demeanor of the men outside, clearly indicates his significant status. Given his esteemed position, it is only reasonable that she receives adequate compensation for today's incident. Indeed, she intends to extract a sum from him. A man from the entertainment circle, smirking ingratiatingly, explains to Mr. Gu, "Mr. Gu, the woman in the room is a new recruit from our company. There is no need for further clarification regarding the implications of a relationship between a superior and a newcomer." Originally wringing his hands, the man suddenly points at Ning Dai, saying, "However, this young lady is not part of our company. We have never encountered her before. She assaulted manager, he the moment she arrived. And I fear she may pose a threat to you, Mr. Gu, which is why I sought to inform you." He refrained from saying more, uncertain of the connection between Mr. Gu and this lady. Having just concluded her conversation with the patriotic figure, Ning Dai couldn't help but chuckle at the man's introduction of Xiao Luo. With a deliberate click of her high heels, she approached the door and asked with a wry smile, "Sir, may I ask your name?" The man, unaware of the underlying intent of her inquiry, answered obediently. "My surname is Feng Jing." "Mr. Feng." Ning Dai addressed him politely before launching into a storm of curses. "What did you just say? Who is your newcomer? Did you even bother to check who was in there? That person lying inside is my girl, my own. How dare you claim she is a newly signed artist of your company? How shameless." Feng Jing, caught off guard, wiped his face in confusion, struggling to comprehend her words. Was she implying that the person in the room was not a new recruit, but rather someone belonging to the woman before him? Not only was Feng Jing bewildered, but the handsome figure referred to as Mr. Gu also rubbed his temples in frustration. After a few moments, he turned and strode back into the room, stating, "Come in and see for yourself." His voice contained both fury and an undeniable pressure. Startled, Feng Jing snapped back to reality and hurried into the room. Ning Dai, moving even faster than him, reached the bedside first, pulling the blanket over Qiao Luo. Though Qiao Luo was not exposed, Ning Dai preferred to shield her sleeping form from prying eyes. While Feng Jing did not see everything, he recognized at first glance that Qiao Luo was not a new artist from their company. If his memory served him correctly, she was the supporting actress who recently starred alongside the esteemed actor Liang in a new drama. Her name eluded him, but her face was unmistakable. Upon confirming that the person on the bed was indeed not affiliated with his company, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Feng Jing's forehead, soon saturating his hair. He wiped his brow uncontrollably. Mr. Gu, wrapped in a bath towel, observed Feng Jing's reaction with cold disdain, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Feng Jing heard the laughter but dared not meet Mr. Gu's gaze, fully aware that he was in deep trouble. His only option left was to deflect blame. A suitable scapegoat immediately came to mind, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Gu, tonight's incident was orchestrated by manager He. I had no idea he would misidentify someone." Mr. Gu chuckled again, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. At that moment, the patriotic figure interjected, "I know who he is now. His name is Gu Shao, the owner of Guanggu Media, the company Jiang Li was originally supposed to sign with. It holds a significant position in the industry and is renowned for its resources." Upon hearing the best resources, Ning Dai's eyes sparkled. She turned her gaze to Gu Shao and smiled. "What is the point of assigning blame now? It would be more productive for you both to discuss how you plan to resolve this." She raised a finger and shook it playfully. "Oh, and let us keep in mind that we are all part of the same circle. Do not expect to use power to intimidate." Feng Jing, filled with trepidation, looked anxiously at Gu Shao. As a mere underling, being drawn into this conversation by Ning Dai would typically have left him grateful. However, at this moment, he wished to vanish from sight. What could he possibly contribute in front of the boss? "Dear lady, please spare me." Ning Dai too directed her gaze towards the esteemed figure. Despite their intense scrutiny, the esteemed figure maintained an enigmatic composure. After surveying Ning Dai and Feng Jing, he turned toward the bathroom. His cold voice echoed with each step. "Feng Jing, have her leave, and call the assistant to fetch some clothes." His words, brief yet commanding, accompanied his swift entrance into the bathroom, where he locked the door behind him. Feng Jing understood the implicit message and glanced back at Ning Dai, seeking her guidance on whether to act or for her to take the lead. Ning Dai felt her patience had been tested long enough. She had made her intentions abundantly clear. They were all in the same industry, so a token of compensation would not be too much to ask. Perhaps she had not articulated her desires clearly enough. She did not want money. Ning Dai bypassed Feng Jing and approached the bathroom door, knocking firmly. "Is it too much to expect an apology from the esteemed owner of Guanggu Media after today's debacle? I have never heard of the illustrious Gu Shao being such a miser. Besides, I am not asking for money. What is there to be so concerned about?" After a moment, she chuckled and continued, "I had no idea that the renowned Gu Shao had the habit of personally vetting new recruits. I wonder if anyone outside is aware of this. Perhaps I should count how many female artists Guanggu has." Silence reigned from within the bathroom. After waiting a few seconds with no response, she decided to push further. At last, a cold voice emerged from inside. "Feng Jing, get her contact information. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. Those that cannot be resolved with money are the real issues." "Yes, Mr. Gu." Feng Jing promptly replied, his voice booming. I've heard that Guanggu Media is known for having the best resources in the industry, and we small talent agencies are quite envious. Of course, Guanggu's methods of promoting talent are unparalleled. Mr. Gu, you're a role model for us newcomers, a beacon of inspiration. Ningdai thought to herself that she had made her point clear. Resources. As long as the esteemed figure was willing to share some resources, they could part ways amicably without entanglement. Inside, the individual held back his irritation and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Feng Jing, let her go." Feng Jing shouted, "Yes," and rushed over. Ningdai evaded him, flipping her hair. "No need to escort me. Just hand me your phone. As per your boss's request, I'll leave my contact information." After exchanging numbers, Ningdai summoned her strength, hoisting the unconscious Qiao Luo onto her back. Although Qiao Luo was not heavy, she still weighed several dozen pounds. After a few shaky steps, Ningdai couldn't help but look back and remark, "Next time, I suggest Mr. Gu try a different medication. With her sleeping so soundly, do you really think you'll have any interest?" A loud crash echoed from the bathroom as something shattered. Feng Jing jumped in fright, almost defying gravity in his shock. With a cheerful smile, Ningdai exited the room, carrying Qiao Luo. As Ningdai navigated the corridor with Qiao Luo on her back, she encountered Jiang Li hurrying towards her. Spotting Ningdai, Jiang Li quickened his pace. Concern etched on his face as he approached. "Sister Zhou." Seeing Jiang Li was like spotting a lifeline, Ningdai exclaimed, "Please help me carry her. I'm struggling." Jiang Li immediately agreed, first assisting Ningdai in helping Qiao Luo, then crouching down to carry Qiao Luo on his back, while Ningdai struggled with the short distance. For Jiang Li, Qiao Luo felt as light as a feather. After securing her on his back, Jiang Li called out to Ningdai, "Sister Zhou, are you both all right?" He recalled the message Ningdai had sent him, and at that moment, he nearly dropped his drink in shock. Fortunately, he was close enough to arrive quickly. Ningdai straightened up, catching her breath before responding, "Let's leave this place first and talk later. Regardless of what happened today, it's not suitable for outsiders to know." This prompted Ningdai to message Jiang Li for assistance, as she placed her utmost trust in him compared to others. After all, he was the male lead and ultimately the female lead's destined partner. Jiang Li, understanding the urgency, ceased his inquiries and left with Ningdai. Once they exited the gathering, Ningdai led them home. Given that Qiao Luo resided in a school dormitory, it was evident that returning there at this hour, especially in her current condition, was unwise. Thankfully, Zhou Xiong was away for a few days, allowing Ningdai to comfortably bring Qiao Luo back to her home. After settling her in, Jiang Li, with a furrowed brow, resumed his earlier concern. "Sister Zhou, are you and Qiao Luo all right? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Ningdai waved her hand dismissively. "She'll be fine after a night's rest." This was merely her estimation. Should Qiao Luo remain unconscious by morning, she would definitely contact Mr. Feng to discuss the situation thoroughly. Reflecting on the events of the night, Ningdai felt fortunate that she had merely needed to use the restroom. Had she been delayed further, the outcome for Qiao Luo could have been dire. Resolute, she decided she must seek appropriate compensation from Guanggu. Otherwise, this matter would not be resolved easily. "Jiang Li, you must take good care of Qiao Luo from now on," Ningdai earnestly instructed him, emphasizing the bond they shared as contractual siblings on the same signing day. "To me, you two are no different from real siblings. Family must support one another." Suddenly burdened with this significant responsibility, Jiang Li nodded seriously. "I understand, Sister Zhou." Aigua chimed in, bewildered. "Sibling?" Ningdai disregarded Aigua's inquiry and continued, "Tonight, please look after her. I'm exhausted and need to sleep, as tomorrow holds many responsibilities." Jiang Li nodded in agreement, politely wishing Ningdai good night. She acknowledged him and departed. Aigua, alarmed, exclaimed, "You're leaving them alone together?" Ningdai found Aigua amusing. "This is my home. What could possibly happen? Besides, if I cannot trust others, how could I not trust Jiang Li? Even if we were to entertain hypotheticals, isn't Jiang Li Qiao Luo's fated partner? Allowing them to cultivate their relationship in solitude is hardly a problem." Aigua was left speechless, realizing he was overreacting. Ningdai returned to her room, washed up, and promptly fell asleep, utterly fatigued. In contrast, Some were restless, such as Jiang Li, who was still haunted by the previous night's events, and an impeccably dressed individual, ready to confront someone. The next morning, Ning Dai was awakened by the ringing of her phone. Groggily opening her eyes, she noted the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was Mr. Phone from the previous night. Instantly alert, she sat up and answered, "Hello, Mr. Phone." Her voice laced with a hint of apprehension. "Good morning, Miss Zhou," Feng Jing responded, his tone warm and accommodating. In the span of one night, he had already learned her surname, a speed that Ning Dai had anticipated, leaving her unfazed as she inquired about the purpose of his early call. Feng Jing continued to sound congenial. "We sincerely apologize for last night's incident. It was a misunderstanding caused by an ill-intentioned individual attempting to frame our Gu Xiao. Your Qiao Luo was an innocent victim caught in this unfortunate situation, and we deeply regret this." He swore that someone had plotted against Gu Xiao, leaving their team sleepless as they dealt with the fallout. Ning Dai found his words amusing, unable to suppress a chuckle. She was uninterested in his claims of scheming. Her focus lay solely on compensation. Since Gu Xiao is so regretful, might he extend a gesture of goodwill? She paused, perhaps by providing some valuable resources? Of course. Today, someone will be sent to your company with a script. We kindly ask you to take a moment to review it, Feng Jing assured. Ning Dai was taken aback by their swift response, her mood lifting considerably. She replied more amiably now, "Thank you."
"Oh.
Will your representative be able to locate my little company? Should I provide the specific address?" Feng Jing quickly reassured her, No need. Your company is situated in a prime location. It's easy to find." Ning Dai smiled, and the call continued for another minute before it concluded. With her spirits high, she rose, dressed, and went to check on Qiao Luo. Upon entering the room, she found Jiang Li and the now-awake Qiao Luo engaged in conversation. Qiao Luo, seeing Ning Dai, immediately offered an embarrassed smile. "Greeting, Sister Zhou." "Good morning." Jiang Li also chimed in with a morning greeting. Ning Dai approached, scrutinizing Qiao Luo, finally awake. "I see." Qiao Luo pouted. "Sister Zhou, Jiang Li mentioned something significant happened last night. I have no recollection at all. What on earth transpired?" Ning Dai glanced at Jiang Li, who averted his gaze, feeling slightly guilty, as he was equally uncertain of the specifics. They both seemed at a loss for words, inadvertently leading to further confusion. "Last night, I went to the restroom. Do you remember anything that happened after that?" Qiao Luo furrowed her brow in concentration, then shook her head in bewilderment. "I just stood there as you told me to. What happened afterward? I'm completely blank until I woke up this morning."
"Oh."
Ning Dai replied dismissively. "It was nothing major. I merely arranged for you to have a benefactor." "What?" Qiao Luo exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Li nearly choked on his drink. Aigua muttered, "Is this how you casually inform someone?" Ning Dai couldn't help but find Qiao Luo's expression adorably naive, reaching out to pinch her cheek. "I asked the housekeeper to prepare your toiletries. Then you'll accompany me back to the company to review a script." Qiao Luo obediently acknowledged, rising from the bed. Ning Dai, with a mischievous glint in her eye, added, "Your benefactor is also providing you with resources as a welcome gift." Qiao Luo's legs suddenly felt weak. Jiang Li, once again caught off guard, choked on his drink. Aigua was left speechless. A month later, the highly anticipated year-end production from Guanggu was officially announced. Touted as a super IP drama, it had long captured the attention of countless fans. The announcement sparked widespread excitement, with many rushing to share the news in jubilation. In the immediate aftermath of the announcement, netizens and fans eagerly began to discuss the cast, engaging in fervent speculation and character analysis. The selection of the male and female leads was met with widespread approval, as both actors boasted considerable talent and stature, fitting seamlessly into the narrative. The female lead was a top-tier star promoted by Guanggu, while the male lead was a renowned actor of equal caliber to the esteemed Liang Yingdi. The supporting cast comprised well-respected veterans, yet the audience was left puzzled by the unexpected inclusion of two newcomers in significant roles, the second female lead and the third male lead. Both characters had substantial screen time, with several scenes directly opposing the leads, raising eyebrows as to why such pivotal roles were entrusted to relative newcomers. The appearance may be appealing, but the acting skills remain a mystery. These two newcomers are not even artists under the Guanggu banner, and they lack any notable works. The only vaguely familiar piece is a television advertisement. The audience erupted in discussion, and a flurry of posts appeared online, dissecting the situation. Why have these obscure newcomers landed such significant roles? What is the background of these new stars in Guanggu's latest drama? Protests erupted. The characters I envisioned for the second female lead and the third male lead should not be portrayed by them. Guanggu, please do not tarnish your reputation. Casting must be approached with caution. Numerous posts with various titles rapidly inundated entertainment websites, leaving passers-by overwhelmed. Upon seeing a multitude of similar posts, Ningdai immediately suspected that someone had deliberately hired trolls to undermine her artist's public image. Naturally, her first thought was of Guanggu Media. Consequently, shortly after the banquet incident, Mr. Feng, who had just managed to keep his job, received a call from Ningdai. To be frank, he was reluctant to answer her call. Every time he did, it brought trouble. Soon, his instincts were validated, as Ningdai wasted no time in demanding an explanation. After listening to her accusations, Mr. Feng raised 4 fingers to the sky and swore, Miss Zhou, how could we possibly engage in such actions? Yes, we did hire some trolls. But our intention was solely to enhance the exposure of our own artists. Hurting your artists would not benefit our production at all, would it? Implicitly, he suggested that Guanggu was not foolishly spending money without purpose. Hiring people to divert attention from their own artists would only serve to bolster her artist's fame. Ningdai chuckled, unconvinced. Since my artists have secured such significant roles, how can I be assured that your side won't seek revenge on me to teach me a lesson? Have you learned your lesson? Of course not. Mr. Feng smiled. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Guanggu has never had a poor reputation. You can rest assured. He reassured her repeatedly. Then he added, how about this, Miss Zhou? I have a few acquaintances who are quite knowledgeable in this area. I could introduce you to them. You can inquire and see if anyone is manipulating the situation. Oh, that would be wonderful. You are truly my benefactor, Mr. Feng. When will you provide me with their contact information? Mr. Feng hurriedly promised to send it right after hanging up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the call disconnecting. Mr. Feng. Miss Zhou is indeed quite direct. As the days drew closer for Qiao Luo and Jiang Li to join the cast, Ningdai found herself increasingly occupied. She first needed to address the various indecorous posts online, then she had to console her 2 inexperienced newcomers whose psychological resilience was still lacking, providing them with daily doses of encouragement. In her spare time, she also needed to reach out to the experts Mr. Feng had introduced to her, navigating the so-called industry norms and ethical boundaries while keeping a close eye on them to swiftly unearth the hidden culprits. In Ningdai's negotiation lexicon, discussions about ethical boundaries were utterly non-existent. How could one maintain a moral compass while engaging in 5-cent troll activities? Might as well convert to Buddhism. Fortunately, the experts lived up to their reputation, displaying commendable efficiency. When Ningdai received the necessary information, she joyfully treated the 2 experts to a cup of coffee each. The experts remarked, "Is this all? You only bought us a 48 yuan Starbucks coffee." Nevertheless, one of the experts, in the spirit of camaraderie, kindly cautioned Ningdai, "Sister Zhou, since you were introduced by Manager Feng and they're also from his side, you might want to inform Manager Feng about this matter. He has a favorable relationship with Guanggu and would certainly prefer to avoid any complications." Ningdai smiled knowingly, "Of course. However, I must ask both of you not to spread this around." The 2 experts smiled in agreement. Of course, we understand the industry norms. They shared a knowing smile, believing they had reached a tacit understanding. After bidding farewell to the 2 experts, Ningdai reclined, leaning back in her chair. The afternoon sun, filtered through the amber glass, transformed into a languid warm orange hue. Ningdai lazily called out to Aigua, "Aigua, why do you think people are so envious?" Aigua, refusing to follow the crowd, firmly stated, the second female lead was originally a Guanggu actress. Even though it wasn't publicly disclosed, everyone within Guanggu knows. Now that you have intercepted her role, isn't it only natural for her to retaliate? What kind of warped perspective is that? Have you recited the core socialist values when you said that? Do you not even know your own name? Ningdai never held back when confronting others, and she was even more ruthless when it came to reprimanding her own system. The righteous system could only respond feebly. I am the righteous system. We are different. Of course, we are different. Even if you evolve for several generations, you'll never reach my level. My heights are beyond your reach. AI Gua, what a fool. Furthermore, I earned this role through my own merit. Why should I let her trample over me? If she is capable, she should reclaim it. AI Gua finally seized an opportunity to retort. Indeed, she currently trying to snatch it back. Little trash system. Just wait. Ning Dai instantly turned hostile. AI Gua trembled in response. At the beginning of December, Guanggu's super IP drama officially commenced, with the main cast gradually joining the set. This time, Ning Dai did not accompany them. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Shortly after filming began, rumors of a scandal involving a second-tier female artist under Guanggu surfaced online. Initially, Guanggu believed it to be an inconsequential piece of gossip, but by the third day, it was accompanied by undeniable evidence, leaving no room for a response. In the darkness, seated before her computer screen, Ning Dai observed the tumult online, a peculiar smile playing on her lips. Come on, trash system. Let us battle again. AI Gua. Ning Dai anticipated that she would eventually receive a call from Guanggu, but she was surprised when the call merely extended an invitation for her to attend the year-end fashion gala without mentioning anything else. This only deepened her suspicion that something unusual was afoot. AI Gua longed to say, in this world, there may be no one more mischievous than you. However, Miss Zhou did not share this sentiment. The full title of the fashion gala is the Annual Fashion Night, which has been held 3 times. This year marks its 4th. The inaugural event was co-hosted by Guanggu and an international fashion magazine, which received an overwhelmingly positive response. By the 2nd year, a domestic television station was also involved. In the 3rd year, a major online platform joined the list of co-hosts. Over the course of 3 galas, the scale and influence have solidified its status as a significant annual event in the entertainment industry, making participation a coveted goal for stars and artists alike. In simpler terms, for an average person, attending is a distant dream. Ning Dai pondered. No, such a high-profile opportunity must include her 2 artists for exposure. Resolute in her decision, she swiftly wrapped up her online affairs and packed her bags. As she was leaving home, she coincidentally encountered her father, who, noticing her hurried demeanor, inquired, Daughter, where are you off to? Ning Dai blew him a kiss. I'm going to check on my artists. By the way, Dad, prepare to see your daughter walk the red carpet on television in a few days. Walking the red carpet? Zhou Xiong was indifferent. What opening ceremony or ribbon-cutting ceremony? He had walked countless red carpets, certainly not fewer than 100, so what was there to prepare for or to admire? However, according to Murphy's Law, his father would undoubtedly face the consequences later. Before Ning Dai visited the set, she had instructed her company's staff to arrange for the attire. Her visit was solely to convey good news to her 2 artists. Yet, upon her enthusiastic arrival at the set, she was met with the sight of her little artist being overshadowed. The director, holding a megaphone, shouted with evident irritation, Cut. Second female lead, are you capable or not? How much time have we wasted today? Xiao Luo hurriedly bowed towards the director, her face filled with remorse. Director, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. But what good were apologies? What I need is the right feeling, immersion in the role. Can you achieve that? If not, pack your bags and leave. Don't think that just because you got in through the back door, you can take liberties. I'm the director, and I call the shots here. Tears welled in Xiao Luo's eyes, and she refrained from arguing with the director, simply repeating her apologies. Enough. No filming for you today. Just stay put. The rest. Prepare for the next scene. At the director's command, the crew sprang into action. The lead actress, Su Yi, being supported by her assistant, passed by Xiao Luo and blandly remarked, You're still lacking. There's much practice needed. Xiao Luo managed a weak smile and replied, Yes. Thank you for the guidance, Su Jia. With that, Su Yi left with an air of aloofness. Only then did Xiao Luo's assistant dare to approach her, but Xiao Luo shook her head, refusing assistance, and made her way to the resting area. There, Jiang Li stepped forward to greet her, inquiring if she was all right. Xiao Luo shook her head, forcing a smile that looked anything but pleasant, repeatedly saying she was fine. Jiang Li patted her shoulder and handed her a thermos. Drink some water to warm up. Thank you. At last, her smile was somewhat more genuine than before. After observing her artist's camaraderie, Ningdai walked over to their resting area. I came to check on you, Ningdai said with a reassuring smile. But it appears things are not going very smoothly. Upon hearing this, Qiao Luo immediately displayed a face of regret, mirroring her earlier apologies to the director, and said to Ningdai, I'm so sorry. Ningdai, amused, asked, What are you apologizing to me for? Qiao Luo was aware that Ningdai had witnessed her earlier performance and heard the director's remarks. She felt she had embarrassed Ningdai and let down the role she had fought for on her behalf. Despite not knowing what had gone wrong, she could only express her distress through continuous apologies. This continued for several minutes, and large tears began to roll down her cheeks. With her tears flowing, it was as if a dam had burst, carrying away all the earlier rumors from the internet, transforming them into uncontrollable sorrow. Qiao Luo's crying startled those around her and drew the attention of other crew members. Spectators whispered to one another, urging those who had not noticed to look at Qiao Luo. Some dismissed it as unremarkable and quickly turned away, while others wore strange expressions, half amused and half curious. As they observed Qiao Luo, eager to see what would unfold next, Jiang Li was the first to comfort Qiao Luo, but being inexperienced in consolation, his words came out dry and insipid. Ningdai, unable to bear it any longer, approached Qiao Luo, gently stroking her hair like one would a cat. All right, stop crying. I haven't scolded you, so why are you crying? What issue can't be resolved? If you're not in the right state today, then don't film. We can try again tomorrow. I'm sorry, Sister Zhou. I'm just so inadequate. I've embarrassed you. Qiao Luo sobbed, still intent on apologizing. Ningdai continued to soothe her. It's fine. You can make up for today as lost tomorrow. Double the effort. Sister Zhou, I really want to portray this role well. I know, Ningdai replied dismissively. Then inwardly remarked to AI Gua, look how heartbroken my little one is. Should I hold the other party accountable for this? AI Gua responded, as long as you're happy. Though he initially intended to retort, witnessing Qiao Luo's distress softened his stance. He found himself complicit in Ningdai's theatrics. Ningdai glanced over at the lead actress, Su Yi, and upon seeing her looking in their direction, flashed a toothy grin. Su Yi was taken aback by Ningdai's smile. Who was this person? Did she know that Su Yi had intentionally overshadowed Qiao Luo? Yet, being overshadowed was commonplace in acting. Who hadn't experienced such a situation? Surely one wouldn't take offense over something so trivial. Ningdai, unfazed by Su Yi's possible thoughts, actively approached the director to request a leave for both Qiao Luo and Jiang Li, assuring him that Qiao Luo would surely immerse herself in her role the following day. The director, annoyed, glanced at Ningdai and waved his hand in agreement. Ningdai cheerfully thanked him and turned to escort her two artists back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, after closing the door, Ningdai's demeanor shifted from cheerful to stern. Pointing at the assistant, she said, I didn't hire you just to serve tea and water. Your role is to protect Qiao Luo and Jiang Li, do you understand? The assistant was taken aback by Ningdai's words. Protect? How do I do that? Sensing the assistant's confusion, Ningdai immediately provided an example. For instance, when Su Yi spoke to Qiao Luo earlier, you should have rushed to block her and stood up for Qiao Luo. Instead, you waited until Su Yi strutted away, leaving Qiao Luo feeling defeated. Do you understand? The assistant remained confused but managed to ask, Boss, how should I stand up for her? What if they hit me? Hit you? Then you hit back. Why, even ask. If someone hits you, you should know to red ollie. Are you not a bit slow on the uptake? The assistant hesitantly queried. But what if I hit them and they sue me? What does it matter? As long as your intention is to protect our artists, I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Qiao Luo and Jiang Li exchanged glances, stunned. The assistant, still wide-eyed, finally exclaimed, Boss is brilliant. Long live the boss. Seeing that the assistant had grasped the concept, Ningdai reiterated, remember, during filming, if anyone dares to bully your artists, you must stand up for them immediately. Protect them at all costs, understood? The assistant replied loudly, understood, boss. After addressing the assistant, Ningdai turned to Jiang Li, conveying a similar message. Jiang Li, Having listened to the exchange between Ning Dai and the assistant, seamlessly interjected, I understand, Sister Zhou. If something like this happens again, I'll be the first to tackle the other party, and then come to you for backup. Nonsense. Ning Dai retorted, without hesitation. You are a public figure. Such matters shouldn't fall to you. Do you wish to jeopardize your bright future? I need you to comfort Xiao Luo when she feels wronged, to support her. You can argue with outsiders, but offer solace to your own. The term my wife may evoke various associations for those two, but Ning Dai deliberately chose to refer to it that way. I understand now, Sister Zhou. Jiang Li indeed did not delve into excessive associations. After addressing the two individuals nearby, it was finally Xiao Luo's turn. Observing Xiao Luo's reddened eyes, Ning Dai remarked with a hint of annoyance, Are you foolish? It's merely being suppressed in a scene. You should push back. Why are you being so cautious? I'm sorry, Sister Zhou, Xiao Luo replied for the 100th time that day. Ning Dai realized that no matter how she spoke to her today, it would likely elicit only this response. So she decided to abandon futile words and teach her little artist through action. Set the script. Which scene is it? I'll accompany you for a rehearsal. Upon hearing that Ning Dai would join her for the rehearsal, Xiao Luo's spirits lifted immediately. She relished the feeling of rehearsing with Ning Dai, especially in scenes where they acted as adversaries. Under Ning Dai's guidance, Xiao Luo finally regained her sense of performance. After a good night's sleep, she arrived at work the next day, brimming with energy and transformed from the previous day. Many crew members couldn't help but glance at the radiant Xiao Luo. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt when she was once again overshadowed by Su Yi's insistence on taking control of the scene. The director grew increasingly agitated. Before he could call for a cut, Ning Dai preemptively shouted, Cut, and smiled at the director, saying, My little artist hasn't he found her footing yet? How about I lead the scene? The director looked at her with a puzzled expression. You want to lead? Yes, Ning Dai replied, her smile unwavering, eager to showcase her talent. Ning Dai's identity was known to the entire crew only as the owner of Times Media. Beyond that, her name had never been heard of in the entertainment industry. Her self-appointment to lead the scene seemed to many like an impulsive reaction to her artist's poor performance, prompting speculation that she was overestimating her abilities. Many secretly hoped the director would approve her request, curious to witness her acting prowess. However, everyone understood where loyalty would lie between an unknown figure and a renowned actress. Do as you wish. The director appeared to have sensed the crowd's thoughts and waved in agreement with Ning Dai's proposal. The expressions of those present brightened instantly, revealing a mix of excitement that was difficult to articulate. Not only the crew members waiting to watch, but even Su Yi displayed a half-smile after the director's consent, pondering whether she should teach this female boss a lesson about the complexities of acting or spare her some dignity to avoid embarrassment before the crowd. Caught in this dilemma, Su Yi allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she watched the approaching female boss. However, minutes later, Su Yi's smile vanished. The formally trained actress, with years of experience in the industry, found herself outmatched by this bold female boss, who had graduated from a Central Academy of Theatrical Arts and had navigated various worlds with flair. Once Ning Dai took the stage, Su Yi found no opportunity to reclaim her ground. Silence enveloped the area as crew members exchanged glances, uncertain of what expressions to wear. Only a few maintained their excitement, including several from Times Media and the director, who was utterly captivated by Ning Dai's performance. What a treasure she was! As the brief scene concluded, Ning Dai savored Su Yi's inscrutable expression, feeling elated as she tossed her hair and stepped closer, whispering, It's just acting, as a renowned actress. Why must you clash with a newcomer? It's quite damaging to your reputation. Let us all be amicable and prosper together. After stepping back, Ning Dai did not linger on Su Yi's expression but turned to Xiao Luo, asking, Did you learn from that? Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Then perform well and don't disappoint the director again. Understood, Sister Zhou. Xiao Luo replied with a strong voice. Ning Dai, pleased with her efforts, gracefully exited the stage, not forgetting to boast to AI Gua. Look at me, I truly care about our leading roles. Shouldn't I be nominated as one of the nation's top 10 most moving bosses? Have I touched your heart? AI Gua unceremoniously doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Don't pretend to be noble. You simply wanted to indulge your acting desires. Stop trying to elevate your status. AI Gua had seen through her intentions.
Oh.
So easily deciphered. Ning Dai was unfazed by AI Gua's bluntness and replied with ease. It seems our relationship has progressed quickly. AI Gua retorted, please, just be quiet. As Ning Dai and AI Gua exchanged playful banter, the crew prepared to resume filming. With Su-E's deliberate attempts to overshadow the scene no longer a concern, the interactions between the lead and supporting characters finally progressed smoothly. Following the incident, Ning Dai's prearranged gowns arrived, reminding her that she had yet to share the good news with her two artists. After informing them, preparations commenced, and soon the day of the fashion gala arrived. Ning Dai secured leave for Qiao Luo and Jiang Li effortlessly, not only because the leads were attending the event but also due to her impressive performance that had won the director's favor. He would certainly not object to her request. Thus, amidst the biting cold of winter, the two budding stars, accompanied by their experienced boss, embarked on their first-ever red carpet walk. At the venue for the fashion gala, traffic restrictions were already in place. Luxury cars queued in succession before the reception area of the red carpet, where a myriad of reporters and flashing lights illuminated the scene. As they approached the main passageway, Ning Dai instructed the driver to pull over temporarily. Calmly, she took out her pad, sketching and pointing. The two companions in the car, unsure of her activities, refrained from interrupting her, silently accompanying her busy demeanor. Vehicles passed by until a black Bentley rolled past, prompting Ning Dai to abandon her pad and call out to the driver, "Drive, follow that car." The driver immediately complied, skillfully maneuvering the long luxury vehicle as if it were a go-kart. Qiao Luo and Jiang Li exchanged curious glances, wondering who occupied the car ahead. Upon reaching the much-anticipated red carpet, they finally discovered the identity of the occupant, the renowned actress Wan Xiaoxiao, who had recently made headlines due to a scandal. The reporters were taken aback, expecting her to retreat from the public eye following the revelations, yet here she was, gracing the gala. Clearly, the management had no intention of sidelining her. Tomorrow's news would not only feature various glamorous highlights but also add another sensational element to the mix. As the reporters snapped away at Wan Xiaoxiao, she posed gracefully in a striking red low-cut gown that flowed to the ground, accentuating her alluring figure. Adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace that sparkled under the lights, Wan Xiaoxiao paused to strike a few poses, basking in the attention. In stark contrast, the trio of emerging stars who followed her received little to no notice. This was precisely what Ning Dai had hoped for. She smiled reassuringly at the two newcomers, signaling them to follow her forward. Wan Xiaoxiao, preoccupied with striking poses, had scarcely moved from the moment she exited the vehicle. Ning Dai and her companions caught up with her after only a few steps. Just as Ning Dai approached, Wan Xiaoxiao finally prepared to shift her position, when suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Accompanying this was Wan Xiaoxiao's clumsy fall to her knees, exacerbated by her low-cut gown slipping down, revealing an unsightly breast patch. The crowd erupted in shock. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and help." Ning Dai immediately urged the two behind her, startled by the unexpected incident. Qiao Luo and Jiang Li rushed to assist. Jiang Li, quick-witted, swiftly draped his jacket over Wan Xiaoxiao's disheveled state. Amidst this chaos, a voice of disdain resonated. "This is outrageous." Ning Dai maintained a composed expression, balancing surprise with calmness. As she observed her two artists coming to the aid of the fallen star, while she engaged in conversation with the critic, "Are you implying it's excessive for me to send Qiao Luo to help?" She feigned contemplation, continuing, "Indeed. It seems such noble virtues of repaying kindness with kindness are rather outdated nowadays, appearing overly virtuous. Perhaps I should call them back." The critic couldn't help but expose her. "Did you really think I didn't notice? You intentionally stepped on her dress, causing her to fall."
Ah.
"I genuinely believed no one was watching." Ning Dai unexpectedly conceded to her mischief. "But you don't count, so perhaps no one truly saw it." The critic retorted. "I have never encountered someone so shameless." Ning Dai, expressionless, simply responded with a nonchalant "oh." The event staff finally arrived after Qiao Luo and Jiang Li had helped Wan Xiaoxiao to her feet and ensured her gown was appropriately adjusted to prevent any further wardrobe malfunctions. Shaken by the unexpected incident, Wan Xiaoxiao lost all desire to pose on the red carpet and, with the staff's assistance, hurriedly made her way inside the venue. Once so eager for the spotlight, she now sought to evade it. Yet, ironically, this hurried demeanor drew even more attention from the cameras, capturing her every move as if she were a magnet for their flashes. Ningdai followed closely behind, accompanied by her two discreetly benevolent artists. Upon entering the venue, Wan Xiaoxiao vanished from sight. However, news of her mishap had already circulated, with snippets of conversation regarding the incident echoing throughout the hall. Yet, amidst the sea of stars, the gossip was fleeting, with most attendees merely exchanging a few words without delving deeper. For Qiao Luo and Jiang Li, this was their inaugural experience at such a grand event. Even with prior preparation, they found themselves momentarily dazzled by the brilliance surrounding them. The glimmer outside, crafted by the camera flashes, paled in comparison to the true luminescence emanating from the stars within. "Is that Miss Zhou from Era Media?" As Ningdai surveyed the venue, a man in staff attire approached her courteously. After confirming her identity, he continued, "Mr. Gu has sent me to escort you."
Thank you.
The fashion gala, also an awards ceremony, featured theater-style seating arrangements. As the host, Gu Xiao occupied the central VIP seat in the front row, alongside his leading lady, Sui.
Today,
She dazzled in a stunning silver gown, her makeup markedly exquisite compared to her on-set appearance, exuding an ethereal grace. However, upon seeing Ningdai, her expression stiffened, clearly displeased at the encounter. This reaction only uplifted Ningdai's spirits, and after casting a glance at Sui, her attention shifted entirely to Gu Xiao. How impressive you are, Gu Xiao. Whether clad in attire or not, your charm remains unparalleled. Ningdai exclaimed, plopping down next to him and playfully teasing. The staff and Sui, seated beside Gu Xiao, along with Qiao Luo and Jiang Li, were left utterly astonished. Gu Xiao's countenance darkened at Ningdai's words. Had it not been for his self-control, he might have ordered her removal. After her playful banter, Ningdai fixed her gaze on Gu Xiao, her intentions explicitly clear. Meanwhile, she discreetly conversed with the critic. "He looks like he could use a good nap. I should have seized the opportunity last time." The critic, already striving for a state of detachment, managed to respond with indifference. "Have you considered the pure heart mantra?" "Not interested," Ningdai replied curtly. "Then be gone," the critic retorted. Ningdai clicked her tongue in annoyance as their unfriendly exchange came to an end. In reality, Gu Xiao quickly adjusted his expression and turned to Ningdai, who wore a satisfied smile. "Long time no see, Miss Zhou," he greeted, feigning cordiality. "One day apart feels like an eternity. It seems ages since I last saw you." Gu Xiao responded coolly. "Miss Zhou has quite the sense of humor." Ningdai, her eyes sparkling with mirth, was about to reply when she noticed her two artists still awkwardly standing with the staff. She turned to them. "What are you two doing standing there? Come, sit beside me." Qiao Luo and Jiang Li exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Did their boss truly consider herself so familiar? The front row VIP seats hardly seemed appropriate for them. Even the staff couldn't help but interject, "Miss Zhou, those seats are already occupied." Ningdai shot a sidelong glance at the staff before addressing Gu Xiao. "Gu Xiao, is it unacceptable for me and my two little artists to occupy these seats?" Her tone, sweet and coy, almost like a playful pout. The implication behind her words was unmistakable. Gu Xiao waved his hand dismissively at the staff, signaling, "Miss Zhou and her artists may sit here." The staff comprehended the directive immediately, hastily rearranging the seating without delay. Ningdai, now thoroughly satisfied, beckoned her two artists to take their seats while not forgetting to express her gratitude to the influential figure beside her. Navigating the entertainment industry with the support of a powerful ally was undoubtedly exhilarating, though she had yet to fully secure Gu Xiao's favor. She was determined to find a way to do so. On the other side, Sui watched in astonishment as Gu Xiao acquiesced to Ningdai's wishes, pondering the nature of their relationship. Did this imply a connection that went beyond mere professionalism? As her mind raced with thoughts of past confrontations, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, wondering if Gu Xiao was aware of her previous unkindness towards Ningdai. As Ningdai engaged Sui in conversation, praising her acting prowess, She subtly broached the topic of past grievances, weaving compliments in a manner that would draw Gu Xiao's attention while discreetly assessing his reaction. Gu Xiao furrowed his brow as he glanced towards Su Yi, who, no longer embodying her usual pride, met his gaze with a hint of trepidation. In the realm of entertainment, the more prestigious the award, the more meticulous the confidentiality surrounding the eventual winners. Until the very moment the list is unveiled, no one dares to assert whether they are the ultimate victors or merely participants. Xiao Luo and Jiang Li, as nominees for the Best Actor and Actress, were invited to the awards ceremony. However, the most anxious among them was unexpectedly Ning Dai, who accompanied them. Sister Zhou, you need not be overly anxious. If we do not win this time, we have plenty of opportunities ahead, Xiao Luo chuckled, trying to comfort Ning Dai, who appeared restless. 6 years ago, Xiao Luo, who had relied on Ning Dai and cried in her presence, had undergone a transformation. No longer the naive newcomer, she now exuded an air of grace and maturity, with people addressing her as Sister Qiao wherever she went. Ning Dai cast a sidelong glance at her, refraining from elaborating. Her nerves were not about whether they would win. Rather, she was exhilarated about Jiang Li's impending grand gesture. Just prior to the ceremony, Jiang Li had discreetly sought her out to convey his intentions of publicly declaring his affection for Xiao Luo that very night, regardless of the outcomes of the awards. As their manager, Ning Dai was entrusted with this secret, with the hope that she would assist in ensuring that Xiao Luo remained unaware until the moment was ripe. Having spent 6 years orchestrating this romantic union, Ning Dai could hardly contain her joy. Everything unfolded precisely as Jiang Li had meticulously planned. At the climactic moment, the host announced to the audience present, as well as those watching from home, the winners of the Best Actor and Actress for the year 20XX. The Best Actor is Jiang Li. The applause erupted, and amid the cacophony of congratulations, Jiang Li rose slowly, looking every bit like a prince in his black suit and white shirt. Yet he did not rush to the stage. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Xiao Luo, who was fervently applauding and gazing up at him. He returned her gaze with a warm smile. As the applause subsided, the host continued, "The Best Actress is Xiao Luo." The announcement sent waves of applause crashing once more through the venue. Xiao Luo's face radiated uncontainable surprise, her eyes wide in innocent astonishment, reminiscent of her first award. Amidst the continuous chorus of congratulations, a hand extended toward her. She looked up to find Jiang Li's gentlemanly hand. Without hesitation, she took his hand and stood, expecting him to lead her to the stage to accept their awards. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace, planting a sweet kiss upon her lips. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Luo soon surrendered to the intoxicating sweetness of the moment. The surrounding stars, along with the hosts on stage, were momentarily taken aback. Not only those present, but fans watching from their screens were likely even more astonished. Ning Dai, seated beside them, was the first to applaud, and the onlookers, not fully comprehending, followed suit. After the kiss, Xiao Luo remained somewhat dazed as Jiang Li, breathless, professed, "Xiao Luo, I love you. Be with me." His words, filled with sincere affection, resonated deeply, and those present finally grasped the significance of his declaration. Erupting into cheers and whistles, culminating in a euphoric climax for the award ceremony. Since their debut, Xiao Luo and Jiang Li had always appeared as a duo, making their public announcement of affection less surprising to fans. While many devoted followers struggled to accept their idol's romantic entanglement, they were utterly unprepared for the subsequent revelation. A marriage announcement would follow swiftly after their public declaration. As Ning Dai busily managed operations at Times Media, orchestrating the online narrative to shower congratulations upon the newly crowned king and queen of the screen, a call from the couple broke through. "Sister Zhou, we have just tied the knot." The news was accompanied by a photo of their marriage certificate. Ning Dai zoomed in on the image, scrutinizing it. "Can we make this news public?" Jiang Li inquired, his excitement palpable. Unwilling to keep such momentous news under wraps, he was eager to share it with the world. "Leave it to me," Ning Dai exclaimed. "You wait for the company's official account." After hanging up, she immediately contacted the copywriting department. "Forget the original announcement. We have a more explosive piece of news. I will send you the images right away." Within half an hour, The official Times Media account announced the union of the best actor and actress. Almost simultaneously, the couple retweeted the announcement, sharing photographs from their registration. Unsurprisingly, the news sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Every star who had ever collaborated with Xiao Luo and Jiang Li shared their congratulations. Ningdai's phone was inundated with calls and messages. Even the influential figure, Gu, sent her a congratulatory text. Ningdai selectively responded, prioritizing Gu's message. For he had long been the man she had harbored unfulfilled desires for over the years. The second call came from her father, who, upon hearing the news, immediately reached out. "Daughter, are those two artists under your wing really married?" he asked, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Yes, Dad." Upon receiving confirmation, his tone grew more sorrowful. "Look at how well you've nurtured them. When will you bring a man home for dinner?" At that moment, her father realized that his daughter was already over 30, approaching a stage in life where she needed to consider her own future. Soon?" she stammered, taken aback by her father's sudden concern for her romantic life. To her astonishment, after that call, her father began to frequently reach out, especially after the wedding date was confirmed, calling her 8 times a week, urging her to bring a man home for dinner and suggesting blind dates. No one expected the formidable boss of Times Media, a leading figure in the entertainment industry, to be pressured into marriage by her own father. Yet, despite her father's relentless prodding, Ningdai remained resolute. "After all these years, I haven't even managed to fulfill my desire for a liaison with the big boss. Why would I consider blind dates?" "You should tell your father that. He might just help you fulfill that wish," Aigwa suggested. Ningdai's eyes lit up with realization. What a splendid idea. 6 months later, Jiang Li and Xiao Luo held a grand wedding, attended by a plethora of celebrities from the entertainment industry. Naturally, Gu, both out of personal and professional respect, made an appearance. During the wedding banquet, amidst the clinking of glasses and laughter, Gu, typically a heavy drinker, found himself overwhelmed after a few too many. Soon, he excused himself to the designated resting area provided for guests. Seeing this, Ningdai couldn't help but chuckle. After ensuring everything was in order, she lifted her skirt and headed toward the restroom. As she approached the door, just as she was about to push it open, a strange cloud of golden dust began to swirl in the air, coalescing into 2 characters, the end. Staring blankly at the words, she was about to ask Aigwa what was happening when his voice resonated. "The story of this world has concluded. The task has been completed." "Completed? Completed?" Ningdai questioned her hearing. "The little garbage system, what do you mean?" Ningdai raised her voice to question Aigwa. The countdown began. 6, 5. "You really don't know?" Aigwa, with an unexpected sense of surprise, continued to count steadily. 4, 3. "What should I know?" Ningdai gripped the doorknob so tightly that it felt like she might wrench it off. Suddenly, 2 words appeared in the air. Ningdai attempted to disperse them with her hand, but they remained elusive, completely out of her reach. This only served to heighten her irritation. Aigwa offered no explanation, merely laughing mischievously. "Hee, so you truly don't know." In that moment, all her pent-up frustration seemed to dissipate, and the world felt wonderfully serene. As the countdown concluded, the task was complete, and the participant departed. When Ningdai opened her eyes, she was once again greeted by the familiar colors and furnishings of her room. Her modern life had come to an abrupt and unanticipated end. She threw off the covers and sat up, breathing heavily in her anger. Glancing around the dimly lit room, she realized she had no idea what time it was. After a moment of hesitation, she disregarded her concerns and quickly rolled over to grab her phone. Upon entering the Dragon Roleplay's delightful red envelope group, a long line of notifications flooded the screen. Yet, Ningdai's focus was not on the red envelopes, but rather she relentlessly tapped the group leader's avatar, eager to initiate a private chat. However, the group chat system repeatedly notified her, "You do not have permission for this action. Please unlock the private chat feature first." "You do not have permission for this action. Please unlock the private chat feature first." Ningdai, undeterred and simply seeking an outlet for her frustration, continued to tap furiously. She demanded to confront the group leader about the meaning of story concluded and why, after the story's conclusion, she was thrust out of the modern world. Was there some nefarious scheme between the group leader and that little garbage system? Tap, tap, tap. Inadvertently, she opened a red envelope. Then, her fingers instinctively trembled as she clicked to claim it. Task acquired. In the world of demons and monsters, become a supporting character for a reward of 1 yuan. Ning Dai felt a surge of anger. The world of demons and monsters was clearly devoid of modern conveniences like toilets, and the living conditions were bound to be deplorable. And for such a paltry reward of 1 yuan, she was incensed. Garbage group. 35 miles outside of Chaga City, there stood Xianyuan Tomb. It was said that Xianyuan Tomb collected the essence of heaven and earth, making it ideal for cultivation. Currently, Ning Dai sat atop Xianyuan Tomb, gazing into the distance. From dawn until dusk, she had been sitting there for quite some time, and Aigua had been observing her for just as long. As the stars twinkled and the moon rose, Aigua finally broke the silence, initiating conversation. "Why are you so quiet? This is not like you." Ning Dai took a long time to respond. "I am mourning my modern life." The moment modern life was mentioned, Aigua couldn't help but think of the previous world, and a smile crept across his face. "Aigua." Ning Dai called out expressionlessly. Aigua quickly suppressed his amusement, replying seriously. "What does story concluded mean?" Ning Dai chuckled softly. "Aigua, how about we discuss the situation in this world first? Your task?" Ning Dai firmly rejected. "No need, just send me back. I need to take my medicine." Aigua praised. "Truly, you are a woman of great wisdom. You are remarkably perceptive. The task of merely waiting to die is indeed centered on waiting to die." Ning Dai roll. Ever since she opened her eyes in this world, Ning Dai had already discovered that she had transformed into a fox, a three-tailed fox at that. She had refrained from summoning Aigua for clarification because she was preoccupied with mourning her previous life. Now, glancing down at her slender limbs, she raised her paw, resembling a small doggess, and scratched the soil atop the tomb, sending up a small cloud of dust. Cursing under her breath, she told Aigua, "I refuse to take on this task. Log me out." Aigua hurriedly tried to persuade her. "Why not? Such a simple task, why not do it? It won't take much of your time, truly. 2 months, at most 2 months. After 2 months, Gan Jiang and Huang Feihu will come to burn the fox den. It will be quick." Ning Dai, nonsense. I have been working in the quickware world for so long and have never been burned to death. 1 yuan is hardly worth it. Absolutely not doing it. Ning Dai, little garbage system, log me out now. I need to return to take my medicine. Aigua suddenly fell silent. Ning Dai waited for a moment, but Aigua did not respond, nor did she log out. After a brief pause, the Xianyuan tomb lay in tranquil silence, save for the wind arriving from afar, stirring up tiny particles of earth that flew straight into Ning Dai's eyes. Blinded by the dust, she teared up while fuming. "Aigua, you little garbage system."
Wah.
"Oh heavens, Ning Dai, are you in heat?" Suddenly, numerous foxes emerged beneath Xianyuan tomb, each raising their heads in wonder, gazing at the enraged Ning Dai atop the tomb. To their ears, her cries sounded just like those of a fox in heat. Ning Dai ignored the curious foxes, continuing to vent her frustration. That little garbage system was pretending to be unresponsive. Did he think he could delay her for 2 months and compel her to complete the task?
Dream on.
Dream on. That night, Ning Dai howled like a wild cat, unleashing her pent-up rage until she was subdued by the 9-headed pheasant spirit from within Xianyuan tomb. The spirit, exasperated, scolded her. "Such a young little fox. Is this how you think of men? Don't disgrace your sister Daji." Ning Dai shot her a glance, flicked her tail, and walked away. Curling up in a corner of the fox den, Ning Dai closed her eyes, silently cursing Aigua. Despite her relentless tirade, Aigua remained as silent as a turned-off machine, giving no response. After 2 days of futile venting, Ning Dai finally gave up on wasting time cursing Aigua and decided to seek a different path. She was well aware of the plot's trajectory. Why remain in Xianyuan tomb waiting for death? She was no fool. Wasn't this the world of the investiture of the gods? Who didn't know the storyline? Wagging her tail, she ventured out of the den, encountering other little fox spirits along the way. Curiously, they inquired about her destination. Ning Dai swished her tail, her eyes darting around, and told the little foxes, "I have gazed at the heavens and foretold that soon, Daji will summon us to Luda to feast. Upon returning, there will be a great calamity. If you do not wish to die, you better run away early. The little foxes stared at her with wide-eyed disbelief. Ning Dai exchanged glances with the little foxes, and after a moment, they scattered, muttering, "It's over, it's over. Ning Dai has lost her mind over men. How pitiful." Ning Dai was infuriated. Turning to the frolicking little foxes, she shouted, "Believe it or not, I've warned you, and I've done my part. Farewell." With a flick of her tail, she departed. As Ning Dai emerged from Xianyuan Tomb, she was greeted by bright sunshine and pleasant weather. After orienting herself, she headed westward. After walking for a short while, she suddenly sensed a stirring in her mind. Before she could contemplate it further, Aigua's voice rang out, filled with astonishment. "How did you get out? Where are you going?" Ning Dai, hearing Aigua's voice, smirked coldly, her pace unwavering. "Little garbage system. So, you've decided to show yourself?" Aigua did not answer her question, merely asking again, "Why are you wandering around aimlessly? Where are you going?" Ning Dai chuckled softly. "To the west to seek scriptures." Aigua, upon hearing this, promptly advised, "Do not go. There is no west here. The tale of journey to the west occurred centuries ago." Ning Dai rolled her eyes, her resolve unwavering. Aigua fell silent, soon realizing that Ning Dai couldn't possibly be foolish enough to genuinely seek the west. Her intention to go there was, with a 98% probability, to visit the Western Qi. He then inquired, "Are you heading to the Western Qi? Are you going to meet Jiang Li?" This time, Ning Dai paused for a moment before affirming Aigua's guess, the influential figure holding the investiture of the gods, representing the true power of justice. "I do not wish to meet my demise, so of course, I must cling to him for support." Aigua sighed. Why is it that every task-bearer possesses such thoughts? Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. "I previously reported to the higher-ups, honestly stating your reluctance to undertake this task and requested immediate logout. And then, the higher-ups did not approve." Upon hearing this, Ning Dai halted, plopping down onto the ground, and earnestly asked Aigua, "What do you mean? The leaders did not approve my application? They won't let me log out?" Aigua sighed again. "The higher-ups stated that since you accepted the task yourself, it is considered your agreement to proceed." Ning Dai protested immediately. That was an accidental click. Aigua quickly interjected, "I reiterated your wishes to the higher-ups, who reluctantly agreed. However, since this is deemed a breach of contract, according to the agreement, 10 times your salary will be deducted, amounting to a deduction of 10 yuan. I believe you will consent, so I agreed on your behalf." Ning Dai's lips twitched. To lose 10 yuan for not wanting to work for 1 yuan, why not just rob someone? However, when we calculated your assets, we discovered that you couldn't even afford the 10 yuan penalty. Therefore, Aigua sighed, "I suggest you complete this task." To date, Ning Dai had only undertaken 2 tasks. The first resulted in her being expelled from the task realm due to altering the world structure, with her salary automatically deducted upon logout. The second task yielded a meager 3 yuan, far too little to cover any penalties. Aigua urged gently, "This task will only take 2 months. Can't you just endure for a while? If you're afraid of pain, I can activate a pain suppression feature for you. This is the system's final kindness. If it weren't for your evident poverty, Aigua wouldn't be so benevolent." Ning Dai sat on the ground, slowly digging her claws into the earth, and after a while, suspiciously asked Aigua, "Why is the little trash system being so kind to me?" Aigua thought to himself, "Isn't it because I see you are destitute? Moreover, the higher-ups couldn't find a successor for this task, so it must and could only be completed by Ning Dai." However, he couldn't say it that way. He had to phrase it differently. "Regardless, you are my host and I am your system. We should be the closest of partners, not adversaries." Ning Dai gradually absorbed Aigua's words and began to smile. After a while, she stopped digging and stood up, grinning. "That's wonderful. Since there are 2 months left, it wouldn't hinder me from wandering around the Western Qi, would it?" Aigua wanted to say it would hinder her, but he smiled and suppressed those words, replying, "All right, go ahead. The sooner you return, the better. Don't delay completing your task." With her 3 tails held high, Ning Dai continued her journey westward. Now, as a fox, even running alone, she was significantly faster than when she was human. Not to mention, as a beast, running did not tire her at all. She set out early in the morning and continued running until the afternoon when the sun began to set, finally encountering a group of simple-clothed farmers. They appeared to have just finished their farming and were carrying tools back home when they stumbled upon the running Ningdai. The farmers initially paid her no mind, as foxes were quite common in the countryside. However, upon seeing her strutting with 3 tails, their expressions abruptly changed. "Look, that fox has 3 tails. A 3-tailed fox? Is it a Sanway fox?" The farmers reacted swiftly, dropping their tools and fleeing in the opposite direction, screaming, "A monster!" One farmer, in his haste, tripped and fell, crying out in despair, "The fox spirit is harming people." Ningdai. Aigua. Ningdai gazed at the farmers fleeing in a panic. "Oh, the rural simpletons, I am impressed." Aigua remarked, "Why don't you transform into human form? Your tails are rather conspicuous. Everyone knows a 3-tailed fox is a spirit fox." Ningdai controlled her 3 tails as they swayed in different directions, gritting her teeth and laughing. "Why don't I transform?" "Because you Haven-T provided me with this body's memories. I have no clue how to transform into human form." Although she remembered many incantations and had attempted them, none matched. Perhaps it was due to the primitive nature of the investiture of the god's world. In any case, she lacked the memories of this fox, making it impossible to turn into a human. Only then did Aigua realize his oversight, feeling rather embarrassed. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he was about to rectify his mistake when suddenly a patterned golden leopard descended from the sky. The magnificent leopard landed heavily, shaking the ground around it. Ningdai, petite in stature, nearly lost her balance from the force, almost being knocked away. "So it is you, this vile creature, causing chaos in the countryside," a deep and melodious voice proclaimed. Instinctively, Ningdai looked up to locate the source of the voice, finally spotting a man seated atop the leopard. Ningdai took a few steps back, finally getting a clear view of the man on the leopard's back. He wore a jade fishtail crown atop his head and a striking, bright red Taoist robe. The fiery red garment was so dazzling that it accentuated the man's exquisite features, giving him a somewhat enchanting aura. In short, his serious tone when he chastised her as a vile creature was utterly incongruous with his appearance. Additionally, Ningdai thought to herself, "This wild man who appeared from nowhere is remarkably handsome." She couldn't help but swallow. Unlike Ningdai, who was entranced by his beauty, the man atop the leopard glanced at the little fox, gently patting the leopard's head, and coldly commanded, "Abeo, seize it." The leopard understood his words, growling menacingly and lunging forward with a paw raised. Ningdai's body reacted faster than her mind. Seeing the leopard's powerful paw coming at her, she immediately leaped aside. "I merely stepped out for a moment. How did I become the cause of chaos in the countryside?" Ningdai retreated several paces, protesting, "You are the one who incites the leopard to harm." Once she felt she had retreated to a safe distance, she recalled something and quickly asked Aigua, "Little trash system, if I am killed, can I leave this world?" Aigua reluctantly replied. Ningdai's heart brightened. However, Aigua quickly added, "But the money will still be deducted at double the rate." Ningdai paused, "But you said I don't have enough money." "Indeed. So you will owe it first, and then you will be compelled to undertake tasks to earn money to repay the debt." Ningdai gasped. This sounds like a scheme to force someone into servitude. She immediately felt disheartened. In her moment of distraction, the leopard, which had failed to seize her before, launched another swift and silent attack, pouncing forward with its claws aiming for Ningdai's face. Ningdai quickly reacted, but it was already too late to evade. Just then the low, pleasant male voice rang out again, "Abeo, don't kill it." The great leopard, upon hearing the command, immediately unsheathed its sharp claws, stomping down with its powerful paw, pinning Ningdai to the ground, leaving her in a prostrate position. Ningdai couldn't help but retch, feeling as though her internal organs were being crushed. What a formidable move, akin to the might of Mount Tai. In that moment, she suddenly understood the sensation that Sun Wukong must have felt when trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, with the weight of the leopard pressing down on her. She bore a look of utter despair. Yet, she heard the sultry voice of the man atop the leopard inquire, "Which fox from what cave is this? Does it have an owner?" "Owner?" Ningdai pondered. She should be a disciple of Su Daji. If there were an owner to speak of, it would certainly be Su Daji. This man, exuding an alluring aura, must also belong to some kind of demon. Perhaps he even knew Su Daji? Or perhaps they harbored enmity. After some consideration, Ningdai decided it was best to remain silent for her own safety. Thus, she continued to feign death, saying nothing. The enchanting man waited for a moment, but upon receiving no reply from Ningdai regarding her cave or name, he naturally assumed her to be a wild fox from the mountains. Since you are a wild fox, and considering your 3 tails are no easy feat to attain, why not accompany me and become my spiritual pet? He proposed. As he spoke, Ningdai felt the fur at the nape of her neck being grasped, and the man commanded, "Abeo, lift your foot." Immediately, the weight of the leopard's massive paw was lifted, and she felt herself being hoisted up. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with the beguiling man. At such close quarters, Ningdai couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite features of the man, nearly drooling. But wait, what had he just said? To become his spiritual pet? What a joke. No, she could not become his spiritual pet. They still had tasks to complete. Before Ningdai could voice her objection, her system, Love Country, urgently began to protest. This time, both she and her system reached a consensus. Spiritual pet? I refuse. The man raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh? And why do you refuse? Ningdai replied, I have already decided to go to Shichi and become Jiang Li's spiritual pet. It's a matter of first come, first served. My apologies. Love Country. A look of surprise crossed the man's face. You actually know Jiang Li? How unexpected. Just then, the leopard let out a furious roar. The man glanced at it dismissively, saying, Be quiet, Abeo. The leopard, still reluctant, let out another growl before falling silent, though it continued to snort in displeasure, making its discontent known. After calming the leopard, the man's gaze returned to Ningdai, a sly smile playing on his lips. Little fox, you possess quite the ambition. However, since you have yet to reach Shichi, consider yourself intercepted by me. From now on, you shall be my spiritual pet. Let me give you a name. Ningdai was utterly astonished by his shamelessness. She had clearly rejected him, yet he spoke of interception? Love Country, did you see that? I clearly turned him down. Ningdai complained to Love Country. Love Country was equally taken aback. Yes, I understand. What shall I call you? Little Fox, or perhaps Little Red? The man pondered aloud. What kind of crude naming convention was this? Ningdai could no longer contain herself and stated, My name is Ningdai, with Ning meaning peace and Dai referring to distant mountains like the color of ink. And who are you? Upon hearing her self-introduction, the man's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, so you are Ningdai. What a lovely name. He continued, As for me, I am but a carefree wanderer, roaming the 5 mountains, playfully traversing the seas, riding tigers and leopards of the 3 mountains, and walking beneath the azure birds of the 5 mountains. I hail from the western Kunlun. My surname is Liu, and my name is Ya. After finishing, he beamed at her again. Ningdai swallowed hard, and Love Country fell silent. The legendary son of the Sunfire Spirit, the son of the Demon Emperor Dijun, and the prince of the Demon Clan, Luya. Offering tea to such a notable figure seemed like a rather splendid employment opportunity. Do you wish to remain until the end of the function world? Love Country inquired, adding, I have no objections. As long as you complete your tasks, you may do as you wish afterward. Remain until the end of the function world? That remark jolted Ningdai. She certainly did not want to linger in a world devoid of electricity and internet. She raised her front limbs in a gesture of respect, saying, Thank you for your kind offer. Please allow me 2 months, and I shall return to serve you as your spiritual pet. For now, I have matters to attend to. Farewell, no need to see me off. She struggled to break free from Luya's grasp, but no matter how she twisted and turned, she could not escape. Luya wore a grin, as serene as lush green mountains. Since you've agreed, there's no need to wait 2 months. From this moment on, you are my spiritual pet. Excellent. Come, I shall take you to Dongyang to admire the moon. With that, he casually tossed her into his voluminous sleeve. Once back atop the leopard, he patted the creature's neck and commanded, Let us go to Dongyang Island. The leopard roared in response and charged toward Dongyang Island. Within Luya's sleeve, Ningdai found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. She could hear Luya occasionally directing the leopard and the beast's roars. Yet her surroundings remained pitch black. Despite her frantic attempts to claw her way out, she was unable to mar Lu Ya's sleeve. After exhausting her energy in vain, Ning Dai surrendered, collapsing in place and lazily calling out to Love Country. Love Country, I've been kidnapped. Can you inquire with your higher-ups if I can escape this world without incurring a fee? Love Country promptly dashed her hopes, responding coldly, stop dreaming. Such a thing is impossible. Moreover, let me remind you, if you do not complete your tasks, you will still incur charges upon your return. Similarly, you will face mandatory tasks until your debts are settled. Ning Dai's mind echoed with curses. Love Country, did you decide to use this tactic to coerce me after checking my balance? Well, Love Country pondered for a moment before honestly admitting, yes, that's exactly the plan. What can you do about it? Come on, face me directly. I can send you back to the primitive society during mandatory tasks. Do you believe it? Ning Dai. Truly, how naive and unpretentious. However, she had to admit that Love Country had indeed grasped her weakness. She yearned for the modern world. Primitive society? Ning Dai lay still, choosing not to speak further. Love Country likewise remained silent. After a long while, Love Country finally said, since you're so idle right now, why not I share the memories of this body with you? Very well. I have nothing else to do. Ning Dai replied. Thus, the memories of the three-tailed little fox began to flood into Ning Dai's mind. As a fox was not human, the memories were quite simple, primarily consisting of the years spent in the Xianyuan tomb. This fox had lived within the tomb, cultivating until it attained 3 tails, yet its skills were still rudimentary. And it had not engaged in any wrongdoing. The only notable aspect was the little fox's admiration for Su Daji, even vowing to emulate her in the future. With the little fox's memories now in her possession, Ning Dai finally understood how to transform into human form. Realizing that by transforming, she could evade becoming his spiritual pet, she devised a plan. She shared her idea with Love Country, who agreed, "You're quite clever. It's worth a try." Feeling triumphant in her cleverness, Ning Dai began to conserve her strength, waiting for Lu Ya to release her. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally heard Lu Ya's voice. "Little Dai, we have arrived at Dongyang Island. Come out and enjoy the moon." As the words fell, Ning Dai noticed a glimmer of light emerging from the void. She immediately rose and dashed toward the source of the illumination. Just as she entered the light, she activated her transformation incantation. In a swift motion, a figure sprang forth from Lu Ya's sleeve, landing gracefully on the ground, and rolled twice before coming to a stop. Ning Dai, having completed her role, propped herself up with her hands and looked up at Lu Ya, who appeared utterly astonished, staring at her in silence. A broad smile spread across her face, her heart swelling with pride. However, a sudden cool breeze from the seaside made her feel a chill. Instinctively glancing down, she froze in shock. The moon rose over the sea, the night breeze caressing her fair skin, as silver rays illuminated her beauty. Both she and the leopard felt an unusual warmth emanating from their noses. Lu Ya was the first to raise his broad sleeves to suppress the heat, casting a downward glance. Fortunately, there was no sign of a nosebleed. He had always known that fox spirits were irresistibly alluring, capable of ensnaring souls. Yet he never anticipated this particular fox spirit would boldly present herself without attire. Thankfully, with Lu Ya's strong self-control, he managed to avoid an embarrassing reaction despite the provocative scene, though the large leopard beside him was not so composed, as 2 streams of blood flowed from its nose. Seeing the leopard's predicament jolted Ning Dai from her stupor, prompting her to revert to her fox form. "My illustrious reputation," she lamented inwardly, never having imagined that her transformation would leave her without clothing, a stark contrast to her previous experiences. Moreover, she had no recollection of this little fox's nudity in human form. "I demand a reenactment of the narrative." Aigua sighed and offered consolation. "Well, cheer up. At least you haven't lost your virtue. Though losing it doesn't seem to matter much, as it is in your true form." However, he refrained from voicing this thought, as it seemed morally inappropriate, contradicting the core socialist values. Ning Dai dismissed Aigua's attempts at comfort, fixated solely on the potential fallout if this incident were to become public. If possible, she wished to silence Lu Ya along with his leopard and Aigua. preserving her reputation as the unblemished former master of the fast travel realm. Sensing her murderous intent, AI Guo fell silent. As Ningdai dwelled on how to deal with Luya, the leopard, and AI Guo, she suddenly felt a grip at the back of her neck. Moments later, Luya's voice broke through the silence. You should refrain from transforming into a human in the future. His tone bore a hint of awkwardness. Ningdai narrowed her eyes, perceiving an opportunity for a surprise attack. With a fierce struggle, she unsheathed her claws and aimed for Luya's throat. Just as her claws were about to make contact, an unseen force enveloped her entire body. With a sudden squelch, her claws retracted involuntarily, her body awkwardly pressed against his chest, resembling a gesture of affection. Is the wild spirit so difficult to tame? Luya's voice resonated, the rhythm of his breathing brushing against her, causing Ningdai to feel an unexpected tickle. Fear not. Taming beasts is my forte, he added with a playful tone. Especially when it comes to demon beasts. AI Guo chimed in. Indeed, as the prince of the demon clan, you excel in dealing with demons. Ningdai couldn't help but wipe her face in exasperation. She had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. I was wrong. I should not have ventured down that path. AI Guo replied solemnly. No, you should not have left the Xianyuan tomb. Just as they pondered the roots of their mistakes, Luya fetched a delicate chain and fastened it to Ningdai's right front limb, attaching two tiny bells that jingled softly with the slightest movement. Ningdai, realizing her current state, felt as though she had become a pet adorned with dog bells. Once Luya secured her, he placed her on the ground and reclined beside her, propping himself up with one hand while lightly tapping the bells on her limb. With these, I shall always know where you are, he chuckled. Had it not been for AI Guo's persistent reminders of her ongoing mission, Ningdai might have found being Luya's spirit pet rather agreeable, especially since he offered her sweet grapes to eat. AI Guo scoffed at this notion. Is your life's ambition merely a few grapes? Do you think this is my choice? Ningdai retorted. Foxes adore grapes, are you not aware? Foxes also consume mice, lizards, insects, and various worms. AI Guo shot back. Suddenly, Ningdai felt a wave of nausea, unsure if it was from the grapes or something else. Distracted by her conversation with AI Guo, she glanced sideways to find the large leopard fixated on her, its gaze unwavering. The memory of the leopard witnessing her embarrassing moment, coupled with its earlier nosebleed, soured her mood further. In her discontent, she felt compelled to vent her frustrations. Turning to see Luya peacefully resting, she resolved that while she could do nothing to him, she could at least sharpen her claws on his mount. With a newfound determination, Ningdai approached the leopard, treading lightly to avoid waking Luya with the sound of her jingling bells. The leopard's gaze remained fixed on her as she drew near, its expression seemingly filled with anticipation. Without warning, she unsheathed her claws and lunged at the leopard's face. To her surprise, the seemingly unguarded leopard dodged her attack at the last moment, teleporting to a safe distance. Ningdai quickly adjusted her stance, readying for another assault. At that moment, the leopard spoke. Your magic may be lacking, but your temper is quite formidable. Little demon, you cannot harm me. Ningdai was taken aback, her thoughts swirling. What is happening? Even a mount can speak human language? Is it still possible to enjoy a playful encounter? Remaining in her combative stance, she addressed the leopard fiercely. What clan do you belong to? State your name. I am not of any clan. I am a cultivator from Kunlun Mountain, known as Shingongbao. Ningdai was momentarily speechless, while AI Guo echoed her disbelief. Ningdai, did he just say he is Shingongbao? AI Guo replied weakly, I heard it. If Ningdai were in her human form, her face would have reflected shock, but in her fox form, her features remained expressionless, though internally, she was in turmoil. AI Guo, is this truly the world of Fengshen? Have you made a mistake? How could Shingongbao be reduced to the status of a mount? Does he think I haven't seen the entirety of Fengshen Yi? Shingongbao is the arch-nemesis of Jiang Li, responsible for the downfall of many powerful beings. Without him, the narrative of Fengshen Yi would be incomplete. How could such a notorious figure become someone's steed? Ningdai found it hard to accept this reality. Indeed, this is the world of Fengshen. However, it is also a fictional realm, so the storyline may diverge from what you are familiar with. Ningdai could not absorb AI Guo's explanation. She was overwhelmed by the thought of Shen Gongbao's fall from grace. Abandoning her combative intentions, she approached Shen Gongbao once more, asking with genuine concern, "What on earth happened to you? Are you not a practitioner from Kunlun Mountain? Are you not a junior disciple of Jiang Li?" Jiang Li, revered as Zhongfu, serves as the Grand Master in Shiqi. Why do you not travel to Chaoga to confront him, but instead find yourself reduced to a mere steed? Ningdai gazed at the leopard-formed Shen Gongbao, feeling at a loss for words. An avalanche of questions swirled in her mind, akin to a myriad of inquiries without resolution. Upon hearing the name Jiang Li, a fierce glint flashed in Shen Gongbao's eyes. "Do not mention Jiang Li to me." His disdain for Jiang Li remained unchanged. "Do you know who I am?" After warning Ningdai not to bring up Jiang Li, Shen Gongbao quickly realized that she was aware of his connection to Jiang Li. Ningdai sat closer, feigning nonchalance. "I am indeed familiar with the illustrious Shen Gongbao. However, I am far more curious about how you came to be in your current predicament. How did you become a steed? And how did you become a spirit companion?" Shen Gongbao retorted, scrutinizing Ningdai with suspicion. "Is he truly that renowned? How could I not know?" Ningdai paused for a moment, then replied, "It is because my magical prowess is lacking. Is it not said that Shen Gongbao possesses formidable powers? How then has one of such strength been reduced to a mere mount?" Shen Gongbao's expression conveyed a sense of profound frustration. "I cannot compare to the Lord of Luya. Would you mind satisfying my curiosity?" "I would." That day, the conversation dwindled into silence. Ningdai and Shen Gongbao exchanged glances for a moment. After a brief pause, Ningdai decided to alter her approach. She inquired, "Did you choose to become a steed willingly?" Shen Gongbao countered, "Did you choose to become a spirit companion willingly?" "Certainly not." Ningdai realized, "Well, it appears you did not either." "Indeed." After a moment's thought, Ningdai asked, "If you were unwilling, then why not flee?" This question left Shen Gongbao momentarily stunned. They locked eyes for a moment longer. After another beat, Shen Gongbao, still in a daze, replied, "My powers do not match his. Is it not said that you have excellent connections? If you cannot take him on alone, why not call upon your fellow Taoists from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks for assistance? Surely a collective effort would suffice." Ningdai found Shen Gongbao rather dim-witted, lacking in cleverness. "Moreover, do you not have a sect? Having become a steed, how would your master feel if he learned of this? Would he not be furious? Would your sect not share in that anger? Even when punishing a dog, one must consider its owner. You have been humiliated to such an extent. They should seek justice for you. What a disgraceful situation this is. Come now, my friend, take up your weapon. Do not be afraid. Rise and resist. The oppressed shall rise and seize their fate. The morrow belongs to us." "I finally understand how you altered the plot in the first world," Ningdai remarked. "Oh, your eloquence is quite impressive, adept at stirring emotions," came the indifferent reply. Ningdai was perplexed by this remark from Aigua and chose to redirect her attention back to Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao was processing Ningdai's earlier statements, and soon, a look of bewilderment and exasperation crossed his face. He reiterated, "My powers are not as strong as the Lord of Luya." "So? I have never attempted to flee. Could you possibly be any more cowardly?" Aigua sighed, unusually taking the initiative to strategize for Ningdai. "It seems that in order to escape, you must first persuade Shen Gongbao to flee with you." Ningdai cautiously asked, "Comrade Aigua, are you assigning me an additional task?" "No," Aigua replied decisively. "This is merely an obstacle impeding your progress. You must remove this stone from your path." Ningdai was taken aback. Such words from Aigua felt rather out of character. However, Aigua quickly reverted to the familiar rhetoric about penalties and compulsory tasks, prompting Ningdai to drop the matter. Comfortably nestled in the embrace of the Lord of Luya, who sat upon Shen Gongbao's back, they ventured into the wilderness in search of grapes. As vibrant purple grapes were presented to Ningdai, she squinted in pleasure, relishing the freedom to indulge. Being a spirit companion had its perks, especially with a willing master. In the following days, the Lord of Luya continued his grand endeavors, while Ningdai, as a carefree spirit companion, roamed alongside him, soaking in the breathtaking scenery. Yet, whenever the Lord of Luya took a respite, Aigua never failed to remind her of her pending tasks. Consequently, she attempted to flee a few times, But as Aigua had predicted, the cowardly leopard stood as an insurmountable barrier. Each time she made an escape attempt, he would retrieve her and deposit her back into the Lord of Luya's arms. Each time, she was met with the Lord's cheerful demeanor, which gave her an unsettling feeling that he was privy to everything. Meanwhile, the timid leopard would cast her pitiful glances, fully aware he should not act so cowardly, yet unable to suppress his nature. After several such instances, Ningdai finally accepted the reality. To escape, she must incite the cowardly leopard to flee with her. Thus, whenever the Lord of Luya rested, Ningdai refrained from plotting her escape. Instead, she would sit before Shingongbao and commence her persuasive efforts. Having once rallied a multitude to raise the banner of rebellion, instigating Shingongbao was surely within her capabilities. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, brainwashing Shingongbao proved to be rather simplistic. All she needed to do was incessantly murmur Jiang Li's name, and given Shingongbao's jealousy and resentment towards him, it would be a straightforward endeavor. After a month of diligent effort, Ningdai finally reached an accord with Shingongbao to escape together. He then disclosed a secret to her. "Do you know why you have never managed to escape?" Ningdai shot him a sideways glance. "Is it not because you always bring me back?" However, she cooperatively asked why. Shingongbao's gaze fell upon the bell adorning her foreleg. "Because of that bell. Have you not noticed that every time you attempt to flee, it jingles and awakens the Lord of Luya?" Ningdai raised her foreleg and shook it, disgruntled. "Then why must he insist on making me his spirit companion?" "I do not know. The Lord of Luya's actions are inscrutable, just as I am perplexed as to why he chose me as his steed." The fox and the leopard exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. Ningdai glanced at the bell, then looked up and declared, "Then we simply need to silence it, right? How simple that is. Why did you not tell me sooner?" Shingongbao stared at her, a look of naive confusion on his face. "Is it truly that simple?" In an effort to enhance Shingongbao's intellect, Ningdai swiftly demonstrated how to silence the bell. Although the bell appeared loose on her leg, Ningdai had attempted to remove it several times, only to find it impossible. She suspected that the bell and its chain had been reinforced with magical powers, rendering them unremovable. The only solution was to muffle the bell to prevent it from ringing. The most straightforward method would be to cover the bell with a cloth, thus silencing it. However, Ningdai surveyed her fur and then Shingongbao's, realizing they had no cloth. The only one with fabric was the Lord of Luya, but retrieving cloth from him would be a monumental task. Hence, that solution was discarded in favor of another. Another method is to cover the bell, which can achieve the same effect as the previous approach. Ningdai contemplated for a moment, then leaped onto Shingongbao's back, lying down and pressing the paw with the bell directly between herself and Shingongbao. Ensuring she was securely nestled, Ningdai commanded him, "Get up and walk a couple of laps." Shingongbao complied, slowly rising and taking a few steps. Although the bell pressed against Ningdai produced a faint jingling sound, it was muffled by the fur, barely audible except to the wearer. Shingongbao ambled around for 2 laps before realizing there was truly no sound, and he immediately perked up, transitioning from a leisurely stroll to a light run, and then to a few hops for testing. Ningdai clung tightly to him during the jumps, the bell's faint sounds almost neglected. Shingongbao, his voice laced with mirth, exclaimed, "It really didn't make a sound." Ningdai rested her chin on his back, remaining silent, overwhelmed by the numerous thoughts she wished to express. "Who would have thought you were this kind of Shingongbao?" Seeing him still frolicking foolishly, Ningdai suddenly called out, "Since we've confirmed it's silent, what are you waiting for? If not now, then when?" Shingongbao paused. Turning his head toward the resting Luya Daojun, swallowing hard, he uncertainly asked Ningdai, "Shall we run now? What else do you want? To bid him farewell? To thank him for his recent hospitality?" Ningdai retorted, without hesitation. Shingongbao hesitated. Ningdai sat up on his back, looking down at him, then poked his head with her unbellied paw, saying lightly, "Think of your senior brother Jiang Li." The once timid leopard instantly shed his timidity, effectively brainwashed by Ningdai. "Let us go," Shingongbao declared, leaping into the depths of the forest. Ningdai quickly adjusted her position, pressing the paw with the bell tightly against herself. while the other 3 legs clung firmly to Shen Gongbao's back, ensuring she wouldn't fall off and that the bell remained silent. Although maintaining this position was exceedingly strenuous, Ning Dai persevered. Once they had run a considerable distance, a surreal feeling washed over her. Had she truly just urged the timid leopard to flee? With no preparation, no forewarning, and without a plan, it was a spontaneous escape. On the other hand, Luya Daojun, the most bewildered by the sudden departure of the fox and leopard duo, awoke to an unusually tranquil world. Sitting up, he surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the exquisite scenery, he found neither his cherished fox spirit nor his stunned leopard steed. Had he been abandoned? He propped up one leg, resting his elbow on it and supporting his chin with his palm, slowly processing the current situation. Eventually, he chuckled to himself, muttering, "They really ran off? I never intended to keep you forever, just to play with you for a while. Why leave so abruptly?" He had been observant of the occasional whispers exchanged between the fox and leopard, refraining from exposing their plans out of curiosity regarding whether Ning Dai could indeed coax Shen Gongbao away. However, reality had now provided its answer. What an extraordinary fox! It would have sufficed if only his spirit had departed, but to take his steed, as well, was rather vexing. Without a mount, he would have to rely on his own 2 legs to return. The mere thought of it was exhausting. After sitting for a while, mourning the loss of both his spirit and steed, he finally stood up, gazing at the vast world before him, and chose the path he had come from, leisurely embarking on his return journey. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao, carrying Ning Dai, dared not pause, racing from day into night and from darkness to dawn, before finally slowing down. As he reduced his speed, he informed Ning Dai, "No one is chasing us. Luya Daojun isn't pursuing." Relief was evident in his tone. Ning Dai maintained her position, her body now rigid, uncertain if she still had any sensation. Nevertheless, she quickly retorted to Shen Gongbao's statement. "So the facts reveal. He doesn't truly care whether we stay or go. It's all your cowardice that wasted so much time." Shen Gongbao lowered his head, slightly ashamed at her words. Unable to see his embarrassment, Ning Dai paused before continuing. "Shen Gongbao, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Do you truly harbor an unresolved grudge against your senior brother, determined to defeat him?" Ning Dai inquired casually. Without a moment's thought, Shen Gongbao replied, "Of course." Ning Dai fell silent, and Shen Gongbao, unable to see her, would have noticed her momentary distraction had he been able. After a long pause, the patriotic spirit emerged. "Are you planning something?" The tone was one of seeing through Ning Dai's intentions. Ning Dai smacked her lips, responding, "Shen Gongbao's fate is rather tragic. It doesn't align with his current image." The patriotic spirit quickly reminded her, "That has nothing to do with you. Your task is to return to Xianyuan Tomb. In half a month, you'll face the burning of the Fox Den. Just hold on for another half-month. Complete the task and we'll all be fine." Ning Dai remarked, "Isn't this just an overflow of compassion? Your compassion is toxic. Stop being so reckless. Don't complicate matters for me." Ning Dai was displeased by these words. "What's wrong? Can't I shine with my vibrant heart and warm spirit?" Ning Dai genuinely wished to radiate her vibrant heart, yet the patriotic spirit would never grant her that opportunity and instead lectured her. Ultimately, Ning Dai was persuaded by the spirit's blunt reasoning. "Dear, if you keep messing around, you might lose money. They may assign you a mandatory task. Be cautious, lest you end up in the Stone Age as a caveman, teaching our ancestors how to create fire." Ning Dai chuckled. All right. You win." Faced with such authority, Ning Dai chose to tuck her radiant heart back into her chest, continuing to warm her little self. However, after some time of feeling constrained, she turned to Shen Gongbao, saying, "Leopard, since it's not yet your turn to shine, why don't you just take me home?" Shen Gongbao, confused by the notion of not yet his turn, happily inquired, "Where's your home?" "The field where we met?" "Xianyuan Tomb," Ning Dai quickly replied. 35 miles outside the south gate of Chaoga City. Shen Gongbao acknowledged. "All right," then slowed his pace, quickly adjusting direction. As he headed toward the chosen path, he estimated, "At this speed, we'll arrive in 3 days." Oh, is that so impressive? Watching the scenery change around her, Ning Dai wondered if this leopard possessed a built-in navigation system, for she had long lost track of direction and didn't even know where she was. However, 3 days felt too quick. She didn't want to return and wait for death just yet. Before meeting her end, she wished to gaze upon the blue skies and white clouds once more. Leopard, slow down. Maintain a steady pace of 20 miles per hour. No faster. Shen Gongbao. While he didn't understand what a steady speed of 20 miles meant, he certainly grasped the concept of slowing down. During the subsequent journey, Shen Gongbao adjusted his speed while inquiring Ning Dai if the pace was acceptable. How about a bit slower? He asked. What about this speed? That's fine. Let's maintain this pace, she replied. After several days and nights of clinging to Shen Gongbao with her 3 legs, Ning Dai could no longer sustain her position. Seizing the moment when Shen Gongbao maintained a steady, slow speed, she finally succumbed to the urge to change her posture, stretching out her last leg. Lying flat on his broad back like a letter. The tinkling sounds of bells rang out, crisp and melodious, akin to a musical accompaniment. Ning Dai sighed contentedly. However, Shen Gongbao was suddenly filled with anxiety and urgently warned her, "The bells are ringing. What if they reach the ears of Luya Daojun?" In contrast to the cowardly concerns of the leopard, Ning Dai remained remarkably composed, responding, "Let them ring. Do you really think Luya Daojun would come all the way just to catch you? Brother, do not overestimate your own significance." Shen Gongbao pondered her words for a moment and gradually began to believe her. Indeed, if Luya Daojun had truly intended to capture them, he would have caught up long ago rather than allowing them to flee for several days. With this thought, he dismissed his fear of the bell's chimes. After comfortably resting on his back for a while, Ning Dai, unable to contain herself, spoke again. "Leopard, with your temperament, do you really think you can oppose your master?" Shen Gongbao paused momentarily before returning to a steady speed, retorting, "And what do you suggest?" "Perhaps you should practice your tongue twisters more," she suggested. Tongue twisters? The timid leopard contemplated for a long while, realizing she meant he should return and practice his spells. It seemed plausible, under Luya Daojun's guidance. He felt severely restricted, indeed lacking in strength and needing further practice. "I understand now," Shen Gongbao declared resolutely. Under Ning Dai's insistence on maintaining a steady pace, they arrived at Xianyuan Tomb, having exceeded the originally planned 3 days and extended their journey by several more. Along the way, Ning Dai reflected on their shared experiences, feeling a mix of sympathy for Shen Gongbao, who had faced a fate even more tragic than her own, while simultaneously trying to instill in him a sense of self-improvement. Shen Gongbao listened to her chatter throughout the journey, finding her words not annoying but rather kind, and as they neared Xianyuan Tomb, he felt a tinge of sorrow at the thought of parting. Once they could see the tomb in the distance, Ning Dai leapt down from Shen Gongbao's back and stood before him to bid farewell. "Cowardly leopard, let us part ways here. Remember, the green mountains remain, and the flowing waters endure. Take care of yourself." As she spoke, Shen Gongbao's eyes brimmed with tears. Gazing at her with moist eyes, he timidly inquired, "Can I come to Xianyuan Tomb to visit you in the future?" Ning Dai pondered the notion of the future, realizing that Xianyuan Tomb would no longer exist. However, faced with the impending farewell, she refrained from disappointing him and replied, "Of course, come whenever you wish. Call my name, and I shall come to find you." Shen Gongbao's heavy heart lightened considerably, and he cheerfully said, "Then, I will come to find you soon." Sure, she responded, although she was uncertain about where she would be in the coming days. "Well, I shall take my leave now." "Okay. I will return to Kunlun to see my master, and in a few days, I will come to find you." "Aha. I truly am leaving now." "Aha." Shen Gongbao walked away, turning back to glance several times. Ning Dai stood there for a moment, watching until his retreating figure disappeared before turning towards Xianyuan Tomb. As she walked, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her, prompting her to comment to Aigua, "It feels strange. This Shen Gongbao does not seem like someone capable of stirring up a storm. He is so timid and foolish." Aigua retorted with annoyance, "I have already told you, this world differs in certain aspects from the Fengshen world you know. But you need not worry. The overarching plot remains unchanged. Presently, Shen Gongbao appears foolish and naive, yet he will eventually undergo a transformation. As for the specifics of his transformation, you need not concern yourself with that. Please. Am I someone with an insatiable curiosity?" Ning Dai dismissed his remarks. If you wish to tell me, I would rather not know. With that, she swiftly darted into Xianyuan tomb. Aigua scoffed, with your dramatic flair. How could you not be curious? Upon re-entering Xianyuan tomb, Ningdai naturally attracted the curiosity of other foxes. Several who had witnessed her departure immediately gathered around. One asked Ningdai, "Did you not say you were leaving? Why have you returned?" Another, displaying a hint of concern, inquired, "Ningdai, where have you been all this time? We could not find you, and everyone was worried." A third, more indifferent, remarked, "Oh, you're back." Ningdai addressed the various voices with a unified response. "Last month was my rebellious phase. So I went out to grow a little. Now that my rebellious phase is ended, I have returned." The collective response from the foxes was a puzzled silence. After responding, Ningdai met the bewildered expressions of the gathered foxes and, with a flick of her tail, retreated to her den. It soon became evident that Aigua's predictions regarding Ningdai's contemplative nature were accurate. When left with nothing to occupy her time, she often found herself ruminating on myriad thoughts. Out of sheer boredom, Ningdai revisited the tale of Fengshen from beginning to end, and then again from end to beginning, yet her curiosity about Shin Gongbao's character persisted, compelling her to seek answers from Aigua. Ultimately, she was met with Aigua's dismissive scoffs. After Aigua firmly refused to discuss the matter, she adopted a defiant stance, deciding to classify it as one of the many unsolved mysteries of her world, and chose to abandon her inquiry. Skipping over the topic of Shun Gongbao's character, Ningdai turned her attention to Aigua, pestering, "Must I die to complete the task? Could I not simply be set ablaze and have that count as task completion, allowing me to escape immediately?" Aigua replied with utmost seriousness, "No. The task requires your death. You must die." He then softened his tone slightly to reassure her. "Do not be afraid. I have stated that I will activate pain perception suppression for you, so you will not feel any pain. Why must it be death?" Ningdai expressed her grievances. Aigua stated, "Are you not familiar with the plot? Why ask me? How else could we skin you to make a robe?"
What?
"Not only must I be burned alive, but they also intend to skin me for a robe?" Ningdai felt her fur bristle in alarm.
Indeed.
The storyline included a segment where, after the foxes were burned, Baigon instructed Huang Feihu to select the undamaged fox pelts, skin them, and create a robe for Su Daji as a warning. Ningdai had not anticipated such a cruel task, with meager rewards and harsh conditions leading to a tragic fate. Although she would have already returned by that time, her dramatic self could not help but shed tears of sympathy for her predicament. She promptly covered her face and began to cry. Aigua was left speechless. "All right, sister. You will be among those burned to a crisp. So skinning you won't be an issue." Ningdai exclaimed, "That is even worse than being skinned without being burned." Time flowed unnoticeably within Xianyuan tomb. Yet the celestial banquet in Chaoga City had commenced. A multitude of foxes transformed into humans, donning ethereal garments as they prepared to attend the feast. Just before their departure, several foxes noticed Ningdai still lying motionless and approached her to inquire about her lack of activity. With a sense of disillusionment, Ningdai glanced at them and replied dryly, "I have no interest. I only wish to recite the sutra for my own salvation before I die. I have no desire to encounter Su Daji, King Zhou, or Baigon. There is nothing to be gained from such meetings." The gathered foxes were taken aback. "You are quite mad." One of the elder foxes straightforwardly stated, "Then remain here in your den. We shall proceed to the banquet. Farewell." A throng of foxes ceased to regard her and, amidst laughter, exited the Xianyuan tomb. Ningdai remained prostrate, awaiting her demise. Observing her despondent demeanor, Aigua could not help but utter, "Cheer up. The mission is nearing completion. No deductions, no debts. How perfect. Next time, keep your eyes peeled for a modern world to truly enjoy." Contemplating his words, Ningdai shifted her position, opting to lie on her back instead. She remained in this posture until the dawn of the next day, when a group of inebriated foxes returned, staggering and raucous from their revelry. Upon witnessing their disheveled antics, she sighed heavily, rose, stretched her limbs, and braced herself for her noble sacrifice. Outside the cave, hundreds of soldiers were diligently stacking firewood, their collective effort yielding a towering blaze that soon sealed the cave's entrance. Once they ensured that not even a fly could penetrate the barrier, the soldiers wiped the sweat from their brows, their faces illuminated with satisfaction from their toil. Comrades, your hard work is commendable. For the people, you are all exemplary. Ningdai sat calmly at the mouth of the cave, observing the scene with an unperturbed heart, even displaying a hint of valor in her smile. Behind her, the drunken foxes continued their raucous laughter, oblivious to the encroaching flames. Unable to resist, Ningdai glanced back into the cave, suddenly realizing that perishing in a drunken stupor might not be so bad, for at least they would not suffer excessively. As the first flames ignited, Ningdai stood, inching closer to the rising blaze. The heat and acrid smoke assailed her senses. She squared her shoulders and addressed Aigua. "Brother, activate the buff." A faint chime echoed as Aigua responded, "Done." Pain perception shield activated. Satisfied, Ningdai nodded. Moments later, she blinked. A few seconds passed before she inquired, "Are you certain it's activated?" "Absolutely," Aigua assured. Ningdai stepped back. "Then why do I feel the heat so intensely, and this smoke is unbearable, making my eyes water?" Aigua replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's hot. With such a large fire, the smoke is bound to be overwhelming." "But you said," Ningdai faltered, her frustration boiling over, "you deceitful little system." Aigua smiled innocently. "I assure you, the pain shield is active. Why not let the fire test it?" "Test it?" Ningdai exclaimed, retreating in skepticism. At that moment, she seriously doubted the effectiveness of Aigua's shield. More than mere pain relief, she needed protection from the heat and smoke. Aigua maintained his innocent demeanor. "Due to your low level, I could only activate 10% of the pain shield." "You've clearly deceived me. 10% is hardly a shield." Ningdai dashed back into the cave, dismissing thoughts of heroism and mission completion in favor of the stark reality of her situation. As she retreated, several smoke-choked foxes stumbled toward the entrance, desperate for fresh air. Ningdai called out to halt them, but their drunken stupor rendered her words ineffective. Only when the flames licked at their fur did they awaken to their peril. Howling in agony, Ningdai watched helplessly as they were quickly engulfed by flames. Their true forms revealed in the chaos as they darted about the cave until they succumbed to exhaustion. The cave descended into utter chaos as the burning foxes ignited others, the flames spreading rapidly. The once gleaming fur turned charred, releasing a foul stench. Ningdai stood in stunned silence, observing the unfolding horror. Inside the fox cave, the scene resembled a hellish inferno. While Ningdai had faced many trials, witnessing such devastation stirred her deeply. The anguished cries pierced her ears, each wail more heart-wrenching than the last. In the face of sudden calamity, all beings possess an instinct to survive. The foxes, unwilling to accept their fate, scurried in search of an escape, yet the cave offered no refuge. Their frantic movements only fanned the flames and hastened their demise. As time wore on, the cries grew fainter. Ningdai, tucked away in a corner, watched in despair as one by one, the foxes gasped their last breaths, intensifying her own fear of death. Aigua, undeterred by her plight, continued to philosophize. "Whether you extend your neck or draw it back, death is inevitable. Embrace it." Ningdai scoffed, unwilling to concede easily. Yet, the oppressive heat and thickening smoke rendered her discomfort palpable. Life is precious, and death trivial. Having traversed countless worlds only to find herself ensnared in ancient tasks was a cruel twist of fate. With so many ways to perish, why must she face such a humiliating end? She felt akin to a beggar chicken, buried and roasted alive. Aigua, adding insult to injury, remarked, "A beggar chicken is wrapped in lotus leaves and mud, while you're merely facing a roasted duck's fate, just a couple of layers of oil." Ningdai ground her teeth, unable to counter. The rising heat and smoke brought another grim consequence. The air grew thin, with death looming. Ningdai recognized the futility of her resistance. Unless a miracle occurred, she would have to accept her fate to complete the mission. She ceased her struggles, lying down as if to embrace death. Yet, she couldn't resist hurling threats at the system. "This debt I shall remember, little system. New grievances and old will be settled, and I shall make you pay." Aigua disregarded her threats, recalling that Ningdai was one of the most uniquely timid hosts he had encountered. As they awaited the mission's conclusion, an unexpected crimson light surged into the cave, illuminating Ning Dai's position. The light halted before her, revealing a striking figure enveloped in the vibrant glow. It was Luya Daojun. Ning Dai's mouth fell agape, astonished by his presence. The enchanting figure in red felt oddly familiar, and even the way he addressed her as Ning Xiaodai resonated with an air of reverence. The arrival of this formidable deity puzzled both Ning Dai and Aigua, though Aigua harbored an ominous premonition. Please, don't cause any trouble. Yet, reality swiftly unfolded, proving that even if chaos ensued, there was little he could do but watch as Luya Daojun cradled Ning Dai and gracefully departed the fox cave. Amidst the backdrop of distant mountains, the verdant foliage flourished. By the banks of a clear river lay a small boat, reflecting the lush greenery and creating a picturesque scene that brought tranquility and joy to the heart. Ning Dai, with her delicate temperament, could not find tranquility even amidst breathtaking scenery. She fidgeted restlessly, shifting positions in Luya Daojun's embrace until she finally settled into a comfortable posture. Luya Daojun playfully poked her forehead with his finger, chiding her gently, "If you keep moving about, you might aggravate your injuries. And don't expect me to come up with solutions for you." Upon hearing this, Ning Dai lifted her head, her large fox-like eyes gazing at him with an expression of utmost innocence. Especially when feigning vulnerability, her eyes glistened with a layer of mist, evoking a flicker of sympathy from Luya Daojun. Yet, had it not been for genuine compassion, he would not have saved her from perishing in flames. Initially, his intention was merely to retrieve the bell tied to her foot. Luya Daojun had mentioned that as long as the bell chimed, he could hear it no matter where she was. Ning Dai had been skeptical, dismissing it entirely, but reality soon proved him right. In her frantic attempts to evade death within the cave, the bell rang incessantly, causing Luya Daojun, who was miles away, great distress, prompting him to rush over and reclaim the bell. To his surprise, he found Ning Dai in a rather disheveled state, her fur singed in patches, looking both pitiable and unattractive. Unable to bear her plight, he took her away from the fox den. Just as Luya Daojun was about to leave with Ning Dai, the voice of Ai Gua erupted in her mind, shrieking frantically, "Yumia Dai! Don't take her away!" The sheer force of the outburst rendered Ning Dai momentarily unconscious. Before losing consciousness, she believed she had failed her mission. Hence Ai Gua's anguished cries. However, she felt a sense of relief, indifferent to the outcome of her task, grateful that she would not be burned alive. To her astonishment, upon waking, she discovered she was still within the world of Fengshen. Instantly, she inquired of Ai Gua what happened. "Did I not fail the mission?" Ai Gua, devoid of any emotion, replied, "Congratulations, the mission is complete." Ning Dai exclaimed, "Complete? Just because I'm alive? Didn't you say I must die? You deceitful system." Ai Gua sighed, exasperated. "Theoretically, yes, you should have perished. But Luya Daojun intervened. He took you away while leaving behind a magically conjured corpse of a fox identical to yours. When by gone, and the others came to collect the body, everything aligned with the narrative, thus the mission is deemed complete." This was clearly an act of cheating, yet the higher authorities considered the mission accomplished. Ai Gua, too, was at a loss. Ning Dai pondered, "So, does that mean my mission is complete, and I won't lose any money? No forced tasks, nothing of the sort?" "Indeed," Ai Gua confirmed. Ning Dai's spirit soared. "Huh. You didn't foresee this, did you? I'm fortunate, living on without dying and still fulfilling the mission. How splendid!" Ai Gua allowed her to revel in her triumph, but soon reminded her coldly, "However, as a consequence of your narrow escape, you may have to wait until this timeline concludes before you can leave this world." Ning Dai's expression turned grave. "What do you mean?" Ai Gua explained slowly. "I reported to the higher-ups, alleging your actions were suspect of cheating. We must await their judgment. Until then, you cannot exit this world." Ning Dai sighed. "Hello, XX organization? Can we blow up the host that the system serves?" If one disregards the absence of modern conveniences such as the internet and electricity, Ning Dai found her current existence quite blissful. Each day, she had no obligations, merely awakening to eat, and after her meals, returning to slumber. Whenever she felt down, she would feign death, and when in high spirits, she would indulge in playful antics, for Luya Daojun possessed a remarkably gentle temperament. Regardless of her antics, He never truly lost his temper, often showering her with sweet grapes. No wonder many now preferred the life of a pet over that of a human. As long as one found the right owner, being a pet indeed surpassed human existence. Ning Dai relished a grape, internally cursing, trash. She swallowed another, muttering little trash. Ai was fully aware she was cursing him. Since their last conversation, an atmosphere of silence had settled between them, with Ning Dai seizing every opportunity to hurl insults. Employing a plethora of derogatory terms, both familiar and novel to Ai Gua. Yet, Ai Gua responded to her outbursts with silence, neither acknowledging nor retorting. Patiently awaiting the outcome of the appeal. He was a principled system, above petty exchanges. After a bout of cursing, Ning Dai, noticing Ai Gua's continued indifference, ceased her tirade and shifted her position, nestling once again in Luya Daojun's embrace. He would attentively watch her movements until she settled back comfortably before returning his focus to his previous endeavors. During these days, Luya Daojun's embrace became her favorite refuge. To Ning Dai, as long as she lingered in his arms, he could not ignore her, treating her like a cherished little deity, which she found quite satisfactory. From Luya Daojun's perspective, this little fox, who once sought to escape, had now completely changed her demeanor, desperately clinging to him, a stark contrast to her earlier intentions. Perhaps it was a consequence of trauma? Regardless, Luya Daojun found her newfound affection quite gratifying, as it aligned with his ideal vision of a spiritual companion. Given their mutual contentment, neither sought to alter the status quo. With no third party to meddle, their bond as master and spirit pet flourished, establishing a comfortable routine. Luya Daojun's daily agenda revolved around leisure, with Ning Dai accompanying him on adventures across the vast lakes and seas. Just as they were beginning to enjoy this idyllic existence, Luya Daojun suddenly declared that their playful escapades must come to a halt. After 3 days of calculations, he, with an air of authority, turned to Ning Dai and asked, "Do you remember Jiang Li from the West Qi?" Of course, Ning Dai recalled him. He was the very figure she had once wished to align with. Luya Daojun, seemingly aware of her past intentions, continued, "He is in trouble now. And I must lend my support. Since you expressed a desire to visit West Qi, I shall take you along." Ning Dai, however, was hesitant, feeling less inclined to meet the old sage. What could a decrepit old man possibly offer? Yet, realizing that Luya Daojun intended to head to West Qi, she quickly grasped the implications of the unfolding narrative. Wait, wasn't the plot progressing rather swiftly? They were already at war. Ai Gua, who had remained silent, wished to inform her. The story hadn't accelerated. Rather, her life had been so enjoyable that she had neglected the changes in the outside world. Though Luya Daojun announced their impending journey to West Qi, he did not set off immediately. Instead, he spent 3 days in contemplation before finally preparing to depart. Observing his demeanor, Ning Dai couldn't help but exclaim, "So, this is how a pretentious journey is conceived." New skill acquired. 2 more days passed before Luya Daojun concluded his calculations, swiftly packed their belongings, and set off toward West Qi, with Ning Dai. Upon their arrival at the encampment of the West Qi army, they found themselves amidst the chaos of Zhao Gongming showcasing his golden rooster scissors. The commanders of West Qi were deeply troubled, pondering how to contend with Zhao Gongming's formidable weapon. Luya Daojun descended lightly outside the encampment, cradling Ning Dai in one arm as he greeted a nearby young boy with a courteous bow. "Greetings, young friend." Ning Dai turned her head to look, noticing a small child with twin buns, whose delicate and charming features suggested that he would be a striking young lad in modern times. However, in the world of the investiture of the gods, this was undoubtedly the notorious little tyrant Neza. Neza, with his vivacious spirit, could not withstand the oppressive atmosphere of the grand tent, so he sneaked out for some fresh air. To his surprise, he encountered Lord Luya descending from the heavens. Though he did not recognize Luya, he tilted his head and scrutinized him, particularly lingering on Luya's red attire. After a moment, Neza asked brightly, "Who are you?" Luya had been waiting a long time for Neza's response to continue the conversation, and now that he had finally received it, a smile illuminated his face as he leisurely replied, "I have come specifically to see Jiang Li and the Lantern Master. I hope you can relay this message for me." Upon hearing that Luya was there to meet his teachers, Neza felt compelled to act promptly. However, he thought it prudent to introduce himself as well, prompting him to inquire further about Luya's identity. To this, Luya adhered strictly to the script, refusing to disclose anything beyond his name. He suggested that Neza might as well ask Jiang Li and the Lantern Master if they wished to meet him. Neza furrowed his brow, confronting Luya for a considerable time before finally exclaiming, "Please wait here," and darting back to relay the message to the Lantern Master. Ning Dai silently observed this exchange, mentally noting, the second method of showing off, never disclose one's identity in unnecessary situations. Understood. Not long after Neza disappeared inside, he returned, bringing the news that Luya was invited in. Luya expressed his gratitude and entered the military tent with a leisurely stride. Inside, a number of figures were seated, some of whom Ning Dai recognized at a glance, while others were unfamiliar to her. However, she was unexpectedly captivated by a handsome man within the tent. It was impossible to discern his exact age merely by his face, but clad in a pristine Taoist robe, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace that rendered her unable to look away. Once Luya stepped into the tent, all eyes turned to him, including many scrutinizing glances directed at Ning Dai. Before anyone could pose a question, Luya stated his purpose. Upon learning that he was there to assist, the crowd could not suppress their curiosity regarding his identity. At that moment, Luya, facing their inquiries, smiled gently. "I am but a humble wanderer from the western Kunlun, by the name of Lu, and I have come specifically for Zhao Gongming's golden cicada cutting. I fear it may inadvertently harm you all, and thus I wish to retrieve it." Ning Dai could not help but applaud Luya internally. Splendidly executed. The display of grandeur was a resounding success, deserving of applause from the crowd. The generals of the West Qi, from top to bottom, did not recognize Luya, even after he had revealed his name and purpose. Skepticism was still prevalent. Luya observed their reactions, but chose not to elaborate further, for the main act of showing off had yet to unfold. Among the doubtful onlookers, the first to approach was the ethereal handsome man whom Ning Dai had noticed earlier. The handsome man bowed respectfully to Luya and spoke in a gentle tone, "Daoist Lu, please take a seat." Luya returned the gaze with a warm smile, replying, "I thank Brother Jiang." After this exchange, the two made their way to the front seats of the tent. "Brother Jiang?" Ning Dai thought she might have misheard, and quickly lifted her head, straining her gaze towards the handsome man beside Luya. Doubts surged within her. There was only one person with the surname Jiang among the West Qi forces. Could this beautiful man truly be that Jiang? It seemed implausible. After all, the real Jiang was an old man, not this strikingly handsome figure. While Luya remained unaware of Ning Dai's thoughts, he noted her excitement as she leaned closer, almost eager to jump into the handsome man's embrace. Suddenly, Luya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Subtly, he poked her forehead with his finger, tightening his hold around her. Only then did the little fox calm down. Ning Dai, understanding the unspoken signals, recognized that Luya's actions conveyed his displeasure. She promptly withdrew her paws and nestled comfortably again. While confirming the identity of the handsome man was undoubtedly important, she also needed to maintain her benefactor's favor, as she relied on Luya's support. Moreover, after Luya took his seat, the Jiang surnamed handsome man also settled down, providing an excellent vantage point to admire him. Ning Dai's mood soared with delight as she wished to observe the handsome man further. Yet Luya, clearly aware of her intent, casually lifted his robe sleeve, inadvertently blocking her view. In an instant, her world became shrouded in darkness. She blinked, momentarily stunned, and then, feeling disgruntled, began to paw at Luya's sleeve. However, no matter how she tugged, Luya skillfully shielded her view just before she could catch a glimpse again. After a futile effort, she finally ceased her attempts and nestled quietly in his embrace. Seeing her settle down at last, Luya's previously forced smile transformed into genuine warmth. Though she could not see, Ning Dai kept her ears perked, absorbing every word exchanged between Luya and the handsome man. As their conversation deepened, Ning Dai was compelled to accept an astonishing truth. The ethereal beauty was indeed Jiang Li. Forgetting the ongoing Cold War with the Patriot system, Ning Dai fervently called out the system's name in her mind. The Patriot promptly appeared, and before Ning Dai could inquire, he provided the answer. Yes, he is Jiang Li. Not an old man, but a true handsome figure. Because Jiang Li is the male lead. Ning Dai could not suppress a cough, and after recovering, she asked, "Is there a female lead?" "Of course." "Who?" "Su Daji."
"Ah.
Well, that checks out. This section requires little elaboration. After a brief mention of patriotism, it directly addresses the conclusion. In the end, during the deification, Daji was to be executed. However, as this is a love story, she was spared from execution, and at the last moment, Jiang Li fled with her. Thus, the tale concludes. After Love Country finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Ning Dai's response. This time, Ning Dai could no longer contain herself, so this is a story of love and conflict, culminating in a forced happy ending? Love Country privately agreed. One could say so. After a moment of silent contemplation, Ning Dai finally uttered, "This story is toxic." It was passable, nothing extraordinary. In contrast, Love Country remained composed, having encountered far more toxic narratives in other realms. This particular tale was relatively benign. Aside from a few key characters, the plot and characters had not undergone significant changes. Otherwise, it would have truly driven him mad. For the first time, Ning Dai felt a flicker of admiration for Love Country, surprised by his calm demeanor. While the two were conversing, Luya Daojun and Jiang Li had concluded their discussion. Jiang Li, against the majority's opinion, chose to retain Luya Daojun and even called upon Lei Jinzi to guide him to his quarters. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Li, Luya Daojun followed Lei Jinzi out of the grand tent. Once outside, Luya Daojun shifted his sleeves to reveal Ning Dai, who squinted against the sudden light. Lei Jinzi led Luya Daojun to a tent, graciously inviting him inside and informing him that this was his designated accommodation. Luya Daojun expressed his gratitude, prompting Lei Jinzi to smile sheepishly, assuring him that no thanks were necessary. Seizing the moment, Ning Dai glanced at Lei Jinzi but quickly lost interest. She thought to herself, "This fellow is rather unattractive." After Luya Daojun entered the tent and Lei Jinzi departed, ensuring no one was around, Luya Daojun placed Ning Dai upon a low couch, preparing to interrogate her. After stating that Ning Dai should remain, he gently set her down. Ning Dai had no objections. Zhao Gongming's scissors were formidable, having recently severed the stag of the Lantern Daoist in two. She certainly did not wish to accompany Luya Daojun, only to find herself transformed into two halves by those very scissors. It was wiser for her to remain quietly in the background. The others in the grand tent, noticing that Luya Daojun had left behind a fox, were quite curious. The younger ones, such as Neza and Lei Jinzi, had already shifted their attention from Luya Daojun to Ning Dai, their eyes filled with intrigue. After placing Ning Dai down, Luya Daojun did not forget to address Jiang Li and the Lantern Daoist in the tent. "This is my spiritual pet. I shall return shortly, and I ask that you take care of her in my absence." Jiang Li was the first to bow in response. "We shall ensure her well-being." It was somewhat expected that Jiang Li would be the first to respond, which prompted Luya Daojun to cast him a glance before turning to Ning Dai, who was gazing at him with an expression of innocence, as if to say, "I am quite well-behaved." Luya Daojun silently exited the tent to find Zhao Gongming. As soon as he left, Jiang Li immediately called upon two others to follow him to assess the situation, fearing that Luya Daojun might not withstand Zhao Gongming. The individuals summoned quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, those remaining in the tent, including the Lantern Daoist, expressed their concerns, recalling their previous encounter with Zhao Gongming and voicing their worries that Luya Daojun might be ineffective. Ning Dai glanced at the Lantern Daoist, feeling disdain for his excessive worry and underestimation of others. Just as Ning Dai's attention was focused on the Lantern Daoist, a pair of hands stealthily reached toward her. Neza crept up behind her, holding his breath as he neared her fox form. As he got closer, he suddenly snatched her up in his hands. Startled by the abrupt contact, Ning Dai nearly retaliated, but upon hearing Neza's triumphant laughter, she restrained her impulse. "Oh well, although he is a little rascal, he won't harm me. Haha, I caught it," Neza proclaimed, lifting Ning Dai triumphantly before Lei Jinzi, his face alight with pride. They had seen various celestial pets, but a fox spirit was a novelty, and they had never even touched one before. Lei Jinzi cautiously extended a finger toward Ning Dai, attempting to poke her on the head. Ning Dai lazily shot him a glare, turning her head away. I refuse to let this birdman touch me. Seeing her turn away, Lei Jinzi, taken aback by her haughty demeanor, withdrew his hand. At that moment, Neza exclaimed in delight, "Look, it has 3 tails." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the tent shifted abruptly, with Jiang Li and the others directing their gazes toward Ning Dai's tail. Initially, she had been playfully wagging it, but sensing the change in mood, she ceased her movements and quietly observed the situation. The next instant, Jiang Li urgently called out, "Neza, let go. That is a demon fox."
Ah!
Neza froze, immediately releasing his grip, causing Ning Dai to plummet. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and adjusted her stance to land safely. However, at that moment, Lei Li's voice resonated as he declared, "You vile creature, how dare you infiltrate our Western Qi army?"
Meow?
Ning Dai was utterly bewildered, questioning the situation. The atmosphere in the grand tent shifted dramatically. As the others regarded Ning Dai, their eyes sparkled with a desire to punish her on the spot. Ning Dai remained perfectly still, camouflaging herself as a mere wooden figure. Noticing the growing tension in the tent, she preemptively declared, "Don't move. Anyone who approaches me will find themselves accused of misconduct." The group remained silent, exchanging glances. Ning Dai quickly turned her gaze to Jiang Li, straining to see his expression. Despite the considerable size difference, though it was exhausting, she refused to back down, retorting, "You're the one who's peculiar. What's wrong with having 3 tails? Does that make me a demon fox? Can't you consider that my parents might have given birth to a mutated offspring, resulting in 2 extra tails? I am a variant species. I can also transform into a human, do you believe it? Who was it that insulted me earlier? Step forward and face me. Or do you believe I 1T scratch you to pieces?" The onlookers continued to stare, unsure whether Ning Dai was truly a demon or not. Their uncertainty led them to look towards Jiang Li for guidance, as he held the highest authority among them. Jiang Li observed Ning Dai, feeling a twinge of doubt. To label her a demon was not solely due to her 3 tails. There was indeed a trace of demonic energy surrounding her that resembled someone he knew. However, he had never encountered a demon who, upon being exposed, would defiantly engage in verbal sparring, insisting on her nature as a variant. Jiang Li's eyes reflected a complex mix of thoughts, and for a moment, he remained silent. Ning Dai arrogantly regarded the group, secretly relieved. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to win a single fight. She certainly did not wish to confront them directly. As long as she could engage in dialogue, she would avoid physical confrontation. Meanwhile, outside the tent, those who had gone to assess the situation returned to report on the battle. With a resounding voice, a young man clad in silver armor and sporting 3 eyes hastily entered the tent, bowing to the individuals inside. "Master, that Taoist Lu truly possesses remarkable abilities. Zhao Gongming's treasures could not harm him at all." Upon hearing this, the people inside the tent, particularly the Taoist of the burning lamp, displayed expressions of joy, eager to inquire further. However, before he could voice his questions, the 3-eyed youth abruptly shifted his tone. Yet, today, Zhao Gongming was not alone. There was someone aiding him. This person set up a peculiar formation, ensnaring Taoist Lu within it. In the blink of an eye, flames engulfed the formation, trapping Taoist Lu within. And in another fleeting moment, Taoist Lu was consumed by the flames. "We are currently unaware of his condition. Master, what shall we do?" This was indeed a grim tidings, akin to plunging from paradise into the depths of despair. The others in the tent exchanged silent glances of indignation. "Yang Jian, why the preamble? Could you not have simply delivered the latter part?" Unaware of his comrade's sentiments, the 3-eyed Yang Jian gazed earnestly at Jiang Li, awaiting his command. "A person is aflame. What now?" Yang Jian finished reporting the situation outside, awaiting Jiang Zi's decision. Jiang Li exchanged a glance with the Taoist of the burning lamp, both remaining silent as they hastily exited the tent. Their swift movements caused those behind them to feel a chill run down their spines, prompting them to follow closely in silence. At this moment, no one had time to concern themselves with Ning Dai. Having heard Yang Jian's description, Ning Dai realized that Luya was currently ensnared in the flame formation. This formation, devised by a Taoist named Bai Li, contained 3 types of fire: aerial, subterranean, and samadhi fire. While it could potentially spell doom for others, it was hardly a challenge for Luya, as the flames seemed too feeble to pose any real threat. Remaining composed, Ningdai noticed that everyone else had rushed out, leaving the tent empty. Feeling rather bored, she decided to join in the excitement outside. The Western Shi camp occupied a high vantage point, allowing them to observe the battlefield below, now ablaze. A group of individuals stood in a line at the cliff's edge, peering down at the inferno, their brows furrowed in concern. Among them, an uninformed individual whispered, "What formation is this?" "It's truly formidable. This is the flame formation," replied the Taoist of the burning lamp. He then turned to Jiang Li, saying, "Taoist Lu came to assist us against Zhao Gongming, yet unexpectedly fell into this flame formation. What shall we do, Master Zia? Do you have anyone capable of breaking this formation?" Hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting the flames of the formation as thoughts raced through his mind, but none of the candidates seemed suitable. Finally, he could only reply with a bitter expression. "It appears we lack anyone capable of breaking the formation. We must first locate someone who can probe it." The Taoist of the burning lamp had anticipated this outcome and nodded sullenly. "It seems I must probe the formation myself, Master," Jiang Li exclaimed in surprise. The Taoist of the burning lamp, embodying a sense of noble resolve, raised his hand to silence Jiang Li, gazing determinedly at the roaring flames below. "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion, Master Zia." Ningdai observed the exchange between Jiang Li and the Taoist of the burning lamp, silently mocking, "This is more theatrical than I am." Ignoring the two friends engaged in their heartfelt exchange, Ningdai leaned over the cliff's edge, peering down at the fierce flames. The blinding fire soared high, seemingly intent on engulfing the heavens and the earth, while beneath the leaping flames, not a trace of Lu Ya could be seen. Behind them, Jiang Li and the Taoist of the burning lamp finally agreed that the latter would probe the formation and attempt a rescue. The Taoist of the burning lamp prepared to take flight, but suddenly, a burst of laughter emerged from the flames, causing him to pause, eyes narrowing suspiciously at the source. Ningdai leaned forward eagerly, her heart racing as she murmured, "Oh, please commence your performance." The laughter from within the flames was both joyful and refreshing, followed by Luya's voice, "This formation is indeed marvelous. It's just a pity the flames lack sufficient intensity." As he spoke, a red figure soared from the fire, and as it emerged from the flames, the onlookers realized it was Luya, clad in crimson robes. Having endured the flames for so long, he emerged unscathed and appeared even more invigorated than before. The younger generation, including Yang Jian, Neza, and Lei Zhenzi, stood spellbound, their minds repeating the phrase, "a true master." Ningdai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This entrance was spectacular. Luya hovered in the air, his flowing red robe billowing as if propelled by unseen winds, creating a visual spectacle of unprecedented grandeur. However, the surrounding future deities, despite their internal astonishment, remained silent, unaware of the importance of expressing admiration aloud. Otherwise, Ningdai would have led them in a chorus of shouts in praise of Luya. The master of the flame formation, the Taoist Bai Li, sat atop his steed, utterly dumbfounded as Luya ascended from the flames. Confident in his belief that no more than 5 individuals could withstand the formation, he had never considered Luya to be among them, as he had never even heard of him. Thus, one must acknowledge the value of knowledge. Ignorance can lead to one's downfall. Luya, noticing Bai Li's stunned expression, flipped his palm, revealing a jade-like white sword. With a mere incantation, the sword flew toward Bai Li's throat. Realizing the imminent danger, Bai Li attempted to evade, but found himself inexplicably immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the white sword pierced his throat, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness, plummeting to the ground as the fierce flames extinguished instantly, as if a switch had been flipped. After eliminating Bai Li, Luya remained suspended in the air, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the battlefield. Now facing Zhao Gongming and his companions. Today was meant to be Zhao Gongming's stage, but having failed to contend with Luya, Bai Li had stepped in to assist him, only to meet his demise. Zhao Gongming, furious and pained, pondered his next move when he heard Luya's cheerful taunt. "Zhao Gongming, shall we continue this contest?" What nonsense! Zhao Gongming decided to retreat, vowing to return another day with reinforcements. As Zhao Gongming urged his companions to flee, one named Yaobin refused to back down, angrily shouting at Luya, "You killed my brother. You are no man. I shall confront you." Ignoring Zhao Gongming's pleas, Yaobin charged forward to set up a formation. The new formation quickly took shape, with Yaobin standing within it, sneering at Luya. "You dare face my soul-draining formation?" Luya chuckled in response. "Then let us see what you have." With a swift motion, he dashed into the soul-draining formation like a meteor. As he entered, the entire formation activated, enveloping them both in darkness. The Taoist of the burning lamp, witnessing this, exclaimed urgently, "Master Xia, summon someone to break the formation." Just as Jiang Xia was about to call for assistance, the world trembled and the soul-draining formation began to shift. The darkness that had shrouded the formation cascaded down like shifting sands, revealing two figures at its center, one kneeling, the other standing. Naturally, the standing figure was Luya, while Yaobin lay motionless on the ground. Yaobin's fate had now sealed his name. He would be forever known as Dead Man. The black sand and the falling soul array swiftly vanished without a trace. Zhao Gongming decisively turned and fled, his remaining companions sharing no desire for martyrdom, opting instead to follow suit as a prudent course of action. It was only after Zhao Gongming's silhouette diminished to a mere speck that Jiang Xia and his companions exhaled their worries, revealing smiles of relief, and ordered others to commence the battlefield cleanup. As the cleanup crew began their task, Lord Luya returned to the mountain. Jiang Xia and the Lantern Master, along with others, gathered around him, yet none were quicker than Ning Dai. She dashed forward, leaping into Lord Luya's embrace, clinging to his garments with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my! You are so handsome! Lord, I must call you." Lord Luya steadied her small frame, a blend of helplessness and indulgence in his voice as he replied, "Calling me again?" He still did not comprehend the true meaning behind her words. The so-called strategy of Lord Luya involved the secret technique of the 7 arrows of the nail head, a mystery unknown to outsiders. Even Jiang Xia and his companions had never heard of it. Thus, when Lord Luya began to elaborate on the specific execution process, everyone attentively leaned in, listening with great earnestness, as if merely hearing it would allow them to remember, learn, and eventually apply it. Yet, the least engaged among them was Ning Dai. As someone well-versed in the original novels and various adaptations of the Investiture of the Gods, she felt life was indeed as lonely as snow. Listening to Lord Luya's elaborate explanations, she longed to translate for them. The 7 arrows of the nail head involved crafting a straw man, inscribing a name upon it, then performing a ritual for 21 days, burning a talisman every 3 days. Upon completion, on the 21st day, one would shoot arrows at the straw figure. In the original plot, Jiang Xia had shot 3 arrows at the figure, leading to Zhao Gongming's demise in the camp of Chengtang. Ning Dai recalled that there were several minor interludes during the execution of this secret technique, yet in this world, such scenes seemed to have been omitted. Jiang Xia successfully completed his ritual, while Lord Luya indulged in feasting and revelry at the West Qi camp for 20 days. On the 21st day, Lord Luya left Ning Dai at the camp and personally went to assess the results of Jiang Xia's ritual, subsequently joining forces with Jiang Xia to deliver Zhao Gongming's fate. When the news of Zhao Gongming's demise reached them, the gaze directed at Lord Luya shifted to a new level of admiration. He was no longer merely a master but had ascended to the status of an extraordinary figure. Jiang Xia promptly expressed his intent to recruit Lord Luya, who pondered for a moment before agreeing, "Then I shall comply respectfully." Thus, Lord Luya became a glorious member of the West Zhou campaign against Zhou. Ning Dai watched, suddenly nostalgic for the socialist successor committee she had once formed. Had it not been for patriotic interference, she could have stood atop the city walls to celebrate the founding ceremony. A woman who does not aspire to be a leader is certainly not a good actress. Patriot, have you made any progress with your leader? How much longer must I wait? In a fit of dissatisfaction, Ning Dai called out to inquire about the developments. Patriot, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "We are going through the process. I do not know when we will see results. It can happen quickly or slowly. Essentially, that's just idle chatter." Patriot retorted, feeling somewhat cornered. "Aren't you living quite comfortably? Don't you enjoy the Better Than a Fox series every day? Why are you still fixated on leaving? Ningdai huffed. I am not the type who seeks comfort and pleasure. And what type are you, then? Patriot pressed on. Of course, I am the kind who aspires to become a leader. Curse it, I knew I shouldn't have asked. Frustrated, Patriot resolved not to engage with Ningdai until there were results from the upper echelon. After sparring verbally with Patriot, Ningdai felt some relief. In a better mood, she contemplated teasing Lord Luya again. Just as she took a couple of steps, a voice rang out from the sky. Bring Luya out. Ningdai halted, recalling immediately who had called. The sisters of the fallen Zhao Gongming had come seeking vengeance against Lord Luya. At that moment, Lord Luya was inside the main tent, and Ningdai hurried out to find him. In the original plot, Lord Luya had been captured by those women, but Ningdai was determined to prevent his capture. If he were taken, who would keep her warm at night? As Ningdai exited the tent, she coincidentally saw a soldier entering to report. She quickly jogged over. Just as she reached the entrance, Lord Luya emerged, spotting her and pausing. With a gentle smile, he cautioned, Don't wander off, I'll be away for a bit. He then proceeded to descend the mountain. Ningdai followed, saying, I heard a fierce voice calling for you. It cannot be anything good. You should avoid it. Lord Luya looked down at her, his smile growing. Are you worried about me? Of course. If you are captured, what will I do? Especially at night. Lord Luya was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated. Are you so pessimistic about me? Don't worry, as your master, I won't be so easily subdued. But in the original plot, you were indeed captured, Ningdai mumbled, quickening her pace to block him. Why not take me with you? Without hesitation, Lord Luya firmly declined. It's a treacherous place. It's not safe. You should wait for my return. Ningdai quickly stepped back, then lunged forward, colliding into his embrace. This was a movement she had perfected, calculating the distance, force, and position with precision. Sure enough, after her leap, she clung to him, and Lord Luya instinctively supported her petite frame, preventing her from tiring herself out. Ningdai nestled into his arm, wagging her tail. Take me with you. Lord Luya gazed at her helplessly. Just then, someone emerged from the tent, and instead of indulging her as he usually did, he effortlessly tossed her into the unsuspecting arms of Jiang Li. Brother Zia. Please take care of my little pet. Lord Luya bowed slightly, adding, Don't let her wander off. Jiang Li, gripping the struggling Ningdai, watched as Lord Luya departed down the mountain, momentarily stunned. Ningdai, furious, exclaimed, Why did you entrust me to him? Don't you know I'm allergic to this reformed face? After walking for a while, Jiang Li and the others finally reached the cliff's edge to survey the battlefield below. Indeed, the sisters of Zhao Gongming, known as the Three Heavenly Maidens, had arrived. Ningdai, unlike others who might have been captivated by the trio's beauty, focused solely on the appearance of these women. She had to admit, their faces were quite lovely. Upon seeing Lord Luya, the three maidens were equally struck by his handsome visage and ethereal presence, remarking on his extraordinary charm. Then, one of the three maidens stepped forward, exclaiming, So you are Luya. Do you still remember me? Ningdai thought, I knew there would be a twist. Given Lord Luya's striking looks and status, any director would surely give him ample screen time, embroiling him in numerous romantic entanglements. Yet, in stark contrast to the excitement of one of the maidens, Lord Luya responded without a moment's hesitation. Which fairy are you? The other party was evidently hurt by his words, their eyes clouded with emotion. Years ago, we met in the mountains and promised to drink tea together. I waited for you for over a decade, yet you never came. The Taoist Luya seemed unable to recall the encounter. Witnessing his apparent forgetfulness, the other party felt a surge of anger, fueled by both old grievances and new. You, while Taoist Luya, betrayed me first and used dark sorcery to kill my brother. Now, I shall make you experience a taste of various torments. With a swift motion, they retrieved a golden-painted object resembling a toilet. As the golden toilet, or the famed Hunyuan golden dipper, made its appearance, Ningdai suddenly realized, so this is what the future internet users would endlessly debate about. The thought of Taoist Luya being taken away by a toilet struck her, and she pondered whether she should seek a different ally instead, otherwise, she would be haunted by this image. Amidst her distraction, the golden toilet, no, the Hanyuan golden dipper, was raised high into the air, spinning and emanating a dazzling golden light. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it nearly compelled one to shut their eyes. Yet, in the fleeting moment of closing and reopening her eyes, the golden light abruptly dimmed, and upon looking at the battlefield, she found neither Taoist Luya nor the three maidens remaining. It seemed the toilet had indeed whisked him away. Gazing at the now empty battlefield, Ningdai found it difficult to articulate her feelings: melancholy, disappointment, and a hint of disdain. On the side of Shichi, the onlookers took a moment longer than Ningdai to regain their senses, exchanging glances and questioning what had transpired in that instant. Just a moment before, both sides had been locked in confrontation, and now everyone was mysteriously gone. Whispers filled the air. Yet no one had clearly witnessed the sequence of events or understood the true power of the golden toilet. Ningdai remarked, "You bunch of incompetent fools." Even the male lead is no exception. Once Taoist Luya was captured, the higher-ups of Shichi convened an urgent meeting. The agenda focused on the whereabouts of Luya and the nature of the golden toilet. As Ningdai had been entrusted to Jiang Li by Luya, she was fortunate enough to attend this meeting. The representatives expressed their opinions, engaging in deep discussions and research on the topics at hand. Fortunately, the intellects present were sharp, and with Jiang Li's divination skills, they soon arrived at answers regarding both questions, along with insights into the identity of the three celestial maidens and which one had summoned the Hanyuan Golden Dipper. With knowledge of Luya's location, the fearless child Neza was the first to leap forward, volunteering, "Master Uncle, I will infiltrate their camp tonight and rescue Taoist Luya." Jiang Li regarded him in silence, his expression unreadable as he contemplated the feasibility of the proposal. After a moment's thought, he agreed to Neza's plan. Elated that his request was granted, Neza moved closer to Ningdai, reaching out to stroke her tail while reassuring her, "Little fox, don't be sad. I will bring Taoist Luya back tonight." Ningdai turned to him, surprised to find that this mischievous child possessed a tender-hearted side. However, she mused that he was overestimating the situation. She was merely preparing herself for a different alliance. As night fell, Neza disguised himself to carry out his mission while the others remained in the tent, waiting for news. Neza was away for an entire night, returning only at dawn, his face marked with injuries. Upon seeing his elders, he began to tearfully recount, "Master Uncle, I couldn't rescue Taoist Luya. Not only did I fail to save him, but I didn't even catch a glimpse of him." While he cried, he detailed his failed infiltration attempt. In Ningdai's words, it sounded like, "The mischievous child snuck into the enemy's base to wreak havoc, only to be outmatched by the combined efforts of three formidable women." Fortunately, he managed to escape swiftly thanks to his impressive roller skates. Jiang Li sighed lightly, having anticipated this outcome. Others stepped forward, eager to lead an army into battle, but Jiang Li declined, stating he needed to think further. At that moment, a report arrived. "Prime Minister, the Chungtang camp has raised a truce banner." The unexpected truce banner from Chungtang signified their indifference to any insults hurled at them. In the ancient warfare system, where honor and trust were paramount, this tactic was quite effective. However, Chungtang's decision to raise a truce banner under these circumstances seemed perplexing. Logically, having captured someone from Shichi, they should seize the opportunity to strike. Yet, they extended a ceasefire, seemingly granting Shichi time to devise a plan for a rescue. Ningdai found the intelligence of Chungtang's camp bewildering. Of course, given Taoist Luya's skills and the original narrative's trajectory, Shichi's intervention was unnecessary. Yet, as the individuals of Shichi wore expressions of worry, Ningdai calmly opted to theatrically display her own distress, embodying the role of a devoted pet fretting over her master's uncertain fate. She felt quite pleased with her performance, rating it a 99 out of 100, saving 1 point to motivate herself for future endeavors. Just as she was immersed in her act, Aigwa suddenly spoke up. "There's a result." Ningdai immediately dropped her playful demeanor and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "What is the result?" After a brief pause, Aigwa replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "The higher-ups maintain their original verdict, acknowledging that you have completed the task without any misconduct." Having spoken, Aigwa braced himself for Ningdai's exuberant reaction. However, contrary to his expectations, Ningdai neither laughed triumphantly nor mocked him. She remained quietly composed, as if she had merely heard a mundane statement about the weather. Aigwa felt perplexed, having not intended to ask, yet his curiosity got the better of him. "Did you hear what I said?" Ningdai dismissed it nonchalantly. "Don't you feel happy?" he probed. Ningdai adopted a mature demeanor, responding, "Not particularly." Aigwa was genuinely taken aback by her sudden shift in attitude, finding it difficult to comprehend. Ningdai chuckled softly, revealing her calm facade. "I was almost destined to be the woman of the leader. Justice, of course, lies in my hands." Ha ha ha. Aigwa was left speechless. He silently reminded himself that despite feeling a surge of discontent, the higher-ups had already reached a conclusion, and he would have to accept it. To resist would only lead to further complications. Comforting himself, Aigwa turned to Ningdai with a formal tone. "Since the task is complete, you may depart from this world." Ningdai stretched lazily and asked, "I can leave directly? No convoluted procedures?" Aigwa confirmed, "No need. Once you decide to leave, I will facilitate the process." "Oh," Ningdai replied nonchalantly then. "Let's go now." Just then, a messenger rushed in, interrupting her unfinished sentence with urgent news. "Prime Minister, a spy reports that a joyous occasion is underway in the Chungtang camp." As the tent flap was lifted, someone hurried in with news, coincidentally cutting off Ningdai's statement. The sister of Zhao Gongming, the Bixiao fairy among the three celestial maidens, is to marry Daoist Luya. By the time the messenger reached the final words, he was out of breath. "What?" The tent erupted in varied tones, a symphony of surprise and disbelief. Even Ningdai halted her conversation, astonished by the news. What was this unexpected twist? Hadn't they just captured Luya? With expectations that he would return? How could he become so enamored in a moment of tenderness that he forgot his previous plight? After confirming the reliability of the news, the Shichi camp was thrown into chaos. The recently injured Neza sprang up, eagerly requesting another attempt to infiltrate the Chungtang camp. This time, Yang Jian Li and others quickly rallied to join him in his endeavor. Facing the fervent pleas of the three young ones, Jiang Li composed himself, remaining silent for an extended period. Aigwa urged Ningdai, "Are you leaving or not?" Ningdai rose quietly, slipping out of the large tent while no one was watching. She murmured to Aigwa, "Is it possible to leave at any moment?" "Indeed," Aigwa replied. Ningdai surveyed her surroundings, chose a discreet path, and began to descend. "Let me first visit Chungtang's camp. Once I'm done, I'll leave." Aigwa inhaled sharply. "What do you intend to do? If you can leave, why must you play the drama queen? Can't you spare me some worry?" He paused, then added ominously, "If you cause any trouble, don't blame me for being unkind. I will definitely report it." Ningdai chuckled softly. "What are you so concerned about? I'm merely going to take a look at Chungtang's camp. I'm not afraid of your complaints at all." Aigwa remained skeptical. "What is there to see? What could possibly be interesting?" "There is indeed something worth seeing," Ningdai replied, "a wedding." Aigwa was momentarily speechless. Ningdai cheerfully descended the mountain, crossing the battlefield, and then surveyed the vast expanse around her. "Aigwa, which direction should we take?" Aigwa sighed. "Sister. I'm calling you sister, all right? Please don't wander aimlessly. If you cause any trouble and the higher-ups blame me, what will we do? The real concern is what they will do to me." Due to this complaint, he had already faced serious criticism from above, being labeled as incompetent for only serving the host in 3 worlds, with no peaceful time except for the previous one. He was also told that he had significant issues in dealing with people and was urged to relearn the core values, to be kind, democratic, and harmonious. Furthermore, he was advised to learn from his colleagues in other systems, especially the friendly system, which was exceedingly amiable and had a great relationship with their host. The free system, despite its self-indulgence, was also mentioned. In short, everyone was doing well, and as Aigwa, he was expected to surpass them all. If he continued to be so ineffective, he would be sent back for retraining. The thought of the upper management's relentless criticism and his colleagues' quiet mockery weighed heavily on Aigwa. Ningdai could hardly contain her laughter. "Oh, you've even called me sister." She paused, then added playfully, "But I prefer when you call me baby." Aigwa burst into tears. Ningdai was taken aback by his crying, feeling overwhelmed by his tears, and softened her tone. "Why are you crying?" Baby is feeling distressed. Everyone is bullying Baby, AI Gua exclaimed. Ningdai replied, I'm merely asking you for directions. That hardly counts as bullying. Seeing him still sobbing, she adopted a soothing tone. Come now, dear AI Gua, tell me, who is bullying you? AI Gua refused to divulge. Ningdai, taking on the role of a caring sister, gently coaxed him. After several tender attempts, the naive AI Gua finally revealed everything. Upon learning the full story, Ningdai nearly burst into laughter but managed to maintain her composure and offered AI Gua some earnest comfort, while also seizing the opportunity to negotiate her own interests. The fragile AI Gua felt reassured by her words and quickly aligned himself with her. Which way should we go? Forward. As Ningdai set off following AI Gua's guidance, he kindly reminded her, actually, it's quite a distance. I suggest you use your magic to fly over. But to use magic, one must first transform into a human. Ningdai interjected. I refuse to run around naked again. The memory of her previous experience was too vivid, and she adamantly declined to transform. AI Gua sighed. You will eventually have to turn human. Ningdai shrugged. The me that leaves will be a new me. In this world, I simply refuse to become human. AI Gua had no retort and chose to remain silent. After bounding along for a while, Ningdai eventually grew tired and, seeing no one around, transformed into a human form, using magic to cover the distance. Approaching Cheng Tang's camp, she transformed back into her fox form. The main entrance of Cheng Tang's camp was heavily guarded, and despite the wedding festivities, there was no visible sign of joy. Hiding in the grass, she peered around and directly asked, AI Gua baby, do you know where Luya is? AI Gua initially confirmed that he did, yet still puzzled, questioned. The mission is over. Why do you insist on seeing Luya? Because I have something I must say to him, she replied. AI Gua, concerned, asked, what has he done to you? Has Luya bullied you without my knowledge? Given that they were now allies, if Luya had indeed mistreated her, AI Gua would undoubtedly rally against him. Ningdai opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, struggling internally before deciding to remain silent. Seeing her in turmoil, AI Gua immediately directed her. He is in the third large tent to the left of the main tent. The front is heavily guarded, but the right side is more lax. You can enter from there, just be careful to avoid the guards. San Shao and Master Wen are in the main tent, so keep your distance, they won't detect you. Of course, you could also use your magic, which you haven't to use much, to zip right over. But the chance of being discovered is quite high, around 70 to 80%. Very efficient, Ningdai remarked. Following AI Gua's instructions, she easily infiltrated Cheng Tang's camp, winding her way through until she quickly reached the tent where Luya was held. With no one around, she unsheathed her claws and cut a small opening in the tent for her entry. The military tents were mostly simply arranged, but Cheng Tang's tent was even more austere than the Shichi camp. There were no low couches for resting, just a tall pillar in the center, to which Luya was bound, showing no signs of struggle. Could it be that the custom of tying the groom to a pillar during weddings originated from the Shang dynasty? Ningdai entered the tent and approached him with cautious steps. Luya appeared to sense her presence, turning his head to look at her, his gaze landing on Ningdai with evident surprise. Ningdai's eyes roamed over him, and seeing that he was unharmed despite being bound like a mummy, she drew closer and teased softly, Dao Jun, your preferences are quite unique. At her words, Luya suddenly smiled. Didn't I tell you to stay put in the camp? What brings you here? His demeanor was relaxed, entirely unfazed by his bindings, as if he were not constrained at all. Ningdai settled down across from him, tilting her head as she spoke. The scouts informed me that you are to be married, so naturally, I had to come and see you one last time. Pausing, she switched to a pitiful tone. Once you are married, you will surely have your wife to embrace every day, and you will no longer need me, so I came to bid you farewell. Luya raised an eyebrow at her words, and in the next moment, the ropes binding him fell away, landing on the ground. He crouched down before Ningdai, smiling as he asked, How could I ever not want you? Startled, Ningdai recoiled. Whoa. Can you allow me to finish my farewell scene properly? Luya extended a finger and gently poked her forehead, seemingly applying a bit of pressure, yet it was exceedingly gentle. Ningdai instinctively squinted, her gaze half closed as she watched him. After a moment, she said, Dao Jun, so you're really fine? I thought you were forced to marry Bai Xiao because you couldn't escape. Luya merely smiled in response, continuing to poke her forehead with his finger, seemingly using the action to teach her a lesson. Ning Dai tilted her head to evade him. If these ropes can't restrain you, why don't you run? Are you truly willing to marry Bai Xiao? Luya Daojun paused his actions, and the next moment, he playfully tapped her forehead with his finger, declaring that marriage was merely a matter of convenience. Ning Dai continued to evade him, reflecting before affirming, but Bai Xiao fairy wishes to marry you. Luya Daojun smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Ning Dai turned her head, casting him a sidelong glance, and said, knowing she has waited for you for over a decade, just to share a cup of tea, is it not deceitful to use a marriage contract to trick her? Daojun, are you seeking something from her? Luya Daojun extended his arm, this time not poking her, but instead lifting her chin with a finger. His voice laced with playful admiration. You've grown clever, aware of what I desire. He did not conceal his intentions, softly murmuring a few words about the Hanyuan Golden Dipper. Ning Dai instantly comprehended. He intended to deceive the Sanshao fairies for the Hanyuan Golden Dipper. She recalled that the original text mentioned this artifact was formidable, causing many powerful beings to suffer losses, ultimately requiring the sealing of the gods to recover their essence. If she could procure the Hanyuan Golden Dipper, she would not fear another confrontation. Seeing her gaze fixed in contemplation, Luya could not resist and gently tugged at her chin once more. Ning Dai lifted her head, shifting her perspective to glance at him, and after a moment, she furrowed her brows, scrutinizing him intently. Just as Luya Daojun felt her gaze was peculiar and prepared to inquire, she suddenly sang in a delicate, teasing voice, "What shrimp, my dear? The world is a vast expanse. What shrimp, my dear? The dog is a rascally thing. What shrimp, my love? We play with mud every meal. What shrimp, my love? When the song is done, my heart shall return." Luya Daojun was momentarily perplexed. What sort of sorcery is this? He understood not a single word. The patriotic explanation echoed silently. Love, trickster, I ask you. Unfortunately, Luya Daojun could not hear and remained unaware that this was no secret incantation. After finishing her song, Ning Dai cast him a playful glance. Luya Daojun remained utterly baffled. The two shared a moment of silence, after which Ning Dai returned to normalcy, stating, I merely came to see Daojun. Since you bear a heavy responsibility, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. This is not a safe place. You should stay here. Luya Daojun swiftly captured her, instinctively drawing her into his embrace. Ning Dai shifted to find a comfortable position but reminded him, I was quite safe when I arrived. Luya Daojun ignored her. It had been 2 days since he last held her, and now, enveloping her in his arms felt immensely satisfying. They lingered in their intimate moment when suddenly, voices emerged from outside the tent. Upon hearing them, Luya Daojun concealed Ning Dai within his sleeve and returned to his position by the pillar. With a mere glance, the ropes on the ground animatedly ensnared him once more. Just as he restored his composure, the tent flaps were lifted, and Bai Xiao fairy entered. Luya Daojun found himself quite busy. One moment, he was entwined with Ning Dai, and the next, he was engaged in verbal sparring with Bai Xiao fairy. Ning Dai, hidden in Luya Daojun's sleeve, was compelled to listen to a love trickster strategizing for numerous powerful beings while fending off a desperate spinster. Though Luya Daojun spoke earnestly, with no hint of frivolity, to Ning Dai's ears, familiar melodies incessantly echoed in her mind. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Patriot, what are you doing? Startled, the Patriot ceased the brainwashing music that had been playing in her mind. After a moment, he replied, nothing much. Ning Dai, unconvinced, pressed on. Did you just play a song in my head? The Patriot feigned innocence. No, I didn't. That's nonsense. I heard it. It looped at least 5 times. The Patriot fell silent. After a while, he lamented, I merely wanted to hear the original voice. I couldn't recall it for a moment. I didn't know it would loop, and I thought you couldn't hear me. Ning Dai raised an eyebrow and laughed. So, after listening, do you think I sing better or the original? Without hesitation, the Patriot answered, you. This display of survival instinct was commendable. Satisfied, Ning Dai continued to listen to Luya Daojun and Bai Xiao fairy. After a time, the Patriot quietly remarked, I think your song fits perfectly. It's so vivid. Ning Dai replied nonchalantly, "It's acceptable." The Patriot added, "I truly believe it aligns remarkably with the current plot. May I play it a couple more times?" Ning Dai responded, "So, you only said that to hear it again, didn't you?" The Patriot, sensing he would not receive a response, reluctantly abandoned the idea. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Have you decided when to leave? Once you depart, I can enjoy the music as often as I like." Ning Dai, unaware of his ulterior motives, pondered, "I shall say my goodbyes first." The Patriot instinctively wanted to question what goodbyes were necessary, but he stifled his words and said, "All right, make it quick. The sooner you return, the sooner you can choose a modern world to revel in." Ning Dai considered this reasoning and agreed. The two lapsed into silence, and after some time, Bai Shao Fairy finally departed, granting Ning Dai her much-anticipated freedom. Upon returning to the surface, before Luya Daojun could speak, Ning Dai eagerly declared, "Daojun, your task seems arduous and lengthy. I'm in a hurry, so I shall not accompany you in your slow pursuit. Take care." With that, she dashed away, and Luya Daojun had no chance to stop her. As she reached the tent's edge, she paused, turning to Luya Daojun, hesitating momentarily before uttering, "Daojun." He responded affirmatively. Ning Dai pivoted and sprinted back, leaping towards him. Luya Daojun reached out. But just as the small fox's form was about to collide with him, she suddenly transformed into a young woman. The next instant, the girl leaned in, her soft lips brushing against Luya Daojun's. "Ah, the tender tofu has finally been savored." Luya Daojun stood frozen, at a loss for how to react. The Patriot was equally shocked. Only Ning Dai reveled in her triumph, gently nibbling at his lip before swiftly reverting to her fox form and darting away. Bye-bye. Exiting the tent, Ning Dai retraced her steps towards Chung Tang's camp, her spirits soaring. Having accomplished a long-desired act, she felt utterly fulfilled. "Patriot, we can leave now. Your farewell, is it a passionate kiss for Luya Daojun?" The Patriot remained in shock, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ning Dai, reminiscing about the kiss, giggled with delight, playfully touching her lips, resembling a mischievous cat. The Patriot remarked, "I have never encountered such a theatrical and shameless woman." After indulging in her private elation, Ning Dai finally addressed the Patriot's earlier question. A kiss is also a farewell. And compared to verbal farewells, a kiss is undoubtedly more profound. Indeed. Quite the insight you possess. All right, I am now free of regrets. Let us depart. Very well, I shall operate now. Wait. Ning Dai suddenly halted him. The Patriot, halting his actions, asked, "What now?" After a moment's contemplation, Ning Dai stated, "Once I leave, this fox will be just a dead fox, right?" Patriot said, "Indeed." "What's the matter?" Ning Dai shook her head. "I can't leave now." Patriot was taken aback. "Why not?" Ning Dai replied, "If I leave now, people will think I was killed by Luya after a kiss. What will others think of me? They will see me as utterly useless. To have someone kiss me to death, wouldn't that make me seem quite lowly? No, I cannot just walk away like that." Patriot responded, "No one will know that it was Luya who caused your demise. No one will know you even kissed him." Ning Dai ignored him. "I know. And Luya knows too." An inexplicable silence enveloped the two. After a while, Patriot proposed, "How about this? You charge back into the Chungtang camp, let them find you, and they'll kill you. Then you would have contributed to Shi Qi and the Fengshen." Ning Dai contemplated this suggestion and deemed it feasible. However, she didn't forget to ask Patriot, the pain perception must be turned off completely, not just 10%, but 100%. "And when they hit me, you must let me go. I'm afraid of pain." Patriot resignedly agreed. All right, I'll disable it for you." Ning Dai replied, "Okay, I'm going in." Patriot encouraged, "Good luck." Ning Dai retraced her steps along the most vulnerable right flank back to the main camp. She surveyed her surroundings and realized that the area near the main tent was heavily guarded, so she strode confidently towards it. As she approached the tent, she was indeed spotted by the soldiers. A few soldiers initially just stared at her, showing no intent to attack. Seeing their inaction, Ning Dai provocatively called out, "Hey, commit me." The soldiers, perplexed by her words, were taken aback. A talking fox was certainly not an ordinary sight. Without a second thought, they rushed to attack her with their weapons. Ning Dai, sensing the impending danger, asked, "Patriot, have you turned off the pain perception?" It's off. Good. In the next moment, Ningdai executed a graceful leap, avoiding the soldiers' first wave of attacks. Patriot exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it. I said I turned off the pain perception. Why are you dodging?" Ningdai retorted, "Why wouldn't I? You have a history. You made me prepare mentally first." Patriot was tempted to ask if she needed to perform a set of warm-up exercises as preparation. As Ningdai's movements attracted more soldiers and firepower, Patriot sensed the moment was ripe. He urged her, "Look, more people are coming to attack you. You should cooperate a bit. Don't you want to return to the modern world soon? To be online, to scroll through social media, to use toilet paper, and enjoy a fabulous nightlife. Going out to bars and meeting new people. All right, stop talking. If you keep going, I might as well bum my head to death just to return to the modern world." Patriot asked, "Are you ready?" Ningdai repeatedly affirmed, "Here they come. To your left, don't dodge." Ningdai alertly turned to her left, every fiber of her being screaming to evade. But she exerted her willpower to suppress any defensive response. She began the logout process.
"Wait. Stop."
Patriot paused. Ningdai felt as if the world had frozen, an eerie stillness enveloping her. She stared at the weapon that had been mere centimeters from her, now inexplicably halted before her. Blinking in disbelief, she realized that the weapon poised to pierce her small body had indeed been halted and curiously asked Patriot, "Patriot? What is happening? Is the process complete? Why do I feel like I haven't returned yet?" Patriot stammered, "I haven't completed the process. I just heard wait and stop. It startled me, so I halted everything." Ningdai clarified, "That wasn't me." Patriot acknowledged, noting that it was indeed a male voice, 2 male voices, to be precise. He had instinctively stopped without further thought. Ningdai offered Patriot a forgiving smile. While her world was frozen, a fierce battle erupted elsewhere. The commotion she caused not only drew out those from the main tent, but also freed the imprisoned Luya. Upon encountering each other, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. "Luya, you are indeed untrustworthy." Princess Bai Xiao observed Luya's newfound freedom and realized she had been deceived. The eruption of her fury was akin to a volcanic explosion. The other 2 Xiao sisters, who had no intention of supporting a romance between Bai Xiao and Luya, immediately unleashed their skills to combat him, determined to teach this deceitful lover a lesson, not only for their brother but also for their younger sister. Ningdai stood among the petrified soldiers, witnessing their fierce clash. Patriot inquired, "Shall we leave? Why bother with pride? Once you leave this world, you will be reborn. What does it matter if this world is lowly?" As Ningdai pondered her decision, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Cautiously, she looked up to see a strikingly handsome man in a white robe with deep-set features and an exotic allure, staring intently at her. To her astonishment, she noticed that his eyes were a striking golden hue, reminiscent of a leopard's gaze. The handsome man spoke, "Ning Xiao Dai." Ningdai responded, "Shun Gong Bao." His eyes sparkled with recognition. "It's me." Ningdai exclaimed, "Wow. The humanoid version of the cowardly leopard is quite attractive." Shun Gong Bao joyfully laughed, lifting Ningdai to his eye level, his face brimming with delight yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "I thought you were dead." Ningdai smiled at him. Patriot silently retracted the operating system, realizing this turn of events meant there was no need to ask Ningdai whether she would leave. He could bet anything she would choose to stay. The process of disengaging had taken an unexpected turn, leaving Patriot feeling drained. Shengong Bao held Ningdai securely beneath her arms, lifting her to his gaze to ensure she was truly unharmed. Ningdai, in turn, scrutinized him repeatedly, finding him increasingly attractive, her mouth watering at the sight. Silently swallowing, she called out to Patriot, "Patriot, Patriot." Patriot, feeling exasperated, replied, "I'm here." Ningdai urged, "Hurry, let us log out." Patriot, taken aback, asked why. "You've just reunited with an old friend and haven't even exchanged a few words, and you want to leave? This isn't like you." He even doubted if she had been possessed by someone else. But soon, Ningdai provided a plausible explanation. "If I don't leave, I might be tempted to share a farewell kiss with Shengong Bao." Ningdai gazed skyward, internally wrestling with the growing urge to act on that thought. However, having just kissed one person, she felt it inappropriate to kiss another. It wasn't that she held some lofty ideals or moral convictions. but rather a fear of overindulgence leading to indigestion. Having navigated this realm of quick travel for quite some time, she had learned certain unspoken rules and boundaries. In this life, one must eventually pay their dues. Thus, where possible, one must remain within acceptable limits. A single taste was sufficient. Seeking more could lead to complications. Of course, for someone like her, leaving after a dalliance was the most fitting course of action. Patriot remained silent, finally processing her words. He couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that exactly what you desire? It sounds quite delightful. Go ahead, bid farewell, I won't stop you. After speaking, she pondered for a moment and kindly added, I'll give you some more time. You go ahead. Ningdai responded with a silent gaze. You're forcing me to commit a crime. Patriotic had no reply. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao had thoroughly assessed Ningdai, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Ning Xiaodai, how wonderful it is that you're still alive. Ningdai smiled. On the other side, the three celestial maidens were engaged in a fierce battle with Luya Daojun but were gradually losing ground. Wenzhong, the master of the Chengtang camp, immediately turned to Shen Gongbao, who was joyfully reuniting with Ning Xiaodai, and shouted, Master Shen, why aren't you lending a hand? What nonsense is this? At a critical moment, you're not showcasing your abilities while cuddling with a fox, acting like a lunatic. Shen Gongbao, upon hearing Wen Taishi's call, recalled the dire situation and, seeing the retreating three celestial maidens, turned to Ningdai, saying, Ning Xiaodai, please wait a moment. I need to attend to some matters first, and will speak with you shortly. As he released her back to the ground, Ningdai couldn't help but think about Wen Taishi's title for him. Shen Gongbao was now a national master. With a lingering glance at Ningdai, Shen Gongbao then joined the fray. Ningdai turned her attention to Luya Daojun, who was now facing 4 opponents instead of 3, and couldn't suppress her frustration, exclaiming, Hey, cowardly leopard, how can you fight your own father? Your father's powers far exceed yours. Have you forgotten the time when he dominated you? Yet, Shen Gongbao did not hear her words. He had transformed into a cool and confident figure, fully engaged in combat with Luya. Ningdai, dazzled by the spectacle, remarked, Cowardly leopard, you've changed. What on earth happened to you? Shen Gongbao had truly undergone a transformation. His previous timidity was now replaced by boldness. With his assistance, the 3 celestial maidens finally had a moment to breathe. Previously preoccupied with Luya Daojun, they had not had the chance to summon their ultimate weapon, the Hunyuan Golden Daodu. Now that they had an opportunity, they would not let it slip away. After all, it was this very weapon that had subdued Luya Daojun last time. Bai Xiao, one of the celestial maidens, retrieved the Hunyuan Golden Daodu from her garment and promptly summoned it. Ningdai's teeth clenched at the sight of the golden-painted toilet, recalling how Luya had been captured by it and, consequently, the incident of her earlier kiss with Luya. If Luya had been confined by a toilet, then by kissing him, hadn't she, in a sense, kissed a toilet? Ningdai shuddered. Oh no, this is a disaster. If Luya Daojun were to be captured by the toilet again, it would undoubtedly haunt her for a lifetime. With a loud shout, Ningdai charged at Bai Xiao, leaping forward and swiping at her hands, which were summoning the Daodu. Caught off guard, Bai Xiao yelped as Ningdai scratched her, causing the golden Daodu to drop to the ground before it could be fully summoned. Ningdai landed gracefully, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Xiao and huffing in disdain. Bai Xiao, in pain, glared angrily at Ningdai. Simultaneously, Qiong Xiao and Yun Xiao, the other celestial maidens, turned their attention to Ningdai. The 3 celestial maidens, who had always been united, now found a common enemy in the fox that had dared to harm Bai Xiao. Having already suffered at the hands of Luya, they could not tolerate being bullied by this unknown fox. Vile creature, admonished Yun Xiao, the eldest sister, as she wielded the golden Jiao cutter. As the golden Jiao cutter emerged, it soared into the sky like a brilliant rainbow, splitting into 2 streams resembling dragon-like figures. At that moment, the 2 dragons aimed directly at Ningdai. When Ningdai saw the golden Jiao cutter morph into 2 dragon forms, her heart raced, and she quickly inquired of Patriotic, I want to be killed by this thing, will I? She recalled the description of the golden Jiao cutter in the original storyline. It was said to sever anything in its path, regardless of one's divinity. After a 2-second pause, Patriotic replied. No, we are mere supporting characters, fragile ones at that. The notion of escaping unscathed? Not a chance. Ning Dai's heart raced heavily. After hearing Patriotic's words, she prepared to activate her self-preservation mode. However, her efforts were a moment too late. In the next instant, Ning Dai felt a chill sweep over her. Something had sliced through her waist. At the same time, Patriotic cried out, pain perception shielding activated. The Tasker is logging out of the world. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Tasker logging out. The last scene Ning Dai witnessed was Luya Daojun and Shen Gongbao rushing towards her in unison. With a thud, darkness engulfed her. Patriotic exclaimed, finally sent Ning Dai back. Now I can enjoy the music. As the music played, "What's up, my dear under the sky? The earth is full of chaos." Patriotic softly hummed along. So you were sweet-talking, your true feelings deceived away, so you were empty-tongued, leaving once your goal was achieved. I ask you, where is your conscience? The world of Fengshen was in turmoil. Both Luya Daojun and Shen Gongbao had succumbed to dark transformations. Their explosive combat prowess combined wreaked havoc upon the Chengtang camp, raising clouds of dust and cries of despair, turning the skies ominous. The three celestial maidens fell. An Wenzhong, the Grand Master, also met his demise, along with 100,000 troops of Chengtang. In this battle, Shiqi emerged victorious amidst confusion. Many powerful beings waiting for their turn to appear lost their chance. After flattening the Chengtang camp, Shen Gongbao and Luya Daojun did not cease their assault, immediately engaging in a furious exchange. The once timid Shen Gongbao had transformed into a tenacious fighter, unwilling to give up despite being outmatched by Luya in terms of combat skills and magical prowess. Fueled by the death of Ning Xiaodai, who had perished to save him, Shen Gongbao vowed enmity against Luya Daojun for life. Meanwhile, Luya Daojun was choked with unrelenting rage, flames of fury swirling within him. With Shen Gongbao's hatred as an outlet, they focused solely on their battle, disregarding everything else. As the chaos unfolded, neither side showed any signs of stopping, wreaking havoc wherever they went, and no amount of intervention could quell their conflict. The issue was that no one understood the reason behind their quarrel or how to intervene. Without Shen Gongbao's interference, the great undertaking of Fengshen came to a standstill, leaving many potent figures without their moment to shine, much to the dismay of the behind-the-scenes masterminds. Eventually, the disorder escalated further. One day, the author of this world of Fengshen found himself trapped within his own narrative, compelled to steer the plot back on course, lest he be barred from returning home. Gazing at the chaos he had wrought, he lamented, "What on earth? Did I not write a romance novel?" Much later, Patriotic asked Sister Dai, "Do you remember the Fengshen world you once visited?" Ning Dai lay on a beach chair, filing her nails while observing various handsome men strolling by, suppressing her drool. What about it?" Patriotic replied, "I heard news that the plot in that world has completely collapsed. The higher-ups are searching for the culprit to take responsibility." Ning Dai paused her nail filing. "This has nothing to do with me, right?" Patriotic reassured her. "Before the plot collapsed, we just happened to escape. It's not on us." Ning Dai sighed in relief, reasoning that since she had done nothing, she couldn't possibly be the culprit. Patriotic continued, "I heard that ultimately, they had no choice but to imprison the author for re-education. Apparently, he has been cursing every day." Ning Dai chuckled. "Good thing we got out in time." Patriotic affirmed, "Absolutely." Ning Dai smiled. "Patriotic, this is all thanks to you. Truly, you are my wonderful system." She sent him a little heart. Patriotism. So shy. As the conversation flowed, another handsome man strolled by. Ning Dai couldn't help but drool. "Patriot, look quickly. What do you think of that well-endowed gentleman?" Patriot glanced over. Not bad, not bad. I've scanned him, and he's well-endowed below as well." Ning Dai sprang to her feet. "Well-endowed gentleman, please wait." Luya Daojun, a deceiver of love. Shen Gongbao, a deceiver of love. Ning Dai, a Luya Daojun, I won't let you go.
Shen Gongbao, no.
Shen Tsong let out a cry, not expecting that after finally making an appearance, it would end so abruptly. She hadn't even had a chance. 92. A wealthy romance begins. 1. Ning Dai opened her sleepy eyes, yawning audibly at the familiar azure canopy above. "Miss Liu, are you awake?" By the bedside, the maid Yuan-er had been waiting for some time and finally sighed in relief upon seeing Ningdai's movement. Ningdai closed her still gaping mouth and turned to peer through the hazy canopy outside. Yuan-er, is the sun shining today? Yes, Miss Liu. It has rained for the past few days, but today the sky has finally cleared. Why not get up and sit in the courtyard? The flowers have bloomed beautifully these past few days. Yuan-er, concerned that Ningdai had been sleeping too long, hoped to coax her outside for some fresh air and sunlight. Ningdai furrowed her brow, considered it, and finally agreed. Upon receiving her consent, Yuan-er eagerly asked if they should start now. After confirming, Yuan-er deftly lifted the canopy and assisted Ningdai in getting up. Ningdai remained like a lazy cat, allowing Yuan-er to tend to her every need. After washing and changing, Yuan-er provided her with a light breakfast before guiding her to the courtyard. Indeed, the courtyard was, as Yuan-er described, awash with vibrant blooms. And thanks to the rain, the leaves glistened with freshness, lifting Ningdai's spirits. Yuan-er, a diligent and attentive maid, strolled with Ningdai around the courtyard, encouraging her to stretch her limbs. She also set up a lounge chair for Ningdai, helping her to lie down when she felt tired, offering her some snacks to satisfy her cravings. Ningdai squinted her eyes in delight. Yuan-er's attentive care reminded her of Luya Daojun, handsome, capable, and attentive. Alas, she was a free spirit destined for modern life. With her eyes half closed, she basked in the sun and drifted into a blissful slumber. Having rested well during the day, Ningdai felt rejuvenated at night. Seizing the quiet hours, she pulled out her phone, fixating on the messages in her red envelope group. Poised to seize the opportunity, after a night of waiting, she finally managed to snag a red envelope featuring a role in the modern world. Reward: 5 yuan. Ningdai was already impatient. In the sweltering August heat, where air conditioning was a luxury, the outdoors felt like hell. And to be outdoors for military training? That was akin to descending into the depths of Hades. As Ningdai snapped back to reality, she heard a raspy voice shout, 10-minute break. Disperse on the spot. The previously silent line suddenly came alive with groans and sighs. Ningdai, disregarding the current situation, was driven by a primal survival instinct, bounding towards the shade of a tree. Without concern for the dirt or her appearance, she plopped down onto the ground, overwhelmed with a wave of comfort that nearly brought her to tears. As people strolled by, men and women in pairs, many cast curious glances at Ningdai. It wasn't that she was extraordinarily beautiful. Rather, her swift reaction had startled them. Ningdai paid no mind to their gazes, their childish expressions utterly failing to pique her interest. After taking advantage of her brief respite, she finally called out to Patriot. Patriot slowly emerged, coming. Shall we begin to understand the plot and your tasks? Ningdai exclaimed, Speak, speak. 93. A wealthy romance begins, too, just as Patriot was about to begin. Ningdai halted him. Wait a moment. Having grown accustomed to abrupt stops in the previous world, Patriot swallowed his words and asked, What is it? With only 10 minutes for a break, please make it concise to allow me some time to digest. It's simply too hot, and my mind feels muddled. I might struggle to keep up. Patriot acknowledged, No worries, you can trust me. This story is quite simple. Ningdai retorted, You said the same in the last world. After a brief silence, Patriot calmly inquired, May I start now? We have 5 minutes left in the break. Ningdai's eyes twitched. Make haste.
Oh.
The story we are in now revolves around a wealthy romance, as you might expect. It's about a wealthy CEO and the children of their household staff. Qin Siqing is the daughter of the housekeeper from the prestigious Lian family. Growing up within the Lian household, she has shared a childhood with the two young masters, Lian Qing and Lian Yang, developing a bond unique to them. The Lian family has only 2 sons and no daughters. So the master and mistress regard Qin Siqing as a daughter, providing for her lavishly, nearly to the standards of a true heiress. The master and mistress adore her. Not to mention the 2 young masters. The Lian family's upbringing is quite strict, leaving little room for mischief during their formative years. As they entered their adolescence, the presence of the sweet and beautiful Qin Siqing solidified her place in their hearts. Both brothers are aware of each other's affections for Qin Siqing, yet she seems rather oblivious to romance, taking her time to awaken to her feelings. They mutually agree to let her decide, hoping to keep their brotherly bond intact. However, they overlook the fact that Qin Siqing is not without other suitors. Upon entering university, she is surrounded by various admirers, including Dong Siyu, a young master from a family of equal standing to the Lien family. Dong Siyu is not like the naive brothers. He is proactive in his pursuit of Qin Siqing, employing various romantic strategies. Yet, as the story's heroine, she possesses an aura of purity, rendering all of Dong Siyu's efforts futile.
Stop.
Ning Dai could no longer contain herself. Patriot ceased speaking. What is it? Ning Dai frowned. This love triangle involving 3 men and 1 woman is far too trivial. I can predict the rest of the story after just half of this. There's no need to continue. Just tell me what I need to do. Patriot, we're about to discuss your task. Have a little patience. If you skip the earlier parts, you won't grasp the context. He insisted he was only looking out for Ning Dai. Ning Dai removed her camouflage cap and fanned her face, suppressing her frustration from the heat. Then continue. Where were we? Oh, right. Dong Siyu failed to win her over, and upon learning this, the Lien brothers began acting as Qin Siqing's protectors, escorting her to and from school. Observers began speculating about their relationship. Some even spread rumors that Qin Siqing was involved with the CEO, complete with dubious evidence. Though many suspected the rumors were mere fabrications, keyboard warriors, as you know, can be relentless. Qin Siqing was nearly driven to madness by the situation and became reluctant to attend school. This news eventually reached the brothers, who defended her honor while simultaneously revealing their own feelings. Patriot exhaled. Well, I suppose you won't be interested in the subsequent plot. However, you do know what your task is, correct? Ning Dai ceased her fan-like motions, and after a moment of silence, she spoke heavily. I don't know. Oh, come on. You don't have to pretend. I know you well enough. You are a woman of great wisdom. Ai's flattery went unacknowledged, as Ning Dai couldn't be bothered to respond even with a dismissive retort. After a brief pause, she inquired anew. Aigua, is this a love story between a wealthy CEO and a Na'vi heroine? Aigua, puzzled by her insistence, replied, yes. Ning Dai leisurely continued. Are you aware of the phrase, when the weather turns cold, the Wang family will fall? Of course, it means the Wang family is about to go bankrupt, Aigua responded. Ning Dai acknowledged with a sound and then remarked slowly, I am merely a supporting character.
Oh.
Ning Dai elaborated. This should be the role of a nefarious antagonist, right? You want me to post rumors about the heroine? Surely, that cannot end well. Is this the fate I am destined to endure as a mere extra? Aigua insisted. But this is truly your task. No, I refuse to believe it. Aigua emphasized. It is indeed true. This plotline is merely a footnote in the grand narrative, your name barely mentioned. Only referenced when the 2 brothers seek vengeance for Qin Siqing, suggesting your actions stem from jealousy of her beauty and popularity, compounded by familial issues, resulting in a dark side. After that, you vanish from the story. Even your downfall is left unmentioned. What a pitiful role. Ning Dai felt tears welling up as she imagined a scene reminiscent of Dayu burying flowers. What other fate could I meet? In a sweet romance featuring a CEO, anyone who harms the heroine surely meets a dire end. The phrase, when the weather turns cold, the Wang family will fall, is but a mild warning. There are far grimmer fates awaiting. For instance, being sold into obscurity to bear children for the rest of one's life, or worse, enduring a lifetime of hardship. The thought sends shivers down my spine. A moment of exhilaration in posting, followed by a fiery reckoning. It was only then that Ning Dai grasped why the compensation in this world was set at a staggering $5. It was laden with a form of indemnity. How cunning! A sharp whistle interrupted Ning Dai and Ai's conversation. The students resting in the shade reacted with disappointment, yet instinctively stood up. The 10-minute break had come to an end, and they had to return to the sun's oppressive heat. Not far off, the instructor stood under the blazing sun, hands clasped behind his back, shouting, "Quit dawdling like an old hag and line up. The last 3 to return will do 50 push-ups." Upon hearing of the punishment, the previously sluggish students hastened their pace to form a line. Seeing her peers move, Ning Dai glanced at the glaring sunlight beyond the shade. let out a dismissive click of her tongue, and dramatically reclined on the ground in a manner befitting a true beauty, closing her eyes and remaining utterly still. Someone noticed her stillness and promptly reported, "Instructor, someone has fainted." Fainted? The instructor turned to see someone indeed collapsed in the shade and quickly approached to assess the situation. Year after year during military training, students attempted to feign illness to escape the drills, and the instructor had grown adept at discerning their tricks. It was suspicious that she would faint not during the lineup under the sun, nor while seated for a break, but precisely as the break concluded. The instructor was skeptical of Ning Dai's authenticity. He approached, intending to teach this poor performer a lesson. The instructor prided himself on dealing with students who employed such ruses. Yet today he faced no ordinary foe, but the cunning Ning Dai, a master of the quick-change narrative. This contest was destined to culminate in the instructor's failure. After employing a series of tactics, telling jokes, tickling, and threatening imaginary insects, the instructor observed that Ning Dai remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he pinched her philtrum, yet she still did not awaken. It was then that the instructor began to panic. The ensuing chaos prompted him to call for the campus doctor while urgently unfastening two of Ning Dai's buttons to fan her. Throughout, Ning Dai remained unresponsive, but inwardly, she relished the moment. "Ah, this is delightful." AI Guo remarked, "Let us light a candle for our instructor. The levels of competition differ, and it is no wonder he is overwhelmed." After a flurry of activity, Ning Dai was transported to the air-conditioned infirmary. Another case of a student fainting during military training had concluded. Ning Dai lay on the infirmary bed, eyes still closed, her unadorned face pale and weary, appearing to have succumbed to the rigors of military training. The school nurse administered an amphora of glucose before departing to attend to other matters. Ning Dai, without the slightest effort, opened her eyes and resumed her discussion with AI Guo. AI Guo, you mentioned earlier that the CEO's acts of vengeance on behalf of the heroine were not elaborated upon. May I avoid discovery as the source of the rumors? Having had time to process during her trip to the infirmary, Ning Dai accepted her task. After all, she had entered this modern world, and there was no way she would vocally reject it, especially not with a $5 reward at stake. She would not relinquish it easily. However, upon completing her task, she sought to secure some advantage for herself. For instance, she aimed to ensure that the Lien brothers would never uncover her as the instigator behind the posts. She was confident she could achieve this. AI Guo replied, "That's not possible. If they cannot trace the source, how can the brothers avenge the heroine? How will this lead to the heroine's confession? You must understand, your actions and the potential for discovery are pivotal to the plot." Pivotal, indeed. If it weren't for the need to maintain my charade of fainting, I would be up in arms about your so-called pivotal plot points. AI Guo silently absorbed Ning Dai's mockery, reflecting for a moment before stating, "It really is not feasible. I have calculated that if this storyline is bypassed, it would skew the subsequent plots, potentially altering the entire narrative trajectory, leading to irreparable errors. We would be in dire straits." At present, they were teetering on the edge of her enforced task and his desire for a rewrite. Every step must be taken with caution. Ning Dai sighed. What more could she say? 10 times $5 amounted to 50, a sum that the impoverished had no power to refuse. After some time had passed, Ning Dai declared, "Grant me the memories of the original owner of this body." Upon hearing this, AI Guo recognized her acceptance and promptly responded, "Understood. Please prepare to receive." Ning Dai lay back, absorbing the memories. Once she had fully assimilated them, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed upon the stark white ceiling of the infirmary. Her heart a placid sea, not a word escaping her lips. AI Guo waited patiently, observing her silence, and cautiously probed, "Why are you not speaking?" Ning Dai narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. "Even in hell mode, do not think to deter my resolve to survive in this modern world. I will see this story through to its conclusion." AI Guo trembled in fright. Ning Dai lingered in the infirmary until dusk, also acquiring a medical leave note to excuse her from military training. AI Guo advised her against evading the drills, as at F University, military training constituted a criterion for evaluating students. Given her circumstances, it was crucial for Ning Dai to attain an excellent score. Only by securing such a score could she apply for a scholarship from the school to help cover her tuition fees, as her situation was dire enough that she might go hungry at any moment. Yet Ning Dai remained indifferent. Money or air conditioning? Without a doubt, I choose air conditioning. Aigwa had no further arguments and could only wish Ning Dai good fortune. In this world, Ning Dai was known as Lu Ning Dai. Lu was her maternal surname, as she was a child of unknown paternity. Her mother, Lu Liqing, was a professional mistress. Lu Liqing, in her youth, was proud of her beauty and had high standards, often dismissing the average man. She aspired to climb the social ladder, yet her encounters were with less than admirable suitors. Eventually, she found herself unexpectedly with Ning Dai, though she remained oblivious to the identity of Ning Dai's wealthy father. Those so-called wealthy men would hardly welcome an illegitimate daughter into their lives. Thus, not only was a paternity test out of the question, but Lu Liqing also preferred not to see Ning Dai at all. This predicament severed her financial support, and as a result, she was not particularly nurturing towards her daughter. Lu Liqing neglected her maternal duties, retaining Ning Dai as a contingency plan. Confident in her own allure, she believed her daughter would inherit her beauty, hoping that one day, Ning Dai might provide a comfortable life. However, the reality was uncertain. Ning Dai had yet to see her reflection since her arrival in this world, leaving her unaware of whether Lu Liqing's confidence was justified. After lounging for an afternoon, hunger struck Ning Dai, prompting her to follow the signs to the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was ablaze with light, bustling with students during peak dining hours, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through, making Ning Dai's stomach growl. Just as she was about to queue for a meal, she suddenly remembered that she had left her meal card in her dormitory. Moreover, if her memory served her correctly, there was barely any money left on it, enough to last a week at best. Ning Dai rubbed her forehead and complained to Aigwa. The glucose in the infirmary must be diluted. I had an entire bottle, yet I'm still hungry. Aigwa responded dryly, it's meant to be mixed in proportion. As if you didn't know that. With no funds for food, Ning Dai took a few deep breaths to inhale the delightful scents. Convincing herself she had eaten and thus turned away from the cafeteria, heading back to the dormitory. What was Lu Liqing thinking? She didn't even provide a little support for her daughter's education, lacking the understanding of investment in her own child while hoping to benefit from her. Clearly, her mind was muddled. With such intellect, it was no wonder her quality of life was deteriorating. As Ning Dai walked, she couldn't help but mutter indignantly, which effectively distracted her from her hunger. Upon returning to the dormitory, finding her roommates absent, Ning Dai casually surveyed the space before heading to the bathroom. Standing before the sink mirror, she lifted her gaze and turned her head, scrutinizing her appearance before concluding, Lu Liqing must be terribly disappointed. My looks are hardly striking enough to impress a wealthy man who would likely find me too plain. Sighing, she thought of how she compared to her own visage. Aigwa watched her with a smirk, offering flattery at a critical moment. Of course, you are the most beautiful. Ning Dai smiled appreciatively, suddenly noticing a glimmer of her true self reflected in her eyes. Upon this realization, she felt no surprise but rather joy, exclaiming, Aigwa, my spirit is indeed strong and beautiful. The original appearance is beginning to merge with mine. Aigwa, sweating profusely, dutifully echoed, very beautiful and powerful. Ning Dai initially felt elated but soon huffed, even if I become more appealing, Lu Liqing shouldn't think she can benefit from me. I will never give her a cent. Aigwa, unable to contain himself, interjected, Sister, we are not here to fulfill Lu Liqing's wishes. We are to complete our own tasks. Ning Dai furrowed her brow, nearly forgetting about that. Thanks to Aigwa's reminder, she identified the source of her motivation to spread rumors about the female protagonist, highlighting the stark contrast between fortunes. How is it possible that I am as beautiful as a flower, yet cannot afford a meal? What gives me the right to feel so empowered? Aigwa, when can I start spreading rumors about the female lead? Ning Dai exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Aigwa replied, next year. Ning Dai retorted, what? Say that again.
When?
Aigwa weakly repeated, next year. Fearing further reprimand, he quickly added, I just want to ensure you have enough material for your rumors, and that your feelings are in place, so I thought it wise to let you prepare early. Besides, since you enjoy this modern world so much, I'm giving you an extra year to save your life. Are you not pleased? Absolutely thrilled. Ning Dai muttered, I can't believe you want me to hold out for another year. Though her stomach protested, She resolved to tackle her frustrations through sleep. The following day, while her dormitory mates engaged in military training, Ningdai slept in until late morning. Upon waking, she stared at the bed above her, lost in thought until Aigwa called out, prompting her to sigh. Aigwa, I feel down. Aigwa, both curious and concerned, asked, What is wrong? Are you hungry? Ningdai didn't respond, but simply smacked her lips. Aigwa, assuming her silence indicated hunger, suggested, How about I look into part-time jobs at F University? I recall the plot mentioning that they offer positions to help impoverished students. Ningdai continued to smack her lips, eventually sharing, I had a dream last night. Aigwa inquired, What kind of dream? Ningdai's gaze seemed to wander as she reminisced. I dreamt I had my way with Liu Yadeojin. It felt so real, so exhilarating. She shyly turned away, followed by a series of giggles. Aigwa was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Enough. Do you really need to react like that over a dream?
Why not?
Ningdai retorted, her laughter fading into a more somber tone. You wouldn't understand. This signifies I've been lonely for far too long. Do you grasp the emptiness a woman feels? Before Aigwa could respond, Ningdai continued, I am aware you wouldn't comprehend. Aigwa took a deep breath, conceding, Fine. I won't comment further. Ignoring Aigwa, Ningdai relished her memory before rising, declaring, For the sake of my well-being, this time I must find a man. Aigwa, exhausted,
Chaud silence.
On the final day of military training, Ningdai encountered Qin Siqing, the story's protagonist, whose beauty effortlessly eclipsed those around her. The 10 days of sun exposure had not marred Qin Siqing's fair complexion. Rather, it had taken on a hint of a sun-kissed glow, radiating health. Not only was she beautiful, but Qin Siqing also possessed an amiable demeanor, endearing her to those around her. After 10 days of bonding, she had formed a close rapport with her classmates, and a cluster of girls gathered, laughing uproariously over some shared topic. When Qin Siqing smiled, her cheeks dimpled adorably, captivating the attention of the boys nearby. However, the boys' glances only amplified the girls' laughter, drawing even more attention. In contrast to the radiant Qin Siqing, Ningdai stood alone, an observer of the scene. I must admit, she remarked to Aigwa, even if this weren't a mission, I would still feel compelled to compete with Qin Siqing. Jealousy is an inherent trait among women, she understood. Due to her absence from military training, Ningdai missed opportunities to bond with her peers. Jealousy? No, she countered Aigwa. What do I have to envy? I am far more attractive than she is. Aigwa thought to himself, Thank goodness, she only said that to me. Otherwise, the others might drown her in their spittle. Did she truly have some misapprehension regarding her appearance? Once military training concluded, the school granted a week of respite before the official start of the semester. Though Ningdai's home was in the same city, she could have chosen to live off campus. However, the original occupant had resolutely opted for dormitory life to escape Lu Liqing, arriving at the school with nothing but poverty. After comprehensively understanding the situation, Ningdai has completely merged with this body. After a moment of unreflective contemplation, she resolved to return home before the semester commenced, not for any other reason than to procure some living expenses. Although the patriotic assurance promised her assistance in finding part-time work at school, Ningdai was not particularly interested in such endeavors. She had come to undertake a mission and indulge in the pleasures of modern life, not to strengthen her will or enact some inspirational narrative. Working her way through school? Absolutely not. On the day Ningdai returned home, fate had it that she departed the campus alongside Qin Siqing. Originally, Qin Siqing intended to take a vehicle back to the Lien family alone. But upon exiting the school gates, a luxury car unexpectedly blocked her path. The moment she spotted the car, Qin Siqing beamed. And when the window descended to reveal a handsome face inside, her smile grew even sweeter as she spontaneously entered the vehicle. Observing this, Ningdai inquired of Aigwa, Is that from the Lien family? An older brother or a younger brother? Aigwa replied, It's Lien Qing. Ningdai responded with an O, her gaze lingering on the car's rear for a few seconds before declaring, From this moment onward, I shall harbor resentment towards the wealthy. Humph. Aigwa encouraged, Excellent. Maintain this sentiment. By this time next year, it will be your moment to shine. Ningdai retorted, Go away. Following her memories, Ning Dai arrived at the home of Lu Liqing, situated in an older residential complex in the city's historical district. Fortunately, despite the age of the complex, there was direct bus access. Upon alighting, before even stepping into the complex, she spotted a brand-new, expensive luxury vehicle parked conspicuously along the roadside, prompting her to whistle in surprise. I never expected that such a dilapidated complex could conceal hidden wealthy individuals. After whistling, she shook her head in disbelief, reflecting, leaving such an ostentatious car parked here, they must not fear being vandalized by envious individuals like myself. Having expressed her astonishment, she refrained from lingering, as the glaring sun urged her to seek refuge indoors, prompting her to quicken her pace. Ning Dai's residence was on the top floor of the 6th story. Given the age of the complex, it was devoid of an elevator, and the staircase had several additional steps compared to a standard building. As she climbed, she muttered curses, arriving on the 6th floor utterly exhausted. She was fatigued, and Ai Guo was fatigued as well, though his weariness stemmed from her incessant complaints, leading him to silently vow not to converse with her any further. Finally, after conquering the last step, Ning Dai had barely caught her breath when a figure suddenly emerged, nearly knocking her back down the stairs. Fortunately, they both reacted swiftly, one grasping the other, thus averting the misfortune of her tumbling back down. Now, with heat, exhaustion, and a lingering fright, Ning Dai needed a moment to compose herself. Let go. The voice, calm yet laced with an icy undertone, resonated in Ning Dai's ear. Ignoring this, she clung to the individual, her hands shifting from their original position on the person's back to a less decorous location on the waist. Just moments prior, at the instant of collision, she had caught a glimpse of the person's face and attire. In the sweltering heat, this individual was clad in a perfectly tailored suit, not a single button unfastened, a quintessential embodiment of restraint. Coupled with that stunning visage, Ning Dai felt she had finally uncovered the essence of life. Regrettably, just as her hand was nearing its destination, it was firmly seized by the owner of the enticing form, forcibly evicting her. In the next moment, Ning Dai was pushed aside, but fortunately, the individual maintained control over both direction and force, guiding her into the hallway. She staggered back 3 steps to steady herself and raised her gaze, only to meet the piercing glare of the other. The entire aura of aloofness and an unapproachable demeanor stirred something within Ning Dai. The allure of a seemingly unattainable flower was precisely the narrative she adored. However, in the fleeting seconds of distraction, the figure had already begun descending the stairs. Alarmed, Ning Dai's instincts overtook her thoughts, propelling her down the staircase like a darting fish. Positioning herself on the steps beside him. "Beautiful stranger, please wait." Upon hearing "beautiful stranger," the person's brow furrowed instantly, the surrounding chill intensifying. Ning Dai, accustomed to her mischievous ways, was undeterred by the frigid atmosphere. Yet, witnessing the darkening expression of the handsome stranger, a sudden realization struck her. He seemed familiar. So much so that his name danced on the tip of her tongue, but eluded her grasp. "You. Qiao Qiao Qiao. What was your name again?" At that moment, Ai Guo, who had just resolved to refrain from speaking with Ning Dai, could no longer contain himself. "Is it Jiang Li?" Ning Dai exclaimed. "Go away. What was the name again?" Desperation surged within her as she wished to bite her tongue in frustration. The stranger, observing her stammering without resolution, chose not to offer an introduction and instead bypassed her, continuing his descent. Ning Dai, unable to deduce his name and unwilling to let him depart so easily, sprinted down to intercept him again, this time exclaiming, "Qiao, beautiful stranger, please wait." The person halted, but the low pressure surrounding him intensified, rivaling the force of an air conditioning unit. Undeterred, Ning Dai, having learned from her previous approach, eschewed her ineffective mental gymnastics and got straight to the point. "Qiao, beautiful stranger, do you have my number? Or do I have yours? Our meeting must be fate. How about sharing a cup of bubble tea sometime?" With his lips barely parting, he uttered a single word. "Go away." In the realm of opulent romance, a beauty exclaims for herself to leave, leading to the profound question, should she depart or remain? Ning Dai pondered this profound dilemma for approximately a fleeting second, before she indeed rolled down the stairs. "Qiao Mei Nan. Ai Guo."
Ning Dai. Ouch.
Xiao Meinan, still perched on the staircase, observed the motionless figure at the foot of the stairs and silently retrieved his phone to dial for emergency assistance. For the duration that followed, a certain gentleman remained steadfast in his position, not daring to move an inch. Meanwhile, the girl sprawled below remained utterly still, seemingly unconscious or perhaps too embarrassed to lift her gaze. This tableau, if stripped of some stark realities, could be deemed a serene moment in time. Aigua couldn't help but chuckle. Did you find joy in this little prank? Ning Dai mused. Who would truly believe that she merely slipped? Yet, in that fleeting instant of her tumble, she recalled the full name of the charming Qiao and the reason for his familiarity. This gentleman was named Qiao Lin, the president of the renowned conglomerate, Huanyu International. Moreover, he bore a rather secretive identity as a frequent victim of extortion by Lu Liqing, who would solicit funds from him every few months. Lu Liqing, a formidable character in her own right, had managed to attach herself to an extraordinary benefactor after giving birth to Ning Dai, namely Qiao Lin's father, Qiao Chuanshi, the then general manager of Huanyu Group. Regrettably, their blissful existence was short-lived, as tragedy struck when he succumbed to a sudden illness. Such a demise, particularly for a public figure, would forever stain the reputation of both the family and the company. When the Qiao family learned of this misfortune, tensions nearly erupted into a familial world war. Although Qiao Chuanshi was merely the general manager and not the head of the family, the scandal would inevitably tarnish the company's image and the family's esteem. The Qiao family opted to conceal the true cause of his death, attributing it to work-related stress, and Lu Liqing was deemed a liability that could not remain. However, the youthful Qiao Lin staunchly opposed any action against Lu Liqing, even going so far as to protect her. Under normal circumstances, Qiao Lin could be considered a benefactor to Lu Liqing, yet she showed no gratitude, instead astutely exploiting the situation. In the years since, she had relentlessly extorted money from Qiao Lin, leveraging the tragedy of his father's sudden passing. It is quite astonishing that such a clever and domineering CEO would tolerate Lu Liqing's periodic harassment, routinely transferring funds to her every few months. The narrative had taken an exceedingly bizarre turn. Sighing, Ning Dai resolved to continue lying there. After all, Qiao Meinan had already called for help, and it would be remiss to let the emergency services efforts go in vain. Besides, this afforded her an opportunity to delve into the memories of the original owner, contemplating whether Qiao Lin might indeed be Lu Liqing's clandestine lover. If that were the case, she would rather embrace solitude than share a bed with the mother of the original owner. The ambulance arrived swiftly, lifting the seemingly lifeless Ning Dai onto a stretcher, preparing to transport her to the hospital. As the emergency personnel attended to her, the handsome gentleman, who had been observing from the stairs, finally made his move, descending gracefully. The paramedics clearly recognized this striking figure, stealing glances at him while they worked. As they loaded her into the ambulance, Ning Dai turned her head to see the charming Qiao walking towards a luxury vehicle parked nearby, swiftly entering its confines. With a sigh, Ning Dai remarked, "Ah, the allure of a luxury car and a handsome man, how I desire them." "What did you say, young lady?" inquired one of the paramedics, concern etched on his face. Ning Dai withdrew her gaze and replied, "Uncle, my foot hurts." After ensuring that Ning Dai was sent to the hospital, Qiao Lin followed closely behind. Seemingly wary of Ning Dai's potential deception, he summoned a multitude of doctors beforehand to conduct a thorough examination of her, ultimately arriving at a unanimous conclusion: there was nothing wrong. Yet, the doctors seemed oblivious to her genuine pain. "But doctor, my foot truly hurts, and my head is pounding." With tears welling in her eyes, Ning Dai gazed at the array of doctors before her, finally resting her gaze on Qiao Lin. Clad in a striking black suit amidst a sea of white coats, he exuded an undeniable presence, further accentuated by his timeless beauty. For a fleeting moment, she found herself captivated. On the way to the hospital, she had diligently searched her memories, but found no indication of any special relationship between Qiao Lin and Lu Liqing. However, it was possible that her previous self had simply been too oblivious to notice, or perhaps Qiao Lin and Lu Liqing had concealed the truth remarkably well. For now, she could not let her guard down. Rest assured, you are truly fine, the elderly doctor, renowned for his expertise across various fields, assured her with a warm smile. Ning Dai expressed her discomfort, and he examined her ankle and head with care. A thought crossed her mind. If she complained of chest pain, would he then proceed to examine that as well? Consequently, she decided to remain silent. After a brief consultation with Xiao Lin, the doctor signaled that the round of expert evaluations had concluded, allowing the physicians to return to their duties. Upon hearing this, the doctors dispersed swiftly, leaving only Xiao Lin standing a short distance from her bedside, his hands resting at his sides, observing her with a cool detachment. After a moment, he turned on his heel, preparing to leave without uttering a word. "Please don't go. I have some important questions for you," Ning Dai exclaimed, sitting up in desperation. He paused, turning back slightly, his lips curling into a subtle motion. "Speak." Before Ning Dai could voice her inquiry, Aigwa felt compelled to offer her a word of caution. "Do not provoke him further. We are here on a mission, not to offend anyone. Be wary of inciting his wrath, for it could lead to dire consequences." Ning Dai hesitated, then donned a polite smile. "Did you go to deliver money to Lu Liqing today?" Xiao Lin's expression remained impassive, seemingly acquiescing to her statement. She continued with her smile. "Please refrain from sending her any more money. She is an insatiable pit, irreparably flawed. The money you give her only fuels her extravagance, and she has never offered me, her daughter, a single cent. It is truly disgraceful. If you insist on giving money to someone, why not give it to me? My needs are far greater. I wish to pursue my studies and serve my country. I am in dire straits, barely able to afford a meal. Do I not deserve the funds more than she?" A polite smile adorned her face as Aigwa and Xiao Lin exchanged glances of disbelief. "I have come to realize your shamelessness knows no bounds," Aigwa remarked. "You two truly resemble each other," Xiao Lin added, accompanied by a mocking smirk. Before Ning Dai could protest the comparison, Xiao Lin had already turned to leave, ignoring her pleas for him to stay. "How infuriating!" Ning Dai exclaimed, hastily slipping on her shoes and grabbing her bag to pursue him. However, the bustling hospital made it difficult to spot Xiao Lin, and by the time she located him, his vehicle was already exiting the hospital grounds, leaving her unable to catch up. Stamping her foot in frustration, she muttered, "What a miser! Is it so difficult to part with a little money?" Lu Liqing receives funds without hesitation. "Forgive my bluntness, but you brought this upon yourself, insisting on being obstinate for your own amusement," Aigwa retorted. "Forgive my bluntness. But be quiet. If you speak again, I will silence you," Ning Dai shot back, placing her hands on her hips as she watched the car disappear through the hospital doors. Suddenly, she bolted outside once more. Aigwa, having quickly forgotten her threat, asked, "Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" "I'm going to rob Lu Liqing," Ning Dai declared with determination. 102. A Romance Among the Affluent. 11. After a month of official classes at F University, Ning Dai returned to the girls' dormitory just before the doors closed. She glanced back and blew a kiss to her fifth suitor, watching as he left with a cheerful demeanor before turning to ascend the stairs. She answered Aigwa's call, saying, "Next time, I will introduce you to someone even more impressive." Of course, who else could that be but my sister? Aigwa was quite sycophantic. Ning Dai found his obsequiousness somewhat peculiar, yet she chose not to dwell on it, her steps light and buoyant. Aigwa endlessly rejoiced, grateful to be a cautious system that seldom puts himself at risk. He genuinely hadn't anticipated Ning Dai would manage to attract more than 3 boyfriends. Although it wasn't the 7 she had envisioned, with someone inviting her to dinner every day, 5 was still a remarkable feat. From Monday to Friday, she faced no worries about finances for meals. The weekends were even more outrageous, as those 5 tall fellows competed against one another for the chance to spend a day with Ning Dai. Only the top 2 could secure a date, while the rest would have to wait until the following Monday. Oh, and I must mention that these 5 were not officially her boyfriends. They were merely her reserves. To simultaneously date 5 boyfriends would be considered promiscuous, a sign of infidelity, punishable by disgrace. However, having 5 prospective suitors merely attests to her boundless charm. Even if she were to face a setback someday and arguments ensued, she could hold her head high, her reasons well-founded. Today is Friday, and most who live nearby have returned home. Nevertheless, a significant number remain, and with it being Friday, F University had no curfew, making the entire building quite lively. As Ningdai strolled toward her dormitory, she could overhear a multitude of gossip. Upon reaching her dorm door, before she even retrieved her keys, she heard her name being discussed through the thin door. Her roommates were gossiping about her. During the military training phase, Ningdai was merely a passerby, a background player. However, once she transformed into the Ningdai of today, everything began to change dramatically. Within just a month of school, two names had risen to prominence among the freshmen: Qin Xiqing, renowned for her beauty, and Lu Ningdai, known for her theatricality. Qin Xiqing was flawless in her beauty, pursued relentlessly by countless boys, reportedly a favorite among many. The girls envied her, yet felt inferior in her presence, for she indeed possessed an aura of magnificence. But what of Lu Ningdai? Some girls grudgingly admitted that she seemed to grow more beautiful by the day. Yet, they also noted her penchant for drama, juggling 5 boyfriends while ensuring they were aware of each other's existence, and remarkably managing to keep it all from collapsing. What audacity!
Now,
The school populace has divided into 2 camps. One group believes that these 5 men must be utterly foolish, akin to a particularly obstinate donkey, while the other cannot help but deride Ningdai for her apparent shamelessness and promiscuity. Many speculate that unless Ningdai engaged intimately with those men, she could never retain their interest. Tonight's dorm gossip revolved around this very topic. Do you think Lu Ningdai will return tonight?
someone asked.
It's Friday. How could she possibly come back? Even a guess using my toes would tell me that, replied another, followed by a chorus of knowing laughter.
Oh,
I've never seen someone like her. It's only been a month since school started, and her reputation is already as foul as a stagnant ditch, another chimed in. Desperate, perhaps? One wouldn't behave like that unless they were, someone coldly concluded. Thus, laughter erupted once more. Aigwa sighed, quickly switching sides. You see, with a reputation like yours, it's high time for some self-reflection. Ningdai feigned cleaning her ears, a smile tugging at her lips as she unlocked the dormitory door, the laughter within abruptly ceasing. The door to the dormitory was suddenly pushed open, revealing Ningdai's enigmatic smile, which appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light. The laughter of several girls inside instantly ceased, and they exchanged awkward, twisted glances, uncertain whether Ningdai had overheard their conversation. Observing their expressions, Ningdai chuckled softly before turning to close the door. Once the door clicked shut, the girls swallowed nervously, their minds involuntarily conjuring images of Ningdai engaging in a physical altercation. However, could Ningdai truly be capable of such violence? They collectively pondered, recalling that during military training, she had been unable to participate fully due to health issues, leading them to perceive her as a delicate flower. With this realization, the girls straightened their postures, regaining their confidence. Ningdai, noticing their combative stances akin to roosters, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She bypassed the 2 girls at the front and made her way to her bed, turning around to address them. Stop your wild speculations. There are few men in this world who meet my standards for a knight's company. Furthermore, only after a night spent do I spend a man's money. That's called a transaction. But for me, it's different. I charge them for lessons, aiding them in preparing for their future partners, ensuring they can be more considerate when the time comes. I'm essentially benefiting future generations. The girls collectively froze, and after a moment, one of them erupted indignantly. Lu Ningdai, how can you be so shameless? It's infuriating. Ningdai maintained an alluring smile, interpreting their accusations as compliments. Among them stood the tallest girl, whose style was the most androgynous. She spoke in a tone tinged with cold disdain. It's clear that like mother, like daughter. With a mother as filthy as yours, what good could possibly come of you? Following her words, she huffed disdainfully. Ningdai then realized that this usually aloof girl seemed to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her, something she had previously overlooked. Is Lu leeching your mother? You're the daughter of a mistress. The girl hurled an object in her direction and charged at Ningdai. Moments later, the dormitory echoed with shrieks reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. A girl near the door, upon flinging it open, shouted, "Murder! Lu Ningdai is going to kill someone." Some even went so far as to call the police. Ning Dai mused, this generation of students is truly lacking. A classmate remarked. So, this is what you wanted me to witness? It's utterly barbaric. The brawl in the girls' dormitory became the headline news by morning. As the assailant who had hospitalized a fellow dorm mate, Ning Dai was promptly summoned to the academic office for a reprimand and was issued a notice for her parents to be informed. The head of the academic office, visibly irate, warned, "You better pray that classmate Miao Kiki is unharmed. Otherwise, you can forget about attending school this semester." Love for the nation interjected urgently. Not attending school is not an option. How can you complete your tasks if you don't study? She then turned to Ning Dai in frustration. Look at you. I told you to hold back. Just give a few light hits, yet you slammed her head against the wall, as if it were an iron ball. Ning Dai cast a sidelong glance at the administrator and began to weep, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. Teacher, but I am the victim. It was Miao Kiki who struck first. I was merely defending myself. This is an injustice. The head of the academic office, unmoved by her display of sorrow, shook his head resolutely, but the one in the hospital is Miao Kiki, not you. In the midst of her tears, Ning Dai lamented, Teacher, if you speak like that, I might as well end up in the hospital myself. The academic leader furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in her words, yet he couldn't quite grasp the underlying meaning. Just as he pondered over it, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, suddenly rang. He retrieved it and, after glancing at the caller ID, answered swiftly. The conversation lasted for over a minute, and upon hanging up, he turned his gaze back to Ning Dai, shaking his head vigorously. Today's students truly are a lost generation. Just look at you, a fine young lady. What could possibly warrant such violence? Why not settle matters through discussion instead of resorting to fighting? In her mind, the voice of patriotism echoed. Exactly. What can't be resolved with words? Why resort to brawling? They have no sense of proportion. Ning Dai wept even more fervently, though her tears were as thunder without rain, loud yet inconsequential. While the academic leader was on the phone, she caught snippets of the conversation. Learning that the student Miao Kiki had been diagnosed with a concussion and remained in a coma, bearing multiple injuries. Her parents were at the hospital, inconsolable, as the situation deteriorated. This dire circumstance not only described the conditions at the hospital, but also mirrored Ning Dai's own predicament. The academic leader observed Ning Dai's incessant tears, feeling a mix of pity and frustration. Yet, beneath her facade of distress, Ning Dai maintained clarity. She suspected that Miao Kiki, unable to defeat her in a fair fight, was resorting to such tactics to intimidate her. Did she think Ning Dai would be frightened? Such underhanded methods, or even more devious ones, were not unfamiliar to her. If only she could confront Miao Kiki, she had plenty of ways to resolve the situation. Noticing that Ning Dai showed no signs of ceasing her weeping, the academic leader urged her to stop, suggesting that they should call the parents in, as the matter of medical expenses needed addressing. Ning Dai, however, paid him no heed, acting as if his words had not reached her. Just as the academic leader lamented her inattention, 3 rhythmic knocks echoed from the office door, firm and deliberate. He momentarily set aside Ning Dai and called for the visitor to enter. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a suit, whom the academic leader did not recognize. The man surveyed the office scene before addressing the academic leader. Are you Mr. Chen? The academic leader nodded, confirming his surname. The visitor then stepped inside, extending his hand. Hello, I am Fong Zicheng. Hello, the academic leader replied, still puzzled about the man's identity. Ning Dai, glancing at their handshake, turned back to her performance of sorrow. After the handshake, Fong Zicheng turned his attention to Ning Dai, pointing at her. I am here regarding the matter of Lu Ning Dai bullying a fellow student. Upon hearing this, Ning Dai cast him another glance, realizing he was from Miao Kiki's camp. He appeared respectable enough. Perhaps he was a lawyer? Yet, his demeanor lacked the authoritative presence typical of attorneys, resembling more of a mercantile figure. As Ning Dai speculated about his intentions, the academic leader shared her thoughts, presuming he was aligned with Miao Kiki. He inquired about Miao Kiki's condition and her parents' stance, knowing that they possessed some influence and resources, accounting for the school's attentiveness. Fong Zicheng, interrupting the academic leader mid-sentence, politely clarified, I apologize, Mr. Chen, but I represent Lu Ning Dai. At this revelation, both the academic leader and Ning Dai ceased their respective performances, now intrigued by this unfamiliar individual. In the grand hall of the educational institution, Ning Dai and the head of the academic affairs office exchanged glances with the man who introduced himself as Fong Zicheng. Fong addressed the academic leader, saying, "Teacher Chen, regarding the incident involving Lu Ning Dai striking a student, we shall not shirk our responsibilities. We are willing to cover all medical and nutritional expenses. The students' parents may voice their demands without hesitation. We have also sent someone to the hospital to extend our regards. As for how the school wishes to handle this matter, I will contact your principal shortly to discuss a resolution." The academic leader nodded in agreement, seemingly at a loss for further action now that Fong had articulated his intentions. Listening intently, Ning Dai concealed a smirk of amusement within, feeling that perhaps this matter could be resolved without her intervention. She quietly inquired of Ai Guo whether he recognized the man, to which he replied in the negative. Fong Zicheng continued, "I would appreciate it if Teacher Chen could excuse himself for a moment, as I have some private matters to discuss with Lu Ning Dai." Seeing a potential resolution in sight, the academic leader readily acquiesced, vacating the office for their conversation. Once the door closed, Fong stepped closer to Ning Dai, who sat on the sofa, her gaze directed upwards as he stood before her. His posture was notable, his feet were slightly apart, hands resting in front of him, one hand clasping the wrist of the other in a manner reminiscent of a military instructor. This stance suggested that he had a background in the armed forces and likely possessed significant experience, perhaps even at a high rank. Drawing this conclusion, Ning Dai straightened her back slightly, her eyes glistening with a mixture of apprehension and innocence, akin to a frightened fawn seeking to avoid chastisement. Regrettably, Fong Zicheng remained unfazed and spoke directly. "First, you must apologize to the student you struck in the hospital. Second, you are to sever ties with the 5 boys you are currently seeing. Third, you must assure me that you will not repeat these actions in the future." Ning Dai, unable to mask her astonishment, paused for a considerable time before tentatively asking, "Are you the little father that Lu Liqing arranged for me?" Impressed, she mused about Lu Liqing's resourcefulness in finding such a man. Fong cast her a condescending glance and replied curtly, "No." Ning Dai blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait. You're not serious, are you? You're my actual father?" Fong internally rolled his eyes and reiterated, "No." Curious, Ning Dai pressed on, "If you're neither my father nor my little father, then what is your motive in demanding these things from me?" Fong refrained from divulging his intentions, stating only, "The gravity of your actions surpasses your comprehension. The consequence could very well be your expulsion from school. If you wish to avoid this outcome, you must adhere to the conditions I've outlined, and I will ensure this matter is resolved without impacting your academic pursuits." Almost immediately after he finished speaking, Ai Guo interjected, "Agree to his terms." Ning Dai retorted, "Agree to what? I don't even know who he is, and you want me to consent? Are you selling me out?" Ai Guo insisted, "For the sake of the mission, you must comply." Ning Dai scoffed, "By your reasoning, if it's for the mission, should I also sacrifice myself?" Ai Guo replied with feigned seriousness, "Of course." "Such a morally bankrupt system," Ning Dai muttered. Ai Guo shot back, "As if you possess any moral high ground." With Ning Dai falling silent, Fong Zicheng glanced at his wristwatch and continued, "It is nearly noon. After lunch, we shall head to the hospital at 1 o'clock, and you will have half an hour to apologize. We will leave the hospital by 2:30 and then proceed to my company." Ning Dai felt as though a crow had flown past her, leaving behind a trail of ellipses in its wake. 107. A romance from the affluent circle. 16. In the opulent world of high society. The question arises, should one continue to harbor affection for the seemingly outrageous Jiang Li? Ning Dai resolutely responds, "Of course, forgiveness is the path I choose." Following this, Fong Zicheng casually leaned against the door handle and informed Ning Dai that they had arrived, urging her to prepare for their entrance. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the door of Miao Kik's hospital room. Ning Dai, feeling dejected, cast a glance at the door, while Fong Zicheng simultaneously opened it, revealing Miao Kiki reclining within, indulging in fruit with abandon. Ning Dai's face contorted in disdain as she observed the charade, claims of being in a comatose state, of life and death being uncertain, were evidently mere theatrics to deceive the school's balding administrators. Fong Zicheng tilted his head slightly, signaling her to proceed inside. Ning Dai returned his gaze, tossed her hair back, and strode in with confidence, Fang Zicheng following closely behind. Upon seeing Ning Dai, Miao Keek's initial surprise quickly morphed into a glare reminiscent of a vendetta against the slayer of her father. Ning Dai raised an eyebrow, meeting her hostility with a provocative expression. Just then, a soft cough interrupted the tension. Turning her head towards Fang Zicheng, she noticed him brandishing his phone. Seemingly recording the moment, his watch-clad hand raised to his chest as he glanced down. Miao Kiki, reclining on the hospital bed, paid little mind to the figure by the door, her attention fixated solely on Ning Dai, hissing through gritted teeth. "Lu Ning Dai, who allowed you to enter?
Get out."
Ning Dai regarded Miao Kiki for a moment, then glanced at Fang Zicheng before her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Miao Kiki, I was wrong. I am guilty. I apologize on behalf of my hand that tugged at your hair, and I also extend my apologies from the wall that knocked your head. And from the mother, who slept with your father." Miao Kiki was not only taken aback, but also rendered speechless. A half-hour passed, neither a second more nor less, before Fang Zicheng pressed the stop button on his recording, stowing his phone away. Simultaneously, Ning Dai composed herself, swiftly rising from Miao Keek's bedside and dashing to Fang Zicheng's side like a gust of wind, inquiring eagerly, "Is it time? Was my performance flawless? Can I finally meet my dear Qiao?" Fang Zicheng, maintaining his stoic demeanor, silently turned to exit, with Ning Dai eagerly trailing behind. Having completely forgotten about the emotionally distraught Miao Kiki left in the room. Moments later, a distorted voice echoed from the hospital room. "Lu Ning Dai, I curse your entire family." Unfortunately, Ning Dai was already far away. Even if she had heard, she would not have been angered. Rather, she would have encouraged her. Go ahead and curse if it's a curse, then it is her loss. Once back in the car, Ning Dai's spirits visibly lifted. She even retrieved her compact powder, cheerfully touching up her makeup as if she were preparing for a date. Fang Zicheng, during a brief pause at a red light, observed her actions in silent bemusement. Noticing his gaze, Ning Dai smiled mischievously, throwing him a flirtatious look. Fang Zicheng promptly averted his eyes, maintaining an expressionless facade. Ning Dai chuckled softly, turning to him with newfound curiosity. "How long have you been following my dear Qiao?" Fang Zicheng responded with silence, relieved when the green light illuminated, allowing him to focus on driving. He had assumed that by concentrating on the road, he would be spared from her incessant chatter, yet he was mistaken. "I bet you've been tailing my dear Qiao for quite some time. How did you learn of the incident at my school? Surely my dear Qiao informed you, prompting your intervention. It seems he has been keeping a close watch over my affairs." Finally, the vehicle descended into the underground garage of Huanyu International, and Fang Zicheng could no longer contain the urgency of his message. "Qiao is not your dear Qiao. If you continue to weave such familial ties, he will be inclined to retaliate." In the secretary's chat group of Huanyu International, a flurry of messages illuminated the screen as several secretaries sat poised at their computers, their fingers dancing across the keyboards. Unbeknownst to an outsider, it might seem like just another bustling day in the office. The presence of an unfamiliar woman entering the CEO's office was not the focal point. However, the fact that she was accompanied by assistant Fang Zicheng raised significant eyebrows. Everyone knew that Fang Zicheng was a trusted aide of CEO Qiao Lin, and anyone he brought into the office must be connected to Qiao Lin. The pressing question was, who was this woman? A celebrity? An internet influencer? Had anyone caught a glimpse of her visage? This was the primary intrigue among the secretaries, especially since their CEO remained unattached. Surely, Qiao Lin did not seem the type to be drawn to a mere influencer. The woman's attire suggested she was not one of that ilk. Perhaps she was a star? Yet, no one could identify her from just a glimpse of her silhouette. One by one, the secretaries paused their typing, exchanging glances that silently conveyed, "We couldn't see clearly." After a brief moment, hesitant keystrokes resumed, and new messages flooded the chat. After a cursory glance, it was confirmed she was not a star. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, in fact, quite unattractive. The collective response, "Oh," a mix of disappointment and relief. An unattractive woman could hardly be a potential partner for their dashing CEO. If Ning Dai were to see this, she would undoubtedly feel enraged. Meanwhile, within the confines of the CEO's office, Ning Dai was engrossed in admiring an exquisite visage, her focus solely on Qiao Lin, with everything else fading into oblivion. Had it not been for Fong Zicheng's restraint, preventing her from encroaching within 3 meters of Qiao Lin's desk, she would have rushed over to greet him up close. Fong Zicheng placed his phone, which had recorded the video, on the desk and quietly reported, "CEO Qiao, everything has been taken care of." Only then did Qiao Lin cease his tasks, casting a glance at the phone before meeting Ning Dai's fervent gaze. Ning Dai found his glance particularly enticing. Were it not for the vigilant eyes of Fong Zicheng fixed upon her, emanating a silent warning against any disrespectful act towards Qiao Lin, she might have lost herself in the moment. Yet, as Qiao Lin looked her way, she immediately struck a flirtatious pose, hoping to ensnare his attention. Qiao Lin regarded her with a bemused expression, his inner calm unwavering. At that moment, he and Fong Zicheng, one seated and the other standing, mirrored each other's impassive demeanor. After a few seconds, Qiao Lin diverted his gaze and picked up Fong Zicheng's phone. Upon unlocking it, he was met with a video still framed at the outset, showcasing Ning Dai's disdainful profile. With a tap, the video commenced, unleashing Ning Dai's exaggerated performance and voice. Ning Dai craned her neck to catch a glimpse, but alas, she was too far to see any part of her own act. Qiao Lin, after enduring a few minutes, could bear it no longer and pressed pause, feeling a throbbing at his temples. Just then, Ning Dai, in a fit of vanity, asked, "Darling, how was my performance? Your assistant said he would record it for you. I put my heart into it." Qiao Lin's temples pulsed once more as he met her beaming expression and coolly replied, "Darling?
Who are you calling that?"
"It's you," Ning Dai cooed, adding, "Darling." At that moment, Assistant Fong Zicheng felt the urge to intervene. In the office, a tempest nearly brewed, but it was merely an illusion. Qiao Lin's self-control surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the previous moment, his expression hinted at an intention to reshape Ning Dai's very essence. Yet in the next instant, that impulse dissipated entirely. When facing Ning Dai, he resembled an air conditioner set to the lowest speed, maintaining a frosty demeanor. His remarkable self-control prevented any genuine emotions from surfacing, which left Ning Dai rather displeased. Internally, she chastised herself, exclaiming, "What a lofty flower of the high mountains! Despite my fervent efforts, I cannot elicit an ounce of sincerity from him. Could it be that my skills have diminished? Or have I encountered an immune entity? This is rather unfortunate." Such exceptional self-restraint could also indicate an equally formidable control in other aspects of his life, which only heightened her trepidation. Although greater challenges invigorated her, the prospect of an insurmountable obstacle filled her with dread. Qiao Lin turned to Fong Zicheng, instructing, "Fetch her some paper and a pen. She must draft a guarantee. Accompany her back to school, and ensure she resolves her issues with those 5 male students before reporting back to me."
With that,
he returned his focus to the documents sprawled across his desk, affording Ning Dai not a single glance. Ning Dai's eyes widened in disbelief, and she let out a cough, pondering if Qiao Lin was genuinely intent on eliminating her completely. Fong Zicheng acknowledged the request, swiftly procuring the necessary supplies for Ning Dai, gesturing for her to write her guarantee on the sofa in the corner of the office, where a coffee table could serve as her makeshift writing desk. As she accepted the paper and pen, her brows furrowed in amusement. "Are you serious? My altercation with Miao Kiki has nothing to do with my 5 companions. Our conflict stems from historical grievances." Qiao Lin disregarded her entirely, as if he had not heard her at all. Since Qiao Lin was unresponsive, Fong Zicheng was even less inclined to engage, urging her to hasten her writing. Ning Dai was gradually coerced toward the sofa, still reluctant. "What you're doing is cutting off my path to survival. I meticulously selected my companions based on merit. Why must I divide from them? Ever since my mother took your money, she has squandered it all, leaving me with nothing. I'm even more pitiable than the little match girl. Were it not for my 5 kind-hearted friends, I would have starved on the streets," she dramatically lamented. On the other side of the desk, Qiao Lin was preoccupied, signing documents with a pen in hand, entirely oblivious to her plight. Ning Dai plopped down onto the sofa, beside the towering Fong Zicheng, and gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. She abandoned her previous assertiveness, her tone laden with a sense of forced submission. "What precisely do you wish for me to include in this guarantee?" Fong Zicheng guided her on the necessary content. specifying that she must pledge not to simultaneously date multiple men, even those in the preparatory stages. Furthermore, she was to assure that no further altercations or similar incidents would occur during her studies. However, Ningdai raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity when she noticed that the guarantee only mandated her not to date multiple men or engage in fights, without stipulating any consequences for future transgressions. Amused by the oversight of these two, she let her thoughts wander amidst the glaring loophole. Drafting a guarantee felt akin to swearing an oath to the heavens. She had never taken such matters seriously. After completing it, she signed her name. Fong Zicheng presented the guarantee to Qiao Lin, who, amidst his busy schedule, paused to glance at it and at Ningdai before issuing a command: return her to school, ensuring she severs ties with her compassionate companions cleanly. It seemed he had been listening all along, cleverly turning her own words against her. A grand romance. Chapter 20. Ningdai gazed at Fong Zicheng, her eyes brimming with shock and disdain, her hands trembling as crisp banknotes slipped through her fingers with a rustling sound. Observing this, Fong Zicheng promptly reached out, attempting to reclaim the 10 yuan from her grasp. However, Ningdai swiftly folded the money and clutched it tightly, guarding it as though it were a treasure. The money he had given her was hers, and he expected to take it back? How shameless! Moreover, she discerned that Fong Zicheng, indeed, lived up to his reputation as Qiao Lin's assistant, being as miserly as ever. When the elevator arrived, Fong Zicheng stepped inside, selected his floor, and then looked up at her, saying, "You can take the bus back to school from here. 10 yuan is more than sufficient." Ningdai felt a pang of frustration and retorted, "The bus stop is a 10-minute walk from the dormitory. What if this beauty encounters a rogue along the way?" Fong Zicheng remained unfazed, replying, "A rogue would be truly unfortunate to cross paths with you." Ningdai was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Am I more terrifying than a rogue?" The elevator doors swiftly closed, whisking Fong Zicheng away to the underground parking lot. Taking a deep breath, Ningdai resolved not to let Fong Zicheng off the hook so easily. Just then, the adjacent elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, she prepared to rush in, only to collide with someone exiting.
Before she could apologize,
She was startled to find that the person emerging was none other than the heroine, Qin Siqing. Stumbling back, Qin Siqing gasped in surprise, and the man accompanying her immediately steadied her, anxiously asking, "Xiao Qin, are you all right?" "I'm fine, ergo," Qin Siqing replied, her gaze then landing on Ningdai, her brows instinctively furrowing as she recognized her presence. Ningdai had already stepped into the elevator and, upon hearing Qin Siqing refer to the man as ergo, she realized that he was the story's second male lead, Lian Yang, prompting her to glance at him with newfound interest. Noticing Ningdai's gaze, Qin Siqing's expression tightened, and she instinctively shielded Lian Yang behind her, as if to prevent Ningdai from stealing him away, her eyes now filled with a mix of warning and disdain. Ningdai, witnessing this, couldn't suppress a laugh. Disdain? What right did a child of laboring parents have to look down upon another from a similar background? Unbeknownst to Lian Yang, who remained oblivious to the tension between the two women, he recalled only that someone had carelessly bumped into Qin Siqing without offering an apology. As the perpetrator entered the elevator, he immediately defended Qin Siqing. "Where did this clumsy person come from? You hurt her and can't even say sorry?" At this, Ningdai couldn't help but chuckle audibly, and as the elevator doors began to close, she cheekily stuck her tongue out at Lian Yang, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Had it not been for Qin Siqing restraining him, he would have certainly halted the elevator to confront her, eager to see if she would dare to be so bold again. Ergo, Qin Siqing gently coaxed, "I'm fine. Please don't act this way." Lian Yang, with a temperament less composed than Lian Qing's, worried that Ningdai might outsmart him. This girl, capable of dating 5 boys simultaneously, was no ordinary person, and she certainly did not wish for Lian Yang to have any opportunity to interact with her. Seeing that the elevator had descended several floors, Lian Yang helplessly turned to Qin Siqing. "You know, your peacemaker tendencies could easily lead to trouble, right?" Qin Siqing smiled softly. "If I do face trouble, I still have my eldest brother and you to comfort me." Lian Yang shook his head, yet a smile crept onto his face. 113. A Romance Among the Aristocracy. 22. After a few days of idling away, Ningdai finally resolved that she could no longer continue in this manner. It was time for her to take action. Upon hearing her determination, Aigwa immediately inquired about her plans. With a smile, Ningdai responded nonchalantly. What else could I possibly do? Naturally, I shall continue to seek my benefactor. Aigwa was momentarily taken aback. Having not anticipated that just days after being coerced into signing a letter of guarantee, she would be so quick to repeat her past mistakes. Unable to restrain himself, he cautioned her, "You have only just severed ties with 5 backup options. Suddenly pursuing a new prospect might raise questions. What will those 5 young men think? Might they believe you intentionally ended things with them? Be wary of their potential resentment." Ningdai pondered Aigwa's words and found them to hold considerable merit. "I never expected you to have some utility after all," she remarked. "Thank you for the compliment," Aigwa replied. After contemplating for a few minutes, Ningdai's expression brightened, and she exclaimed, "It appears I must unlock a new strategy." Curious, Aigwa asked, "What new strategy?" Instead of answering, Ningdai posed a question of her own. "Didn't you mention you would keep an eye out for part-time job opportunities? What have you found?" Initially surprised, Aigwa soon speculated that perhaps her new strategy was indeed related to part-time work. Regardless of the connection, if she was willing to take on a job to earn money, it could lead to a more fulfilling life. With this optimistic thought, Aigwa eagerly relayed the recent part-time job postings at their school. Ningdai listened attentively until Aigwa finished, then snapped her fingers, declaring, "A coffee shop is hiring female servers. That's perfect." Aigwa struggled to comprehend her thought process and thus pressed further. "Why do you prefer working at a coffee shop? There are certainly easier or better-paying options available." On the contrary, the coffee shop job required longer hours and offered modest pay. Why would she express such enthusiasm? At this moment, Ningdai had already devised a plan, and, though Aigwa remained oblivious, she kindly offered her reasoning. "Silly boy, what can students do outside of school? Aside from the diligent few, aren't most merely seeking enjoyment over the course of 4 years? How does one enjoy life? Drinking and socializing are the same. A bit of bourgeois flair is also included. Don't you see? Where can couples go on dates? It's always places like cinemas or coffee shops. Where do students go to study? Internet cafes are too noisy, libraries too quiet, so it's coffee shops. Where else can one flaunt their sophistication? It's still coffee shops. Such a splendid venue." The more she spoke, the more she envisioned the allure of it all. Have you not noticed how many campus romance dramas feature scenes set in coffee shops? How many confrontations unfold against the backdrop of such establishments? Campus coffee shops are surely the ideal place for both pretentious displays and dramatic encounters. I can easily select suitable candidates from the crowd of pretentious individuals and sift through the quarrels to find my preferred companion. I must secure a position at the coffee shop, no matter what. Aigwa, utterly baffled by her reasoning, nonetheless wished to support her ambition. "Go for it. Ning Xiaodai, may today be filled with vitality." "Vitality, you say? Who granted you permission to secretly watch idle dramas? Keep it up, and I shall have my revenge." Aigwa silently retreated. Upon deciding to apply for a position at the CAF, Ningdai promptly made her way to the establishment nestled in a corner of the school the very next day. The CAF owner happened to be present, and, upon learning that Ningdai was there for an interview, expressed her apologies, stating, "I'm sorry, dear student, but we hired a server yesterday. We appreciate your affection for our CAF, and if a suitable position opens up in the future, please do come again." Ningdai scoffed inwardly at the notion of coming again, but outwardly, she feigned a sudden change in demeanor, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, transforming her into a picture of pitiful longing in front of the owner. "Please, grant me this opportunity. It has always been my dream to work as a CAF server." The owner, taken aback, paused before inquiring, "Why is being a CAF server your lifelong dream?" "This story traces back to my earliest memories," Ningdai began, her eyes glistening with emotion as she recounted a heartfelt tale of her connection with a cup of coffee. She concluded, thus, "I have always dreamed of working in a CAF, mastering the art of brewing coffee, so that one day I might recreate that cherished taste from my memory." The CAF owner, a cultured and artistic young woman, though she found Ningdai's narrative somewhat fanciful, felt a stirring within her artistic sensibilities. After a moment of contemplation, She nodded. In truth, having one more server is hardly an issue. You may start working here. Ning Dai's eyes sparkled with joy, regarding the owner as if she were a savior. Thank you. You are my guardian angel. The owner, touched by her earnestness, smiled warmly as if she were an elder sister. You needn't call me owner. My name is Lin Li. Just call me Sisterly, all right, Sisterly. Have you ever been told that you are quite beautiful? Many boys at school secretly adore you. The owner was taken aback, but soon covered her mouth with a laugh. Do not jest. I am far too old for those youthful boys to fancy me. Sisterly, I am not lying, Ning Dai replied, her expression earnest. The owner's laughter deepened, and within moments, they had grown remarkably close. The other employees observed this exchange with a sense of unease, thinking, what a remarkable flatterer. How innocent Sisterly is. After successfully securing her position, Ning Dai began her duties the following day. The CAF now boasted a skilled barista, and while initially, the owner, Sisterly, thought little of Ning Dai's coffee-making abilities, many discerning patrons soon became regulars, drawn by the quality of her brews. Seeing the CAF thrive, Sisterly grew increasingly fond of Ning Dai, wholeheartedly believing in her earlier declaration, and began to take special care of her. Relishing the attention from Sisterly and the numerous customers who favored her, Ning Dai found herself in a state of bliss. Noticing her apparent fulfillment, Aiger finally relaxed and seized a moment when Ning Dai was free, expressing his surprise. I never imagined you possessed such coffee-making skills. Ning Dai smiled. To capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Isn't that akin to cooking? He queried. Ning Dai retorted. Fool. Wealthy men indulge in coffee and steak. Who would settle for your stir-fried greens? Once again, I stand corrected, Aiger admitted. After 2 weeks of working at the CAF, an unexpected visit from Fong Zicheng, the esteemed assistant, brought Ning Dai's attention back to reality. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Assistant Fong. What a coincidence. 116. A Romance in the Aristocracy. 25. 117. A Romance from the Affluent Class. 26. In order to create an aesthetically pleasing atmosphere, the school CAF is adorned with glass walls on 3 sides. As winter sets in, the outdoor chill renders the surroundings desolate. However, on sunny days, basking in the sunlight while seated inside the CAF can evoke a sense of delightful languor. Qin Siqing greatly cherishes this warm sensation, which explains her increasingly frequent visits to the CAF as the weather grows colder. Previously, she held a rather dismissive view of Ning Dai due to her social circle's questionable choices. Yet, after savoring Ning Dai's coffee and observing her diligent work in the CAF without any further rumors of juggling multiple relationships, Qin Siqing's perception of her transformed. Although they did not become friends, Qin Siqing would generously offer Ning Dai a smile of equal regard whenever they crossed paths. Regrettably, Ning Dai often responded with a roll of her eyes. Before Qin Siqing entered the CAF, Ning Dai had already taken note of her and her group of friends, which consisted of 4 girls. Upon entering, they swiftly occupied the best table by the window, with one girl proclaiming that she was treating everyone today, inquiring about their preferred coffee flavors and cake selections. The girls quickly voiced their desires, which the treating girl diligently noted before heading to the counter to place the order. Feeling unwell due to her menstrual cycle, Ning Dai was reluctant to serve the protagonist and her acquaintances. She turned to a nearby staff member, Lan Jie, and requested assistance, explaining her discomfort and taking a moment to rest. Observing Ning Dai's evident fatigue, Lan Jie did not press her further and approached the counter, where the girl placing the order was already waiting. The girl reiterated her treat, ordering an array of items. As a full-time employee, Lan Jie worked efficiently, quickly gathering the requested items, though she informed them that the coffee would take a bit longer. Due to Ning Dai's exceptional barista skills, she had become the CAF's go-to coffee master. After Lan Jie and the others departed, she called out to Ning Dai, reminding her to resume her duties once she had rested. With a reluctant sigh, Ning Dai eventually stood up to work, recognizing the value of her own talent. Once the coffee was brewed and delivered by Lan Jie, Ning Dai attempted to indulge in her well-deserved break. However, just as she settled down, new patrons entered the CAF. As the end of the semester approached, students, regardless of their usual habits, often dedicated a few days to diligent review, seeking to cram knowledge at the last minute, Ning Dai included, though she typically chose to do so in the final 3 days. The newcomers did not place their orders immediately, but instead headed directly to Qin Xiqing's table. Within moments, a male patron unexpectedly knelt beside the table, startling the 4 girls. The beauty of the young lady captures attention, especially when she is the subject of heartfelt confessions, and today, Qin Xiqing found herself once again the recipient of an admirer's affections. With few customers in the CAF, the staff had the leisure to engage in gossip. Lan Jie nudged Ning Dai playfully and remarked, with a hint of envy, that she had witnessed numerous suitors confessing to this girl. Ning Dai glanced at the scene before turning her gaze back to Lan Jie, teasingly suggesting that she, too, was rather superficial. Just as Lan Jie was about to retort, a series of startled gasps interrupted them. They instinctively looked to see that the kneeling boy had inadvertently drenched himself with coffee and was now brandishing a small fruit knife towards the protagonist. Those witnessing the scene were understandably alarmed, yet Ning Dai remained unfazed and turned to Lan Jie, quipping that beauty truly does attract trouble. Thankfully, she was different. At this moment, Sister Lan had little patience to listen to Ning Dai's words. With a sense of urgency, she instinctively grasped Ning Dai's hands and asked in a hushed voice, "Xiao Dai, should we call the police?" If this question were posed to others, the majority would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. However, if it were directed at the thrill-seeking Ning Dai, calling the police would be such a waste of public resources. After all, they were all students. Calling the police would only cause embarrassment. As Ning Dai spoke, she stood up with enthusiasm, her gaze fixated on Qin Xiqing's side, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. The mood that had been gloomy for 2 days suddenly brightened. Ning Dai was unaware of the preceding events, but judging from the boy's disheveled appearance and the bewilderment etched on his profile, it was clear that he had been doused with coffee. Coffee spilled? Ning Dai's expression darkened. Was that her carefully brewed coffee? Who was the little brat that wasted her effort? As Ning Dai's mood soured, Sister Lan had already released her, swiftly dialing the police. In such moments, it was most prudent to leave matters to the authorities. As for Qin Xiqing and the other 3 girls, they had huddled together, terror-stricken by the boy wielding a knife. Their faces were pale, and Qin Xiqing was no better off, her lips drained of color. The boy continued to mutter anxiously, while Aigua approached Ning Dai, exclaiming, "So what you said was true. We really can encounter such situations." Initially skeptical of Ning Dai's coffee shop tale, Aigua was now a believer. Ning Dai, however, was not buoyed by Aigua's solidarity. She remained immersed in her feelings of betrayal and waste, her mood decidedly dismal. The coffee shop was already connected to the city police station, and with a mere gesture, Sister Lan could alert them. After reporting the incident, still feeling uneasy, she leaned closer to Ning Dai and inquired, "Do you have the number for the school's security office? We don't know how long the police will take. We should contact security first." Ning Dai did not respond. Instead, she cast a glance towards Qin Xiqing and, without warning, flung open the counter door and stepped outside. Sister Lan called after her to return, but Ning Dai paid her no heed, striding directly towards the increasingly agitated boy. The girls watched in astonishment and a flicker of hope, wishing Ning Dai could emulate the heroines from their favorite dramas and swiftly subdue the villain, securing their safety. However, once Ning Dai spoke, they realized their hopes were misplaced. Which little brat spilled coffee on him? The 4 girls stared at her in confusion, and the knife-wielding boy, startled by her sudden voice, instinctively pointed the blade towards Ning Dai, his expression dark yet tinged with a hint of panic. Ning Dai shot him a sideways glance, unperturbed, and calmly stated, "Don't panic. I'm on your side." Despite the knife now aimed at her companions, the boy remained silent. Ning Dai, with a hint of irritation, pressed on. "Who spilled coffee on him? Speak up now. Face the consequences. At most, he'll stab you twice. If you don't confess, he might end up stabbing you all 5 times." The 4 girls collectively shrank back, one already in tears at Ning Dai's words. Having not only heard but also seen enough societal news, their minds raced with fear, leading them to believe their fate was sealed. As one girl began to cry, the others followed suit, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Xiqing remained the most resilient, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glanced between the boy and Ning Dai. Unable to suppress her curiosity, "Lu, Is he someone you brought here? The logic was undeniably compelling, and the girls surrounding Qin Siqing suddenly experienced an epiphany, committing her words to memory. As Qin Siqing's words fell, Ningdai could not help but roll her eyes. However, upon reflection, she dismissed the thought. Could one expect a leading lady in a sweet, pet-centric CEO romance to possess the analytical prowess of Sherlock Holmes? In the brief moment of her eye roll, a young man wielding a knife trembled as he gestured menacingly towards Ningdai, expressing his frustration. Who are you, and what do you want? After posing the question, he turned back to Qin Siqing, insisting, I don't know her. I have nothing to do with her. Siqing, I only like you. I love you. Will you love me back, please? His voice took on a pleading tone, tinged with desperation. With a knife pointed at Ningdai, his gaze fixated on Qin Siqing. The pitiful plea stirred a sense of discomfort within Ningdai, especially as the trembling blade was directed at her. She reached out to push the young man's arm, intending for him to redirect the knife towards Qin Siqing instead. Unexpectedly, the abrupt motion startled him, leading him to believe that Ningdai intended to harm him. His face contorted with rage, he shouted, Are you looking for death? Are you seeking to die? Consumed by anger, he lunged the knife directly towards Ningdai. She swiftly retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, Listen, if you politely ask her to love you, you'll only receive a she doesn't love you in return. You might as well threaten her with the knife to make her comply. Trust me, if you press the knife against her, she'll say whatever you wish. The young man, disregarding her suggestion, swung the knife with even greater fervor, seemingly unwilling to relent until he drew blood. Meanwhile, patrons of the CAF had fled the moment chaos erupted, leaving behind only Qin Siqing and her 3 companions, along with Sister Lan, who was anxiously scurrying about like a frantic ant on a hot pan. News of the incident spread quickly, and soon, the school security personnel approached the CAF, albeit cautiously, unlike the police who did not dare to come close. Additionally, a crowd of students gathered behind the security guards, eager to witness the spectacle unfolding within the glass-walled CAF, which now served as a dramatic stage for the onlookers outside. Ningdai, having retreated a few steps, noted the young man's single-minded fixation on her, completely neglecting Qin Siqing and her friends. Unable to contain her frustration, she shook her head in exasperation, thinking, if you're to die, at least learn the principle of staying focused on your target. Without that, you shall never achieve greatness. After a moment's pause, her ire intensified at the thought of him wasting his mental energy on such foolishness. With the young man still advancing towards her, Ningdai decided to turn the tables, taking the initiative to confront him with a well-placed kick. Her positioning and force were impeccable, delivering a blow with the strength of 8 parts. The fierce demeanor of the young man transformed into one of agony in an instant, the knife slipping from his grasp. Anticipating this, Ningdai swiftly kicked the weapon far away. Then, seeing him clutching his groin in pain, she delivered another kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Standing triumphantly upon his back like a victorious champion, one hand resting on her hip, she scolded, What a waste. Before long, the police arrived. Ningdai continued to keep the young man subdued, ensuring he could not turn over, while instructing Sister Lan to step outside to greet the officers. In a moment of sheer panic, Ningdai effortlessly resolved the situation. As the young man was taken away by the police, he began to weep, finally coming to the realization that he had acted foolishly. Amidst his tears, he turned back to Qin Siqing, exclaiming, Siqing, I truly love you. I genuinely love you. Ningdai shuddered at his words, recalling a phrase, What is love? What is affection, if not a theatrical performance by men and women? Truly absurd. Once the danger had subsided, Sister Lan rushed to Ningdai's side, repeatedly asking, Xiaodai, are you all right? With an air of nonchalance, Ningdai replied, What could possibly be wrong? It was merely a small scene. However, she soon wilted, momentarily forgetting her vulnerability due to her monthly visitor, which suddenly reminded her of her delicate state. She contemplated visiting the restroom to address this personal matter, but had yet to turn when someone pointed at her and shouted, That man is with her. She brought him. The atmosphere in the CAF abruptly shifted, and Ningdai felt a multitude of gazes fixate on her. After a brief pause, she slowly returned the stare, meeting the eyes of the police officers who had just arrived. One officer, currently taking statements from Qin Siqing and the others, immediately turned to the girl who had pointed at Ning Dai and asked, "Are you sure?" The girl nodded vigorously, and not just her, but two other girls, besides Qin Siqing, also nodded in affirmation. Ning Dai felt a surge of indignation rising within her. Before she could react, someone rushed into the CAF, calling out, "Siqing, are you alright? As soon as I heard you were in trouble, I rushed over. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The newcomer, who approached Qin Siqing with familiarity and attempted to embrace her, was none other than the fervent suitor, Dong Xiu. Dong Xiu epitomized the archetype of a playboy. Exuding an aura of insincerity, even his appearance resonated with a certain lack of refinement. Qin Siqing felt more awkward than pleased at his arrival, and even his concerns seemed less than sincere. The police were not particularly interested in the social dynamics among the youth. Their focus remained on the earlier identification of Ning Dai as being associated with the young man. One officer approached Ning Dai, adopting a formal tone, and inquired, "Do you know the young man who came into the CAF today?" "No," Ning Dai quickly replied, genuinely not recognizing him. However, others disagreed with her assertion. Often, the swiftness of a response indicates a sense of guilt. "Really not?" The officer probed, casting a skeptical glance at her. Sister Lon, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, "Officer, that assailant intended to harm her with a knife, yet it was she who subdued him. How could she possibly know him?" She acted to defend herself upon seeing the police. Thus began a clash of narratives. Ning Dai remained silent, casting a frosty gaze towards Qin Siqing. In stark contrast to her demeanor, she felt a warmth rising within her. A few girls shot her disapproving looks, but their intensity fell short. The police, unwilling to waste time, declared, "Let us head back to the station to take your statements." Dong Xiu, eager for details, queried, "What is going on?" "Siqing, what is happening?" His demeanor suggested he was ready to confront anyone who dared to harm Qin Siqing. Ning Dai withdrew her gaze from the absurdity around her and calmly stated, "Officer, may I please use the restroom first? My monthly visitor is about to make its grand entrance." Without waiting for the reactions of those present, she turned and walked toward the staff restroom. After her visit, her phone, nestled in her pocket, began to ring persistently. Curious, she retrieved it and was greeted by two messages. The first read, "Your debit card ending in XXX has been credited with 1,000 yuan. Remaining balance is 1,008 yuan." The second stated, "Your card ending in XXX has been charged 1,000 yuan. Remaining balance is 8 yuan. Ning Dai was taken aback, realizing with a jolt. "Wait, isn't this the card that Xiaolin gave me last month? What on earth has transpired?" Ning Dai repeatedly glanced at two text messages, remaining in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. The police officers who were waiting for her to provide a statement at the police station grew increasingly vigilant as they noticed that she had been in the restroom for an unusually long period. They promptly sent a female colleague to knock on the door and inquire about her well-being. The restroom was a single occupancy, and when the female officer turned the handle, it was indeed locked. She then resorted to knocking, but silence ensued from within. The accompanying male officers exchanged concerned glances, sensing something was amiss, and approached to pound on the door once more, yet still received no response from Ning Dai. Realizing the situation demanded urgency, they decided to force entry. After a brief discussion, they dispatched the most robust among them to execute the task. A burly officer performed a few simple warm-up exercises before delivering a powerful kick to the door. Just as his foot connected with the door, it swung open, revealing a disheveled Ning Dai. The abruptness of the door's opening momentarily startled the large officer, causing him to stagger, but fortunately, a colleague steadied him to prevent a fall. Regaining his composure, he expressed his disapproval of Ning Dai's deliberate silence. "What is the matter with you, young lady? We've been knocking for ages. Why didn't you respond? Is it amusing to toy with the police?" Ning Dai cast a weary glance at the officer, hunched over, and replied with a tone of resignation, "Officer, I've encountered a lunatic." The officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to concern as they instinctively glanced into the restroom. However, given the small size of the space, it was apparent there was no one else hidden inside. At that moment, Ning Dai revealed her phone, displaying the two text messages that had preceded this incident. "First, he sent me money, then he took it back," she explained. "Is he playing games with me?" Although he is incredibly handsome and I genuinely wish to be with him, I must consider the implications of being involved with a lunatic. The officers were left speechless, pondering who the real lunatic was in this scenario. Regardless of whether Ning Dai's demeanor was genuine or feigned, they were determined to take her back for further questioning. The commotion at the CAF had spread throughout the school, albeit in various versions, with the only consensus being that a man had threatened Qin Siqing with a knife. The reasons behind this act were the subject of much speculation. As Ning Dai provided her statement at the police station, several girls who had accompanied Qin Siqing insisted that the knife-wielding assailant had been summoned by Ning Dai. Yet when pressed for an explanation, they could offer none. Qin Siqing soon arrived at the police station, unable to evade her role as the focal point of the incident. Mere minutes after her arrival, the Lien brothers rushed in upon hearing the news. One was a current CEO, while the other was in reserve, both exuding a formidable presence that immediately attracted attention. Ignoring the curious glances from others, they swiftly approached Qin Siqing, activating their protective instincts. Anyone bold enough to threaten Qin Siqing would not be spared, regardless of their identity. They would make certain the assailant felt the consequences of their actions. Initially shaken, Qin Siqing found solace in the presence of the brothers, her demeanor transforming into one of warmth and joy, resembling that of a blissful princess. Aigua. I sensed a palpable wave of envy and jealousy. Ning Dai withdrew her gaze but maintained her disheartened expression. She did not dispute Aigua's sudden observation. Instead, she conceded, I am indeed quite envious. With winter upon us, even a single person longs for affection. Aigua responded, hearing you say that suddenly puts me on edge. You don't have any schemes in mind, do you? Ning Dai playfully replied, what do you think? In a luxurious setting, a female police officer was taking notes from Ning Dai. Despite the chatter from the girls at another table accusing Ning Dai of being the mastermind behind the incident, the officer approached the situation without prejudice. After a standardized recording of her account, the officer kindly asked Ning Dai to wait for a while longer, ostensibly for results. What were they awaiting? It was said to be the outcome of the investigation. When confronted with a benevolent demeanor, Ning Dai reciprocated with a warm smile, generally remaining cooperative. The situation with Qin Siqing, however, was more intricate. The three women, embroiled in their theatrical display, chattered incessantly. Especially upon the arrival of the two CEOs from the Lien family. Their voices were a cacophony of self-congratulation, as if they had valiantly shielded Qin Siqing from harm during the event. As their accolades turned towards Ning Dai, it was as though securing her guilt would elevate them to new heights. Qin Siqing attempted to clarify the misunderstanding, suggesting that the girls' accusations were unfounded. Yet this did not prevent the Lien family from suspecting Ning Dai as the alleged orchestrator. In stark contrast to the composed demeanor of the elder Lien brother, the younger one was clearly more impulsive. As soon as the girls pointed out Ning Dai, he could no longer contain his agitation and approached her with a hint of hostility. To an ordinary observer, his demeanor might have been intimidating. However, Ning Dai lazily regarded him and, before he could utter his threats, interjected, it's not me. Think with your head. Just as Lien Yang was about to retort, she continued, heed my words and abandon this pursuit. She is destined to be your sister-in-law. In your current impulsiveness, you will only find regret in hindsight. She cast him a look of pity, as if to say that, according to the narrative, the true heroine would end up with the elder brother, leaving Lien Yang as nothing more than a secondary character destined for a lonely fate. Lien Yang was momentarily taken aback, the original words he intended to speak slipping from his mind. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. This woman seemed to possess an unsettling amount of insight. Just then, the police officer who had been recording Ning Dai's statement returned with news, addressing her with a gentle tone. Young student, you are free to go. The CAF is equipped with surveillance cameras, clearly documenting the events that transpired. According to the testimony from the staff, it appears that you acted out of sheer bravery. As for the young man wielding the knife, his identity is easily ascertainable through his dormitory mates and classmates, who will quickly provide their accounts. Witnesses in the CAF will also recount the unfolding events, confirming your innocence. While the officer spoke, Ning Dai had anticipated this outcome. Initially, she listened languidly, but suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the head table. With a swift motion, she pushed past Lien Yang and confronted the girls, her face brimming with unshed tears. pointing accusingly at them as if she were a tragic heroine pleading for justice. "I bear no grudge against you. Why do you persist in your disdain for me?" "Yes. My family is impoverished, and I toil to afford my tuition, yet I strive independently, creating value through my own labor. I cannot fathom how you dare to fabricate lies in this sanctified place of law, slandering me. How can you be so cruel? You have consistently pressured me to withdraw from school, and now you resort to this tactic to have me expelled. Is that it? You are simply despicable." The girls, taken aback by her impassioned outburst, turned pale, then flushed with embarrassment. Initially stunned into silence, they soon found their voices, collectively denouncing Ning Dai's claims. As they grew more aggressive, Ning Dai responded by crying, and this scene caused the officer responsible for the other girls' recordings to reassess the situation. Her previously amicable demeanor shifted. She slammed her hand on the table to silence the girls, reprimanding them for sowing discord and disturbing public order. Not just one officer, but several others approached, either interjecting their opinions or casting unfriendly glances at the girls, who found themselves increasingly pale under the scrutiny. Qin Siqing also paled, her face transitioning from white to red, as the memory of being the first to misinterpret Ning Dai's words lingered in her mind. In a grand display of drama, Ning Dai's loud voice echoed through the precinct, drawing a crowd of officers to witness the spectacle of a routine recording session. The faces of Qin Siqing and her companions turned pale with anxiety, nearly reduced to tears. While Yan Qing refrained from directing too much scrutiny or criticism towards Qin Siqing, he took the opportunity to whisk her away just as Ning Dai reached the zenith of her uproar, leaving the three girls to endure her accusations and the peculiar gazes of the police. In the end, it was a female officer who personally escorted Ning Dai out, offering her a plethora of comforting words and even praising her for her resilience and independence. With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Ning Dai managed a sincere smile, endearing herself further to the officer. As they reached the precinct's entrance, they parted ways like sisters, exchanging reluctant farewells. Only after stepping beyond the precinct's confines did Ning Dai allow her facade of perseverance to falter. The traces of her tears had dried, revealing her eyes, now shimmering with a hint of triumph. In the midst of her self-satisfaction, a cautious voice of reason emerged. "I believe you shouldn't have engaged with them. Both members of the Lien family were present, after all. This behavior is akin to opposing the female lead." Ning Dai dismissed the advice with a wave, retorting, "Save your hindsight for later. Why didn't you speak up earlier?" The voice fell silent, contemplating. "I was engrossed in your performance." Moments later, it spoke again, expressing concern. "In any case, this could be perilous. What if you disrupt the storyline?" Ning Dai, growing impatient, urged, "Enough of this unwarranted worry. Instead, enlighten me about this situation." She retrieved her phone from her pocket, entered the messaging interface, and found the two messages that had been exchanged. "I can't say." The voice responded after a brief pause. "It seems they initially intended to send you 1,000 but changed their mind, hence the expenditure." Ning Dai retorted, "Do you not see how thin the line is between you and meaningless chatter?" The voice, feeling unjustly accused, muttered its ignorance, before lapsing into silence once more.
Ning Dai,
Flipping through the messages once more, huffed, "If you're uncertain, just ask directly." Curiosity piqued. The voice watched her intently as she swiftly searched for information on Huanyu International. The top search result led her to the company's official website, where she easily located their contact number. Without hesitation, she copied the number and dialed. After navigating through an automated voice system, she opted for human assistance. The receptionist, with a sweet and professional tone, inquired how she could assist. Ning Dai replied straightforwardly, "Please connect me to the president's office." Taken aback, the receptionist responded, "Miss, you may directly call the president's office or the secretary's office for assistance." Ning Dai thought for a moment before requesting, "Then please connect me to the secretary's office." "I'm sorry, miss, but I lack the authority to transfer calls." "You may call the secretary's office directly." Ning Dai insisted, "I don't have the number. Please provide it to me." After a pause, presumably to check the number and confirm its release, the receptionist finally relayed a string of digits. Once she had the new number, Ning Dai promptly noted it down and dialed. After a few rings, another sweet female voice answered. Influenced by her tone, Ning Dai adopted a similarly coy demeanor. Could you please connect me to Qiaolin? Thank you. The voice on the other end, adhering to formal protocol, asked a series of questions, establishing that Qiaolin did not take calls without a legitimate reason. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Dai explained, well, here is the situation. Your boss, Qiaolin, transferred me 1,000 yuan for living expenses today, but before I knew it, he spent it again. I just wanted to inquire about what transpired. Do you think my reasoning is justifiable? The secretary responded with a pause of disbelief. This is the most absurd phone call Jenny has received in her years as a secretary, to the point where her composure nearly slipped away, leaving her unable to regain it. 1,000 yuan for living expenses? Given Mr. Qiao's stature, wouldn't 10 million be more appropriate? Fortunately, Fang Zicheng happened to pass by, prompting Jenny to awaken from her peculiar focus, and she awkwardly chuckled into the phone. Miss, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Mr. Qiao is presently occupied, but I can take your message and have him return your call shortly, if that is acceptable. Ning Dai, unfaltering, replied. Of course it is not acceptable. Jenny silently gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't uncommon for women to call Qiaolin, but typically, when approached in such a manner, most would comply, and only a few persistent ones would respond as this caller did. Ning Dai emphasized, excuse me, did you not comprehend my words? Last month, he provided me with 1,000 yuan for living expenses, and this month, another 1,000. I was quite pleased. Yet, why did he give and then take back so swiftly? This truly saddens me. Moreover, I have every reason to believe he must have someone watching over me. Certainly aware of the fact that I was nearly harmed by a thug today. It would have sufficed if he had merely not withheld an additional 1,000 to soothe my distress, but why did he withdraw the funds? Don't you think this is somewhat irrational? It deeply wounds my fragile little heart. Jenny was at a loss for words, leaning towards the notion that the caller might be the one unhinged. Would Mr. Qiao truly be one to value a mere 1,000 yuan? Miss, may I still inquire your surname? Jenny resolved to expedite matters.
My full name is Ning Dai.
Very well, Miss Ning. I shall relay the situation to Mr. Qiao shortly. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Ning Dai's response was, of course, to reiterate her concerns as soon as the secretary inquired about any other matters. Jenny displayed an expression of torment. When Fang Zicheng passed by a second time and saw Jenny looking as though she might suffocate from her distress, he could not help but pause and silently inquire if something was amiss. Seeing him was akin to spotting a beacon of hope, Jenny whispered into the phone. I received a strange call from a Miss Ning, who claims Mr. Qiao gave her 1,000 yuan only to retract it. She insists on seeking clarification from him. Fang Zicheng raised an eyebrow, pressed the call disconnect button, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. Jenny appeared bewildered. Fang Zicheng instructed, if she calls again, do not engage. Simply hang up. Still perplexed, Jenny hesitantly asked, is that permissible? Fang Zicheng cast her a knowing glance before returning to Qiaolin's office. As Jenny watched his retreating figure, she slowly set down the receiver. However, barely had she placed it down when the office phone rang again. Instinctively glancing at the caller ID, she noted it was the same number as before. After a moment's thought, she resolved to heed Fang Zicheng's advice, as he was Mr. Qiao's representative. On the other end, Ning Dai had attempted to call 5 times in succession, but failing to reach the secretary's office. She could not help but exclaim in frustration. Give up, AI Gua said softly. If they dare not answer your call, you should have some inkling of the situation. Indeed. Ning Dai relinquished her attempts, placing a hand over her heart in a dramatic gesture, furrowing her brows in sorrow as she lamented, AI Gua, my heart feels so cold. Waiting for him to care. She need not specify who she referred to. AI Gua was well aware. A pretentious smile was offered to Ning Dai, accompanied by an unspoken understanding. The fervor surrounding the coffee shop incident lingered at school for merely 3 days, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the impending final examinations. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the influence of the executives involved. Following the incident, Qin Siqing refrained from visiting the coffee shop, likely due to a lingering psychological impact. Ning Dai was also commanded by the shaken coffee shop proprietress to take a break, especially since the establishment would suspend operations during the students' holiday. The proprietress decided to close early, but not without reminding Ning Dai to diligently prepare for her finals and even compensated her with extra wages, while emphasizing her return to work after the term commenced. As for the unattainable boy, no one seemed to care any longer. The coffee shop's operation within the school had certain ties to the institution, and with the proprietress's intervention, Ning Dai received commendation from the school, which secretly delighted her for several days. After receiving a call from Huanyu International, Ning Dai attempted to reach out at various times, even resorting to complaint lines. All to no avail. 1,000 yuan had vanished without a trace. Neither Qiao Lin nor Fong Zicheng reappeared before her. Ning Dai lamented to Aigua on numerous occasions, yet to little effect. Following the final examinations, students began to depart for home to celebrate the new year. Local students were quicker to leave than those from other provinces, while Ning Dai pondered whether to return home. The conditions at her home, including her bed, were less comfortable than her dormitory. Furthermore, having taken Lu Liqing's clothes during her last departure, a confrontation was inevitable upon her return, though she was certain she would not bear the brunt of it. As the number of students dwindled and the traditional New Year approached, Ning Dai remained oblivious, while Aigua busily orchestrated plans for her, acting like a diligent steward. However, the central focus remained singular, to motivate Ning Dai to venture out and earn money. Ning Dai rolled her eyes. By 2 days before the new year, even the school cafeteria ceased operations, leaving her with no choice but to seek meals outside. After sleeping in late and skipping breakfast, she had no option but to dress warmly and venture out for lunch. Upon stepping outside her dormitory, the sudden blaring of a car horn startled her. Looking up, she was immediately drawn to a pair of silver angel wings, the emblem of a luxury vehicle. Instinctively, she was about to whistle, captivated by the sight of the opulent car. Just as the sound was about to escape her lips, she felt a sense of recognition. This car was strangely familiar. With a sharp honk, the horn blared again, prompting Ning Dai to jog toward the vehicle. Upon reaching its side, her face radiated with surprise and joy. At the second horn blast, she recalled that this was indeed Qiao Lin's car. As the window descended, she was greeted by the striking profile of Qiao Lin. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Little
Dad.
Get in, Qiao Lin commanded, preempting her from calling out. Ning Dai, with a swift movement, circled to the other side of the car and settled into the passenger seat. She opened the door, took her seat, and fastened her seatbelt, executing the motions fluidly. Once settled, she flashed a charming smile at Qiao Lin, conveying that she would follow him anywhere, even if it meant selling herself. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away from F University. The journey was short. The sports car quickly turned into the underground garage of an apartment building. Get out, Qiao Lin instructed. As Ning Dai accompanied Qiao Lin through the parking lot and into the elevator, their silence lingered, the air thick with unspoken words. The elevator finally came to a halt on the 24th floor. Upon the doors opening, they were greeted by a spacious corridor, flanked by only 2 residences on either side. Qiao Lin proceeded to the right, with Ning Dai closely trailing behind. The door, secured by a keypad, captured Ning Dai's keen gaze as she focused intently on the movements of his fingers, confident in her ability to memorize the code. With a soft beep, the door swung open, and Qiao Lin stepped inside first, while Ning Dai followed suit, remaining silent yet observant. The interior surpassed her expectations, exuding both spaciousness and brightness. The decor echoed a revival of Victorian artistry, combining grandeur with delicate elegance, an epitome of luxury. As Ning Dai's eyes swept across the room, she quickly assessed her surroundings. Qiao Lin made his way into the living room, deftly unbuttoning his coat, and suddenly turned to Ning Dai, instructing her to change her shoes. She glanced down at her own footwear, then noted that he had already donned a pair of slippers upon entering. Responding with a light-hearted acknowledgement, she darted back to the shoe cabinet, opening it to reveal a few pairs of disposable slippers, with the ones he wore evidently being the most frequently used. As she changed her shoes, a playful smile crept across her face. Stop laughing, Aigua chimed in, unable to contain his concern. You know you're eager. At least put on a FA and give him some space to maneuver. Ning Dai, grinning, mused, Isn't it peculiar that he brought me here? Just the 2 of us? Surely he must harbor some intentions? Her laughter bubbled forth, filled with youthful anticipation. Aigua, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked. Whether he has intentions or not is beyond me, but it's clear you're itching to leap into action. With a twinkle in her eye, Ning Dai replied, "Ah, you truly understand me, Aigua." Aigua, appearing slightly resigned, continued, "Have you considered why he chose to bring you here? Might his motives not be entirely innocent?" To which Ning Dai playfully responded, "Oh, I'm actually hoping for his less than innocent motives." "Well, forget I mentioned it," Aigua sighed. "His intentions are not necessarily of a romantic nature, but could imply a more dubious character. Yet I believe it is best left unsaid." Once she had changed her shoes, Ning Dai composed herself and re-entered the living room. Xiao Lin had removed his suit jacket, casually draping it over the sofa, and was rolling up the sleeves of his slate-gray shirt as he made his way to the kitchen. Ning Dai followed, hearing him inquire, "Can you cook?" "Absolutely," she declared with conviction, adding, "My culinary skills are exceptional." Xiao Lin regarded her with a nod before turning to the refrigerator. It was stocked with an array of fresh ingredients. With a gesture, he indicated that lunch preparation was now her responsibility and that she could choose whatever she wished. Ning Dai blinked in surprise, quickly affirming, "Rest assured, I excel at home-style cooking." Without further ado, Xiao Lin left the kitchen in her capable hands and returned to the living room. As she observed him retreating, she placed a hand over her heart and, with a dreamy expression, confided in Aigua, "The plot unfolds so swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. I find myself caught in the storm, unable to escape, and truthfully, I do not wish to." Aigua could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "Didn't you once say that wealthy men wouldn't appreciate the two simple dishes you might whip up? And here you are, cooking. You claim home-style dishes are your forte. Are you not contradicting yourself?" Ning Dai, rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients, replied with calm composure, "Aigua, you fail to grasp the distinction. There exists a vast difference between being proactive and reactive." "What difference?"
he pressed.
"It's like the difference between me taking advantage of him and him taking advantage of me." Aigua, baffled, retorted, "I don't comprehend." Understanding Aigua's struggle with the concept, Ning Dai, feeling buoyant, elaborated, "If I were to initiate intimacy, he might not be willing without some forceful persuasion. Conversely, should he take the lead, even if I verbally protest, I would undoubtedly shed my clothes faster than he could, because ultimately I would be willing." Ning Dai rummaged through the refrigerator, selecting the ingredients she required before immersing herself in the culinary arts. Aigua, with his almost gelatinous intellect, failed to grasp Ning Dai's words despite the passage of considerable time, fearing that any inquiry would elicit more incomprehensible responses from her. Thus, he chose to feign understanding. When Ning Dai proclaimed her culinary prowess, it was no exaggeration. Before long, she had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, their aromas wafting invitingly through the air. As she laid the dishes on the table, she noticed Xiao Lin lounging on the sofa, a laptop, mysteriously sourced, resting on the coffee table as he tapped away at it. Initially, she refrained from calling him, waiting until she had served 2 bowls of rice before inviting him to dine. After calling him, she unceremoniously took her seat at the table, lifting a small bowl of rice for herself but refraining from using her chopsticks just yet. Xiao Lin, undeterred by her boldness, settled into the space she had left for him, picking up his chopsticks under her expectant gaze to sample the dishes. As Ning Dai watched him chew slowly, Aigua suddenly remarked, "Do you think he might spit the food out in the next moment, claiming you've oversalted it and it's unbearable?" He continued, "Of course. It's also possible that despite the repulsive taste, he would still consume it with tears in his eyes. But I lean towards the former." Ning Dai chuckled. "Have you watched too many brainless novels and television shows? Surely, one would taste the dish before serving it. How dare you question my culinary skills?" Aigua promptly silenced himself. Xiao Lin savored the dishes, alternating between bites of food and sips of soup. Once he completed that initial sequence of actions, Ning Dai followed suit. Though it had been a long time since she tasted her own cooking, she narcissistically asserted that her skills could rival those of a Michelin-starred chef. Throughout their meal, Xiao Lin remained silent, neither commenting on her culinary talents nor engaging in conversation. However, once they finished dining and set down their utensils, he unexpectedly inquired, "Why didn't you return home during the holiday?" Ning Dai turned to him, her mind racing like a computer processing countless commands. quickly determining the appropriate response given his sudden decision to bring her to this house and request her cooking. Setting down her chopsticks, she shrugged and replied, "What else there to go back to? That place is less comfortable than a dormitory." Xiao Lin gazed at her in silence, seemingly urging her to elaborate. Ning Dai continued, "The last time I left, I sold all her clothes to pay for food. If I return now, who knows how she'll treat me? Of course, I can't go back." Xiao Lin appeared momentarily taken aback by her candid admission regarding her good deed. After a brief pause, he queried, "What do you plan to do after university?" Ning Dai pondered for a moment before quickly responding, "I don't know. I've never thought about it. I suppose I'll just enjoy life, but I can't tell you." Xiao Lin followed up with the question, "Do you want to study abroad?" This time, Ning Dai remained silent, her expression one of astonishment as she contemplated his words. Internally, she exhaled to Aigua, bubbling with excitement. "Aigua, do you want to bet?" He is asking me this, but he has already made up his mind. He intends to send me abroad. "Oh, I want to go abroad," Aigua decisively replied. "No bet." He is not daft, he is perceptive enough to catch on to what you see, as well. However, Aigua then expressed confusion. "But he used to be indifferent towards you. Why the sudden change? You ought to be cautious." After speaking, he reconsidered, realizing that such caution was more suitable for others. Ning Dai, on the other hand, was eager for anything but caution. 129. A Romance Among the Aristocracy. 38. In the moment of their gazes locking, Xiao Lin observed the flickering glimmers in Ning Dai's eyes, momentarily uncertain whether they reflected anticipation or apprehension. He could not help but let out a soft chuckle, albeit brief, laden with a hint of derision.
Ha!
Ning Dai mimicked his tone. Xiao Lin paused, his brows furrowing slightly. Before he could inquire about her peculiar behavior, Ning Dai suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with joy, the light within them becoming ever more radiant. His previous utterance clearly indicated that they shared no such intimate connection, and with that understanding, Ning Dai could hardly contain her delight. With her eyes twinkling like blooming peach blossoms, she said to him, "On such an important day, your willingness to spend it with me brings me immense joy. In return, I can only offer myself." Xiao Lin found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. After averting his gaze from her, he resumed his silent meal, exercising the art of disregard. Only he knew that once those words had left his lips, he felt a twinge of regret. He should not have been so transparent about the significance of the day, for he remained utterly perplexed by whether she was genuinely eccentric or merely feigning folly. Despite being overlooked, Ning Dai's spirit soared. "Patriot, did you hear that? He chose to celebrate New Year's Eve with me. He must have feelings for me." While Ning Dai had previously refrained from overthinking, her confidence surged at that moment. Patriot remarked, "Many girls have experienced similar misconceptions. Just a hint of kindness from a man, even if he is merely an air conditioner in the center of the stage, can lead the girls to concoct 100 tales of affection." Ning Dai retorted, "I believe my connection with Xiao Lin is indeed special." Patriot replied soberly, "Many girls share your illusion." Their conversation dwindled, leaving Ning Dai to conclude it with an exasperated exclamation. The New Year's Eve dinner, known as the reunion meal, traditionally benefits from prolonged enjoyment. Yet, it was just the two of them, with a modest spread of 4 dishes and a soup, making it impossible to extend the meal from New Year's Eve into the dawn of the new year. Before long, Xiao Lin set down his chopsticks, signaling his satiation, and excused himself to return to his domain on the sofa. Before departing, he, as before, instructed her to tidy the dishes and kitchen. Upon finishing her chores and returning to the living room, Ning Dai found that music had begun to play, soothing in nature, yet not to her taste. As she settled onto the edge of the sofa, she eagerly inquired, "Can I stay here tonight?" With his attention fixed on the computer, Xiao Lin replied calmly, "The guest room is on the left." Ning Dai immediately peeked over to the so-called left side. Xiao Lin's voice resumed, "This house is not far from F University. If you wish, you may stay. If not, return to the school." Her eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "I would love to. Who would prefer the dormitory over such a splendid room?" She mused to herself, "I knew Xiao Lin had feelings for me." That night, just past midnight, Ning Dai quietly opened the door to the guest room and stealthily made her way toward the master bedroom. Tonight, not only was she staying in this house, but Xiao Lin was there as well. Ningdai felt this constituted a silent invitation, so she took the time to indulge in a bath, preparing herself for the occasion. As the clock struck midnight, the dawn of a new year truly began. With the arrival of this special day, Ningdai felt that nothing could epitomize a fresh start better than waking up beside the young man she had longed for. To mark the occasion, she took great care in her appearance, indulging in a fragrant bath and admiring herself in the mirror until she was thoroughly satisfied before donning her bathrobe and leaving the bedroom. Of course, she wore nothing beneath the robe. Just before stepping out, her friend Aigwa couldn't help but urge her once more, "Why can't we simply remain innocent and pure background characters?" Ningdai smiled knowingly. "Oh, you are so naive." The great physician Sun Simiar from the Tang dynasty once stated in his essential formulas for efficacious prescriptions that a man cannot be without a woman, nor a woman without a man. Without a woman, desires stir. When desires stir, the spirit becomes weary. When the spirit is weary, longevity is compromised. To live 100 years, the balance of yin and yang is indispensable, do you understand? Aigwa, rendered speechless, could only concede. Indeed, one need not fear a rogue with martial skills, but rather a rogue with intellect. By the time they exchanged words, Ningdai had already reached the door of the master bedroom. She turned the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. After several attempts, she remarked, "It seems the door is locked." Aigwa chuckled, "I told you that you were overthinking it." Ningdai flicked her hair and tried the handle again, but aside from the clattering of the lock, there was no other sound. "All right, you can stop now. It's best to head back to sleep. You might still catch a spring dream," Aigwa suggested, his voice laced with amusement. Unyielding, Ningdai raised her hand and knocked on the door gently, calling out, "Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin." After a long wait, the door remained silent. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard nothing but stillness. With raised brows, she expressed disbelief. "What on earth? Is he pretending to be asleep?" Aigwa reiterated. "I said you were mistaken. He is a gentleman, and that's simply not his intention. Surely, now you can let it go?" Ningdai straightened up, her expression resolute. "No, I will not yield." Gripping the doorknob once more, she pondered. If the mountain wouldn't come to her, she would go to the mountain. Suddenly, she dashed back to the second bedroom, rummaging through her belongings. At last, she discovered 2 hairpins in the pocket of the coat she had worn. With a mischievous smile, she returned to the master bedroom door, crouched down, and began to poke the lock with the hairpins. Aigwa gasped in shock. "What are you planning to do?" Without replying, Ningdai focused on her task, and after a short while, she heard a click. The lock was disengaged. With a twist of the doorknob, the door finally swung open. As the door opened, the first sight that greeted Ningdai was a pair of long, straight legs clad in sleep pants. Higher up, a matching pajama set adorned him, and further still, Qiao Lin's luminous eyes glimmered ominously in the dim light of the room. At that moment, sparks seemed to ignite deep within his dark gaze. Ningdai looked up and beamed at him. "Hello. If we meet again, please vanish from my sight forever." His cold response was to slam the door shut with a resounding thud, relocking it with a click. Left outside, Ningdai licked her lips and mused. "It seems our feelings are not quite aligned yet. I suppose I'll return to my dreams for now." After spending a single night, Qiao Lin had vanished by the time Ningdai awoke the following morning. She traversed the entire room, ultimately concluding that this was not Qiao Lin's usual residence, as evidence of his life within the space was scarce. Just as she finished her exploration, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Qiao Lin returning, she slipped on her shoes to open the door, only to find not him, but her long-absent assistant, Fang Zicheng, accompanied by several individuals carrying an expensive door. Ningdai's gaze swept from the front to the back, briefly lingering on the incongruous door before settling on Fang Zicheng. With a smile, she inquired, "Assistant Fang, are you here to visit on this New Year's Day?" Fang Zicheng assessed her with a complex expression, requesting, "Miss Liu, could you please step aside?"
"Oh, certainly."
Ningdai moved aside. Fang Zicheng entered the room, followed closely by his companions who proceeded with familiarity towards the master bedroom. Suddenly, the house was filled with commotion. Ningdai crossed her arms, observing their deft dismantling of the bedroom door, pursing her lips in uncertainty about what to say. Aigwa interjected. "I am eager to share an intriguing social phenomenon with you, if you're interested." Ning Dai, feeling rather bored, replied, "Do tell." Ai Gua casually remarked, "If you think someone likes you, it's probably your own delusion. If you believe someone dislikes you, congratulations, it's true." Ning Dai shifted her stance. Ai Gua quickly added, "I won't disturb you further," and faded into silence, as if he had never been there. Fang Zicheng occasionally glanced at Ning Dai while overseeing the door replacement, yet he refrained from initiating conversation. It was New Year's Day, a day typically reserved for relaxation at home. However, as Xiao Lin's assistant, Fang Zicheng was accustomed to being on call 24 hours a day. As expected, he received a call from Xiao Lin early that morning, instructing him to replace the door. The reason for the replacement was not disclosed, but he surmised it was undoubtedly linked to Ning Dai. The previous day, he had also received instructions from Xiao Lin to stock the refrigerator of this scarcely inhabited residence. Having lost interest in the door replacement after a while and with noon approaching, Ning Dai decided to prepare lunch. Before departing, she politely asked Fang Zicheng, "Assistant Fang, I'm going to cook now. Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Without turning around, he responded distantly, "No need." His rejection suited Ning Dai perfectly. She felt no need to extend further pleasantries and turned to prepare her own meal. The refrigerator was well stocked. She had discovered noodles within it the previous day. So she made herself a bowl for lunch. After finishing her meal and cleaning the pot, the commotion in the house finally ceased. What was once an ordinary door had been transformed into a new one equipped with a password lock. This change revealed Xiao Lin's displeasure regarding Ning Dai's actions the previous night. Once the door was replaced, the workers took on the role of cleaners, tidying up the master bedroom area before departing. Fang Zicheng lingered for a moment, unable to resist addressing Ning Dai with a mix of warning and reminder. "Mr. Xiao dislikes anyone tampering with his belongings, and he prefers his bedroom to remain undisturbed. I hope, Miss Liu, that you will be mindful during your stay."
"Oh, certainly."
Ning Dai responded obediently. Although Fang Zicheng harbored doubts about her compliance, he reasoned that since the door had been replaced, she could not open it, thus suppressing his suspicions as he left the house. However, once he was gone, the first thing Ning Dai did was to attempt the password. 133. A Romance in High Society, 42. As Ning Dai briskly entered the living room, she indeed found Xiao Lin reclining on the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap. He must have heard the noise, as he lifted his gaze to glance in her direction. In that moment, Ning Dai truly experienced the phrase "a glance that lasts 1,000 years." She wondered how long he had been there. With a playful reproach, Ning Dai chided Ai Gua. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that my dear brother had arrived?" To which the innocent Ai Gua retorted, "How would I know? I'm not a surveillance device." "Welcome back," Xiao Lin said, closing his laptop. Ning Dai was taken aback by his attentiveness and responded eagerly, "Yes, yes." Xiao Lin merely grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting away from her to the coffee table. Following his line of sight, Ning Dai noticed a cake placed beside it. Her heart fluttered, and she promptly inquired of Ai Gua, "Whose birthday is it today?" Ai Gua replied, "It's your birthday." More accurately, it was the original owner's birthday. Only then did Ning Dai realize that indeed, today marked the birthday of the original Liu Ning Dai. At the tender age of 19, a birthday was merely a relic of the past for someone who traversed different realms. While she remembered her own birth date, she had not celebrated her birthday in 800 years. However, it never crossed Ning Dai's mind that Xiao Lin would know Liu Ning Dai's birthday, let alone appear on that very day with a cake in hand. The term "taken aback" could scarcely encapsulate the emotions swirling within her. Turning back to Xiao Lin, she directly asked, "Is this birthday cake for me?" Xiao Lin furrowed his brow, realizing the cake was indeed intended for her birthday and that he had brought it. Yet, confronted with her question, he found himself at a loss for words, sensing he had miscalculated. Ning Dai did not require his answer. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. She knelt before the coffee table, facing Xiao Lin, her voice brimming with excitement. "Can I open it?" It was a question that needed no response, as she had already brought the cake close and hastily unwrapped it. The square cake was adorned with strawberries on top, a space left in the middle, where the words "Happy Birthday" were elegantly inscribed in chocolate. A line from the original owner's diary flashed through her mind. "My birthday wish is to have someone celebrate with me, sharing a strawberry cake together." I had a slice of XXX's birthday strawberry cake. It was sweet and delicious. She paused, taken aback. This was an unfulfilled wish of the original owner. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced at Xiaolin, who was also gazing back at her. Their eyes met in silence. Suddenly, Ning Dai stood up and declared, "Wait for me, I'll be back shortly," before dashing into her bedroom. Xiaolin watched her retreating figure, puzzled by her abrupt departure. Ning Dai hurried straight to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began filling the tub while she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, deep in thought. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Ai Gua couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what's wrong?" Hearing Ai Gua's voice, Ning Dai shifted her stance, but continued to fixate on her reflection, murmuring, "I've been in this body for quite some time now, and my appearance is increasingly resembling my own. Ai Gua, do you think I could regard the person in the mirror as myself?" Ai Gua, confused, replied, "What do you mean by regard? Since you took control of this body, she is you, and you are her. The original owner's spirit departed the moment you arrived."
Oh,
"Is that so?" Ai Gua asked, perplexed. "What exactly is troubling you?" Ning Dai propped her chin on her hand, contemplating, "I am merely entangled in a dilemma." "And seeking counsel?" Ai Gua, perplexed, inquired, "Entangled in what? What counsel do you seek?" With a leisurely response, Ning Dai replied, "Naturally. I wish to solicit the original owner's opinion on whether she can grant me my desires and allow me to act as I wish. However, since you mentioned that the original owner has long departed, I find solace in that." Ai Gua was taken aback. Ning Dai continued, "Ai Gua, just watch. I am about to successfully enact my romantic escapade." Her eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to radiant light. Just as Ai Gua instinctively felt trepidation, Ning Dai swiftly splashed water on her face, turned off the tap, and gazed intently into the mirror, her eyes rapidly reddening. After adjusting her appearance, she turned and exited the bathroom, exuding the aura of a valiant heroine preparing for battle. As she stepped out of the bedroom and rounded the corner, she encountered Xiaolin, who had come to check on her after a prolonged absence. In the narrow corridor between the bedroom and the living room, their paths crossed. Xiaolin immediately noticed her reddened eyes and the dampness at the tips of her cheeks. Had she been crying? He felt a fleeting confusion and slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could ascertain whether Ning Dai was genuinely weeping or merely feigning tears, she dashed towards him like a gust of wind, plunging into his embrace, locking her arms around his waist, and burying her face in his chest. Caught off guard, Xiaolin stumbled slightly but quickly regained his balance. Just as he was about to ask her to release him, Ning Dai, with a voice thick with emotion, uttered, "Thank you, thank you." Repeating those 3 words effectively stifled his intended reply. Accustomed to wearing shirts and blazers throughout the year, he typically complemented his attire with a waistcoat for various occasions. However, today, he had opted out of the waistcoat, which soon led him to feel the warmth of her tears soaking through his shirt, pressing against his skin. Ning Dai had a heartfelt cry, and upon finishing, she looked up with her eyes still glistening and insisted on dragging Xiaolin back to the living room. After all, it was her birthday, and that meant blowing out candles, making wishes, and indulging in cake. The crux of it, of course, was to make a birthday wish. Xiaolin settled onto the sofa, occupying his usual spot. Ning Dai mirrored his position, kneeling on the carpet, resting her hands on the coffee table, striking a prayerful pose. "My birthday wish is to have a boyfriend by midnight." Xiaolin's brow twitched. Just as she puffed her cheeks and leaned in to extinguish the candles, he remarked, "You can wish for 3 things, so perhaps consider some additional wishes." Ning Dai gazed at him, pausing in silence for a few moments, before resuming her prayerful pose and smiling at him. "Then my second wish is for my boyfriend to be an exceptionally handsome and wealthy young man." Xiaolin remained silent, processing her wishes. "My third wish," she mused, "doesn't need to be spoken aloud. I shall keep it in my heart." Ning Dai beamed. "No. I fear if I keep it in my heart, God may not hear me clearly. It is better to say it out loud." With that, she declared her third wish. "I hope my boyfriend's name is coincidentally Xiaolin, and that he will celebrate my birthday for the years to come. Next year, the year after, and the year after that. Just him, no one else needed." With a deep breath, she extinguished the candles in one go. Xiaolin gazed at the extinguished flames, pondering, what a lengthy third wish. Ning Dai lay on her bed, vigorously kicking her legs, striving to digest the strawberry cream cake she had consumed 2 hours prior. She was not particularly fond of rich flavors, especially not strawberries, let alone cream cakes. Yet tonight's strawberry cream cake was an exception. She had felt compelled to indulge, ultimately devouring 2 pieces in one sitting. After returning to her room, she had exerted herself for nearly 2 hours, her legs in constant motion. Checking the time on her phone, she realized it was past midnight. Her birthday had come to an end. She ceased her exercise, lying flat on the bed to regulate her breathing. Aigua's voice broke the silence. "Are you not going to continue? That amount of exercise is hardly sufficient to burn off the calories from 2 pieces of cake." Ningdai took a few deep breaths, then smiled as she sat up. "Indeed, it's not enough to digest, which is why I must increase my workout." Aigua immediately sensed trouble. "What are you planning to do?" Ningdai rose, stretching languidly, her eyebrows arching playfully as she crept out of her bedroom. Aigua instantly regretted his inquiry. Her intentions were all too predictable. Originally, after celebrating her birthday, Xiao Lin was meant to depart. Upon learning of this, she had feigned tears, expressing how lonely and fearful she felt living alone, and after much effort, she had finally persuaded Xiao Lin to stay. At least half of her objective had been achieved. Now, she was determined to accomplish the other half. The electronic lock on the door was far simpler than a conventional one. After entering the 4-digit code, the door opened with ease. She cautiously pushed the door ajar, preparing to slip inside, only to suddenly realize something was amiss within the room. The neatly made bed was unoccupied, and the bathroom was devoid of light. Turning her gaze, she spotted the very person she had been seeking, leaning against the wall beside the door. He turned to meet her gaze, his expression inscrutable. It was evident he had been waiting for her, but the nature of this wait was far from welcoming. Ningdai felt deflated, her shoulders slumping. He was clearly on guard against her sneaky antics. Moreover, he appeared to be quite certain that she would attempt to sneak in. Was her performance tonight lacking?
No.
She refused to believe that it was her acting that fell short. The reason must lie with Xiao Lin. This man at heart was far more complex than she had anticipated. She could clearly see that Xiao Lin cared for her more than he let on, although his concern was exceedingly cautious and covert. However, on New Year's Eve, he had broken the mold, revealing his feelings. Today marked the second instance, and it was even more pronounced than before. Ningdai sensed that something had shifted within him, yet she was disinclined to speculate about the cause of this change. Her focus remained steadfast on her own desires. "Are you so fixated on my room?" Ningdai reined in her nervousness, raising her gaze with a bright smile. "Not at all. I have something important to discuss. I'm here to find someone." "Oh, really?" Xiao Lin shot her a knowing glance. "Go on, keep spinning your tale." "Truly," Ningdai insisted, her smile growing sweeter, almost sugary. "Have you forgotten my birthday wish?"
Today,
I came to find my boyfriend. Of course, Xiao Lin had not forgotten. He just hadn't taken it seriously. However, now, witnessing the almost pleading smile on her face, he gradually wiped all expression from his own, scrutinizing her earnestly. An elongated silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Xiao Lin moved, slowly rising to stand before Ningdai. "Is it so much that you wish to be in a relationship?" Ningdai smiled sweetly at his words, her demeanor innocent and charming. Did she wish to fall in love? Certainly not. What she truly desired was to share a night of passion. She gazed directly into his eyes and declared, "No." Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. Ningdai continued, "In truth, I wish to pursue a romantic relationship with you. From our very first meeting, I found myself drawn to you. I am aware of the delicate nature of the relationship between our families, but I harbor no extravagant expectations. Rest assured, I lack ambition. I simply wish to be with you. Would you consider embarking on a romance with me? Should there come a day when you grow weary of me or wish to part ways, simply tell me, and I promise to leave without a trace of lingering attachment." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, allowing a few strands of her hair to cascade down and partially obscure her cheeks, lending her an air of vulnerability. Her hands fidgeted nervously as if they were flies perched upon a feast, preparing to indulge, but instead anxiously rubbing their legs together. Xiao Lin stared at her, lost in contemplation, until he finally sighed softly in the silence. "If one day you are asked to leave, will you truly depart without question or explanation?" Ning Dai immediately lifted her eyes to his, nodding fervently. I swear by the heavens, if you ever tire of me and ask me to go, I will leave. If I do not, I will face dire consequences. Her vow was interrupted as Qiao Lin gently pressed his palm against her mouth. He frowned slightly, saying, I hope you remember this. Regardless of whether oaths can be fulfilled, do not make promises lightly. Ning Dai blinked, nodding vigorously. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes but dissipated quickly, replaced by a deeper shade of contemplation, followed by a soft sigh. Ning Dai gazed at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. He observed that her face was quite small, his hand could almost cover half of it. It's time to rest. If you can behave and remain in your own room tonight, your wishes may very well be granted. Ning Dai pouted, her eyes sparkling even more brightly from the gesture, as if she were gathering the stars within them. Qiao Lin placed his hand gently on her back, giving her a slight nudge to encourage her departure. The door closed behind her. She turned a glance at the door, and then at the electronic lock, her heart racing as she pondered, Patriot. Did you hear what he just said? Patriot replied, indeed. Did he not imply that if she refrained from seeking him out tonight, he would consent to a romance with her? Though reluctant to admit it, Patriot affirmed. Ning Dai curled her fingers against her nose, letting out a soft chuckle. Patriot, perplexed, asked, What are you singing about? A love song, she replied. Patriot distinctly heard the phrase playing in the mud. Can you explain the content of your love song? Sweetheart, so cold. The strings of the instruments have begun to play. I'm playing in the mud. Listen to my heart speak, though the northeast isn't vast. Come love me. I have no home in Dalian. 138. A Romance with the Aristocracy. 47. Sister Lan, upon observing Ning Dai once more, had already begun to regard her as a misguided young woman astray from her path. At that moment, with no new customers in the shop, she drew closer to Ning Dai and earnestly advised, Little Dai, at your blossoming age, surrounded by so many boys of your generation, why tether yourself to an old tree stump? Ning Dai responded with a mysterious smile. Sister Lan, genuinely concerned for Ning Dai's well-being, continued unabashedly. Experts on television say that girls your age often lack paternal affection, which leads them to seek out significantly older men, believing them to be perfect. But if you take a closer look, those worldly men, no matter how well-preserved, are merely old meat. They cannot compare to boys your own age. Besides their additional years of experience and a facade of maturity that may charm you, what else do they possess? Ning Dai, with utmost seriousness, replied, They have money. Sister Lan fell silent. As the conversation threatened to dwindle, Sister Lan persevered. Beyond wealth, consider this. When you walk alongside him, won't people mistake you for father and daughter? And if they realize you are not, how will they perceive your relationship? Won't you feel awkward? Ning Dai stroked her chin thoughtfully, contemplating Sister Lan's words. Yet soon shook her head. I can't imagine it. But surprisingly, I'm quite eager for it. She couldn't help but rub her legs together. Sister Lan quickly affirmed, Indeed. It's hard to envision. Isn't it? And that's precisely how it should be. Before Sister Lan could finish her thought, Ning Dai interjected, Or perhaps I should experience it first, and then inform you, Sister Lan? This left Sister Lan momentarily speechless, realizing the depths of Ning Dai's stubbornness. Seeing the mixture of urgency and frustration on Sister Lan's face, Ning Dai couldn't suppress a laugh and linked her arm with Sister Lan's, exclaiming, Sister Lan, I never expected you to care for me so much. Truly, our shared experiences create a unique bond. Yet Sister Lan remained undeterred, diligently crafting her words. Ning Dai gently patted her arm and reassured her in a calming tone, Rest assured, Sister Lan, I am a person of discernment and shall not engage in anything unbecoming. Just then, a customer arrived, prompting Sister Lan to attend to them, all the while planning to further educate Ning Dai later. However, the outcome of that lesson left Sister Lan more alarmed than ever. She learned that Ning Dai was cohabitating with a much older man who could easily be her father. Qiao Lin, perplexed, mused, When did I become so old that I could be her father? Though Sister Lan was only slightly older than Ning Dai, the revelation of Ning Dai's romantic circumstances instantly made her feel like a weathered matron, wholly devoted to rescuing her wayward daughter. Determined, Sister Lan dedicated several days to research, scouring the internet for expert lectures, and ultimately devised a plan. Experts advised that to assist wayward young women, one must help them reconstruct their views on life, values, and love, collectively termed the three views. Sister Lan resolved to prioritize the rectification of Ningdai's perception of love. Thus, she took matters into her own hands, leveraging her connections to introduce potential boyfriends to Ningdai. Most candidates were familiar faces from the CAF or their classmates, all students from F University. Observing the array of youthful, spirited young men, Sister Lan felt her own heart fluttering, contemplating that winning Ningdai over might not pose a challenge at all. In the bustling coffee shop, Lan Jie was resolutely introducing potential boyfriends to Ningdai. After leveraging various connections, she successfully attracted a multitude of suitors to the CAF, which, in turn, significantly boosted its business. Although Ningdai had gained a notorious reputation during her freshman year, time proved to be the greatest healer. Now, several months later, she had ceased her multiple concurrent relationships and had avoided any scandalous rumors. Coupled with her remarkable transformation into a striking beauty, she seemed to be on the verge of rivaling the campus belle, thereby attracting the attention of numerous eager admirers. Upon learning of this development, the owner of the CAF commended both Lan Jie and Ningdai, praising their business acumen. Particularly, she lauded Lan Jie for her effective strategy, which far surpassed the impact of typical promotional events. She then patted Ningdai on the shoulder, expressing her gratitude for the personal sacrifices made for the CAF's success. Ningdai, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Thank you, Li Jie. I will continue to strive for excellence." The owner nodded, visibly touched by their dedication. Observing the poignant exchange between the owner and her employee, Lan Jie quietly swallowed her frustrations, silently vowing not to relinquish her efforts until Ningdai was set on the right path. The competition between youthful charm and seasoned experience was fierce, with the former poised to triumph. As the matchmaking event at the CAF thrived, news of it reached a certain seasoned executive who remained uncharacteristically silent upon hearing the report, leaving his assistant perplexed. The relationship between Qiao Lin and Ningdai was something of a secret, known only to Fang Zicheng. At that moment, Fang Zicheng regarded Qiao Lin with incredulity, as though his boss were under some spell. He could not fathom why his esteemed superior would be romantically involved with someone as eccentric as Ningdai, deeming it a significant lapse in dignity. He even contemplated emulating internet users by creating a social media account titled "Did Qiao Lin break up with Lu Ningdai today?" and posting daily updates until their relationship ended. However, this did not mean he wished to witness his boss being wronged by a whimsical girl. "Qiao Zong, should I take care of this matter?" Fang Zicheng ventured to ask. Qiao Lin calmly interjected, "No need to concern yourself with it." Fang Zicheng was momentarily taken aback. The executive continued, "You may leave now." Quickly regaining his composure, Fang Zicheng acquiesced and exited the office. As Qiao Lin leaned back in his chair, he listened to the sound of the door clicking shut, his gaze shifting to his phone. It dawned on him that this was the reason for her recent lack of communication. She had been quite adept at concealing her intentions. A sense of unease stirred within him, though he could not articulate why. The CAF operated until 10 o'clock each night, and while Ningdai typically left before closing, she found herself staying late due to several arranged meetings. As the hour grew late, she decided to assist Lan Jie in tidying up. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Jie inquired about the young men Ningdai had met, probing if any had piqued her interest. Ningdai widened her eyes in response. "Interest? Lan Jie, I am quite devoted. I only wish to deepen my relationship with my boyfriend." Lan Jie felt a surge of indignation, wishing she could swat Ningdai with a mop for her cheekiness. "How can you speak so lewdly, dear girl?" With a playful grin, Ningdai was interrupted by her phone ringing. To her astonishment, it was a call from Qiao Lin, a person who rarely reached out to her. The rarity of this occurrence filled her with excitement. In the realm of affluent romance, the scene unfolds with Sister Lan immersed in her incessant chatter. Ningdai, with a playful smile, interjects, "Sister Lan, my boyfriend is calling. I must take this." The mere mention of boyfriend invigorates Sister Lan, prompting her to redouble her efforts in her lecture. Ningdai, treating her monologue like a monk's sermon, steps aside to answer the call, sweetly saying, "Hello, boyfriend." Qiao Lin queries, "Are you still at school?" To which she responds, "Yes, I'm helping out at the shop." A brief silence ensues before he inquires, "How much longer?" Ningdai leans against the glass wall, adopting a languid posture, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teases, "Boyfriend, are you missing me?" Xiao Lin momentarily falls silent, prompting AI Gua to chime in. Does President Xiao have no pride? Why must he reveal his feelings? Ningdai shushes him. This is a playful exchange between lovers. What does a single dog like you have to do with it? Just listening is one thing, but stating it aloud, doesn't that bother you? AI Gua retorts, I am bothered. On the other end, Xiaolin softly suggests she returns soon before hanging up, leaving Ningdai disappointed as she gazes at the now blank screen of her phone. She turns to AI Gua, lamenting, "My boyfriend is so awkward. After all this time, he remains so shy. What am I to do?" AI Gua responds, "Shameless drama queen." After her sweet complaints, Ningdai's spirits lift as she exclaims to Sister Lan, "Hurry up. My boyfriend is worried about me." However, the more she urges, the slower Sister Lan seems to respond, as if contemplating a strike. Upon returning to her apartment at precisely 11, Ningdai finds Xiaolin seated on the couch, engrossed in typing. The most prominent spot on the sofa appears to be his designated throne, yet despite hearing her arrival, he offers not even a glance. His disregard does little to dampen Ningdai's cheerful demeanor. She enters with a chirpy, "Boyfriend, I'm home," and skips over to him, embodying the innocence of a diligent student. Only after completing the last line of his text does he finally lift his gaze to her. His look is starkly indifferent, lacking the warmth of the past month, reminiscent of an unperturbed monk. He acknowledges her with a brief response before closing his laptop and heading toward the master bedroom, advising, "It's late, you should rest early." Ningdai watches him retreat, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she turns to AI Gua. Tonight's boyfriend exudes an enigmatic vibe. AI Gua, what do you think is going on with him? AI Gua, in a calm tone, predicts, "I suspect your relationship is nearing its end. Congratulations on your breakup. You can certainly find someone better. This is precisely why you remain a single dog." Ningdai chuckles softly. "This only proves our relationship is progressing to new heights. If all goes well, I might finally shed my single status." She exclaims with excitement, "Oh, how thrilling. I shall take a shower to calm my nerves." AI Gua, utterly perplexed, cannot help but admire how Ningdai seems to grasp the situation entirely, leaving him pondering how to align with her train of thought. As the door remained stubbornly shut, a red light illuminated, indicating that Ningdai had entered the incorrect password. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, contemplating the unyielding barrier before her. After the first unsuccessful attempt, she refrained from trying again. Was her fate to be entwined with this door forever? A furrow creased her brow as she sighed softly. Just a few days prior, she had successfully accessed this very threshold, confident that she would not misplace a simple 4-digit code. The only plausible explanation was that the password had been altered, likely today. AI Gua sighed beside her. "Listening to music? I can sing Happy Breakup." Ningdai chuckled softly. "Can you sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" With a light-hearted tone, AI Gua replied, "Of course." Ningdai nodded. "I'll look forward to your performance next time. But for now, dear sister has important matters to attend to. You may go to sleep. Perhaps reappear tomorrow afternoon instead." AI Gua, understanding the cue, asked no further questions and complied. Once her conversation with AI Gua concluded, Ningdai adjusted the cuffs of her nightgown and gently rapped on the door. After 3 firm knocks, she patiently awaited a response. After a few moments, the door indeed creaked open, revealing a composed Xiaolin. Ningdai looked up with a soft smile. "Boyfriend, why did you change the password?" Xiaolin's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Ningdai's gaze sparkled with mischief. "Boyfriend, could you step aside and let me in?" After a brief pause, Xiaolin replied evenly, "It's late. You should get some rest. Don't you have class tomorrow?" Ningdai pouted. "Attending class is far less significant than being with my boyfriend." Her tone bore an earnestness that was difficult to dismiss, coupled with an alluring charm that would have softened the heart of anyone else. Yet, Xiaolin was not just anyone, a seasoned veteran of the business world. He remained unmoved by her sweet demeanor. The door opened only slightly, and his frame blocked any further entry, showing no intention of yielding. Ningdai deepened her smile, radiating an unmistakable allure. The charm of beauty often compels indulgence, and with her singular desire to be close to him, she could muster an extraordinary patience, even in the face of his stoic demeanor. The two lingered at the threshold for an extended moment, Xiao Lin's expression shifting from dark to clear until he finally shifted his body, granting her passage. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Dai swiftly darted into his room, spinning around to pin him against the door, which she promptly closed with a push. Looking up at him, her smile was radiant. Her hands pressed against the wall on either side of him. She then lifted one hand, teasingly tapping his chin with her finger, playfully inquiring, "Boyfriend, why does your cologne have an oddly sour note today?" Her boldness was matched by an undeniable cuteness. Xiao Lin had never been treated this way. Yet in Ning Dai's presence, it was hardly surprising. The mirth in his dark eyes flickered briefly before settling into calmness. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are you doing?" With unwavering confidence, Ning Dai responded, "Today is a splendid day, and I wish to deepen our bond." 143. A Romance Among the Affluent. 52. Initially, their gentle pecks gradually transformed into passionate French kisses as their breaths entwined. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Lin held the reins of control, yet he failed to fully exploit this advantage. Soon enough, Ning Dai turned the tables, firmly seizing the rhythm, leaving no opportunity for him to regain control. Xiao Lin intended to merely tease her, hoping to impart a lesson to the loquacious Ning Dai, but upon truly engaging, he realized his miscalculation. It was clear that he was merely acquiescing to her whims. Even when he sought to halt their fervor, she denied him the chance. And it soon became a matter of him enduring her fervent kisses, deep and shallow alike. Once the dam had burst, she was relentless, determined to ignite a conflagration of passion, refusing to relent until her desires were fulfilled. Ultimately, however, their escapade came to an abrupt end. Xiao Lin, possessing an extraordinary self-control, astonishingly managed to stop the inevitable at the peak of their fervor. He held her tightly in his embrace, leveraging his height to rest his chin atop her head, thus preventing her from writhing in frustration, while he himself struggled to regulate his breathing. Ning Dai, in a fluster, exclaimed, "Boyfriend, what are you doing? Why stop? Don't be timid, just go for it." The irritation in Xiao Lin's jaw was palpable upon hearing her words. Was he truly afraid to continue? Absolutely not. After a brief pause, he replied in a husky voice, "Let us talk about it next year." Next year? Ning Dai felt a mix of exasperation and confusion, asking, "Why wait until next year?" He replied, "Until you are of age." "But I'm already 19. Wait until you're 20. Ning Dai was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Lin to possess such audacious thoughts. "You've changed. You are not the domineering CEO I once knew. You are dragging down the reputation of all domineering CEOs. Do you realize that?" Since Xiao Lin had made it abundantly clear that all discussions were off until she turned 20, even if Ning Dai were to tempt him with aphrodisiacs, he would withstand her advances. Of course, Ning Dai doubted his resilience. Thus, that night, she not only lingered in his room but also brazenly shared half of his bed and blanket. What ensued, naturally, was a night of cozy conversations under the covers. They lay facing the same direction, his strong arms wrapped around her from behind, effectively curbing any potential mischief. Ning Dai's head was the only part of her that remained free. She occasionally turned to glance back at him. After several attempts, Xiao Lin opened his eyes, sighed silently, and pondered why she hadn't yet succumbed to sleep. If this continued, he feared he would regret having her so close. Caught in a moment of folly, he had not only taken a significant step forward, but had also arrived at their current predicament. However, once reality set in, a sense of regret washed over him. As Ning Dai turned her head, she caught a glimpse of his eyes, instantly discerning his unspoken thoughts. She quickly cast aside her previous intentions, smiled sweetly, and said, "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Xiao Lin nodded, prompting her to continue. "I've been helping the coffee shop boost its sales," she said, her voice laced with mirth. "The young men introduced to me by Lanjie don't appeal to me at all. I only fancy someone like you. If it weren't for the fact that they could generate business for the shop, I wouldn't bother entertaining them." Xiao Lin was taken aback.
His eyes,
which had been half closed, now widened fully, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. It dawned on him that she was acutely aware of her feelings. He gazed into the dimly lit room for a few seconds before asking, "Have you ever had a boyfriend before?" Ning Dai found the question rather intriguing. Hadn't he always kept a close watch on her? Given that, how could he possibly be unaware of her romantic history? However, upon reflection, she considered that hearing it from others was one thing, while hearing it directly from her was entirely another. The nuances of romance were not lost on her. Like a diligent student, she replied earnestly, "You probably don't know this, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. I wondered how someone could be so exceptionally handsome, and since then, I found it impossible to look at anyone else." Her words were a blend of sincerity and jest, and after rummaging through the original owner's memories, she recalled that the original persona had indeed formed an impression of Xiao Lin long ago. The first time she encountered him, she was but a child, and he was merely a young boy. At that moment, her initial thought was that he was so strikingly beautiful that it made her feel inadequate. Suddenly, his long arm moved, and his warm palm rested against her arm, his fingers giving a gentle squeeze. Ning Dai immediately sensed his intentions, and with a mix of irritation and a hint of concession, she continued, "Moreover, I've painstakingly devised a strategy to substitute quantity for quality, hoping to embark on a fresh start, yet your mere command has dashed all my plans. Alas, I must redirect all my thoughts back to you." Xiao Lin let out a low hum through his nose. "I almost believed you." Ning Dai felt momentarily stumped. Had she not articulated herself well? Xiao Lin, lost in obscure contemplation, mused, never had a boyfriend? And yet such kissing prowess? A natural talent for kissing, perhaps? His thoughts darkened, and as he slowly narrowed his eyes, jealousy began to take root, aimed at an unknown target as Ning Dai remained oblivious. The long night inevitably passed, and as the darkness faded into dawn, it was only then that Ning Dai succumbed to her fatigue and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the one who exhibited a remarkably serious demeanor had not slept a wink. The following afternoon, Ning Dai was awakened by Ai Gua. She had instructed him to return the next midday, and he was punctual as promised. Just as she sat up to stretch, Ai Gua seized the moment to inquire, "How was last night? Did you achieve your desires? Was it enjoyable?" After stretching, she flopped back onto the bed, which bore the lingering scent of Xiao Lin, proving far more comfortable than her own. She nuzzled her face against the pillow and casually remarked, "Do you understand the ecstasy of desire? My boyfriend is quite formidable, although it wasn't 7 times in one night. He excels in endurance." She followed up with, "I am thoroughly satisfied." After a brief silence, Ai Gua, ever straightforward, let out a sound of disdain and remarked, "So, what you truly enjoy is a relationship built on the warmth of shared blankets and conversation. It seems my previous worries were unfounded." Ning Dai's expression darkened at once. Without needing to ask, she knew this little system had deceived her. He must have been eavesdropping all night. Ah, single dog. Yet Ai Gua appeared oblivious to her displeasure as he reminded her, "Well, since you fulfilled your wish and successfully spent the night with the man you desired, shouldn't we prepare for our task? The rumor post needs solid evidence. To this day, you have yet to capture any concrete photos of the female lead and the benefactor. How will you convince the wider student body later?" Ning Dai scoffed, choosing not to respond.
Oh.
"And a friendly reminder. You have that dreaded class with the devilish professor this afternoon. Remember, missing even one class could jeopardize your final grade. If you get up now, you could arrive just in time for roll call." Ning Dai gazed at the ceiling for 3 seconds before springing from her bed and rushing back to her room to freshen up and change. In the narrative of the elite love affair, Ning Dai was roused from her slumber by the persistent urging of her friend, Ai Gua, and hastily made her way to the classroom, narrowly securing a seat just before the formidable professor called the roll, thus earning herself a temporary reprieve from failing her finals. Once attendance was taken, the professor commenced his lecture, and Ning Dai, quite nonchalantly, retrieved her phone to compose a message to Xiao Lin. "Darling, why didn't you wake me up? I almost made you late for your studious girlfriend." She accompanied her message with a photo of the classroom featuring the professor. She sent another message. "Fortunately, your girlfriend is a diligent little fairy. I arrived on time and am ready to study, so make sure to praise me." Alongside this, she attached a photo of an open notebook, a pen poised in her hand as if ready to write. After dispatching her messages, Ning Dai eagerly anticipated Xiao Lin's response. As for the lecture content, Taking notes was a foreign concept to her. Soon enough, Qiao Lin replied, bypassing small talk and promptly sending her a monetary transfer. Ning Dai's eyes lit up as she checked the amount, 250. My boyfriend remains as frugal as ever, she mused. Thank you for the tip, my dear. I shall work even harder tonight. Moments later, another transfer arrived, again for 250, with the note, pay attention in class. Ning Dai, sensing a good opportunity, feigned concentration and refrained from further interruptions. Surveying the classroom, she noticed that aside from the few students in the front rows earnestly engaged in the lecture, the majority in the back were merely biding their time until class ended. Naturally, Ning Dai occupied one of those back row seats. Perhaps spurred by Aigua's insistence to prepare for her role, she found herself becoming increasingly bored and decided to take her responsibilities seriously. Slowly organizing her thoughts about the character she was to portray, as well as details concerning Qin Ziqing. Halfway through her reflections, she called out to Aigua. Something feels amiss. Didn't Dong Xiu already begin pursuing Qin Ziqing? Why are the Lian brothers only considering protecting her in the next academic year? What were they doing all this time? Moreover, didn't we encounter the Lian brothers at the police station? Aren't Qin Ziqing's friends familiar with them? Would it be effective to spread rumors about her having a benefactor? Previously, she had been disinterested, but now, as she pondered, she sensed the complexity of the situation. Aigua explained, of course, there will be developments on Dong Xiu's end to propel the plot forward. However, those occurrences do not pertain to you, so I omitted them. As for how to fabricate rumors that others will believe, that depends on your skill and the evidence you can present. In essence, to successfully embody this supporting character and fulfill her task, thorough preparation was indispensable. While Aigua focused on ensuring Ning Dai was equipped with the necessary evidence, she found her attention drifting towards Dong Xiu. What has he done? Oh, I can guess without you telling me. He must be attempting to force his way, right? Did he succeed? I doubt it. Following the usual pattern, he likely did not. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and, with a troubled expression, asked Aigua, what would be my motive for spreading rumors about Qin Ziqing? Jealousy? But I am quite beautiful and have a boyfriend who excels in every aspect compared to any naive sweetheart. I am already a winner in life. Doesn't that make the jealousy argument rather flimsy? No one would believe it, right? Aigua contemplated her words and realized she had a valid point. Thus, he concluded that he should not allow her to indulge in frivolous antics with Qiao Lin. Ning Dai had made up her mind. To enrich my character and rationalize the plot, I must step up my game. Aigua felt a chill run down his spine. What are you planning to do? Ning Dai opened her backpack, retrieved a petite makeup mirror, and gazed at her reflection. Gently caressing her face, I shall sacrifice my individual desires for the greater good. 147. A romance among the affluent. 56. At the gathering. Ning Dai had previously inquired about Dong Xiu's attendance, and it was confirmed that he would indeed be present. However, upon her arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to find not just Dong Xiu, but also the endearing brother, Lian Yang. Dong Xiu, known for his playful nature, was displaying a facade of deep affection in front of Qin Ziqing, yet he remained the quintessential flirt in private. At that moment, surrounded by several young women, his smile radiated with carefree exuberance. In stark contrast, Lian Yang appeared somewhat out of place. The gathering was evidently skewed, with an abundance of women compared to just 5 men, including Dong Xiu and Lian Yang. The ladies, each meticulously adorned, were vying for attention, determined to stand out in the crowd. Compared to them, Ning Dai embodied a refreshing simplicity, adhering to her usual attire. Yet, her beauty and charm were undeniable. Even in her modest outfit, she effortlessly drew the attention of several gentlemen. Arriving later than others, Ning Dai scanned the room, realizing there was no space left beside Dong Xiu, as other men were similarly accompanied by women. However, Lian Yang's side remained conspicuously empty. The other women glanced at her with a mix of wariness and the belief that she would inevitably choose to sit beside Lian Yang, their eyes hinting at their desire to witness the ensuing drama. Lian Yang, upon noticing her, reacted much quicker than during their previous encounter at the police station. Recognizing her immediately, the tension from their first meeting lingered in his mind. He could hardly forget it. If she dared approach him, he would ensure she understood the consequences of her previous actions. The host of the gathering waved to Ning Dai, having met her through matchmaking efforts by Sister Lan. He had no intentions of courting her, but sought to expand his social network, a sentiment that resonated with Ning Dai as well, leading to a mutual understanding. He beckoned her to join him, and with a smile, she approached Dong Siyu, sweetly asking, "Senior Dong, may I sit beside you?" This declaration elicited a variety of reactions from the crowd. Lian Yang shot her a fierce glare, acknowledging her awareness of the situation and her reluctance to sit closer. The girls surrounding Dong Siyu were visibly displeased, while Dong Siyu, intrigued by the attention from a beauty, was more than willing to accommodate her. He shifted slightly to create space, patting the vacant spot beside him. "Junior, come sit." "Thank you, Senior," Ning Dai replied, disregarding the envious gazes from the other women as she nestled into the space beside Dong Siyu, her body brushing against his. The warmth of her presence delighted him, and he smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Ning Dai turned to him, her expression radiant with charm. Dong Siyu's understanding of Ning Dai had been limited to her simultaneous entanglements with multiple suitors, but now, as he observed her up close, he finally comprehended the allure that had captivated those 5 gentlemen. Before Ning Dai's arrival, the conversation flowed seamlessly, but her presence momentarily interrupted the dialogue. Yet it quickly resumed, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Throughout the evening, Dong Siyu took the initiative to engage Ning Dai in conversation, and their exchanges were filled with joy. Eventually, someone suggested a card game, and after polling the group, only 3 responded positively: the proposer, Dong Siyu, and Lian Yang. Since they had agreed to wager real money, no women expressed interest. The proposer then turned to the other 2 men, one of whom declined, saying, "I won't play with you. Your stakes are too high." The proposer retorted, "Are you really concerned about that amount?" "Yes," came the reply. "Losing a single game could cost me hundreds of thousands. I can't afford to take that risk." Only Lian Yang, who was financially secure, and Dong Siyu, with his skillful play, were willing to participate. The proposer, feeling frustrated, was about to suggest lowering the stakes when Ning Dai cheerfully chimed in, "You're betting such high amounts? I want to play too." In the midst of a lively gathering, the host, Feng Ju, raised an eyebrow and playfully cautioned the newcomer, Ning Dai, to reconsider her participation, warning her to be wary of the potential consequences of losing. Just as Feng Ju finished speaking, the proposer of the game pushed him aside, insisting that since Ning Dai expressed her intention to join, they should commence the game. With a mischievous grin, he locked eyes with Ning Dai, adding, "I would absolutely accept your offer to pay off your debts with your body." Ning Dai remained unfazed by his words, maintaining her cheerful demeanor while casting a glance at Dong Siyu beside her. Dong Siyu, catching her look, immediately interjected, "Back off. She is my junior. No matter how badly she loses, it's not for you to claim." The other 3, excluding Lian Yang, erupted in laughter, their expressions hinting at the understanding that only adults possess. Ning Dai joined in their laughter, her bright smile exuding an innocent charm that belied her awareness of the world. The other girls, witnessing this, regretted their hesitation and sought to emulate her, though their attempts fell flat, akin to the tale of Dong Shi imitating Shi Shi, with no one willing to appreciate their efforts. The proposer of the game bluntly suggested that the girls should form their own table. With that, he chuckled and turned his attention back to organizing the game with 3 other men. The table was swiftly set, and the clattering of mahjong tiles filled the air. When it was Ning Dai's turn to draw lots, she found herself seated in the advantageous south wind position, with the proposer above her, Lian Yang below, and Dong Siyu across from her. As the game began, Ning Dai playfully addressed Dong Siyu, "You mustn't always target me." Dong Siyu responded with a smile, assuring her he would show restraint. The proposer, unable to contain himself, quipped, "Junior, if you are seeking mercy, you should address your next player and ask Lian Yang to spare you a few tiles. What connection do you have with your opponent?" He further teased, "Why don't you plead with me? I might let you have a few good tiles." Ning Dai merely smiled, refusing to engage with his banter. Lian Yang shot her a glance, silently vowing to ensure her defeat. As the game progressed with fervor, the stakes climbed. Halfway through, it became evident that everyone but Ning Dai had amassed winnings. Feng Ju strolled over, observing the unfolding drama, and sighed, "How much have you lost, Junior?" Before Ning Dai could respond, the proposer interjected, "Not much, really. Just 100,000 to me, 70,000 to Dong Xiu, and 50,000 to Lian Yang. The onlookers gasped, incredulous at the understatement. Their gazes toward Ning Dai mingled sympathy with disdain. Feng Zhu clicked his tongue in disbelief. Are you still playing? While the others might be oblivious to Ning Dai's circumstances, he, having previously courted her, was somewhat aware of her situation. Ning Dai turned to Feng Zhu, offering him a sweet smile. If I truly lose everything, my boyfriend can always cover for me. The proposer, misinterpreting her words, leaned toward Dong Xiu, teasingly calling him her boyfriend. Dong Xiu chuckled, inwardly calculating whether Ning Dai was worth her debts. Observing her unwavering determination, Feng Zhu chose not to press further, allowing her to continue. After Feng Zhu departed, the proposer jested with Ning Dai a few more times before refocusing on the game. Ning Dai, seemingly indifferent, calculated the time and suggested, let us play another 15 rounds. That way, we'll finish just in time for me to get home. I wouldn't dare walk alone in the dark otherwise. The proposer initially intended to offer her a ride, but reconsidered, sensing her fear of losing.
All right.
We'll include this round in the count and play 15 more, he agreed, and the others had no objections. Ning Dai continued to feign disinterest in the game, though her gaze subtly shifted with intent. The subsequent 15 rounds were truly her time to shine, as she employed her most effective strategy, self-draw. The sound of shuffling cards continued to resonate, as 4 hands deftly rubbed over the thick, square card faces. With a smile playing on her lips, Ning Dai glanced at the 3 players. Their expressions were far from pleasant. The force with which they shuffled the cards was intense, showing no signs of abating. So she followed suit. The cards needed a thorough shuffle. The proposer of the game caught Ning Dai's glance and, with a forced chuckle, remarked as the shuffling became even more vigorous, almost as if attempting to transform the 144 cards into 288. As agreed, this was to be the final round. Ironically, because it was the last round, they were reluctant to hasten the start, preferring to prolong the game through shuffling. Today's game had taken a peculiar turn. The first half unfolded quite normally, with wins and losses evenly split, but the latter half was absurdly lopsided, as all the good hands seemed to gravitate towards Ning Dai. Over 14 rounds, she managed to self-draw 9 times, winning 4. While the only remaining win was claimed by Dong Xiu, who possessed notable skill. Thus, both the proposer and Lian Yang found themselves on a losing streak for all 14 rounds. It was utterly maddening. Ning Dai not only cleared her debts but also walked away with a substantial profit. Were it not for the many pairs of eyes confirming that she could not possibly be cheating, they might have suspected her of foul play. With no evidence of deceit, the only conclusion left was that Ning Dai was a cunning mahjong expert masquerading as a novice. Dear seniors, may we start building the hands? I wish to return home after the game, she said. The 3 players exchanged glances and finally, Lian Yang gritted his teeth and replied, build the hands. It's just a loss of a few 100,000. ISNT it? Do I lack money? Humph. With Lian Yang's declaration, the other 2 had no choice but to comply. The cards were swiftly assembled. Does anyone want a 5 of circles? Ning Dai tossed a card into play. Her opponents, filled with eagerness, declared, eat. And pong. What has happened to my luck? She mused, discarding another card. Will anyone take the south wind?
Pong, pong, pong.
The game progressed, and with half the cards dealt, all 3 participants had completed their hands, awaiting the crucial final card. Just as she was poised to seize victory in the last round, Ning Dai suddenly pushed her cards forward, revealing her hand, a pure sequence, and with a playful smile, she thanked her 3 seniors. The game had turned into a delightful gathering, with Ning Dai emerging victorious and content. Outside, the night was deepening, and the stars adorned the sky. Her phone chimed with notifications. Her unfortunate opponents were transferring her their losses. She accepted the payments, sending each a grateful message along with a bowing emoji to express her appreciation. Lu, that person. Ning Dai turned to find Lian Yang had unexpectedly followed her. She halted, waiting for him to approach. Senior Lian, my name is Lu Ning Dai. If you truly don't recall, you may call me Junior. Lian Yang wore a stern expression, devoid of the carefree demeanor he had during the game, and questioned her with a calculating glint in his eyes. Do you remember me? There was a time at the elevator. Ah, do not try to get close, Ning Dai interjected with visible disdain, cutting him off. Even if you attempt to rekindle old memories, I will not return the money you lost. Not a chance, so stop dreaming. The winnings I earned through skill are mine to keep. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, she brushed past him. Lian Yang paused, taken aback. And then a spark of anger ignited within him as he shouted, "Who mentioned money? I was asking if you." Ning Dai turned back, sticking her tongue out and making a playful face at him. "I don't remember, and I want to apologize." "You might as well give up, stingy boy." How long had it been since that incident? Yet he still clung to it. Lian Yang had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. "You don't remember? It was you who bumped into me. What's wrong with asking for an apology? And calling me stingy? Stingy." She clearly had no idea of his true nature. Fuming, he stomped his foot, completely forgetting that he could have pursued her. As soon as Xiaolin settled into the car, he received an invitation for a video call, initiated by the contact named Lu Ningdai. He furrowed his brow, instinctively adjusting his posture, and accepted the call. Ningdai's cheerful visage instantly illuminated his phone screen, and her joy at seeing him was palpable, her eyes nearly crinkling shut in delight. "Hi, boyfriend." A subtle shift occurred within Xiaolin's mood, his lips curling upwards almost unconsciously. It had been a week since he had left for abroad, during which he had received numerous messages from her. Yet they had not seen each other in person during this time. Now, witnessing her face brought an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. His spirits lifted further upon recognizing the backdrop behind her. It was unmistakably her apartment. According to the time difference, it was precisely 8 in the evening back home. Evidently, she had not squandered her time wandering aimlessly in his absence. Concealing his thoughts, he inquired nonchalantly, "What are you up to?" "I'm thinking of you," Ningdai replied swiftly, her voice sweet as if laced with honey. "Boyfriend, have you missed me while you've been away?" Xiaolin maintained a stoic expression, showing no sign of being affected, and refrained from responding to her query. However, Ningdai was already accustomed to his silence. Without waiting for his reply, she leaned in with an air of mystery, asking, "Boyfriend, have you noticed anything different?" Xiaolin scrutinized her from head to toe through the video, but discerned nothing unusual. Ultimately, he conceded no. With a triumphant expression, Ningdai revealed, "I got a new phone." Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback, then found himself amused. How could he have known that her something different referred to a new mobile device? He couldn't even see her phone. Ningdai giggled like a mischievous little mouse, her laughter infectious. He gazed at her helplessly, charmed by her exuberance, yet puzzled as to what could have brought her such joy. After a brief moment, she continued, "A few days ago, I attended a school gathering and unexpectedly discovered a remarkable talent of mine. My luck in playing mahjong is extraordinary. I'm undefeated. I purchased this new phone with the winnings. The video quality is crystal clear, unlike my old clunky device, which made selfies look dreadful. Now, whenever I miss you, I can video call you anytime, anywhere. And when you miss me, you can see me too." As she rambled on about her new phone and her card-playing exploits, Xiaolin found himself gradually smiling. He had no particular thoughts about her good fortune in mahjong, merely assuming she had won enough to afford a new phone. Seeing her so elated over her winnings, he felt a pang of inadequacy, particularly regarding financial matters. He recognized that if their relationship were to progress, he would eventually be able to provide for her in a more substantial way. With important business matters awaiting him, Xiaolin could not prolong their video conversation. As he concluded the call, he adopted a sage demeanor, advising, "Gambling in moderation can be delightful, but excessive gambling can lead to harm. Don't let a single victory lead you to obsession." Ningdai responded like a dutiful child, "Got it." Just as the video call ended, another call came in. Ningdai glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered lazily, "Hello? Junior, your phone is quite difficult to reach," came the voice of Dong Siyu from the other end. Ningdai's laughter preceded her words. In the world of high society, Dong Siyu prided himself on his exceptional card skills, earning the respect of his peers within his social circle. However, one fateful day, he faced a devastating defeat at the hands of a woman, which left him feeling unsettled. After several days of contemplation, he could no longer resist reaching out to Ningdai, obtaining her number, and initiating a call. His intention was simple, yet tinged with reluctance. He wished to arrange another game with her. Upon understanding his sentiments, Ning Dai readily agreed, suggesting they set a time. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Siyu proposed the following afternoon, a time when he had no classes. Ning Dai concurred, and they amicably arranged their mahjong encounter for the next day, concluding their conversation on a friendly note. After hanging up, Dong Siyu pondered the situation and promptly sent a message to his circle of friends. Mahjong tomorrow afternoon, looking for 2 players who can handle a loss. He felt it necessary to emphasize the last part, as some affluent individuals appeared financially sound but could not bear the weight of defeat. A source of embarrassment for those of their ilk. To avoid a disastrous atmosphere at the game, he sought to ensure that only willing participants would join. The message quickly garnered numerous responses, varied and abundant. Dong Siyu swiftly selected 2 competent mahjong companions, eagerly anticipating the chance to compare skills with Ning Dai the next day. When the awaited day arrived, the game was set at his suburban villa. As Ning Dai, who did not own a vehicle, arrived last. She was escorted to the entertainment room where the 3 players were already seated, the tiles arranged. Spotting them, she smiled brightly. What a coincidence. It's the same 3 seniors again. The lineup remained unchanged from their previous encounter. With a relaxed demeanor, Dong Siyu replied, "We were all quite impressed by the juniors' skills last time. We simply had to return for another lesson." His statement was met with agreement from Lu Baojun, while Lien Yangmu wore an expression that suggested his presence was reluctantly coerced. Interestingly, Dong Siyu had initially planned to invite different players, but when Lu Baojun learned of the game, he insisted on joining with Lien Yangmu. Consequently, Dong Siyu had to forego his original selections. Ning Dai, unfazed by the change in participants, took her seat and asked the 3, "Shall we settle in these positions, or is there room for adjustment? If not, let us begin." Dong Siyu and Lu Baojun exchanged glances before suggesting, "Let us play 15 rounds before switching seats." Lu Baojun then added, "Shall we bet lower today?" Ning Dai, casting a playful glance at Lu Baojun, responded cheerfully, "That works for me. Regardless of the stakes, I will emerge victorious." The game continued from afternoon until evening, engrossing them to the point where the number of rounds played became irrelevant. The trio was acutely aware of their dwindling fortunes. By 8 o'clock, Ning Dai declared she was finished and needed to return home. Dong Siyu, feeling the weight of his losses, nearly begged, "Just 2 more rounds." "No, 5 rounds. After that, I'll take you home." The other 2 echoed his desperate plea. At such a point of desperation, the specifics of winning or losing faded from importance. It was merely a matter of how many more rounds they could endure. Reluctantly, Ning Dai acquiesced. "All right, just 5 rounds then. I promise." Ultimately, 5 rounds would not alter the outcome. The winners remained victorious, and the losers continued to bear their defeats. After concluding the game, Dong Siyu drove his flashy sports car to escort Ning Dai home. Along the way, he subtly inquired, "Junior, your card skills and luck are quite extraordinary, aren't they?" In a light-hearted exchange, Dong Siyu's indirect teasing elicited a soft laugh from Ning Dai. "So, does Senior Dong wish to take me as his mentor?" He cast a glance at the passenger seat. The notion of seeking her guidance seemed absurd. Having been immersed in the world of mahjong since he was 3, and having battled relatives at 7, his decade-long expertise in this game rendered him a prodigy among the affluent. Did he truly need a mentor? Leaning languidly against her seat, Ning Dai shot him a sidelong glance, her expression a playful mix of amusement and intrigue. After a brief pause, she declared, "From now on, I shall refer to you as my little master. You must diligently instruct me." "Not a problem.
Yes, you.
I will teach you to rely on your own skills to carve out a prosperous future." Dong Siyu envisioned a future where he and Ning Dai would partner at the mahjong table, effortlessly winning the fortunes of some foolish rich heir, the thought invigorating him. With their mentor-student relationship established, Dong Siyu and Ning Dai grew closer. In any social gathering, he invariably invited her, presenting themselves as a couple in the eyes of outsiders. Regardless of others' perceptions, both had previously acknowledged their boundaries. "While I have a fondness for you, I must remind you, given your position as my mentor, I am here solely for fun and shall not be responsible for your feelings. If you develop an affection for me, be prepared for the consequences.
Besides,
I already have a crush on someone else." How coincidental. "I too have a boyfriend I desire, and I am not interested in anyone else for the time being." So do not entertain notions of shifting affections. Continue to admire your goddess from afar. Their rapport was harmonious, verging on perfect. Weekends saw a surge of gatherings among friends, where a group of spirited youth would convene, often culminating in pool parties with a plethora of beautiful women, or simply indulging in idle chatter while lavishly spending their allowances. Since becoming her pupil, Dong Siu had developed a fervent passion for mahjong. At every party, his first inquiry was whether mahjong would be available. If not, he would either set up a game or decline to attend. Over time, a rumor spread within the wealthy circle that Dong Siu had become obsessed with mahjong. If he was called to socialize, a mahjong set was a must, and more often than not, he brought along his own companions. By heaven, I merely wished to bring my little master to triumph with me. As for Lu Baojun and Lian Yang, who knows why they always appear at my gatherings? Lu Baojun and Lian Yang would quip, "Do not misconstrue our intentions. We are merely here to test our limits, to see how long we can endure losing and what tricks we can conjure." Thus, it became a well-known adage, steadfast mahjong partners amidst a flurry of parties. Ning Dai, having triumphed over 3 landlords at the game, emerged as a burgeoning heiress. With her pockets lined with winnings, she felt liberated to act decisively. She secretly hired 2 private investigators who worked in shifts to surveil Qin Siqing. Her sole directive was straightforward: capture photographs of Qin Siqing in close proximity to any man, regardless of who he was. Weekly submissions were required, and monetary concerns were irrelevant. Using Lian Yang and Dong Siu's funds to monitor Qin Siqing proved to be a most entertaining endeavor. As their circle of mahjong friends solidified, the 4 established a chat group, frequently arranging games. Dong Siu and Lian Yang gradually became acquainted, their relationship not particularly close. Yet he began to understand more about Lian Yang's life. Occasionally, when the thrill of monetary games waned, they would engage in various antics, playful pranks, and daring challenges. As their camaraderie deepened, vigilance waned. On one occasion, after Ning Dai won through self-draw, she prompted the trio to write down the name of the woman they most desired and each other's phone numbers, promising to facilitate the introductions. In an unexpected twist, both Lian Yang and Dong Siu inscribed Qin Siqing's name and number. An awkward silence enveloped the table, their expressions revealing a subtle tension. Ultimately, no calls were made. But the 2 rivals had shattered the final barrier of pretense, fully exposed before one another. As the semester drew to a close, the group of 4 friends momentarily put aside their leisurely pursuits of food, fun, and mahjong. For Ning Dai declared her intention to focus on studying for the impending final exams, while Dong Siu and the others were untroubled by the possibility of failing. Ning Dai could not afford such a luxury. Across the ocean, Qiao Lin recently informed her during a call that he would remain abroad for another month or 2, occupied with various matters and meetings. Ning Dai, in a fit of despair, lamented that she missed him terribly. During his absence, she had lost her appetite, struggled to sleep, and even shed 5 pounds. Qiao Lin leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing her visage, and realized her words bore truth. She had indeed lost some weight. Yet, rather than diminishing her charm, she appeared even more enchanting, captivating his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed that he would take her abroad for a holiday during the summer, on one condition: she must not fail any subjects. Should she falter, she would be left to weep at home, and he would ensure someone sent her tissues. Initially elated, Ning Dai's spirits swiftly plummeted. Not fail? How could that possibly be easier than embarking on a quest for the sacred scriptures? Why couldn't university finals include topics like food, drink, and leisure? She excelled in all her classes. "Hello, master. Shall we arrange a game this weekend?" She mused. "I apologize, dear, but from today onward, I am a woman devoted to her studies." "Have you taken your medication today?" Dong Siu inquired. "I speak sincerely. My boyfriend has decreed that as long as I do not fail, I may rest this summer." After a brief silence, Dong Siu could not suppress his curiosity. "Master, may I inquire who your boyfriend is? We've been close for so long, yet I've never met him. When can I host a meal for you both?" It struck him as peculiar that she frequently boasted of her boyfriend, yet had never introduced him, nor had anyone else sought her out during their games. Was he a genuine presence or merely a figment of her imagination? "Dinner?"
Certainly.
I shall check his schedule. If he returns before summer, I will endeavor to arrange a meal. As for why I am not pondering the distant future, I do not believe there is much left of it. By the way, my dear, you are well liked at school. Could you find a few influential individuals to ensure I do not fail my finals? If successful, I promise a generous reward. Dong Siu frowned slightly but conceded. Very well, I shall take care of it. No need for a reward. It seems all the funds in your pocket are contributions from me. Thank you. From that day forth, Ning Dai suspended all recreational activities, save for her part-time job at the CAF. She truly immersed herself in her studies, even changing her online alias to a woman dedicated to learning, and regularly posting stylized study photos on her social media. Upon witnessing this, Lu Baojun curiously commented, "Who is this learning? It sounds like a name for a phoenix man. Sister Dai, you should pay more attention to current events." Ning Dai promptly replied, "Ignorance will inevitably lead you to fail." Dong Siu and Lian Yang both liked her comment. In closing, Dong Siu added, "Indeed, our Baojun is a man destined to fail." Lu Baojun retorted, "Damn. This learning." July arrived, and summer officially commenced. After showcasing her grades to Xiaolin, Ning Dai received the earliest flight ticket to his country. She promptly packed her belongings and headed for the airport, not forgetting to post a photo of herself at the airport with the caption, "A little bird of love, flying to the land of romance." Dong Siu exclaimed, "Is it a real flight or a fake one?" Lu Baojun teased, "There goes my little bird of love, never to return." Dong Siu implored, "Mother, come back. We cannot play without you." Lian Yang casually liked the post. As the plane soared through the boundless blue sky, Qiao Lin silently gave his approval. In a world where affluent romances blossom, a fleeting separation surpasses the joy of newlywed bliss. Though one party's self-restraint has reached the zenith of mastery, the prelude to their union is undeniably passionate. As they lie together in the stillness of the night, Ning Dai, akin to a child, murmurs with a hint of reluctance, "How cruel it is. We must endure for another half a year. What will become of my happiness?" Unbeknownst to her, joy dances in the corners of Qiao Lin's eyes. Until their meeting, he had never realized how profoundly elated he would feel upon encountering her. Indeed, the little girl's spirit wanes, and soon she drifts into a deep slumber. Outside, the city sparkles like a myriad of stars. Inside, time ticks away, and although Qiao Lin must rise early the next day, sleep eludes him. Following the exhilaration, a gentle melancholy envelopes him. As he half closes his eyes, shadows seep into his gaze. After a long while, he tenderly lifts his head and bestows a soft kiss upon her crown. Ning Dai revels in the realm of love, delightfully enjoying nights spent with her boyfriend and days filled with shopping. Today, she shares an afternoon street scene on her social media, and tomorrow she will post a dazzling night view. The first to like her posts are her 3 close friends, often accompanied by playful comments. Lu Baojun observes, "After days of watching, I finally know where Sister Dai is. I shall fly over in a couple of days. Let us hope for a chance encounter on the streets." Dong Siu quips, "You heartless and carefree woman, spending your boyfriend's hard-earned money at a 5-star hotel." Lan Jia inquires, "Little Dai, have you traveled abroad? Where are you? The scenery looks splendid." As for Lian Yang, he remains aloof, simply liking her posts without commenting. After a fortnight of toil, Qiao Lin finally secures a day off to accompany Ning Dai on an outing. Perhaps due to the allure of a foreign land, he becomes more relaxed, even taking the initiative to hold her hand as they step outside. Though Ning Dai has already explored the main streets of this unfamiliar city, being with Qiao Lin adds a new dimension to the experience. Moreover, on this outing, Qiao Lin has dedicated himself to indulging her whims. With a sigh of exasperation, Qiao Lin chuckles at Ning Dai's jest, "I hope my boyfriend's mind never improves." Unable to contain his amusement, he playfully pokes her forehead. As night falls, it is once again time for Ning Dai to share her photos. Today, she eschews landscapes and culinary delights in favor of luxurious items. A new watch adorns her wrist, instantly recognized by the discerning as a valuable piece. Accompanying the image, she captions it as a token of love. Lian Yang remains his usual cool self, merely liking the post, while the other 2 friends erupt in excitement. Dong Xiu exclaims. So I've lost to you in pocket money by this much. What a shock. Lu Baojun adds, Sister Dai, are you sure that S.A. lovebird? It seems more like a love giant bird. Ning Dai chuckles at their antics. Her gaze alighting on her wealthy boyfriend approaching, and she rushes over to affectionately cup his face, planting kisses on either side. In the first month of summer vacation, Dong Xiu incessantly inquired about Ning Dai's return date, feeling a profound sense of loneliness, with one spot missing from their mahjong games. Yet no matter how much he pressed, Ning Dai's return remained uncertain, and eventually, he resigned himself to the situation. As a prominent heir, could he truly be at a loss without her as a gaming partner? Besides, was mahjong the only form of amusement available to him? Thus, in the second month of summer, the once enthusiastic and capable Dong Xiao re-emerged into the social scene, spending nights racing with friends one day and basking in the sun on a boat with companions the next, relishing a life of leisure. Lu Baojun's routine mirrored that of Dong Xiu, indulging in carefree antics, while among their quartet, only Lian Yang exhibited ambition, dedicating the entire summer to an internship at his family's company, diligently preparing for a future as a CEO. Without her wealthy boyfriend, Ning Dai's first thought was of her child. While waiting, she took the initiative to call Dong Xiu, her tone light and cheerful. Hello, darling. Mama will land at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Please bring your flashy sports car to the airport to pick me up. After a brief pause, she added playfully, when you truly become my father's partner, displacing my mother to become my stepmother, then you can ask me to pick you up. The implication being so, you won't be picking me up? Ning Dai sighed, softening her voice to sound pitiful. I had prepared a gift for you, senior. Dong Xiu replied with a dismissive, ha, as if gifts were of no concern to him. With a click, the call ended. Listening to the beeping tone on her phone, Ning Dai raised an eyebrow, pocketed her device, and patiently awaited boarding. Ning Dai's flight was delayed by 2 hours, and by the time she landed, dusk was settling in. After clearing customs and retrieving her luggage, the night sky had silently replaced the blue of day. As she stepped out of the arrivals area, her gaze immediately fell upon Dong Xiu amidst the crowd. He appeared as though he had not slept well, his hair tousled, eyes shadowed with fatigue, and slightly puffy from indulgence. Upon spotting Ning Dai, a spark ignited in his eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a flash of anger as he strode toward her. Grumbling, didn't you say 3 o'clock? What time is it now? Can't you have a sense of time? Ning Dai smiled sweetly. Oh. The flight delay was beyond my control. With a playful glance, she teased, such a child, being so mischievous. Dong Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his breath catching. That look, that demeanor, there was something captivating about it. True to Ning Dai's request, Dong Xiu arrived to pick her up in his ostentatious sports car. He stood momentarily stunned, silent and unresponsive. After a pause, Ning Dai, sensing something amiss, couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? As Dong Xiu gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, his mind soon began to wander. Were it not for Ning Dai's reminder, he would have completely overlooked the fact that he had little desire to seek out Qin Xiqing during the summer. The girl he had once adored at first sight, whom he regarded as his goddess and vowed to pursue, no longer captivated him as she once did. He had become so preoccupied with thoughts of her that he had nearly forgotten the existence of another person altogether. A shiver ran down his spine. When did this situation begin to unfold? Who exactly is your wealthy boyfriend? You love to showcase your life, yet you never reveal him. Could it be that he is an unremarkable figure you are embarrassed to present? Ning Dai chuckled, questioning my judgment is akin to doubting my femininity. Dong Xiu smirked, indeed. I am beginning to question your womanhood. Ning Dai laughed lightly. Dong Xiu reminded her, do not forget your promise. You must invite your boyfriend to dinner. He cast her a sidelong glance and fell silent. The vehicle soon arrived at their destination, and as Ning Dai exited and walked toward the trunk, Dong Xiu followed suit, offering to assist with her luggage. With so much baggage, allow me to help you upstairs, he suggested, displaying a newfound attentiveness that he had previously lacked. Ning Dai, delighted to have free labor, promptly took on the role of a carefree manager. As they entered the apartment building and approached the elevator, Dong Xiu suddenly remarked, the property value here is quite high. Your family doesn't seem to be as impoverished as you often claim. Ning Dai stifled a laugh and shot him a flirtatious glance. You're quite mistaken. This is a golden abode. You do understand the phrase a gilded cage for a beloved, don't you? Dong Siyu was left speechless. As Ning Dai pressed the button for their floor, she swept her gaze over him, letting out a simple humph. The two maintained a silence during the ascent. When the elevator doors finally opened, Ning Dai stepped out first, instructing to the right. Dong Siyu understood and promptly dragged 2 suitcases in tow. Just as they exited the elevator, Ning Dai suddenly halted, causing Dong Siyu to stop as well, their eyes fixated on a person seated by the entrance. The individual, hearing the commotion, quickly looked up, momentarily stunned before their expression shifted to one of excitement as they rushed toward Ning Dai, affectionately calling out, "Dai Dai, my daughter." Ning Dai swiftly sidestepped, hiding behind Dong Siyu. "Auntie, who are you?" In the narrative, a long silent patriotic reminder surfaces. This is Lu Liqing, your mother. Ning Dai, of course, is unwilling to acknowledge her. She has been living her life with such joy. Why does this Lu Liqing suddenly appear? In Ning Dai's memories, Lu Liqing is a woman skilled in adornment. Though middle-aged, the financial support from Qiaolin allows her to maintain an outward elegance. However, the woman standing before her now clearly shows signs of aging. The creases at the corners of her eyes cannot be concealed, and her curly hair, lacking proper care, appears dry and lifeless, resembling seaweed, with a few strands of gray interspersed. She wears a somewhat worn suit, clearly one she has donned repeatedly, and her feet are encased in slender, high-heeled sandals. If one were to disregard her upper body and focus solely on her legs, one might entertain fanciful thoughts. But upon seeing her face, one can only lament the beauty in decline. Ning Dai's first thought is whether Lu Liqing has come to settle scores. After all, she had sold Lu Liqing's beautiful clothes, leaving her without garments, which might explain her current shabby state. Yet, upon further reflection, she realizes it is illogical for Lu Liqing to seek her out after a year, if that were the case. Moreover, how did Lu Liqing even know where she resided? There are too many questions. Something is amiss. According to the usual pattern, someone who resurfaces unexpectedly from the past is either bearing a monumental secret to share or has ulterior motives, perhaps to sow discord. Regardless of the scenario, Ning Dai holds no interest. Simplicity is preferred. Life should be uncomplicated. Hiding behind Dong Siyu, Ning Dai conceals herself completely from Lu Liqing's view. As Lu Liqing's gaze shifts to the shield of Dong Siyu, she scrutinizes him quickly, her assessment tinged with valuation. Decades of experience have honed this instinct within her. Dong Siyu observes Lu Liqing, mirroring her scrutiny. He is uncertain of this woman's identity. Although she has called Ning Dai her daughter, Ning Dai has not acknowledged her, and thus he refrains from speaking. Having completed her assessment, Lu Liqing brushes a few stray hairs behind her ear and, with a hint of awkwardness, requests, "Sir, may I speak with my daughter alone?" Before Dong Siyu can respond, he feels a hand clutching the fabric of his jacket. Ning Dai's voice pierces from behind. "Auntie, you're so hideous that I can't possibly be your daughter. I am far too beautiful for that." Lu Liqing's expression stiffens as she grits her teeth. Calling out her name, "Lu Ning Dai, I painstakingly brought you into this world, gave you life, and raised you, and this is how you repay me?" Ning Dai rolls her eyes and mutters a quiet remark about her lack of shame. Though her voice is barely audible, the surrounding silence allows everyone to hear. Dong Siyu opens his mouth, uncertain of what to say. This is someone else's family matter, and he feels he lacks the authority to interject. "Oh dear," Ning Dai exclaims, covering her ears. "I refuse to listen. It's akin to a turtle reciting scriptures." In the luxurious realm of romantic entanglements, Dong Siyu was taken aback by the astonishing revelation he had just overheard. Before he could fully process the information, he heard Ning Dai urgently calling his name. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned to see her sprinting towards the elevator, which had just arrived. She dashed inside and fervently beckoned him to join her.
Caught off guard,
Dong Siyu instinctively pushed his 2 suitcases towards the elevator. Lu Liqing, noticing the commotion, hurriedly followed suit, nearly colliding with him as they both surged into the lift. She reached out to grab Ning Dai, but Ning Dai forcefully swatted her hand away, pushing her back out of the elevator. Lu Liqing, unsteady in her high heels, stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to regain her footing. As she turned to glance at the occupants of the elevator, the doors began to close. Behind them, Ningdai regarded her with a chilling gaze. Lu Liqing screamed, "Ningdai, you little vixen." In the final moment before the door shut, Ningdai raised an eyebrow. The elevator descended swiftly, and as the floors changed, Dong Xiu couldn't help but steal a few glances at Ningdai, contemplating words that eluded him. All he could do was drag his suitcases in pursuit of her. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "If you don't wish to encounter that woman, you could have called security. Yet here you are running away. What sort of situation is this?" Ningdai brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, responding thoughtfully, "What good would that do? My hiding place has already been compromised. It's not safe." Dong Xiu pondered her words, unexpectedly realizing the validity in her reasoning. The car meandered aimlessly for a while, before he tentatively inquired, "That woman earlier?" Ningdai turned to him with earnestness, declaring, "I am not her daughter. Her actual daughter has long since been reincarnated." "Oh," he replied, as she tapped the car door. "Hey, could you pull over here?" Dong Xiu parked the car by the roadside. Ningdai exited and stood on the curb, retrieving her phone to make a call. Before the other party could respond, she spoke first. "Boyfriend, Lu Liqing has shown up. My hiding spot has been exposed." Her tone was laced with both grievance and a hint of playfulness. Dong Xiu remained in the car, struck by the realization that this was the first time he had witnessed Ningdai reaching out to her so-called boyfriend. In a moment of crisis, her immediate instinct was to contact him, illustrating a profound trust in their relationship. Dong Xiu was taken aback. "You have nowhere to go?" Ningdai replied, "Doesn't your home have extra rooms?" Dong Xiu, somewhat perplexed, retorted, "But aren't you calling your boyfriend? Can't he arrange a place for you?" Unintentionally, he let slip a rather acidic remark, considering the presence of his original partner at home, which might complicate matters. Ningdai, unfazed, merely smiled sweetly. "I told him I would be staying at a friend's house for a while, asking him to sort out the Lu Liqing situation before notifying me." Dong Xiu regarded her for a moment before reluctantly conceding, "Very well, I suppose my significance in your life warrants such measures." The luxurious abode they entered was not just any villa, but the very home where his parents resided. In contrast, Ningdai exhibited remarkable composure, entering the house with an air of ease, as though she were visiting a close friend of the same gender. The lady of the house was a quintessential high society matron, her demeanor and appearance radiating elegance. Upon meeting Ningdai, she neither displayed the warmth of a relative nor any semblance of hostility or disdain. Her gaze was merely one of curiosity and surprise. In a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft, she inquired of Dong Xiu, "Xiaoyu, who is this?" Feigning impatience, Dong Xiu replied, "A classmate. Her home caught fire, and she has nowhere to go, so she'll stay with us for a couple of days." Upon uttering this, he caught Ningdai's eye, which seemed to convey a silent message. What a feeble and insincere excuse. He shot her a glare, realizing that the one truly at a disadvantage was not his son, thus nothing warranted concern. Dong Xiu personally arranged a room for Ningdai, mindful of her thoughts. He ensured that the guest room was situated a fair distance from his own. After settling her in, he diligently brought her food, beverages, and toiletries, even thoughtfully serving her milk before bedtime, claiming it would aid her sleep. His attentiveness was so pronounced that one might have expected him to massage her shoulders and legs or fan away any pesky mosquitoes. Ningdai couldn't help but compliment him. "Dear, I never imagined you could be so considerate. With your capabilities, how could Qin Xiqing be so blind to your virtues, never paying you any mind?" Dong Xiu's expression stiffened. After a moment's reflection, Ningdai added, I suddenly comprehend the plight of a man who can only bear his soul, but not his heart. Fate can be cruel. The entire world seems to owe you a certificate of goodwill. You ought to be recognized alongside Lian Yang, both deserving of the title of second male lead." "How can I possibly understand what you're saying?" Dong Xiu's expression became increasingly uncomfortable. Had it not been for the taxing day she had endured, having just disembarked from a flight and faced that unsettling scene at the door, he would have engaged her in their usual quarrel. Did she truly believe he was oblivious to her veiled self-promotion? He turned away, muttering a curt goodnight as he exited the guest room. Back in his own quarters, he retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number.
"Hello, Damao."
"It's me." I believe you know someone who can uncover anything. Help me look into something. Find out about the owner of Unit 2401 in the Junjing Bay apartments near my school. And, never mind, let us start with just that. Do it promptly. Thank you. After ending the call, he remained enveloped in gloom, collapsing onto his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Ning Dai lay back, legs crossed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, lamenting to Aigua. Oh, how fortunate I was to escape swiftly. Otherwise, if Lu Liqing had caught me, she would have revealed countless secrets. Is she not utterly disrespectful, disregarding whether I wish to listen or be involved? Aigua replied. But, you never told her you didn't want to hear it. Ning Dai retorted. If I said I didn't want to hear it, would she refrain from speaking? After some contemplation, Aigua had to concede her point. Probably not. They both sighed in unison. Ning Dai frowned. What are you sighing about? Aigua shot back. What about you? Why are you sighing? In a moment of playful exchange, Ning Dai crossed her legs and feigned contemplation, one foot tapping absent-mindedly. She remarked this evening, Lu Liqing's brief yet profound lines have vividly illustrated the richness of her character. She pinched her fingers and raised them to her eyes, revealing the mingled hatred in her gaze and the fury entwined in her words, eloquently narrating the hidden love and hatred between her family and the Qiao family across generations. Eternal bonds may sometimes wane, yet this enmity endures without end. Whose life is not a tale of legend? Her story must be extraordinarily captivating. Alas. Aigua, captivated, inquired, alas, what? Ning Dai replied with a pained expression, I am a rather simple person, particularly disinclined towards hearing others' secrets. Aigua's demeanor deepened. Sister, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding about yourself? Ning Dai disregarded Aigua's remark and continued sorrowfully, in my youth, as an unmarried woman, I finally found a boyfriend with whom I was madly in love, on the brink of marriage. However, my mother revealed that he was my biological brother. I wept uncontrollably, and my boyfriend, even more devastated, succumbed to depression and was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Thus, my beloved, in his despair, selflessly donated his corneas to me, allowing me to see again. From that moment on, I vowed to live as a simple and pure individual. Aigua appeared utterly bewildered. Ning Dai adjusted her posture for sleep and softly murmured, later, I compiled my story into written form and sent it to a television station, which even helped me produce a show. Aigua asked, oh, what show? Ning Dai replied, Winter Sonata. Aigua's voice turned icy. Is this some kind of joke? Ning Dai's expression shifted. She rolled over in bed, smiling brightly. I just wanted to emphasize that I am a very straightforward person. I detest melodramatic plots. Aigua longed to counter her claim, thinking she had merely become a dramatic figure due to excessive exposure to such narratives. He chuckled dryly. Does your Qiao Lin know you were raised on pickled vegetables? Mentioning Qiao Lin, Ning Dai sighed again. I hope my boyfriend can resolve matters with Lu Liqing soon. I wish to continue our romance. Yawning deeply, she added, I'm tired. Good night, Aigua. As sleep overtook her, Aigua, huffily, chose not to respond. Ning Dai slept soundly, and by the time she awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Dong Xiyu appeared before her, embodying the charming nonchalance typical of a wealthy young man. Having consciously avoided discussing the previous night's events, upon their meeting, he asked, Have you adjusted to the time difference? Ning Dai stretched lazily and replied, I suppose so. Dong Xiyu extended his hand toward her. Give it to me. Ning Dai raised an eyebrow. Give what? The gift, he said. Didn't you say you prepared something special for me? If it weren't for your gift, do you think I would have come to pick you up? Ning Dai looked at him disdainfully. Do you really need this gift from me? Dong Xiyu insisted. Of course I do, gesturing for her to hand it over quickly. He added, if there's a gift, I'll take you to a bar for an all-night outing. If not, you'll be stuck at home with nothing but plain fare tonight. The mention of a bar and an all-nighter instantly brightened Ning Dai's eyes. Without further ado, she turned to rummage through her suitcase. Ning Dai did not deceive Dong Xiyu. She indeed prepared a gift for him, although that gift was rather peculiar. Dong Xiyu frowned as he examined the boxing gloves and mouthguard in his hands, hesitating. This gift of yours is quite unconventional. While I can understand the boxing gloves, isn't the mouthguard a bit excessive? Ning Dai, with a proud expression, replied, "I specifically chose it for you." Dong Siyu seized the opportunity to speculate. "Are you hoping I would learn boxing?" "Indeed," Ning Dai replied, her gaze unwavering. "A man should possess some physical skills. In the future, he should not fear being struck and should be able to retaliate." Dong Siyu couldn't help but scoff. "Who would dare to hit me?" His confidence was palpable. Ning Dai smiled, watching him with a silent demeanor. After a few more glances, Dong Siyu ultimately dismissed his doubts and accepted the gift with satisfaction, instructing her to wait for him at the door while he placed the gift aside, eager to embark on a delightful evening filled with revelry. What she did not disclose to Dong Siyu was that she was initially only interested in the mouthguard. She had heard it was exceptionally durable, designed with ergonomic principles to protect a man's lower body, quite essential. She thought to herself that Dong Siyu, being a man of assertive nature, might encounter situations where Qin Siqing could retaliate fiercely, kicking him in the wrong place, which would be disastrous. Moreover, the Lien brothers were known for their volatile tempers. Although they had not explicitly stated Dong Siyu's potential fate, she had gleaned enough from her discussions with Aigwa to worry that they might not spare him the same fate. Thus, the mouthguard was indeed of utmost necessity. Ning Dai believed her intentions were genuinely thoughtful. Bars and nightclubs were another significant reason why Ning Dai adored the modern world. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, men and women liberated their innermost selves. Regardless of how serious they appeared during the day, in this realm, they could all revel in unabashed displays of flamboyance. Sometimes, amidst the revelry, unexpected events would unfold, such as swinging a bottle over someone's head or staging an impromptu boxing match. After all, Ning Dai's favorite stories revolved around such dramatic scenarios. Dong Siyu resonated with her in this regard. He was particularly adept at stirring things up. Coupled with his affluent background as a wealthy heir, even if troubles arose, he could generally resolve them with money. And, if money fell short, he was not foolish. He would assess the situation beforehand and would not recklessly engage if he anticipated that the confrontation could exceed his capacity to manage. As summer vacation waned, Dong Siyu guided Ning Dai through a whirlwind tour of various bars and nightclubs. During those days of unrestrained revelry, devoid of discussions about goddesses or interruptions from boyfriends, Dong Siyu found life to be extraordinarily delightful. Yet, upon the abrupt conclusion of this blissful interlude, he realized the summer was slipping away. School was starting. Ning Dai, too, suddenly recognized that after so many days of indulgence, her boyfriend had not once called her, nor had he sent a single message. Unable to contain her curiosity, she held up her phone and inquired of Aigwa, "Aigwa, is my phone broken? Why am I not receiving calls?" Aigwa responded, "Not at all. You used your phone yesterday to order takeout, and the delivery person called you when they couldn't find your location." Aigwa's perspective differed. "Do wealthy individuals have faulty phones? I believe this is his subtle hint to you." He added, "According to incomplete statistics, 50% of men who contemplate breaking up tend to adopt a cold treatment approach to signal the end of the relationship." In the midst of a heated conversation, Aigwa suddenly adopted a serious tone after espousing his theory on breakups. "Did you not claim to be a simple and pure person? I believe Xiaolin is quite the opposite. He is far from simple and pure, making him wholly unsuitable for someone as uncomplicated as you." Ning Dai, taken aback, retorted sharply, "Nonsense." Just moments before, Aigwa had fancied himself morally superior, only to find himself tumbling down from his lofty perch, trembling at the bottom of the metaphorical hill. She was furious, truly furious, and it was a terrifying sight. Yet, almost instantly, Ning Dai donned a soft, playful expression, adding, "How could the boyfriend I admire be such a scoundrel?" As she navigated her phone, Xiaolin's number appeared prominently in her contacts. "Is there anything that a single call from a girlfriend cannot resolve?" she mused, tapping to dial. The phone quickly emitted the familiar waiting tone. After several rings, it transitioned to voicemail. Aigwa gradually ceased his trembling. Ning Dai hung up, declaring, "If so, let's initiate a video call." She sent the request, waiting in silence until it automatically disconnected due to lack of response. Aigwa silently regained his composure. The once helpless version of himself seemed to regain strength.
Hey.
"Care for a song? I sing breakup happiness beautifully," he said, suppressing his true emotions to ensure Ning Dai remained unaware. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, She disregarded his words and redialed Xiao Lin, allowing the call to once again divert to voicemail after a brief wait. She said little, hanging up once her intentions were clear. Aigwa listened intently, having learned over time that she was likely engaged in some form of strategy. After a while, she casually inquired, "Are we to embark on tasks once school resumes?" Twirling a lock of hair around her finger, Ning Dai meandered aimlessly, nurturing a serious mood. Moments later, she rose to fetch her laptop, a device she had acquired specifically for her tasks upon gaining financial independence. Under ordinary circumstances, it served merely as an idle ornament. The computer bore no installed software and displayed only its most primitive interface and program icons upon booting up. The sole addition to the desktop was a shortcut to her email. Upon entering her inbox, she discovered several emails dating back to the summer, all devoid of subjects but filled with photographs in the attachments. Ning Dai meticulously opened each email, downloading all the images to her computer, examining them with the curiosity of a youth watching a film, savoring each one. The photographs prominently featured the two brothers from the Lien family, alongside Qin Siqing's father and several familiar suitors from school. The photographer's skill was evident, as each image exuded an unmistakable air of intimacy, even when depicting the most innocuous of subjects, such as a father. Ning Dai genuinely admired this remarkable photographic prowess, musing that such talent deserved an accolade. The photographer she had hired must have previously worked for some tabloid agency. After perusing all the photos, she suddenly covered her eyes in despair, lamenting, "The Lien brothers failed to satisfy my aesthetic cravings. My eyes, oh, they ache. I yearn for my beauty. Truly, no one remains handsome beyond 3 seconds." The arrival of a new cohort of students has rendered the opening day at F University exceptionally vibrant. Regardless of whether they are returning students or newcomers, the first order of business upon entering the campus is to seek out attractive individuals from the opposing camp. Naturally, the ideal scenario would be to cultivate an opportunity for further acquaintance. The appearance of Qin Siqing has undoubtedly become the focal point of attention among the freshmen. Today, she dons a simply styled short dress, its hem falling just above her knees, elegantly showcasing her long, slender legs. The sleeveless design accentuates her delicate, fair arms, lending her an ethereal quality reminiscent of someone who has just emerged from a milk bath, radiating a luminous whiteness. With her already stunning visage enhanced by a touch of makeup, she becomes a sight so captivating that it is difficult to tear one's gaze away. Rejecting Lian Yang's offer to escort her to school, she independently took a taxi to campus. Upon her arrival, unlike others who hurried past, seeking refuge from the sweltering summer sun, she leisurely strolled along the campus path with an umbrella in hand, akin to a refreshing summer breeze, soothing the hearts of many male students. "Hey, do you know which department that senior belongs to?" One could easily tell that the questioner had not been involved in any pre-enrollment forums or school chat groups. Brother, how can you not know? The campus belle. Qin Siqing, this is quite embarrassing for someone who hasn't actively engaged in school life and failed to familiarize themselves with the prominent figures. The initial questioner suddenly appeared enlightened.
Oh.
So that's her. I've heard several classmates mention her. Students are often quick to catch on, but he was embarrassingly late to the realization. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Qin Siqing maintained her leisurely pace as she strolled by. She raised her umbrella slightly, tilting her head to admire the white clouds in the blue sky, when abruptly, a cacophony of honking interrupted her reverie. Furrowing her brows, she speculated with distaste about who could be so brazen as to drive through campus, honking so obnoxiously it was utterly disruptive. A flash of vibrant yellow whizzed past her. A mere glance was sufficient for Qin Siqing to recognize the occupants of the car, Dong Xiyu and Lu Ningdai. The dazzling yellow sports car, glimmering in the sunlight, suddenly screeched to a halt directly in front of her. Qin Siqing's brows knitted tighter, instinctively fearing that Dong Xiyu was about to approach her again. He had pursued her for almost an entire school year, creating considerable disturbances and making her the subject of gossip throughout the campus, which was quite embarrassing for her. If it were up to her, she would prefer to avoid any interaction with Dong Xiyu altogether. Lost in her thoughts, her pace unconsciously slowed. Perhaps she was moving too leisurely as the occupants of the car grew impatient. Dong Xiyu, reclining in the driver's seat, turned to glance at her. "Dear God, Could you please be mindful of your image? The driver's face paled, his attention entirely fixated on Lu Ningdai, who was demonstrating an extravagant sitting posture in the passenger seat. Disregarding Dong Xiu, Ningdai turned her gaze towards Qin Xiqing, dressed in a white dress reminiscent of a pure lotus, and cheerfully inquired, "Qin, would you like a ride? It's quite exhausting to walk in this heat." This suggestion caused Qin Xiqing to stiffen, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Dong Xiu once more. In the vibrant atmosphere, Qin Xiqing's gaze failed to reach Dong Xiu. Instead, it was completely captured by Ningdai. Ning's smile radiated like blossoms basking in sunlight, and she raised her voice to inquire once more if Qin would like a ride. Shifting her attention to Ning, Qin couldn't help but scrutinize her from head to toe, for Ning had blossomed into an even more enchanting beauty since the previous semester. Unlike herself, Ning donned a simple white t-shirt paired with light denim shorts. With her legs elegantly crossed, her bare feet resting on the seat due to the demanding pose she was performing, she exuded an air of carefree grace. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her smile unrestrained. Every gesture of hers displayed a charm that Qin found lacking within herself. Suddenly, an unwelcome sense of inferiority washed over Qin. She despised this feeling. Growing up in the Lian family, she had enjoyed a life akin to that of a wealthy heiress. Yet, despite her outward elegance, she could not escape the insecurities nestled deep within her soul. She recognized that she was not a true heiress, merely a white goose that had strayed into a swan's realm. This disparity in status compelled her to be reserved and humble, striving to embody the demeanor of a refined lady. Yet, the truth remained that one often covets what one lacks. As she observed Ning, envy gnawed at her heart. Shaking her head, Qin compelled herself to wear a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, but it's merely a short walk." After declining the offer, she added, "With so many people around the school, it might be better for Senior Dong not to drive here. It would be unfortunate if someone got hurt." Dong Xiu seemed oblivious to her words, offering no glance in her direction. In truth, he had noticed Qin Xiqing long before, but had not intended to linger in her presence unless Ning had called for him to stop. Perhaps he had once been desperate for her to ride in his car, but those thoughts had faded long ago. Ning cheerfully replied, "Thank you for your reminder, Qin. We will be cautious. Now, we won't disturb your sunbathing any longer.
Goodbye."
With that, she gracefully slid back into her seat, playfully patting Dong's shoulder. "Let us go, Zai." Only then did Dong respond with a simple pressing the accelerator as the engine roared to life, the convertible darting away like an arrow released from the bow. The car sliced through the air, sending a wave of heat crashing over Qin Xiqing, who felt the warmth envelop her bare limbs uncomfortably. Surrounding chatter erupted anew, with inquiries about the identities of the two occupants in the car. Some misunderstood their relationship, presuming them to be a couple, and remarked on their compatibility, inciting feelings of jealousy in the onlookers. Jealousy indeed? Qin Xiqing slightly pursed her lips, curiosity piqued as she pondered when Dong Xiu had grown close to Lu Ningdai. It seemed they had been seen together frequently since last semester. Realizing belatedly that Dong had distanced himself from her, Qin was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering before she resumed her stride, as if unaffected. This carefree, nonchalant rich air no longer buzzing around her like a fly was, in fact, a relief. She slowly reassured herself. Meanwhile, Dong Xiu had delivered Ning Dai to the Educational Sciences building before steering the car towards his own department. As Ning watched his vehicle disappear from view, her friend, Aigua, could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, did you notice how the female lead glanced at Dong Xiu several times? That's quite unusual. On the first day of school, there were not many classes, and since the afternoon courses did not suit Ning Dai's taste, she chose to skip them." Having already decided to play truant, Dong Xiu followed her without reservation. Ning Dai raised her index finger in a gesture of negation. "I am not afraid of her. I merely wish to avoid uncovering too many secrets. Besides, after all these days, I believe she is left." Of course, if Lu Liqing were to persist in blocking her path, then she would accept her fate and listen attentively. Upon reaching the 24th floor, Dong Xiu exited the elevator first and glanced around, surveying the spacious corridor that revealed no signs of life. Indeed, The person who had been blocking the door was no longer present. Ningdai opened the door and invited him in. Dong Xiu followed closely behind, his gaze wandering as he explored the surroundings upon entering. The apartment, uninhabited for some time, emanated a lonely chill. Ningdai activated the ventilation system and retrieved 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator to offer Dong Xiu before turning her attention to Qiaolin's bedroom. The bedroom, too, bore an air of desolation. She approached the wardrobe, opened it, and inspected its contents, confirming that it remained exactly as she had left it at the end of her summer break, before gently closing it once more. In the lavishly appointed living room, Dong Xiu was surveying every detail of the interior. Although he was a frivolous heir with little ambition, he had nevertheless been nurtured in the refined culture of high society. His discerning eye could easily differentiate between understated luxury and ostentatious vulgarity. Consequently, he recognized that every aspect of the apartment exuded a genuine sense of luxurious restraint, indicative of a homeowner with exquisite taste. Perhaps, as the decor suggested, the owner was a person of extraordinary distinction. However, after this assessment, he suddenly found himself inexplicably displeased. Who could possibly captivate Ningdai's thoughts so thoroughly that she frequently mentioned them? With a smile, Ningdai remarked, "A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Your home is splendid, yet I still prefer the solitude of living alone."
How simple that would be.
"I could rent a place outside and we could move in together," she suggested. Suddenly, she fell silent, gazing at him intently. Dong Xiu, feeling awkward under her scrutiny, averted his gaze, asking, "What is the matter? Dear child, you must learn to grow up. A mother cannot accompany you for a lifetime," she said with the concern of a nurturing figure, taking a seat beside him. She then donned a curious expression and asked, "Hey, I have an important question for you. Please answer me honestly. What is it?" He responded, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. "When you saw Qin Siqing today, you seemed reluctant to meet her. Quite unlike your usual self. How was I before?" Dong Xiu retorted with a furrowed brow. Ningdai rummaged through her limited vocabulary and quickly selected the most appropriate term, like a pug. Dong Xiu's lips twitched in response. "Hey, just tell me honestly, why did you seem unresponsive when you saw her today? I almost thought Qin Siqing had been disfigured. Which is why you didn't even glance her way, afraid you might have nightmares tonight." Dong Xiu appeared reluctant to elaborate, but seeing Ningdai's unwavering curiosity, he stammered, "Why should there be so many reasons? I simply grew tired of her. Is she the only beautiful woman in the world? Do I really need to chase after her?" After expressing his thoughts, he continued with a nonchalant air, "I only desired to sleep with her. Otherwise, why would I waste my time revolving around her?" Casting a sidelong glance at Ningdai, he feigned a dramatic performance, seemingly matching her concern. "Now, I don't want to play with her anymore. Whoever wishes to engage with her can do so. Really? She's not that significant." Ningdai chuckled, finding this young master utterly charming. She playfully patted his shoulder, causing him to slump slightly under the impact, a pained expression on his face. "Dear child, thinking this way means you've grown up. I'm very pleased." Dong Xiu grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with genuine joy. At 7 in the morning, Ningdai was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. After 10 minutes of stubbornly remaining in bed, she ultimately succumbed to the relentless noise. Slipping on her shoes, she hurried to the door. Peering through the peephole, her already irritable demeanor darkened further. With a swift motion, she flung open the door, unleashing her ire. "What is with all this incessant ringing? Do you wish to wake the dead?" At the threshold stood Dong Xiu, his hand frozen mid-ring, gazing at her in silence. "You asked me to bring your luggage over," he stated, with a suitcase at either side of him. Ningdai retorted, "True, I did request you bring my belongings. But I certainly did not expect you to arrive at such an ungodly hour. Could you not have simply called me instead of ringing the doorbell like a madman?" Dong Xiu raised an eyebrow, his tone calm and unhurried. "I didn't bring my phone." This was indeed a plausible excuse. Ningdai found herself at a loss for words. Noticing his appearance was markedly different from the previous day, he seemed drained of vitality. Her irritation dissipated, and she raised an eyebrow, inquiring with concern, "What's the matter? You look rather unwell. Did you have a restless night, Or perhaps step in something unpleasant on your way out? His expression remained indifferent, his voice lacking energy as he replied, "Nothing much. I had an early class and thought to drop off your things." He gestured to the luggage. "They are all here, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for her response, he turned and departed. Ning Dai stood momentarily stunned by his peculiar behavior, watching his retreating figure until he vanished into the elevator, her voice silent. As the elevator doors closed, Dong Xiu leaned against the wall, his demeanor listless. The previous day, he had left the apartment in relatively good spirits, but that fleeting happiness dissipated the moment he sought answers about the apartment's occupant and discovered who she was involved with. Dong Xiu had contemplated a myriad of scenarios, the worst being that Ning Dai was entangled with a perverse old man. However, he was taken aback to learn that her ever-referenced boyfriend was none other than Qiao Lin, the paragon of excellence touted by the Qiao family since childhood. In the realm of affluent heirs, Qiao Lin stood as an unattainable pinnacle for his peers. Being only a few years older, he had always been the benchmark against which they were measured. From a young age, Dong Xiu had recognized the chasm separating him from Qiao Lin, one soaring high above, while the other wallowed in the mire. If Ning Dai were involved with another, it might not have troubled him. But the fact that it was Qiao Lin rendered him utterly dispirited. How could one even compare? It was simply impossible. Blast it, he muttered under his breath, unable to contain his frustration. Rumor had it that Qiao Lin was a robot, devoid of romantic entanglements, yet perhaps it was merely that he concealed them well. Feeling despondent, Dong Xiu chose to visit school when his mood was buoyant, but otherwise retreated to the apartment to peruse photographs. Since delivering her luggage, he had suddenly grown distant, neglecting to reach out to her, even becoming scarce in their friend circles and chat groups. Ning Dai did not pursue the reason for his withdrawal. Since he was unwilling to share, there was no need for her to pry. Nevertheless, it seemed that Qiao Lin had also been rather aloof for quite some time. After perusing the newly arrived photos in her inbox, Ning Dai could not help but inquire of her friend, "Aigua, has my boyfriend passed away?" In a moment of unexpected inquiry, Aigua found himself momentarily taken aback, responding with curiosity. "Why do you ask?" Ning Dai cast a glance at her silent phone, expressing her desolation. "In these past few days, apart from takeout and sales calls, I feel utterly forsaken by the world." Despite having promised to address the issue regarding Lu leeching over the phone, he had vanished completely, leaving her without any follow-up. Regardless of the reasons, Ning Dai was acutely aware that her patience was wearing thin. Once it was exhausted, she was uncertain of the actions she might take. After a brief silence, Aigua finally stated, "I can only tell you that he goes to the office every day." "Aigua, you truly are my reliable system. I adore you," she exclaimed, blowing him a kiss. Aigua, however, declined her affectionate gesture, asserting that his sympathy was merely occasional. The following morning, she resolutely made her way to the headquarters of Huanyu International. The grand and imposing office building exuded the aura of a major corporation. Even the receptionist appeared to embody the current trend of internet celebrity looks. As Ning Dai strode past the receptionist, scrutinized by her gaze, she walked toward the elevator with the poise of a model, pressing the button for the floor where Qiao Lin was located. However, after waiting for a while, the elevator doors remained stubbornly open. Puzzled, she glanced at the elevator button, suspecting that even the elevators of such a prestigious company could be malfunctioning. Just as she contemplated switching to another elevator, the receptionist approached with a bright smile, kindly asking, "Hello, miss. How may I assist you?" Ning Dai calmly replied, "Your esteemed company's elevator seems to be out of order. It would be beneficial to put up a sign if it is." With that, she stepped out, intending to take another elevator. The receptionist's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its original state, her tone unwavering as she inquired, "Which floor are you heading to?" "The elevator requires a card to operate." Ning Dai halted, casting a skeptical glance at the internet celebrity-faced employee. "Well, you could have mentioned that sooner." Aigua remained silent, retorting, "You didn't ask." Turning back, Ning Dai calmly replied, "Oh, I'm here to see Fong Zicheng. I'm his wife, here to discuss the terms of our divorce. Perhaps you are unaware, but he has been unfaithful during our marriage, involved with another man. Please assist me in getting to him." Having learned her lesson, She opted for a more circuitous approach rather than confronting Qiaolin directly. The receptionist appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Miss, I merely asked which floor you needed to go to. You needn't divulge such scandalous gossip to me. Do I look like someone who can keep secrets?" She then added, "I'm sorry, but my car does not grant access to that floor. I need to report this. Would you mind waiting a moment?" With an expressionless demeanor, Ning Dai replied, "Oh." However, when Fong Zicheng answered the call, his voice was frosty as he declared, "I have no wife. Ask her to leave," and promptly hung up. The receptionist glanced up, hesitant, unsure of whom to believe. Ning Dai feigned calmness, stating, "So he denies my status as his wife, does he?" Receiving no response, she continued, "Could you please dial his number again? I would like to speak with him directly." The receptionist hesitated but ultimately chose to assist her, driven by the desire to confirm the veracity of the gossip. Once the call connected, she handed the receiver to Ning Dai, creating the illusion of an external call being transferred internally.